Seeing the soldiers hesitate, Lin Gang felt very anxious. What are you all doing? Have you forgotten what you promised me when we set out? Even if Su Mingyun is General Dingyuan, so what? Now, he's alone, and we are not afraid of him. You must know if this gets out, we will be the ones to die. Besides, the token in his hand might be fake. Everyone knows that the War King gave a young girl the token that day, and her token was fake. Come on, don't hesitate. Lin Gang was eager to attack Su Mingyun but also wanted his men to secretly bring out the martial arts expert. Su Ning stepped forward and said, I am the young girl who received the token that day. If this uncle is blind, he can go get treatment. Hearing this, Lin Gang looked at Su Ning and suddenly remembered that she had entered Qin's residence with Gu Qinghe yesterday. Suddenly, he seemed to guess something. His face showed shock and horror. Are you the abandoned daughter of the Wen family? Did someone from the Su family come here? Gu Qinghe, when did you start colluding with the Su family? Did you bring this young girl to find Su Mingyun? Gu Qinghe coldly retorted, Lin Gang, as a general, you don't think about the people's well-being but instead harm your own people. Someone like you, a treacherous dog. What's the difference from a traitor? Lin Gang couldn't figure out. He had planned everything carefully but was going to fall for a young, unknown boy. Fine, then die with us. After we deal with you, we'll go after Qin Xiui, that old man. All the credit should belong to me. Come on, what are you waiting for? Lin Gang, furious and embarrassed, couldn't wait to kill Su Mingyun. A mere young girl. What could she do? Seeing everyone hesitate, he suddenly leapt into the air. Gu Qinghe couldn't let him get close to Su Mingyun. As Lin Gang moved to attack, Gu Qinghe also acted. Kill them. We can't let them leave Huzhou City, shouted the general, raising his sword and rushing towards Su Mingyun. Retreat. Su Mingyun's face was serious as he protected Su Ning and stepped back. Su Ning grabbed Su Mingyun's arm, who was about to move forward, and softly said, Uncle, please retreat. I want to try my new move. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ning tiptoed lightly, her body soaring like an arrow shot from a bow, flying over Su Mingyun's head. She steadied her stance, arms spreading out like a coiled dragon, her palms creating a swirling wind. She pushed forward with a gentle shout. Mountain and sea collapse, a strong internal force burst out like a roaring wind, knocking the approaching soldiers all backward. This scene was very much like last night's martial arts master, who struck with full force. That martial arts master must be her teacher, Lin Gang said, his eyes filled with fear. Even at such a young age, she was so talented. What would she become when she grew up? Kill her. We must kill her, someone shouted. Su Mingyun was anxious. He raised his token and shouted, Soldiers. As warriors, your bones are the spear. Your soul is the armor. Your spear is aimed at the enemy, not your own people. As warriors, your duty is to protect the common people, especially women and children, not to kill your own kin. Warriors should be tempered in blood and fire on the battlefield to show true heroism. Not all soldiers who came were influenced by Lin Gang. When they heard Su Mingyun's words, they suddenly realized the truth. General Dingyuan was right. Since we wear this armor, we should fight and kill the enemies at the border, not those who once helped us break through. Soldiers, we must look beyond immediate gains and not be swayed by Lin Gang. In times of peace, many forget the days when they fought side by side, risking their lives. Comfort and pleasure make people selfish over time. They knew that the third prince was targeting the Su family. After Su's wife left with Wen Jingxing, when the Su family tried to connect with the War King, the third prince began to target them. If they are not useful to him, they have no reason to survive. But can the third prince really eliminate the Su family? Once this was said, anyone with a conscience would choose to stand with Su Mingyun. Many others remained still. These people were the third prince's followers. They all obeyed the third prince. For a moment, it became a standoff, with both sides checking each other. Behind Lin Gang, some loyal followers saw the situation and stepped forward to help. First, kill this young girl with deep inner strength, they thought, planning to take advantage of the martial arts expert's absence to kill her disciple. Gu Qinghe was no match for Lin Gang, and was knocked back by his two palms. Blue Cat felt it was time to act. It leapt into the air and rushed toward Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe thought it had gone crazy, but unexpectedly, it stomped on his nose, then pushed off with its foot, flying toward Lin Gang. "Ha, little thing, watch this," Blue Cat meowed loudly, releasing a big, smelly right at Lin Gang's face. "Where did this wild cat come from? Get lost." Lin Gang waved his hand, trying to swat Blue Cat away. But as soon as he swung, his hand froze. He stood there stiffly, looking both surprised and scared. Meanwhile, the 4 deputy generals rushing towards Su Ning were easily dealt with by her. Su Mingyun, who wanted to help, hadn't even reached their clothes before they all fell to the ground, crying out in pain. It was shocking. Terrifying. Gu Qinghe looked like he had seen a ghost, lowering his eyes and focusing on Blue Cat, which was bouncing back into his arms. He held it stiffly with both hands, wanting to throw it away, but then remembered Su Ning's words last night. "It's my cat, not a wild cat." So, was this cat not an ordinary cat, but a magical one? Could it instantly freeze people in place? Blue Cat sighed helplessly, shaking its head and communicating telepathically with Su Ning. "Oh, Master, this isn't my fault. Who told my of poison to be different every day? I can't control what kind it is. It originally wanted to make him dizzy with its, but sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't." Now it was clear. It wasn't a dizzying, but a binding that froze people in place. Punink. How could she explain this? "I told you not to be impulsive, and now how do I explain this?" Blue Cat spread its paws, saying, "It's not my fault. Gu Qinghe isn't as skilled as he should be. If I didn't help him, he'd be in trouble, see? It had a reason." Su Ning felt a headache coming on. She could explain her strong inner strength, but how to explain the suddenly appearing, hurtful cat? While she was pondering her response, Gu Qinghe stepped forward to help her. He held Blue Cat with one hand, then jogged up and poked Lin Gang's forehead. The force was so strong that it directly knocked the other person to the ground. He exclaimed, "Oh no, this guy always hits cats when he sees them. Could he be allergic to cat fur?" TSK, he's just naturally afraid of cats. First, tie him up so he can't run away. Allergic to cats? The Blue Cat chuckled. This kid's explanation is a bit far-fetched, but it doesn't seem wrong. Seeing that Su Ning was unharmed, Su Mingyun relaxed a little and approached weakly. "Ninger, are you okay?" He was so frightened just now. The little guy moved so quickly that he couldn't hold him back. His courage was also beyond his expectations. Fortunately, she had good talent and was not in danger. It seems that these days, she has learned a lot from Master Tuesday. Her internal strength is also very deep. Lin Gang lost, and Su Mingyun loudly declared, "Lin Gang's conspiracy has been exposed. The people will find out soon. If you want to make a move, once the Emperor learns of it, he won't let you go." Seeing no one dared to act, Su Mingyun approved and ordered, "First, arrest them and lock them in the prison. After the bandit suppression, bring them back for the Emperor to decide." As soon as Su Mingyun finished speaking, 2 people in the team exchanged secret glances. Su Ning's expression also darkened. She was thinking that although those soldiers seemed to choose to stay put, they might secretly be rescuing people. Lin Gang was very cunning, and there could be more trouble on the way. Therefore, this person must die. Besides him, the few loyal soldiers he brought back also cannot return alive. If a witness is really needed, then leave Yin Zhuang. "Master, I think those soldiers are just fair-weather friends. Wherever the wind blows, they follow. Not many of them have true conscience." Su Ning replied, "People are selfish. When they see that uncle is about to fail, they turn to Lin Gang. Now, it looks like they've been persuaded by uncle, but inside, they're still watching and waiting. On the battlefield, everyone fights together. In the court, where power struggles happen, it's all about forming alliances and opposing rivals. Whoever benefits them will switch sides." The Blue Cat nodded, as if understanding. Lin Gang was locked in prison. Gu Qinghe told Su Mingyun, "General, Lord Qin said he went out on an investigation and hasn't been seen for many days. I think he might be at Weishan. We should lead the troops there now to catch the bandits off guard. If news about the city spreads, they might move the women and children they have taken. That makes sense. Tomorrow, we'll set out for Weishan to deal with the bandits. Su Mingyun frowns deeply. Earlier, Lin Gang thought he was surely going to die and revealed many secrets, including that among the 3,000 soldiers he brought, 2,000 were loyal to the prince. This was a secret to those soldiers. They didn't know. Su Mingyun learned this from Lin Gang himself. He fears that when they go to fight the bandits, there might be a betrayal. Right now, everything seems calm, but danger is lurking beneath the surface. He must find those 2,000 soldiers and leave them in Huzhou to guard the city. Since these soldiers have no common traits, finding them will be very difficult. Su Mingyun discussed this with Gu Qinghe, with Su Ning listening nearby. Gu Qinghe silently glanced at Su Ning and shared his opinion. Maybe we should hang Lin Gang on the city tower. The person who saves him will be our enemy. While they were talking, someone hurriedly ran over to report. General Su, it's bad. General Lin is dead. After exchanging glances, Su Mingyun and Gu Qinghe quickly went to check the prison. Indeed, Lin Gang was dead. He had hanged himself with his clothes on the iron door, strangling himself. His eyes were wide open, looking as if he had died unwillingly. Perhaps he didn't want to drag his family into trouble, Gu Qinghe said. Su Ning received a different story. It was told by Blue Cat. Master, he was killed by others. 2 soldiers said Lin Gang's mission failed, and they didn't want to involve their master. A large rat squeaked and ran past the prison door, and Su Ning understood. She had also considered killing Lin Gang. He was very cunning, and there could be surprises on the road. It was better if he was dead. As for those 2,000 soldiers, she needed a permanent solution. When they left the prison, they heard shocking news. A young boy ran happily to spread the word. Good news! The bandits on Weishan have been wiped out. They all perished in a fire. Master Qin is dead. He disguised himself as a Taoist and colluded with the bandits, but he also died in the fire. Gu Qinghe suddenly thought, could the so-called Heavenly Lord be Su Ning? This news stunned Su Mingyun for a long time. To verify if it was true, he ordered someone to go to Weishan and check. The result was true. Everyone perished in the fire. They also found Qin Shui's token and his fly whisk in the back mountain cave. However, the treasury in the mountain stronghold was missing. The villagers spread the story that the mountain bandits had committed many crimes, and that the heavens sent a divine fire to punish them. Su Mingyun was initially skeptical, but couldn't find any human evidence at the time. Some even claimed to have seen a white-clad fairy on the mountain. Regarding the fairy, Gu Qinghe was very sure that it was Su Ning's doing. Qin Shui had colluded with the bandits, angering the people. Thousands of villagers surrounded Qin's residence, demanding General Ding Yuan to punish all members of the Qin family severely. Qin Shui's crimes were so serious that only the harshest punishment could satisfy the public anger. Su Mingyun agreed to this. The entire Qin residence was filled with crying. Gu Qinghe begged Su Mingyun to show mercy, asking him to spare his aunt because he had helped. Su Mingyun said, you can secretly send her away, but she must live under a false name from now on. Do you understand? Understood. Thank you, General Su, for sparing her. Gu Qinghe was deeply grateful to Su Mingyun and Su Ning. On the same day, Su Mingyun took the War King order and official documents and ordered the Qin family members to be arrested first, and then questioned. The whole city gathered to watch. At the same time, Su Mingyun ordered people to bring out Yin Zhuang and explain to the villagers how he had been betrayed by the bandits. Even if he didn't explain, the villagers had already heard about Lin Gang's army surrounding Gu's residence, which was widely known. The story of Lin Gang's fear of punishment and his suicide was also spreading. When a person died, all the blame fell on him. In this way, even if Su Mingyun revealed the third prince, there would be no evidence. Su Mingyun felt that this third prince was very difficult to deal with. Could it be the work of Wen Jingxing? In the following days, Su Mingyun was troubled over how to pick out the third prince's 2,000 soldiers from 3,000 men. He worried that something might go wrong on the way back. Seeing his worry, Su Ning said, Uncle, why worry about this? Just leave them all behind. After hearing this, Su Mingyun thought carefully for a moment and suddenly realized, Ninger is right. Some bandits escaped, and to prevent further trouble, we should keep the soldiers to stabilize the people's hearts. Su Mingyun found this excuse very reasonable. Now, it was just waiting for the new governor to take office. Su Ning's intelligence and talent made Su Mingyun very proud. She seemed to have a natural gift in every area. For example, in terms of inner strength, she is the youngest and most powerful person he has ever seen. Even he cannot compare. Ninger, your big uncle is proud of you, but you must remember to stay humble and patient. Don't let temporary success blind you. Su Ning smiled slightly. Ninger will remember big uncle's advice. In his eyes, Su Ning's cleverness is beyond what a child can compare to. Everything about her feels so unreal. Perhaps this is a blessing from heaven. Su Mingyun is very grateful to Gu Qinghe. Not only did he save Su Ning, but he also saved him. He wondered if he could find a government position for Gu Qinghe in the city. So, he approached Gu Qinghe and asked for his opinion. Can I follow General Su to the capital? Gu Qinghe asked, glancing at Su Ning. Now he belonged to her, so he should stay with her. His intuition told him that following Su Ning might lead to greater opportunities. Su Mingyun thought for a moment and said, Then you can follow me. In the future, General, I can actually follow Miss Su to protect her safety. Gu Qinghe interrupted Su Mingyun. Su Mingyun thought that although Su Ning's inner strength and martial skills are good, she doesn't understand the dangers of human nature. With Gu Qinghe protecting her, he would feel more at ease. He nodded in agreement. Gu Qinghe was overjoyed. Thank you, General Su, for your approval. Su Ning looked at him without speaking. 5 days later, Chu Yaoji's carriage stopped at the gate of the prefectural government, accompanied by Kong Qi and Zimo. When the servants came to report, Su Mingyun and Su Ning hurriedly stood up to greet them. Seeing they were safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yaoji hugged Su Ning and sniffled. Ninger, why did you leave without saying goodbye? You scared me to death. Su Ning chuckled. Brother Gu said I could come to Huzhou with him, so I followed. I think his carriage is faster. Here, this is the kind person I mentioned before. Su Ning introduced Gu Qinghe. Everyone was strangers to each other, and the truth was flexible. She could say whatever she wanted. Gu Qinghe understood Su Ning's meaning immediately. He nodded at Chu Yaoji. He knew that talking more might cause trouble, so he simply said, meeting his fate. There is nothing more joyful for Chu Yaoji than the safety of Su Mingyun and Su Ning. Both Su Mingyun and Chu Yaoji are dressed in white, looking like fairy lovers stepping out of a painting. Their gentle expressions match perfectly. When they look at each other, both blush. Su Ning can't help but giggle. Hee, the county princess and uncle are so well matched. Blue Cat's happy voice also echoes in Su Ning's mind. Matched. We're about to have a wedding feast. And chicken legs to eat. Hee. Chu Yaoji doesn't see the peace talisman she gave Su Mingyun on his waist, but notices the scar on his neck instead. Let's go. After a long journey, we'll rest inside the house. Su Mingyun politely invites Chu Yaoji into the residence. Kong Qi and Zimo walk behind, each holding Gu Qinghe and expressing their gratitude. Young Master Gu, thank you so much, Kong Qi thinks. If Su Ning were to have an accident, Xie Xingye would definitely take his life. Yes, young Master Gu, from now on, you will be our big benefactor. If you need anything from us, just ask. We won't refuse. Gu Qinghe feels awkward, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. He also thinks that once they go to the capital, his brothers will protect him. Gu Qinghe feels very lucky. He's met a noble person and even a fairy. He knows Blue Cat is special. When holding it, he dares not breathe too hard. The way he holds it is so careful, as if he's holding his ancestor, not a cat. Kong Qi and Zimo don't realize how extraordinary Blue Cat is. Seeing a grown man holding a cat like a delicate lady, they find it strange. Young Master Gu, why are you holding it like that? You look like a woman. Kong Qi snatches Blue Cat. Under Gu Qinghe's surprised gaze, he tosses it into the air. Gu Qinghe didn't expect Kong Qi to throw it. He reacts too late. By the time he does, The cat is already on the roof. Blue cat glares at Kong Chi, baring its teeth, furious. Gu Qinghe can't understand cat language, but he feels the cat is swearing at him very badly. That is Ninger's. Oh no, Miss Ning's cat, Gu Qinghe stammers. Kong Chi, hearing this, looks a little uncomfortable. Cough, why didn't you say so earlier? However, if you don't say anything, I won't either. Miss Ninger wouldn't know about this. Kong Chi blinked at Gu Qinghe. What they didn't know is that Blue Cat immediately went to report to Su Ning. Master, that kid Kong Chi doesn't respect me at all. Gu Qinghe is different. He treats me like an ancestor, feeds me good food, and soothes me to sleep. Su Ning was walking with Chu Yaoji toward the courtyard prepared for her. Hearing this, she slightly twitched her lips. Young lady county lord, this is your courtyard. You should go rest now. Uncle said he's preparing a dinner to welcome you and clear the dust. Chu Yaoji was worried about Su Ning and Su Mingyun all along. Now that she saw they were safe, she was very excited. After entering the city, many villagers were talking about the fire at Weishan village and the execution of Qin Jizhou's family. She wanted to ask Su Mingyun more details, but he said he was preparing a dinner to welcome them. He led her into the residence and hurriedly left. Chu Yaoji really wanted to know if that dream was real or not. She couldn't rest peacefully. Ninger, can you take me to find your big uncle? I have something to ask him. Su Ning looked up with a smile. Sure, follow me. She liked Chu Yaoji's personality, bold and unrestrained, loving and hating freely. Soon, Su Ning took Chu Yaoji to Su Mingyun's courtyard. At that moment, he was instructing the new housekeeper of Qin residence to prepare the dinner. Nothing too fancy, just a simple family dinner will do. Yes, General. The housekeeper went to arrange it. Su Mingyun turned and saw Chu Yaoji holding Su Ning's hand, standing under the corridor, full of hope. He swallowed hard, looking at the messy hair on her forehead, and knew how anxious she had been rushing here. Now, she didn't want to rest. Is she worried about him? This feeling made his heart flutter. Su Mingyun stepped forward toward Chu Yaoji. His usually cold and stern face melted like spring water at this moment. Chu Yaoji held Su Ning's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with water, softly resting on him. She shyly pressed her lips, her ears turning red. When Su Mingyun approached, she spoke first. I worry about you. These words, I worry about you, were more meaningful than 1,000 words. Su Mingyun's expression flickered slightly, and his gaze at Chu Yaoji was so gentle. He knew she had been worried about him all this time and hadn't rested well, so he let her go rest first. But unexpectedly, he came back. Thank you. He seemed to have trouble expressing himself. Su Ning smiled foolishly as he looked at the two people exchanging affectionate glances. He thought to himself, it's so good that in this life, my eldest uncle has found a caring wife. Su Ning withdrew his hand quietly and left, giving the two enough space. During this conversation, Su Mingyun learned that 6 years ago, he was also present when Wen Jingxing was saved. Since then, she had had feelings for him. If she didn't say anything, he would never know. Chu Yaoji also said that their fate was from a past life. Otherwise, how could he have had a dream about her when he was in danger? Su Mingyun couldn't argue with that. Such a wonderful girl who has been kind for 6 years, he had no reason not to love or cherish her. At the dinner, some soldiers familiar with Kong Chi and ZMO kept pouring drinks for the two. Of course, Su Mingyun and Gu Qinghe weren't spared either. Worried that Chu Yaoji might feel uncomfortable, the considerate Su Mingyun brought 2 noble daughters to keep her company. Miss Chu, this dish called Phoenix Welcome Spring is a local specialty only in Huzhou. Please try it, said a girl sitting to Chu Yaoji's left, dressed in light blue silk, looking charming and lovely. Her father was the magistrate of Huzhou, surnamed Liu, named Liziai. The girl sitting on the right was the daughter of the official in charge of the archives, surnamed Chen, named Chen Ninghuan. She was not very talkative, only bowing politely at the start and then remaining silent. Chu Yaoji picked up a piece of chicken, about to put it in her mouth, when she caught a whiff of alcohol. Is this cooked with wine? She asked. Yes, the chicken is tender, and the wine aroma lingers on the lips and teeth. That's its special feature, Lu Zi said with a smile. Chu Yaoji disliked food cooked with wine, but seeing Lu Zi's hopeful expression, she didn't want to hurt her face, so she took a bite to try. It is indeed delicious, but I don't like this cooking method, she said, just to be polite. Lu Zi was smart enough to realize she didn't like it, so he didn't say anything further. At this moment, Chen Ninghuan stood up, intending to apologize and leave, but accidentally knocked over her wine cup, spilling all the wine. Some of the liquid spilled onto Chu Yaoji's dress. Chen Ninghuan was startled and quickly knelt down to apologize. I'm sorry, County Lord. I didn't mean to do that. It's okay. I'll go change into a new one, Chu Yaoji said calmly, not showing any displeasure over this small mistake. She is easygoing and friendly with others. Xiao Lu, come with me, she said. Yes, miss, Xiao Lu replied, helping Chu Yaoji to leave. Su Mingyan saw this, and also stood up to leave. He was worried about others nearby, so he personally escorted Chu Yaoji back to her courtyard. The remaining men continued drinking and chatting. Come, young Master Gu, have a drink, said one man. When he saw Chu Yaoji and Su Mingyan leave, a strange look flashed across his eyes. In this part, Su Mingyun was not drunk. He followed Chu Yaoji from a distance. Xiao Lu saw this and joked, Miss Young Master Su is behind you. He probably doesn't want to leave you alone, so he came along. Chu Yaoji glanced sideways and saw Su Mingyan walking not too close, blushing slightly. He is a responsible man. Although he is much older than me, in my eyes, he is still that brave young man in fine clothes and armor. Xiao Lu knew well about Chu Yaoji's feelings for Su Mingyun. There were many portraits of him hidden in her cabinet, all showing her devotion. With Su Mingyun personally protecting her, Chu Yaoji felt as happy as if she had eaten honey, sweet and content. The two servants entered the room one after the other and closed the door. Since Su Mingyun couldn't enter the courtyard, he waited at the archway. He looked around carefully, listening closely, with a cautious expression. After the news about Qin Shui spread, the situation in Huzhou became a bit unstable. Many noble and common families wanted to take this chance to rise. Su Mingyun was most worried about the army of the third prince. About half an hour passed, and the door still remained shut. Su Mingyun grew restless. Another half hour went by, and the door still didn't open. After weighing his options, he stepped into the courtyard. Miss Chu. He knocked twice but received no response. No one answered the door. Su Mingyun panicked and kicked the door open with force. The moment he kicked the door, his pupils shrank sharply. The room was empty. Mingyun Su was overwhelmed with panic. He clearly saw the two of them enter the house together, so why did they suddenly disappear? He kept his eyes fixed on the door, yet the two of them seemed to vanish into thin air. After checking carefully, he found no signs of a fight or struggle. Mingyun Su felt extremely anxious. Impossible. How could they just disappear? Fear flooded him like a rising tide, swallowing him whole. He staggered out of the room and happened to meet Gu Qinghe and others who had come looking for him after not seeing him for a while. General, why have you been so long? Where is the county mistress? Gu Qinghe asked, but then he noticed something was wrong. Mingyun Su's strange behavior meant something serious had happened. He suddenly shouted, Search! Call everyone! Go out and look for her. Ji is missing. The news shocked everyone present like a thunderclap. Kong Qi quickly turned around to organize people. Zimo rushed into the house to find clues. Mingyun Su had never been so frantic before. He called her Ji, but she couldn't hear him. His fear reached its peak. He was terrified that something had happened to Chu Yaoji. Gu Qinghe asked hurriedly, how could she disappear? Was there a fight just now? Mingyun Su seemed to remember something and hurried back into the room, rummaging through boxes and drawers. He trembled as he recalled Gu Qinghe's words. She went into the house with her maid. I was waiting outside, but after a long wait, she didn't come out. I saw no one come in or out. They just vanished into thin air, Mingyun Su said, his eyes filling with tears. What? Both Zimo and Gu Qinghe were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. two healthy people suddenly disappeared without a trace or any noise.
Miss Ninger, suddenly, Gu King had remembered.
He hadn't seen Ming Ning tonight. If Ming Ning had been there, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Even if it did, she would have noticed immediately. Right, Ninger? Ming Yun-su quickly ran to the neighboring courtyard, where Ming Ning lived just behind a wall. But when he arrived, the room was empty. No sign of Ming Ning. Earlier, during the feast, he saw Ming Ning leave after only a few bites, thinking she was tired, and went back to rest.
But now,
why was she missing? There was no fight or other unusual events. Did the three people disappear suddenly inside the house? The butler and the servants caring for Su Ning said they saw no one leave, which made everyone feel very uneasy. They simply couldn't understand how these people could vanish, so suddenly three at once. They looked around the windows and roof, but found no clues. If they had escaped from the roof, it was strange that Su Mingyun didn't notice. Suddenly, Su Mingyun thought of a possibility. There might be a secret passage inside the house.
Un secret passage.
There must be one. Quickly find it. The three of them searched frantically for any suspicious spots inside the house. The longer they waited, the more dangerous the situation became. Fortunately, Su Mingyun finally found a hidden mechanism in a very secret place. He reached out and pressed it, causing a small wooden stool next to the bed to make a cracking sound. ZMO and Gu Qinghe hurried over to move the stool away. To their surprise, there was indeed a secret passage under the stool. They quickly moved the stool aside, lifted the wooden board, revealing a square entrance about 3 feet wide. Su Mingyun was the first to jump inside, followed by Gu Qinghe and ZMO. When they emerged from the other side, they found themselves in Su Mingyun's room. But the room was still empty. This made everyone even more anxious. Just then, someone hurriedly reported, "General, it's bad. General, Chu Zong and the others are dead in the prison." Chu Zong was Lin Gang's deputy, and all 4 of them had died in jail. They didn't know if this incident was directly related to the disappearance of the 3 people. Su Mingyun was furious and ordered someone to bring Chen Ninghuan for questioning. "Who ordered you to pour water on the county lord? Speak up. Spare me, General. Spare me. No one told me to do it. I was just careless, really careless." Chen Ninghuan, realizing how serious this was, kept kowtowing in panic. She didn't seem to be lying. Could all this just be a coincidence? Meanwhile, inside the house, the group was anxiously pacing. Outside the Qin residence, Su Ning happily emerged from a secret passage, holding the blue cat. "Hee, master, I didn't expect that Lin Gang's reckless little guy actually hid gold bars in the other yard. Yes, I didn't think there were 30 boxes of them. If I hadn't gone to kill Chu Zong, I might have missed it. Who knows which lucky person will benefit now? Hee, now, isn't that you?" Lin Gang died, and the 4 loyal guards faced many changes. During the evening banquet, Su Ning secretly executed the 4 of them. Unexpectedly, there was a surprising turn of events. "Come on, let's go back quickly. The banquet will end soon," Su Ning said. As she carried her cat and climbed over the wall, she saw 4 sneaky people in black rushing toward her. 2 of them were carrying cloth sacks on their shoulders. "Wow, master, there are 4 thieves over there. I wonder what they stole. Could they have taken money from a rich family? Maybe we should go check it out." Su Ning crouched down slightly, thinking that after the banquet ended, Chu Yaoji might worry if she couldn't find her. She said, "You follow those 4, find their hideout. I'll go back first and look for you later." "All right," the blue cat happily agreed. Without Su Ning, the whole Huzhou city belonged to it. It, the azure feather blue cat, is the ruler of all beasts.
Haha.
It was determined to scare those 4 so badly they would lose their souls. The 4 ran very fast, even using light skills to escape, as if afraid of being caught. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the azure feather blue cat with wings. The blue cat flapped its wings and followed at a moderate distance, until the 4 reached outside the city, at the edge of the roofless cliff. "Drop it. The Princess of Nan'an is dead, and we need to see how Su Mingyun explains this to the Duke of Zhen and the Princess Regent." "Yes," the 2 large men carrying the cloth sacks responded and moved forward. The blue cat, hanging in the air, didn't hear their conversation. When it saw them about to throw the sack off the cliff, it was very confused. It looks like there's nothing valuable inside this sack. Could it be a person? Seeing the two below about to push the sack off the cliff, the blue cat moved. With a powerful dive, it headed straight for the four. What's that? Quick, hide. Someone shouted, but it was too late.
Ah!
Puff, puff, puff. What kind of ghostly thing is that? Cough, cough, cough. It's so spicy. One of the black-clad men, in a desperate moment, pushed the sack down the cliff. The blue cat's face changed. It moved extremely fast to save the sack, narrowly catching it. After 4 people briefly lost their sight, they opened their eyes. In the dim moonlight, they saw a winged tiger grabbing a cloth bag and flying up a cliff. Big brother, you. Did you see that?
That
tiger has wings. The blue cat, in a beast form, was larger than a normal cat and looked a bit like a tiger at first glance. The 4 men in black were so scared they lost their minds. Their legs went weak, and they sat down on the grass. The blue cat gently placed the cloth bag on the ground, folded its green wings, and its fluffy blue tail stood straight up. It walked toward the 4 men with a fearless stride. It looked very impressive. Howl. When the man said it was a tiger, the blue cat let out a loud cry to scare them. But this howl sounded like a newborn kitten, with no threatening tone. Oh well, just pose confidently, and everything will be fine. After the 4 men reacted, they looked at each other and drew their treasured swords, ready to fight the blue cat to the death. But this move played right into the blue cat's hands. Earlier, those 4 lightning-fast attacks had miscalculated. Besides being spicy and pungent, they didn't hurt the blue cat at all. Big brother, this creature looks extremely ugly, but if we tame it, it could serve us, one of them suggested wildly. The other 3 didn't agree with such a dangerous idea. Just kill it. This monster seems to have some intelligence and is a bit strange. There might be trouble, so everyone should be on alert. The 4 surrounded the blue cat, trapping it. The blue cat was not afraid at all. It meowed, then suddenly spread its wings. The flapping wind blinded one of the nearby men in black. Amid a shout of "Be careful," the blue cat extended its sharp claws and grabbed the nearest man in black, lifting him into the air. Help me, help me. He was flying too high. Who could save him now? The 3 below were terrified. Someone shouted, "Run!" And the 3 of them abandoned their companion, fleeing in 3 different directions. With a flick of its body, the blue cat swung its claws, knocking the man in black off the cliff. The scream of pain was especially frightening in the quiet night.
Meow, meow, meow.
You can't escape, especially that one who called me ugly. The blue cat's flying speed is very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it caught someone. Don't eat me. Meow. What are you thinking? I don't eat ugly things. The blue cat caught a man in black and threw him into the sky. When he fell, he was seriously injured. This repeated until the last one was caught. Meow. So you little guy are calling me ugly, huh? The man in black didn't understand, and was so scared that he wet his pants and trembled like a leaf. One of them was so frightened that he foamed at the mouth. What a terrible scene. When Suning received the blue cat's message and arrived, all 3 were so scared that they looked like they had lost their souls and were confused. Little Green, good job. You saved the county lord and Xiao Lu. Is the one in the cloth bag the county lord and her maid? The blue cat looked suspicious. Suning quickly went forward and untied one of the cloth bags, revealing Chu Yaoji's pale little face. The other bag was obviously Xiao Lu. Suning felt both angry and scared. Luckily, we found them in time. When she returned to Qin's house, she sensed something was wrong. She secretly asked Gu Qinghe and learned that Chu Yaoji and Xiao Lu had been kidnapped through a secret passage. She immediately thought of the 4 bandits she had encountered. She wanted to send a message to ask about the situation, but the blue cat sent her a message first. Before the banquet, he had specifically warned Su Mingyun. Unexpectedly, despite all precautions, something still went wrong. It's hard to imagine what might have happened if she hadn't met Chu Yaoji. Go! Su Mingyun hurried over on horseback. Behind him was an army of nearly 1,000 soldiers, all in a dark mass. Before his horse stopped, Su Mingyun jumped down anxiously. He stumbled and ran over. "Ninger, is Gigi okay?" His voice trembled badly. Chu Yaoji, who was saved by Su Ning with medicine, just heard this tearful call of Gigi. Her nose prickled, and her eyes turned red. God knows how desperate she felt when she was knocked out just now. The person she loved was waiting outside the courtyard, but she couldn't call for help when in danger. At that moment, she thought she might never see him again. "Brother Mingyun," Chu Yaoji's eyes filled with tears, and she reached out her arms to Su Mingyun. At this moment, she just wanted to hug him. Even if it was against etiquette, she didn't care anymore. Su Mingyun quickly moved forward and tightly embraced Chu Yaoji. "Don't be afraid, it's okay now. It's my fault for not noticing earlier." They held each other closely, feeling the warmth from each other's bodies. It seemed that only like this could they be sure they were both still alive. Only then could they be certain of each other's feelings. Chu Yaoji felt both excited and happy inside because her brother Mingyun also liked her. She could feel it. A soft call of "Brother Mingyun" made Su Mingyun's heart melt completely. The scene of Chu Yaoji weakly hugging him replayed in his mind. Empty pool. Su Mingyun's expression suddenly turned cold and distant. "Subordinate here, cut off the heads of the three and bring them back. Throw the bodies off the cliff." He wanted to send their heads to the third prince. Yes. Empty pool understood Su Mingyun's intention and followed the order. No one among the soldiers behind them objected. Su Mingyun carried Chu Yaoji toward the horse, while Su Ning held the transformed blue cat and followed closely behind. Empty pool and Zimo had many questions in their minds, but they knew now was not the time to ask. After they dealt with the three shouting men in black who claimed to see ghosts, they then brought along the trembling little Lu. Back home, after the doctor examined them, it was confirmed they had only been drugged and frightened, with no serious injuries. Once Chu Yaoji fell asleep, Su Mingyun came to find Su Ning. He thought the little one was already asleep, so he pushed open the door and saw her hugging the blue cat, talking to herself. "Little Green, thank you. If it weren't for you tonight, the county mistress would be in danger." The blue cat understood that Su Ning was about to use it as a shield again. Su Mingyun chuckled and said, "Ninger, do you think it understands what you're saying?" Su Ning made a shushing gesture at Su Mingyun and whispered mysteriously, "Uncle, I have a secret to tell you." Su Mingyun clenched his fists tightly. In just a short moment, he had already thought of several possibilities, such as Ning being protected by a powerful martial arts master, Ning's talent being extraordinary, or her lightness skill reaching the level of flying on the wind. He even wondered if she had been possessed by someone else, like in stories where souls are taken over. She was no longer truly Ning. But he didn't expect her secret to be, "Big Uncle, I can understand Xiaoqing's animal language. It told me where the county princess is, so I could find her." Su Mingyun was stunned for a long time. When he finally reacted, he heard her say, "It's not just an ordinary cat. It's a mutated cat, and it even has wings. It was it that carried me here." He looked at the sky. It was still dark. Maybe he was dreaming. He got up and went outside. He didn't plan to say anything. "Big Uncle, it's true." "Look." Su Mingyun stopped in his tracks, turned around blankly, and saw a blue cat with wings waving at him. Su Mingyun, this is getting weirder and weirder. He saw wings growing on a cat, and the cat was waving at him. Seeing Su Mingyun in a daze, Ning signaled the blue cat to change back right in front of him. This time, Su Mingyun was so shocked that his eyes widened. He was so surprised that he took a few steps back until his back hit the door frame, with nowhere to go. His eyes stared in horror at the blue cat. "Big Uncle, are you okay?" "It's really a magical little cat. It told me the county princess is in danger and also that Xiao Lu was kidnapped by robbers. It's a very special cat. It recognizes me as its owner and told me many secrets. It suggested I come find you early. It told me not to tell anyone this secret, but you're my uncle." The blue cat looked shocked. "Master, you shouldn't play like this. You can use me as a shield, but don't push all the responsibility onto me. Everything that happened can be explained, or else he would think I am not his niece anymore, understand?"
But
You are accusing me unfairly. There are no buts. Blue Cat's face looked sad and resentful. He huffed and said, "Tomorrow I must have a chicken leg as a reward." "No problem." Meow. "The owner is so kind." Blue Cat immediately became obedient, rubbing his head against Su Ning's hand.
It.
Su Mingyun, who had just recovered from shock, pointed at Blue Cat for a long time, but couldn't explain why. Finally, he muttered to himself with a pale face, "No wonder Ninger can accurately save Ji and Xiao Lu. Gu Qinghe looks weak. How could he rescue me from the water prison? If I couldn't understand Blue Cat's words tonight, I wouldn't have been able to save Ji in time. It must be a kind-hearted cat monster. It recognizes Ninger as its owner because it sees her special talent." At this point, Su Mingyun smiled to himself. "My Ninger is so clever and lovely. Otherwise, the cat monster wouldn't choose her among so many people." After understanding this, Su Mingyun felt relieved and even proud. "Blue Cat, Master, your uncle said I am a cat monster." Su Ning, hold back. Blue Cat, got it. Su Mingyun thought this was all too unbelievable, but since it had already happened and he had accepted Su Ning as his owner, he felt some things should be explained to Ninger in advance. "Ninger, this matter is very strange. You must never tell anyone. The principle of innocent people being harmed because they possess something valuable. You must remember this. And also, don't tell Gu Qinghe about it. I think that guy always follows you around and isn't very careful with his words. Also, don't let it turn into a cat monster in front of others, or it might scare people to death." Su Mingyun was probably too excited and kept giving Su Ning many warnings. The most important thing was to not tell others about this matter, or it could bring danger to his life. Although the cat monster looked ugly, it was kind-hearted. Back in his room, Su Mingyun kept pacing back and forth. If all of this was caused by the cat monster, then everything made sense. I even suspect that the fire at Weishan was caused by the cat monster. The silver inside has disappeared. Perhaps the cat monster hid it. Suddenly, Su Mingyun thought of a possibility. This cat is just greedy for money. Oh well, as long as it has a kind heart, what does it matter if it's a little greedy? The only bad thing is that it often comes up with bad ideas, which has led his Ninger astray. That night, Su Mingyun couldn't sleep. With the big cat monster next door, how could he sleep? Meanwhile, just a wall apart, one person and one cat slept soundly. The next morning, Kongqi and Zimo came to ask about the situation. Su Mingyun said, "My Ninger has special talent, and her intuition is amazing. So, she found Xu Yaoji just by instinct?" "Where did she go last night?" Kongqi asked. Watching ants move their nest in the backyard, Su Mingyun replied seriously. "Zimo looks strange. Who watches ants move their nest at midnight? They must be hiding something." Since they didn't tell the truth, there was nothing they could do. Su Mingyun ignored their suspicious looks. At this moment, the blue cat, now awake, came over with a bold stride. Kongqi, about to leave, didn't see it and stepped on it. The blue cat reacted quickly, dodging to the side and scratching him as revenge for being thrown yesterday. Kongqi, in pain, instinctively kicked it away. "Who's that stinky cat? How dare it scratch me?" "Don't, that's Miss Ninger's cat," Zimo reminded Kongqi, but the little guy was too fast and kicked the blue cat away again. "Su Mingyun. It's over. Offending the cat monster won't be easy for him." Sure enough, karma struck. As soon as Kongqi stepped out the door, the blue cat fell from the sky and hit him with a big, "What's that smell?" "Ha ha ha." Kongqi started laughing inexplicably, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up, tears streaming down his face, as if someone had poked him in the funny spot. Zimo, confused. Su Mingyun realized that the three black-clad people who were tortured last night, completely unrecognizable, were caused by the blue cat. "Ninger miss, what do you plan to do with these medicines?" Su Ning woke up close to noon. After breakfast and lunch, she made a list of medicinal herbs for Gu Qinghe, telling him to ensure all the herbs were ready within 3 days. "These will be very useful. Hurry and prepare them. If you do well, you'll benefit." Hearing this, Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up and he confidently said, All right, I promise to complete the task. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, looking embarrassed. Miss Ning, these herbs will cost quite a bit of silver. I don't have much money. Su Ning thought for a moment and said, come to the Qin estate in half an hour to find me. The Qin estate had been destroyed, and the manor was abandoned.
Few people knew about it.
There was not only a water prison, but also an underground storage room. Last night, Su Ning had emptied her silver stash. Now, she urgently needed to make a large batch of obedient pills, which required many herbs. So, she would need to put some silver back later. These obedient pills were meant to deal with the 3,000 soldiers. She didn't want a repeat of yesterday's situation. Obedient pills and contract pills shared 3 ingredients: demon emperor grass, blue flame grass, and yuan yang leather, which only exist on the mystic bright continent. Su Ning planned to make obedient pills during this time. Contract pills do not affect consciousness, but obedient pills are different. They make the user obey commands like a loyal soldier. Su Ning planned for Su Mingyun and herself to become the command recipients, so she needed to take a blood sample from him. She would mix their blood into the obedient pills to suppress their will through bloodline control. On the shelf in her space, there were some dried demon emperor grass, blue flame grass, and yuan yang leather, but only enough for about 2,000 people. The rest would use contract pills. Later, she would improve their physical strength with body-refining pills. After some intensive training, they could become a brave and strong army. This army would be the future security of the Su family. The more Su Ning thought about it, the more feasible it seemed.
She started to act.
She left Blue Cat to protect Zhu Yaoji and sneaked out through the back door. Not long after she left, Su Mingyun came looking for her. Seeing Blue Cat sleeping sprawled at the door of Zhu Yaoji's courtyard, he felt a bit nervous. He gathered his courage and squatted a little way away, quietly asking, Ninger, where is she? Did you give her another bad idea? Su Mingyun and Blue Cat's face darkened. Meow, it's not me. She left on her own. Su Mingyun couldn't understand the cat's meows, only feeling that it was responding. So what? Do you have a problem? Seeing its mischievous look, he knew it hadn't spoken kindly. Thinking about the complicated situation in the city, Su Mingyun was worried about Ning. He frowned and said, she is your owner. Why aren't you with her? The Blue Cat. Meow. She asked me to protect your woman. Su Mingyun, you're so lazy. I really don't know if she is the owner or if you are. The Blue Cat. Meow. You are. Su Mingyun. Don't think I don't know you're greedy. Tell me, where did you hide the silver from Weishan village? The Blue Cat. Meow. It wasn't me who took it. Su Mingyun asked, and the Blue Cat meowed, each saying their own thing, not interfering with each other. Su Mingyun sighed, thinking, how could a greedy cat willingly give up the silver? He stood up to leave, but suddenly froze. He remembered the 2 times the treasury silver from the Wen family disappeared without a trace. Could it also be this strange cat's doing? Realizing he might have uncovered a big secret, Su Mingyun felt both amused and helpless. He then crouched down, whispering mysteriously, it doesn't matter if you tell me or not. I just want to tell you that the Wen family's wealth is many times more than the silver in the village. Do you understand what I mean? The Blue Cat didn't meow this time, just stared at him with its bright eyes. How could it not know that Su Mingyun, who seemed so righteous, also had a dark side? He was actually encouraging it to steal from the Wen family's treasury. Brother Mingyun, Zhu Yaoji came out of the house with a bright smile when she saw Su Mingyun approaching. Isn't this Ning's cat? Where is Ning? Zhu Yaoji bent down gently and tenderly held the Blue Cat in her arms. Su Mingyun wanted to stop her, but when he saw the cat happily enjoying itself, he awkwardly retracted his hand. This cat is very cute. It doesn't scratch people. Zhu Yaoji thought Su Mingyun was worried about her, so she explained. Su Mingyun hesitated but finally said, I just came to find Ning because I haven't seen her. She probably was called away by Gu Qinghe to play. Maybe. I heard there are many fun places in Huzhou City. Hearing this, Su Mingyun's dark eyes flickered. Once I finish my work here, I will take you out to relax. Chu Yaoji seemed to have been waiting for his words for a long time. She suppressed her excitement and softly nodded. At this moment, ZMO hurried over and said to Su Mingyun, "General Su, I found out that Chang Kun is the mastermind behind last night's kidnapping of the county lord." "Exactly. I thought he was my brother," Su Mingyun said. Last night, Chang Kun kept offering him drinks. He thought Chang Kun was genuinely happy to see his old friend, but it was all part of a plan. ZMO added, "Among the people who died last night, one was named Chang Qian, his cousin. They worked together to plan the kidnapping. I suspect there is someone behind them. No need to guess. The person behind them is the third prince." ZMO was very surprised and didn't understand why Su Mingyun was so sure. Su Mingyun didn't want to reveal too many details. He simply said, "Kill him. Keep the head but leave the body." Yes, Su Mingyun was more decisive than ZMO expected, which made him admire him even more. Glancing at Chu Yaoji's pale face, Su Mingyun comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Last night was my mistake. It won't happen again." Chu Yaoji shyly lowered her eyes. "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about you." Hearing this, a strange feeling spread in Su Mingyun's heart. Suddenly, he had the urge to hold Chu Yaoji, but he held back. Their tender, loving gazes were so sweet it felt like syrup. Blue Cat buried its head in Chu Yaoji's arms, too scared to look. This action caught Su Mingyun's attention. He reached out naturally and took Blue Cat away. This cat is a bit dirty. I'll help you wash it." "Okay," Chu Yaoji said shyly with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Ning went to the Qin family's courtyard through a secret passage. He took out 3 boxes of silver ingots from the space. After waiting a little while, Gu Qinghe arrived. Seeing Su Ning, he was very happy. "Miss Ning, I've contacted Shangshan Hall. Manager Chen said those medicines are very precious and will take 5 days to prepare." "No problem," Su Ning replied. "As long as they can be prepared, that's good enough. The money is inside. Find 2 trustworthy people to help carry it out. There is also a bottle of body refining pill. After taking it, it can strengthen muscles and bones and improve strength and endurance. Becoming stronger won't be a problem." Everyone in the Su family took these pills. For those who practice martial arts, they became even stronger. For the women in the family who do not practice martial arts, the pills helped improve their vitality and strengthen their bodies. Gu Qinghe looked very excited. He trembled as he carefully took the divine pill from Su Ning's hand. To him, this was a divine pill. After taking it, one would become a powerful person, almost like a divine being. Like Su Ning, who could summon vines to attack with a wave of his hand. Isn't that what a divine being is? Gu Qinghe knelt before Su Ning. "Senior Su Ning, I will never forget your great kindness. Get up. The money left inside is all yours," Su Ning said, then turned and left. Gu Qinghe was left behind, moved to tears.
Sniff.
"I must have accumulated great virtue in my past life to have such a blessing in this one." In the following days, Gu Qinghe visited Shangshan Hall every day and interacted with Manager Chen. Manager Chen was very friendly to this important guest. When he learned that Gu was helping General Ding Yuan, he became even more enthusiastic. "Young Master Gu is here.
Come in quickly.
Some of the medicinal herbs are already prepared. We just need a couple more days to finish." "Very good. I trust Manager Chen to handle this," Gu Qinghe replied. Manager Chen looked at Gu Qinghe and chuckled. "I wonder, young Master Gu, what do you need so many rare herbs for?" Gu Qinghe closed his red fan and kept a slight smile on his face. "Manager Chen, we agreed before. Don't ask too many questions." Of course. "I was just curious," Manager Chen said as he poured tea for Gu Qinghe himself. Gu Qinghe kept a calm expression and leaned in slightly. "Manager Chen, do you think I can't afford the money?" His expression flickered, and he quickly said with a smile, "Oh no. Young Master Gu, who is close to General Ding Yuan, how could he not afford this small amount of money?" At that moment, a carriage stopped outside Shangshan Hall. A person stepped out, Chen Ninghuan. Seeing her, Gu Qinghe was visibly surprised. It wasn't until Chen Ninghuan called out, "Third uncle," that Gu Qinghe suddenly remembered they were family. Young Master Gu, Chen Ninghuan greeted him, then turned to receive a beautifully decorated wooden box handed over by her maid. She apologized softly, saying, "This is a south water pearl from the southern region. Please kindly take it to Lady Nan. I apologize for any offense caused the other day. Please pass along my apologies to Lady Nan and ask for her understanding." That day, Chen Ninghuan accidentally spilled tea on Chu Yaoji. Later, it was confirmed that it was an unintentional mistake. Although it seemed too coincidental, there was no proof, so it was hard to accuse anyone. However, Gu Qinghe thought it was best to personally apologize himself. Sending someone else felt inappropriate. "Miss Chen, you should go and apologize in person to show sincerity." Perhaps it was just his feeling, but Gu Qinghe noticed that Chen Ninghuan looked a bit gloomy today. She then said, "That night, because of my mistake, Lady Nan was frightened. If I go again, it might remind her of that night's fear and upset her. So I came to see you, Lord Gu." Her words sounded reasonable, and Gu Qinghe thought for a moment before asking, "What is inside?" "The South Region Seawater Pearl." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghe asked Chen Ninghuan to open it, so he could see clearly. She did as he asked, not upset by his suspicion. After opening it, Gu Qinghe examined it carefully. It was indeed a seawater pearl from the South Region. He said, "All right, I will help you deliver it." To thank Gu Qinghe for his help, Chen Ninghuan prepared a gift for him. When the maid brought the gift out, he was surprised. "Is this ice silkworm armor?" Gu Qinghe looked at Chen Ninghuan in disbelief, wondering why she would give him such a precious item. "Miss Chen, if you have something to say, just say it directly." Gu Qinghe was not foolish. Giving him such a valuable gift without reason made him think it was more than just gratitude. This item was probably one of a kind in the entire northern Xia. It showed that the Chen family had some background. Chen Ninghuan glanced at her third uncle, then lowered her eyes and said nothing. Chen the shopkeeper chuckled and stood up. "Lord Gu, shall we talk inside?" Gu Qinghe's eyes flickered slightly, and he stood to follow them inside, curious about what tricks they might be planning. After entering the inner hall, Chen the shopkeeper dismissed the servants and then, with a smile, asked Gu Qinghe, "Is your aunt still alive?" His face was smiling, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Gu Qinghe's expression changed several times. He looked displeased and said, "Chen the shopkeeper, are you secretly investigating me?" Master Chen's face remained calm. "I can't say we conducted an investigation, but when the execution happened the other day, I noticed that the concubine who was beheaded didn't quite look like Lady Feng. Young Master Gu, there's no need to worry. We won't tell anyone about this. Of course, we have one condition." "What condition?" Gu Qinghe looked displeased. His instincts told him that the Chen family had hidden motives. Master Chen paused for a moment before saying, "All we need is for you to tell us where the silver you used to buy medicine came from." Gu Qinghe didn't understand the real purpose of the Chen family and asked back, "Master Chen, where do you think this money came from? I've heard that young Master Gu is quite mischievous, but I didn't expect." At this point, Master Chen suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on Gu Qinghe's tense jaw. "I didn't expect that you would be favored by General Ding Yuan. All the Qin family members were executed, yet as a relative of the Qin family, you remain unaffected. You even gained recognition for saving the Lord. Young Master Gu, you really keep your secrets well," he said with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Qinghe frowned sharply. "What exactly do you want to say?" He didn't notice that Chen Ninghuan beside him was biting her lip tightly. He wasn't sure why she was so nervous, clutching her silk handkerchief tightly. Master Chen didn't beat around the bush anymore. "Your uncle-in-law took quite a few benefits from our Qin family before he died. We just want to get our things back." Gu Qinghe finally understood and sneered. "You don't think that I alone can help you retrieve everything you gave to Lord Qin, do you? Besides, this matter can be discussed with the new governor when he arrives. Why rush at this moment? It didn't seem like the right time for such actions." As soon as Gu Qinghe finished speaking, Master Chen interrupted. "That's exactly what I want to ask. I want to know where you got the silver to buy the medicine." Gu Qinghe lowered his eyes and thought for a long time before suddenly realizing. The silver for the medicine came from the secret passage in the Qin family's courtyard. This money was definitely not meant to be seen. So, Was all the silver stored there owned by the Chen family? If he said it wasn't from there, would they secretly send someone to steal it? There were only 3 boxes, yet they went to such great lengths. Of course, it came from the governor's office, Gu Qinghe said, not willing to tell the truth. Unexpectedly, Master Chen didn't believe him. As far as I know, General Ding Yuan has no idea you have so many herbs. So you are lying. At this moment, Shopkeeper Chen's face turned very dark. He stared at Gu Qinghe and said, "Your aunt is quite favored by Lord Qin. She must know that there's still a lot of silver hidden somewhere. Tell me, did you take the silver from the other courtyard?" Seeing that Gu Qinghe did not answer, Shopkeeper Chen continued, "Your uncle has secretly colluded with mountain bandits from Weishan, and they have taken a lot over the years. Along with the items taken from my family, they are hidden in the other courtyard. If General Ding Yuan finds out, you won't get a single coin. I don't want much, just to get back what belongs to me. The rest will be yours. In this way, I will keep your secret and won't reveal anything about your aunt. What do you think, Mr. Gu?" Gu Qinghe smiled. Clearly, Shopkeeper Chen thought he had stolen the silver and was using his aunt to threaten him. It seems that the Chen family believes Gu Qinghe's aunt told him everything, and now they have plans to take some for themselves. Looking at the situation today, he can't refuse without consequences. After thinking carefully, Gu Qinghe came up with an idea. The silver can be yours. It's in a secret room underground in the other courtyard. I haven't touched it. As long as the Qin family keeps my aunt's secrets, you can take the money. But you must prepare the herbs. After saying this, Gu Qinghe turned to leave. But at the door, he was stopped by 2 men in black. Shopkeeper Chen's lips curled into a very cold smile. "Mr. Gu, don't rush to leave. If you refuse to cooperate with us, who can guarantee that you won't report to General Ding Yuan after you leave?" "What do you want?" Gu Qinghe frowned. "Nothing much. Just take this pill and agree to work with us secretly. Once we get the silver, I will give you the antidote. You should know that General Ding Yuan and others will leave Huzhou soon. You also have a sick mother to take care of, and you need money now. Think carefully, Mr. Gu. Don't make a mistake at this critical moment. Initially, choosing Shongshan Hall was because I saw that Chen's pharmacy was large and well-stocked with herbs. But I didn't expect all these twists and turns. What if I refuse to take it?" Master Chen smiled and said, "If you don't eat, then your mother and aunt will die. Are you threatening me?" Gu Qinghe prepared to fight. "Isn't it Mr. Gu who forced me to do this?" Master Chen sneered. "Then it depends on whether you have the ability to keep me here," Gu Qinghe said just as he was about to act. Suddenly, a dizzy feeling hit him without warning. He realized that the tea he drank earlier was suspicious. Hold him down and feed him this pill. The medicine was too strong. Within moments, Gu Qinghe collapsed to the ground. 2 men in black held him down and forced the pill into his mouth. Gu Qinghe felt bitter inside. He was too foolish and had no defenses. "Young Master Gu, young Master Gu." After some time, Gu Qinghe heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes and saw Chen Ninghuan looking at him with worry. Gu Qinghe's face suddenly turned cold. "Miss Chen, who are you pretending to be for?" "It's not that, young Master Gu. I was forced to, but don't worry, I will help you steal the antidote." Hearing this, Gu Qinghe knew that Master Chen had no intention of giving him the antidote. He only wanted the silver that wasn't recorded in the books. He didn't need it, none of it. Senior Ninger would save him. "Can I leave now?" Gu Qinghe didn't look friendly. She didn't get angry. She helped him up and whispered anxiously, "Young Master Gu, I got the antidote for you. Can you ask General Ding Yuan to let my mother and me go?" "What do you mean?" Fearing others outside might hear her, Chen Ninghuan quickly explained. "That night, I deliberately spilled tea on the county princess of Nannan. My father also planned to deal with her, but we didn't expect someone to beat us to it. I didn't want these things to happen, but my father used my mother's life as leverage. I have no choice. The seawater pearl I brought today is poisonous. Later, find a quiet place and throw it away. Please don't give it to the county princess of Nannan, but I can't even protect myself now. How can I be sure I can help you?" Gu Qinghe found her very interesting. She then said, "I can help you steal the antidote. You go back and tell General Ding Yuan about this. Pretend to agree with my third uncle. Later, You and the general can work together to catch him. Gu Qinghe smiled and said, Miss Chen, that's your father and your third uncle. If General Dingyuan intervenes, they won't have a chance to survive. Chen Ninghuan looked determined and said, I know. That's why I want to ask you to speak to General Dingyuan and ask him to spare me and my mother. Her father had done many dishonest things over the years. Worse, he often beat and scolded her mother. He even wanted to marry her off far away. She hated him very much. She thought that if she didn't find a way to escape, she and her mother would be in danger. Gu Qinghe paused and was about to speak when he heard footsteps. He raised his hand to stop Chen Ninghuan from speaking and signaled her not to say anything. Soon, her third uncle arrived. His cold gaze swept over the two of them, finally resting on Chen Ninghuan with a look of displeasure. What are you doing here? Chen Ninghuan was a little scared, but to stay alive, she forced herself to stay calm and said, Third uncle, don't misunderstand. I'm just here to see if Master Gu has woken up. After saying that, Chen Ninghuan lowered her head shyly. The shopkeeper immediately understood her intentions. She wasn't planning to marry far away. She was just looking for an excuse. He thought that choosing Gu Qinghe was the worst decision she had made. But he didn't plan to say anything. Can I leave now, shopkeeper Chen? Gu Qinghe's face showed no emotion. The shopkeeper smiled slyly. Of course. As long as you cooperate with our Chen family, the antidote will be given to you. Your aunt and mother will be safe. I will cooperate, but you must ensure you have the ingredients I need. That's natural. Come, send Master Gu away. The shopkeeper Chen crossed his arms and watched Gu Qinghe leave. Gu Qinghe, who had taken the poison, probably wouldn't dare report this to General Dingyuan. Once he got what he wanted, it would be his death sentence. As for the medicines he wanted, it was likely a way to transfer the silver he had. He was deliberately doing this. The shopkeeper Chen thought maliciously. He never expected that as soon as Gu Qinghe returned home, he would tell Su Ning about this. Miss Ning, help. I've been poisoned. Gu Qinghe ran into the plum courtyard where Su Ning was, looking distressed. Inside, Su Ning was reading a book, nodding her head as she read. The blue cat sat quietly at her feet. Gu Qinghe was very surprised. He couldn't understand. Su Ning was like a fairy, yet she still read books. Miss Ninger, are you still studying? That's amazing. Gu Qinghe confidently believed he wouldn't die and returned to his carefree look. Su Ning didn't look up and said, My eldest uncle forced me to study. If I don't, I won't get any food. He snorted loudly, showing no respect. Your uncle probably wants you to become a wise immortal. Are you implying I lack knowledge? Su Ning pretended to be angry and slammed the book onto the table. Gu Qinghe quickly waved his hands, denying, No. Even if you're not very learned, you probably know more than I do. After all, he's over 50. Su Ning looked at him and saw he was healthy and full of energy, so she asked, Aren't you poisoned? Why do you still have the energy to joke? Gu Qinghe looked embarrassed. It seems to be a slow poison. I won't die right away. Then she asked, Why did you scream just now? Gu Qinghe said, I was scared. I wanted Miss Ninger to help me out. Su Ning didn't plan to help him detoxify. Instead, she told the blue cat nearby. On him, Gu Qinghe was speechless. It was very frustrating. What made things more frustrating was that the blue cat really jumped onto the table and aimed its rear at him. Gu Qinghe was at a loss. He heard Su Ning say, You better breathe in all its, or the poison won't be cured. He was speechless. Clear your throat, Su Ning said seriously, secretly sending a message to the blue cat. The poison is easy to cure. Just a pink one. The blue cat giggled. Got it. With a meow, the blue cat indeed farted at Gu Qinghe, but it was green, not pink. The smell made Gu Qinghe's eyes widen in shock. Then he burst out laughing. The blue cat, realizing it had done something wrong, looked guilty, paws up, and its disappointed voice echoed in Su Ning's mind. Sorry, I forgot that Mike can be unpredictable. Su Ning was speechless. Afraid the blue cat might again wrongly, she had no choice but to sacrifice a pill that could cure all poisons. Gu Qinghe laughed so hard tears came out. He wanted to stop but couldn't. In the end, Suning forced a pill into his mouth, and he finally calmed down. When he woke up, he quickly jumped back, keeping a safe distance from the blue cat, afraid he might get upset and cause trouble. Miss Ning, there's one more thing. My uncle has gained many benefits from the Chen family. Now, they want to take those things back. They found out earlier that the money was at Qin's private estate. Today, they deliberately led me there, trying to force me to cooperate with them. Su Ning continued reading her book, showing no surprise at Gu Qinghe's words. After a while, she softly instructed, "First, have him prepare all the necessary herbs." Hearing this, Gu Qinghe felt relieved. As he turned to leave, he was stopped again. "What are you holding in your hand?" Gu Qinghe finally realized he had an important item he hadn't given to Su Ning. "This is the ice silkworm armor given by the Qin family. I thought you would like it, so I brought it. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten. Here, ice silkworm armor. That's a valuable item." Su Ning nonchalantly took the bundle in her hand, opened it, and indeed found the ice silkworm armor. She couldn't use it herself, but her mother could. Gu Qinghe scratched his head, smiling foolishly. "Miss Ning, I'm glad you like it." Su Ning thought for a moment and said, "If you're worried about your mother and your aunt, you can arrange for them to come into the residence." Gu Qinghe was overjoyed at this and thanked Su Ning multiple times before happily leaving. 2 days later, Gu Qinghe received a message from the shopkeeper Chen, saying all the herbs had arrived. However, he didn't plan to give them to Gu Qinghe just yet. Instead, they discussed tonight's plan. "Young Master Gu, tonight is the Zhongyuan festival. The people will gather at the altar in the west of the city. I will create chaos beforehand and Lord General Ding Yuan there. You can then take the young lady from the Su family away. With both sides in disorder, they won't be able to stop us. This will help us succeed." Shopkeeper Chen thought his plan was perfect. Gu Qinghe agreed readily, "No problem. But I want to see the goods first. Also, I haven't been feeling well these past few days. Can the shopkeeper give me the antidote first?" Shopkeeper Chen raised a porcelain bottle with a mysterious smile. "The antidote is here, but now is not the time to use it. I think, young Master Gu, you are a clever person." Gu Qinghe was indeed clever. He just wanted to confirm whether Qin Ninghuan could act. The antidote was still with him, which meant Qin Ninghuan had tricked him. Seeing Gu Qinghe's dark expression, shopkeeper Chen guessed his thoughts. He snorted coldly. "Young Master Gu, are you waiting for Ninghuan to steal the antidote?" "Hee, you won't be waiting any longer. She got married yesterday." Seeing Gu Qinghe's face change slightly, shopkeeper Chen continued, "All this is thanks to young Master Gu. If he hadn't helped you steal the antidote, she wouldn't have married early." "Really? Are you feeling regretful?" "There's nothing to regret." He had little contact with Qin Ninghuan. He just wanted to confirm a few things. Gu Qinghe didn't want shopkeeper Chen to notice anything and replied with a hint of sarcasm. "The Qin family is really clever, even using their own daughter." To shopkeeper Chen, this sounded like Gu Qinghe was interested in Qin Ninghuan. Gu Qinghe didn't want to stay any longer and stood up to leave. Just as he was about to step out, shopkeeper Chen called out proudly, "Tonight, expect good news from young Master Gu." A charming smile appeared on Gu Qinghe's face. He didn't respond and simply left. In the Qin family's view, Gu Qinghe had no choice. He didn't just think of himself, but also of his aunt and mother. The protection from Su Mingyun was temporary. It wouldn't last forever. Smart people know how to choose. After confirming the herbs were correct, Gu Qinghe turned around and told Su Ning about the plan. To his surprise, Su Ning suddenly shook her hand and produced a letter revealing Chen family's collusion with mountain bandits. "Miss Su Ning, you're amazing. You managed to sneak into the Chen family and get the evidence without anyone noticing." He didn't even know when she had made her move. But Su Ning said clearly, "You're overthinking. I just wrote this down moments ago." Gu Qinghe, why are you just standing there? This is a great chance to make a contribution. Quickly take it to my eldest uncle and persuade him to lead the troops to catch them, saying the Qin family is trying to escape. But the plan is tonight. Are you stupid? Can I take the people earlier? That makes sense, Su Ning. Shopkeeper Qin would never have guessed that just half an hour later, a large group of soldiers surrounded the Qin family. "Chun Darren, You secretly colluded with bandits, helping them loot innocent people and even forcing women into prostitution. This is unforgivable. Everyone, arrest all members of the Qin family. Take them all. Follow me, everyone. As Su Mingyan finished speaking, Gu Qinghe happily rushed to the front. Somehow, he had put on a black armor that made him look very impressive. Su Mingyan and Gu Qinghe didn't do anything special. He just went straight for Manager Chen. Stop right there, you scoundrel. How dare you force me to eat poison? I will cut you into pieces. The fleeing Chen Laosand was furious. As he ran, he cursed, Gu Qinghe, you scoundrel. Aren't you afraid you'll die from the poison? Ha, I've already detoxified.
Surprised?
Now I want to catch you and make a contribution. Watch this. Chen Laosen was very shocked. Impossible. Impossible to detoxify. There's no antidote for that poison. No doctor in Huzhou City can cure it. Gu Qinghe ignored the crazy Chen Laosan. He took a deep breath, leaped forward, and lightly touched the wall nearby for support. Holding a long sword, he charged straight at Chen Laosan. Chen Laosan, angry and embarrassed, grabbed a guard's sword nearby and swung it back to defend himself. Gu Qinghe didn't expect him to know martial arts, but he was no match. Manager Chen, don't think I'm still the same spoiled brat who couldn't even beat Qin Shiliang. Suddenly, a loud clang sounded as Chen Laosan's sword broke into two pieces, accompanied by his scream. My arm. Chen Laosan's right arm was cut off by Gu Qinghe. Su Ningqing did not deceive him. After taking that pill, he not only improved his understanding of martial arts but also greatly increased his internal strength. Chen Laosan's arm was gone. Chen Laoda and Chen Lier were captured by Kong Qi and Zimo, who were waiting at the back door. The Ji Jian, like the prefect, managed the salt trade, transportation, and local finances in Huzhou City. Recently, Su Mingyun had been secretly investigating the Qin family. He didn't believe that Chen Jijian could stay out of trouble during the bandit incident. However, the Qin family's influence in Huzhou City was deeply rooted, and he couldn't find a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghe, who seemed carefree and careless, helped him greatly. Meanwhile, Su Ning and Blue Cat quickly arrived at the Qin family's courtyard where the herbs were stored. Qin family courtyard, Su Ning and Blue Cat. Wow, there's even purple feather leaves. Master, is this for me? Yes, it's prepared for you. Don't touch anything else. As a medicinal beast, its task was to help Su Ning taste all kinds of herbs. Some herbs contain toxins, but the purple feather leaf can neutralize some of the toxins inside it. The remaining toxins will be transformed into other poisons.
This is what is called its thunder chain.
Su Ning stored all the herbs in her space. After finishing, she didn't rush to leave, but looked around carefully. The Qin family stored their silver in a secret passage at their other residence to avoid confiscation. Will the Qin family do the same? Xiao Qing, split up and look for it. Yes, master. The Blue Cat jumped down from the wall and quickly ran off. After about half an incense stick of time, the Blue Cat's excited voice came back. I found a mechanism. Come quickly, master. When Su Ning approached, the Blue Cat was using its paw to turn the mechanism. A large fake mountain slowly moved aside, revealing an entrance only big enough for one person. There was also a wooden ladder. The entrance was about 2 zhang, roughly 20 meters, underground. Soon, Su Ning went down into the darkness. When she lit her fire stick, she was stunned by the pile of gold, silver, and jewels. Oh my, the Qin family is so greedy. The amount here surpasses even that of the prefectural magistrate, the Blue Cat exclaimed. The Qin family controls local salt and agriculture trade, so it's no surprise they're greedy, Su Ning said as she stored the treasure into her space. This trip to Huzhou was a huge gain. After she finished collecting here and hurried to the Qin family, everyone had already been arrested. Only the second wife of the Qin family, Qin Ninghuan's mother, was missing. The Qin family's house was ransacked and all valuable items were taken out. These were to be sent back to the imperial city to fill the national treasury, and this was also proof of Su Mingyun's meritorious deed. Su Mingyun didn't want the escapees to have a chance to run. He immediately interrogated Chen Jijian. If you tell the truth, I might plead for you. Lord Qin, you probably don't want the whole Qin family to be executed like the Qin family, right? Qin Jijian shouted defiantly, denying any collusion with mountain bandits. He claimed only Lord Qin was involved. In truth, he hadn't colluded with the bandits. He just liked to plunder and deceive. But did that matter?
No, it didn't.
The important thing was that Su Mingyun had evidence of his collusion with the bandits. To Su Mingyun, he was lying and struggling in his final moments. Finally, to save his life, Old Third Qin revealed the names of others involved in the corruption. This included Judge Liu, the county magistrate, the county assistant, and the village head, among others. At this point, the Huzhou bandit case was resolved. The people of Huzhou City cheered and celebrated, praising Su Mingyun for his wisdom and bravery. It showed how badly they had been oppressed by these people. This was an important matter, and the suspects needed to be sent back to the imperial court for trial. Everyone was temporarily imprisoned. They did not find Chen Ninghuan's mother. Gu Qinghe guessed she had escaped during Chen Ninghuan's wedding, but he didn't know where she had gone. Su Mingyun and his men searched Chen's estate and found a secret passage, but they didn't find anything valuable. He suspected that the greedy cat monster had taken the money in advance. He felt a bit worried. He thought he should talk to Su Ning about this. 2 days later, Su Mingyun found time to visit Su Ning. "Ninger, you need to watch that blue cat carefully," he said. "What's wrong, uncle? Did it steal something?" "I'll teach it a lesson." Su Ning was reading at home when she heard this. She immediately reached out and slapped the blue cat beside her. The slap was gentle, like a tickle. "I told you not to be greedy," he said. "You can be greedy but not steal from uncle. Understand?" Meow, she seemed to understand. But it hadn't stolen anything recently. Su Mingyun's lips twitched slightly. "No, Ninger, don't you know your cat is very greedy?" Su Ning shook her head blankly. "I only know it's greedy for food," she said seriously with a cute and innocent expression. Su Mingyun thought his little Ninger was adorable. She was so small, how could she lie? "All right, a cat can't be expected to spit out what it eats," he said resignedly and turned away. Fortunately, the silver coins hadn't been accounted for, so no one could trace them. He was worried that once they returned to the imperial court, this greedy cat monster might steal from the treasury or the royal storage. That would be terrible. Thinking of this, Su Mingyun suddenly turned back and entered the room, looking serious as he said to Su Ning, "Ninger, this cat monster is very greedy. If it goes back to the court and steals from the treasury or the prince's storerooms, it could be executed. You need to talk to it. If it's really too much, then just abandon it."
Kuning.
The falsely accused blue cat. The blue cat lay on the ground with a look of despair and said to Su Ning telepathically, "Master, this is the result of you using me as a shield. Now, everything is going to be taken away from me. Don't worry, I have a plan." Su Ning pouted and pointed at her finger. "Uncle, actually I lied to you. The blue cat is a treasure-eating beast. It needs those things to become stronger. When it gets stronger, it can protect me well and also protect the Su family. Don't worry, it's a sensible spirit cat. It won't cause trouble for the Su family." Thinking that Su Ning could understand animal speech, Su Mingyun sighed. "Ninger, I believe whatever you say. For safety, you should talk to it properly. No stealing from the treasury, understand?" "Got it, uncle," Su Ning said with a smile. The blue cat was also happy. It said, "Master, your uncle trusts you very much. Of course, he's my uncle. He genuinely cares for me. He hopes I become talented and also wants me to develop strength through tough training," Su Ning said proudly. "In the next few days, I will focus on refining medicine. You keep an eye on the safety of the house. Understood, master." Gu Qinghe took the pills Su Ning gave him. After tasting its sweetness, he practiced martial arts every day in his yard, doing horse stance and strengthening his training. 6 days later, one night, Su Ning finally finished refining the required pills. This place is not like the mystic bright continent, where people are nourished by spiritual energy. Their bodies haven't been tempered, so only a small pill is needed. Like before, one pill with rich ingredients could be divided into many small pieces. It's worth mentioning that through continuous exertion of physical strength and repeatedly refining the fire of the pill, burning himself in flames over and over, he finally improved his cultivation to the third level of qi refining after 6 days of effort. As his cultivation advanced, he needed more spiritual energy. He was beginning to worry about what to do when the spiritual energy supply ran out. He also knew that he couldn't think of a better solution right now, so worrying more would only cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, now is the time to seize the remaining spiritual energy and quickly comprehend the wooden-type cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Suning immediately took out the wooden-type cultivation manual, which was the Spirit Vine Heart technique. This basic cultivation method has only 5 stages: Spirit Vine Attack, Support Healing, Defense, Concealment, and Plant Growth Control. Her current cultivation level is too low to learn the later stages of healing and defense. She can only repeatedly practice the Spirit Vine Attack, aiming to become more skilled and confident. As Suning was about to start practicing, another cultivation book fell out of the pile. She bent down to pick it up and saw it was a Water Element Cultivation Manual by Shui Jiaxia. Suning held the book and looked through it. The book only has 2 stages: water binding and water dragon wrapping. But she has a wood spirit root. Can she learn this water element technique? Suddenly, Suning remembered she had never tested whether she is a single spirit root or a double spirit root. Since she learned the wood element technique by chance, what if she is actually a double spirit root? Thinking this, Suning happily placed the book aside, sat cross-legged on a mat, and closed her eyes to meditate. Suning focused on understanding the water element technique. Time passed slowly, and she felt no resistance while meditating. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, full of excitement. Great! I am a double spirit root. She never expected that on the mystic bright continent, she was a cultivation failure, but back in Beixia, she became a double spirit root genius. Nothing could make her more excited than this. Lost in thought, she pulled out another book about a metal element technique from the pile and began to meditate on it. The higher her hopes, the greater her disappointment. She thought she was a genius with all-element spirit roots, but it turned out she was rejected by the metal element. As she circulated her spiritual energy through her meridians, a sharp stabbing pain suddenly shot through her dantian. At the same time, she tasted blood in her throat. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her dantian was damaged, suffering serious internal injuries. Yes, there are no true geniuses in this world. Double spirit roots are already rare. She was too eager. Suning was injured, and her contract beast, the medicinal beast, sensed it immediately. "Master, are you okay?" The blue cat looked at her with concern, tilting its head. "I'm fine," just retaliated. "I can't use spiritual energy or martial arts for the next 3 days. Don't worry, the situation in Huzhou is almost settled. Just give them the medicine, and it will be fine." The blue cat is very understanding and kind. Suning nodded and said, "Hopefully nothing bad happens." After speaking, she took a pill from the shelf and took it. Her complexion quickly improved, but internal injuries take longer to heal. The pill she took was a low-level one, so recovery was slow. Fortunately, she knew she had a dual spiritual root. With that, does she still have any opponents? After leaving the space, Suning continued to sleep. Thinking that she was injured and needed more rest, she fell asleep again. Just after dawn, Gu Qinghe hurriedly came to find her. Miss Ning, something bad has happened. The medicinal herbs have been exposed." After waiting a while, Suning, dressed, opened the door and looked annoyed at Gu Qinghe, who was on the stairs, disturbing her peaceful sleep. Gu Qinghe thought Suning was upset because he told others about the matter. He quickly raised his hand to show loyalty, saying, "It's not me, it's old Third Chen. When your uncle was questioning him, he mentioned the medicinal herbs and also said I took his silver." He looked very innocent. Because of this, Su Mingyun also suspected her. Suning didn't plan to hide anything from Su Mingyun. She needed to secretly have thousands of people take the pills she prepared. She couldn't do it alone, so she needed Su Mingyun's help. She was worried about how to tell Su Mingyun, but now that it was exposed, it didn't matter. Just then, Su Mingyun came over. He looked at Gu Qinghe with a displeased face and said, "You go out first. I want to talk to Ning." Gu Qinghe gave Su Ning a look that said, "Good luck," and slipped away. Su Ning wasn't afraid of Su Mingyun being angry. She cheerfully went forward, took his hand, and led him into the house, saying, "Uncle, come sit inside." Inside, Su Ning was very attentive, serving tea, pouring water, and massaging his shoulders. "Uncle, are you thirsty? Ning will pour you some water." "Uncle doesn't want any." "You must be tired. Let me give you a shoulder massage." Faced with Su Ning's enthusiasm, Su Mingyun felt both helpless and affectionate. His previously stern face couldn't hold up anymore. All his anger melted away without a trace. "Ning," Su Mingyun said affectionately, lifting Su Ning into his arms. He sighed helplessly and said, "You're still young. Don't listen to that cat monster. Its ideas are all bad. Don't let it influence you." Su Ning tried hard to keep her innocent childhood innocence, not letting herself break character. At this moment, she thought exposing Blue Cat's secret to her uncle was a very good idea. No matter what happened, Su Mingyun would naturally blame Blue Cat. And she was just a naive little girl. She was still young and didn't understand much. She only followed Blue Cat's lead. Blue Cat on the bed turned over and kept sleeping. Su Ning pouted her little pink lips, her hands hanging around Su Mingyun's neck, acting cute. "But uncle, this time, Little Green's idea doesn't seem bad." Su Mingyun disagreed. "How is it not a bad idea? It told you to ask old Third Chen to buy expensive herbs worth thousands of taels. Tell me, where did all those herbs go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't tell me it ate all the herbs? Swallowing gold and herbs?
Who can afford to raise that?
And he couldn't see what it was good at." "Uncle, you misunderstood Little Green this time. It did this for your good. The reason it asked Brother Gu to prepare the herbs was to control those 3,000 soldiers." Su Ning took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve, her own obedience pills. As for Su Mingyun's blood, she had secretly taken it from his room 5 days ago. The obedience pills contained not only his blood but also hers, making it easier to control him directly in the future. "Look, uncle, these are pills that can control people. It's said that instead of constantly being on guard, it's better to make them become allies." Hearing this, Su Mingyun's eyes widened even more. Did it really say that? Oh my goodness, that's too unbelievable. He even suspected that the strange cat was actually a human in disguise.
No, it should be a cat demon.
Could it be aiming to unify the northern summer under its rule? Thinking of this, Su Mingyun's expression became very serious. "Ninga, I suspect this cat demon has other plans. Don't be fooled by it. But, uncle, it's really thinking of us. Since we came from the capital, if it hadn't helped, I wouldn't have seen you so soon. Besides, it just wants to help us control those 3,000 soldiers. Later, uncle, you can train them into a brave and skilled army. This time, when I came to Huzhou, my uncle was secretly plotted against, wasn't he? If we don't become stronger, how can we protect mother and grandma?" Su Mingyun was stunned on the spot. He only thought that this conversation was taught by the cat demon. A 5-year-old child, how could their thoughts be so careful and detailed? Seeing that the suspicion on Su Mingyun's face had eased a little, Su Ning took the opportunity to say, "Xiao Qing said it came to thank us, so we shouldn't doubt it. It came to thank us." Su Mingyun murmured this sentence. Su Ning nodded. "Yes, uncle. It came to thank us and won't hurt us." Su Mingyun struggled internally for a long time before barely believing that the blue cat came to thank them. He took the medicine bottle from Su Ning and asked, "Is this a pill that can control people's minds?" "Yes." Su Ning nodded seriously. "Big uncle, think of a way to let each of them take one. Later, let Uncle Jean help distribute these people under your command. This would weaken the strength of the third prince and also give him his own army." Su Ning felt very troubled and finally understood why a lie needed 10 other lies to cover it up. But if he didn't tell Su Mingyun about this, he wouldn't believe that 3,000 people would willingly serve him. Fortunately, she was still young. No matter how much she doubted, she wouldn't suspect her. Are all these medicines made by that cat? Su Mingyun found it hard to believe. No, it taught me how to make them. The reason I understand medicine is also because of its help. This statement shocked Su Mingyun even more, leaving him speechless. How many secrets was it still hiding from him? But now, he was starting to believe that the cat demon came to thank them. Not only did it teach Su Ning medicine, but it also saved her from danger, even bringing her thousands of miles to save his life. If it hadn't arrived with Su Ning in time, he might already be dead. It saved all of them, yet he was still doubting its intentions. Ninger, thank it on behalf of Uncle. Yes, I will. Su Ning smiled happily, glad that Su Mingyun finally believed her. Prince Sand, Xia Huaiheng, was not someone easy to deal with. Su Mingyun could only find help. Before leaving, Su Ning also told him that all the pills were hidden at the Qin family's side courtyard, and he should go get them himself later. How to make those people take the pills was his problem. To test the medicine's effect, Su Mingyun first used Old Chen as the test subject. Old Man Chen's expression was completely like that of a loyal soldier, frozen as if his soul had been taken away by his mission. Only his body remained, following orders. Su Mingyun was very excited. Then he used these medicines to control a few cooks, making them put the drugs into the food and water until everyone had taken the obedient pills. Su Ning also told him, "Uncle, there are some health-boosting pills here. Give them to the others too. Soon, we will have an unstoppable army." Su Mingyun trembled with excitement. "Ninger, did you make these pills yourself?" "Yes, I learned from Xiao Qing. It's a secret between me and Xiao Qing. Please don't tell anyone, Uncle." "Foolish Ninger, how could I tell? I would never put your life in danger." He cared for her deeply and wanted to protect her. His Ninger had gained such a great opportunity. It was a blessing for the Su family, a good fortune. Also, Uncle, you took one earlier. Your body is no longer normal. You can try practicing martial arts daily to increase your strength. Su Mingyun felt his blood boil with excitement. He believed that heaven was not going to abandon the Su family. So, even the third prince or the emperor himself, if they wanted to harm the Su family, they would have to think carefully. And that ungrateful dog, Wen Jingxing, he would pay a heavy price sooner or later. The Su family was not so easy to bully. In that moment, Su Mingyun understood many principles. Instead of being constantly restrained, it was better to take the initiative. Make those who want to harm them fear them. Let the Su family become the greatest noble family in the imperial city and bring glory to the family. One day later, all the medicines took effect. Su Mingyun personally trained them. This made Kong Qi and Zmo very confused. The soldiers who had refused to obey the day before were now willingly following Su Mingyun's training? It seemed so mysterious. "Kong Qi, do you think General Su promised them something to turn them against their previous loyalty?" "How would I know?" They were confused but didn't think much more about it. They just believed Su Mingyun was capable. A few days ago, Su Mingyun relaxed and took Chu Yaoji to visit many beautiful places around Huzhou. But in the past 2 days, Su Mingyun had become busy again. Chu Yaoji sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, lost in thought. Little Lu thought she was sad because she didn't have Su Mingyun's company. "Miss, General Su has urgent matters to attend to. Would you like me to accompany you for a walk?" "You're overthinking. I just feel sorry for him. His injuries just healed, and he's about to train the soldiers. I'm worried his old wound might reopen." "Don't worry, miss. Didn't we receive a letter from the court? It said that the new governor will arrive soon. Once everything is settled, we can leave," Xiao Lu said. At this moment, Su Ning, who had finished reading, happily skipped over. "Young Lady Xian." Seeing Su Ning, Chu Yaoji's face was full of affection. "Ninger, coming quickly. Xiao Lu, go prepare some food. Ninger has been reading all day and is tired." "I'm not tired," Su Ning said, lifting her small face and smiling sweetly. Soon, 2 maids came over carrying trays of snacks. The trays held special Huzhou treats, sweet rice cakes and plum blossom pancakes. Su Ning was very hungry. She couldn't wait to eat. She tiptoed, stretched her neck, and looked around. But just as the maid bent down to place the tray near her, she moved very quickly, pulling out a small dagger from under the tray and pressing it against Su Ning's neck. "Don't move. I want to see General Ding Yuan." The sudden change was too fast for everyone to react. By the time they did, The maid's knife was already at Su Ning's neck. She hadn't used her spiritual power these past few days and was no different from an ordinary person. So, she didn't notice the danger in time. The maid tightly gripped the dagger. Su Ning had a good memory. From her voice, she recognized this woman as the one who had come out of Yin Zhuang's room with her clothes half open that day. Don't hurt her. Xiao Lu, go quickly and call Ming Yun Go. Chu Yaoji was terrified and hurriedly told Xiao Lu to call someone. Young Lady Xian, Ninger is scared. Su Ning looked pitiful, making Chu Yaoji feel guilty.
Ningar, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault for not noticing the danger. Please don't hurt her. Let me take her place. I am General Su's fiancé. I can stand in for her. Please don't make a child suffer. The maid snorted coldly. A fiancé can't compare to his niece. Besides, only children are easy to manipulate. She was quite clear-headed. Chu Yaoji was worried the maid might hurt Su Ning and kept negotiating. What do you want? Power, money. I'll give you anything, just don't hurt her. But unexpectedly, the maidservant refused to listen. When Su Mingyun and Gu Qinghe hurried over, the maid revealed her goal. Release Yin Zhuang, or I will kill her. Gu Qinghe almost laughed out loud. She was targeting Su Ning, not anyone else. Was she afraid she would die slowly? Gu Qinghe remained calm and fearless. Until he saw the maid threaten Su Ning with a dagger, causing a trickle of blood, he panicked. What is going on? Isn't she supposed to be an expert? Isn't she supposed to be a divine being? How could she be caught by a mere maidservant? Miss Ning, what are you doing? He asked, trying to intervene. No one paid attention to his shock. When Su Mingyun saw blood on Su Ning's neck, he became very anxious. Fine, I promise you. Someone bring Yin Zhuang here. Soon Yin Zhuang, badly beaten and unable to stand, was brought over and collapsed on the ground. Seeing his serious injuries, the maidservant was furious. She shouted, "Get the carriage ready." Su Mingyun raised his hand to signal Zimo to prepare. He was very scared but knew panicking wouldn't solve anything. He looked steadily at Su Ning, and in their eye contact, they understood each other's thoughts. "Xiao Qing, it's your turn now," Su Ning said, glancing at Lan Mao, who was crouched on the roof, waiting for his chance. The maidservant wanted to use Su Ning as a hostage. Until she was sure it was safe, she wouldn't kill her. Lan Mao jumped down from the roof and landed on the table in front of everyone. He sniffed the snacks on the table, giving the impression he wanted to steal them. The maidservant didn't think much of a cat. "Xiao Qing, save me," Su Ning begged, her voice trembling with tears as she reached out to Lan Mao. The maidservant thought Su Ning was naive. How could a beast save her? Was she just scared silly? Before her thoughts finished, the cat suddenly leapt up, using Su Ning's outstretched arm for leverage, and clawed at the maidservant. At the same time, it let out a loud. This time, Lan Mao's surprisingly worked. It successfully froze the maidservant in place. Su Mingyun and Gu Qinghe drew their swords at the same time, stabbing the maidservant through. Meanwhile, Chu Yaoji and Xiao Lu moved together, pulling Su Ning behind them. All of this happened in an instant. The maid's face was covered with deep blood marks from the blue cat, and her abdomen was pierced by 2 swords. She stared with eyes full of death and regret. Even at the moment of death, she couldn't understand how an animal could truly understand human speech. Gu Qinghe quietly relaxed, thinking that Su Ning didn't make a move because she didn't want her uncle to find out her true identity. "Ninger, are you all right? It's thanks to this blue cat that you are safe," Chu Yaoji said with relief. "Yes, Miss Ning, I was so scared just now," Xiao Lu said angrily, stepping forward and stomping the maid. She cursed, "Dare to be so bold and disobedient." Earlier, the blue cat had frozen the attacker in place. To the servant and master, it seemed like the maid hadn't reacted in time. This gave Su Mingyun and Gu Qinghe a chance to act. Chu Yaoji felt both guilty and scared. She carefully applied medicine to Su Ning, her eyes red with worry. It was hard to imagine what she would do if something happened to Su Ning right in front of her. She wished she could have been the one kidnapped instead. When Su Mingyun saw Su Ning turn pale and looked at the blue cat, which had once again saved her, He believed Su Ning's words even more and trusted the blue cat. It had saved Su Ning again, so there was no reason to doubt its intentions. Before dinner, Su Mingyun came to ask Su Ning if the blue cat had any preferences. It likes to eat big chicken legs. Su Mingyun ordered the kitchen to prepare 5 large chicken legs just for the blue cat. The blue cat was so happy it rolled on the ground. Wow, Big Brother really knows how to do it, Xiao Lu said. He's my big brother, Su Ning corrected. Now he's mine too. The master shouldn't be so stingy, Xiao Lu said with a smile. Also, Big Brother wants me to help empty the Yu family's treasure vault when I return to the capital, Su Ning added. Hearing this, Su Ning couldn't hold back and spat out the soup she had just drunk, splattering it all over the blue cat. The blue cat. What's wrong? Eat slowly. Chu Yaoji quickly took a cloth from Xiao Lu and helped wipe Su Ning's mouth. Su Mingyun also hurried over to refill her bowl and softly advised, eat slowly, don't choke. The blue cat looked sad. I got hurt and I got splashed on too. Oh, no one cares about me. County Princess, I'm fine, Su Ning said. Su Ning used Chu Yaoji's handkerchief to wipe the dirt off the blue cat. The blue cat. So, it's just a cat with no human rights. How tragic. The blue cat turned its sadness into hunger and ate all 5 big chicken legs. Its belly was so full it looked round. It didn't want to move at all. Xiao Lu, worried Su Ning might get tired, stepped forward to help hold the cat, showing her love. This blue cat is so cute. It's lucky it saved Miss Ninger today. Does Miss Ninger have a name for it? Yes, it's called Little Green. Xiao Lu was confused. Why not call it Little Blue? Su Ning wouldn't tell her that it's called Little Green because its wings are blue. She simply said if it's blue, call it Little Green. If it's white, call it Little Black. If it's black, call it Little White. She liked simple names. So, you're going against the usual? You could say that. Xiao Lu. Such a casual name. It's just a name, no big deal. The main thing is that this cat understands people and protects its owner well. The blue cat was exhausted and didn't want to move, just wanted to sleep peacefully. The 3 women took turns stroking its belly, helping it digest. 3 days passed. The intensive training over these days greatly improved the 3,000 soldiers. At the martial arts training ground, the scorching sun made the blue stone floor very hot. The 3,000 soldiers, dressed in black armor, formed a tight square like forged iron, shouting ha, 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 as they followed Su Mingyun's sword movements. As they swung their swords, the blades scraped the air, making sharp sounds. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. When fighting, be quick, accurate, and fierce. Stab. Su Mingyun's voice carried a rolling heat wave, as if it could pierce through the city walls. The 3,000 soldiers shouted in unison, stab, with a powerful, as if trying to scatter the heat wave. Everyone was sweating heavily. Their shouts sounded like they could shake the enemy's eardrums. From a shadow nearby, Kong Chi and Zmo watched, their blood boiling. The day before, they practiced spear skills. Yesterday, horseback archery. Today, swordsmanship. Su Mingyun was training as if her life depended on it. I realize now that in the past we could barely compete, but now we probably can't even touch his sleeve. Look at Gu Qinghe. He's training under the blazing sun. How can we afford to slack off? To me, their growth comes from persistent training. The 2 exchange a glance and join the line. Suddenly, the entire training ground is filled with loud shouts. They are powerful and unstoppable. A sharp sword is drawn, shining brightly. Today, the new governor arrives in Huzhou. He is Rao Junkai, the top scorer from last year, now 23 years old. He is accompanied by 2 Mo's old injury flared up, causing delays on the way. Su Mingyun spent 3 days handing over all affairs of Huzhou City to Rao Junkai. Eager to return to the capital, Su Mingyun ordered everyone to leave on the 4th day. They came lightly equipped but returned heavily armed, with additional soldiers and prisoners. The people of Huzhou lined the streets to see them off. Although Su Mingyun didn't catch the bandits, he was successful in punishing corrupt officials and gained the people's respect. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Gu Qinghe arranged for his mother and aunt to settle in, then joined the team. At the city gate, a ragged mother and daughter, covered in dirt, appeared in his view. For some reason, he saw a shadow of Chen Ninghuan in the woman. Gu Qinghe reached for his belt, intending to toss his purse, but saw many eyes watching him. In the end, he gave up. Whether or not she was Chen Ninghuan, it was her fate. It had little to do with him. The team moved farther away. Chen Ninghuan wiped her tears and said, "Let's go, mother. We are free now." "But where can we go?" the woman asked, her eyes red. Chen Ninghuan said firmly, "The whole world is our path." Mother and daughter supported each other and slowly walked away from the city, heading in a different direction from the team. On the carriage, Chu Yaoji watched Su Ning reading carefully, feeling very pleased. This child was more diligent than she had imagined. What Chu Yaoji didn't know was that beneath the big book Su Ning held, there was also a small book. She was currently flipping through the martial art manual called Blue Water Strangle. This book mainly has 2 stages, and both stages involve secret techniques. Last night, she understood the first stage of the clear water strangling technique, the water binding. However, using this water binding consumes much more spiritual energy than the spirit vine attack. In comparison, attacking with the spirit vine is easier. In the coming days of travel, she will focus on learning the spirit vine heart technique. That evening, the group rested at An City Inn. Su Mingyun watched Chu Yaoji and Su Ning go into their rooms to rest. Then he felt relieved and returned to his own room. He pushed open the door, about to go inside when a man dressed like a soldier approached him with a serious face. "General, I am He Jiawei Shuchen. I am acting under the orders of the War King, secretly within the army." Su Mingyun's eyes flickered slightly. He asked, "You say you've been secretly within the army?" "Exactly. Since the day the general left the imperial city, I have been hiding in the army," the man said cautiously, signaling Su Mingyun to come inside. "General, let's talk privately." Su Mingyun raised an eyebrow and stepped into the room first. Shu Chen followed, closing the door behind him. Su Mingyun sat at the table and poured tea for Shu Chen. Calmly, he asked, "What is the War King's purpose in having you do this?" Shu Chen sat across from him, took a sip of tea, and then said, "The main reason the War King arranged for me to be undercover is to deal with the County Lord of Nan'an." Su Mingyun's expression changed slightly. He thought about Su Ning and the cat demon being in Chu Yaoji's room, and he felt a bit more at ease. Before he could ask further, Shu Chen continued, "General, you don't know this, but the prince and the eldest princess have a long-standing conflict. They only pretend to be friendly on the surface. In private, they are at odds and even send assassins after each other. The true supporter of the Duke of Zhengguo's family is the second prince. As soon as the crown prince dies, the second prince can rely on his mother's influence to claim the throne. The Duke of Zhengguo suspected this and publicly supported the crown prince, but secretly, he had already pledged loyalty to Queen Zhou. Back then, Queen Su was poisoned, and Queen Zhou was involved. The two have been enemies ever since. The eldest princess believed the crown prince's illness was incurable and gave up on him years ago. So, the War King's plan is for the general to kill the County Lord of Nan'an, making the eldest princess pay for her actions. Su Mingyun replied, "As everyone knows, I am the fiancé of the Princess of Nan'an County. If anything happens to her, I will be the first to be blamed." Shu Chen quickly said, "General, please don't worry. The Prince of War has already planned a way out for you. Soon, I'll have people create some chaos, and the princess will appear to die in the attack. No one will suspect you." Su Mingyun almost laughed. No matter what happened to the princess, he would still be held responsible. Did they really think he was that foolish? How could the person behind this be so sure he would obey the Prince of War, especially when the plan clearly harmed him? Seeing Su Mingyun hesitate, Shu Chen added, "General, you must know that out of these 3,000 soldiers, nearly 2,000 follow the Prince of War. Once I give the order, they will act. At that time, the credit will not go to you. The Prince of War thinks highly of you." Shu Chen, afraid Su Mingyun wouldn't believe him, deliberately showed the blackguard token at his waist. Su Mingyun politely glanced at it, pretending to be surprised, then asked, "When will we act?" That depends on you, General, Shu Chen said excitedly. He was sure that using the Prince of War's name would convince Su Mingyun. Such a difficult task, yet he had managed it with a small trick. When he returned, the third prince would surely reward him. The more Shu Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. Now, Su Mingyun said calmly, "She has just gone to bed." "Yes, General. I'll go call the men right away." Shu Chen left, overjoyed. Before long, he returned with 2 others dressed in black, entering Chu Yaoji's courtyard. The 3 of them deliberately exchanged a few moves to create noise and confusion. Then they shouted loudly, "Assassins! Catch the assassins!" Their voices were so loud that everyone woke up. Their goal was to make sure as many people as possible would witness Su Mingyun's supposed attack on Chu Yaoji. Kong Qi, Zimo, and Gu Qinghe rushed over quickly. Chu Yaoji had just blown out the lamp but had to light it again.
Ning'er, wake up.
There are assassins. Su Ning wasn't sleepy at all. She had been waiting for Chu Yaoji to fall asleep, so she could quietly enter her training space. What assassins? How annoying!
Koning mutteret unhappily.
Chu Yaoji said nervously, "No matter who they are, we should hide first." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 black-clad assassins forcefully pushed open the door and rushed into the house. The 3 immediately announced the name Su Mingyun. "Lord of Nan'an County, we are here on orders from General Ding Yuan to take your life." Chu Yaoji.
Koning.
"We have been undercover in the army for over a month. All for today," one of the black-clad men said fiercely.
Koning.
Blue Cat's good sleep was disturbed, and he was very angry. Hearing this, the cat's face was confused. "Master, didn't those people all take the obedient pill you gave them? Are these 3 guys the only ones who slipped through?" "It's not that. These 3 only came into Anqing after we arrived," replied the master. At this moment, Su Mingyun stepped into the house against the moonlight. Shu Qing's face lit up. "General Su, you're just in time. Do you want to do it yourself?" This was also heard by Kong Qi, Zimo, and Gu Qinghe, who had just arrived. The 3 looked at Su Mingyun in shock. Kong Qi saw Su Mingyun truly take the sword from the black-clad men and exclaimed, "General Su, what are you doing?" Su Mingyun ignored Kong Qi and asked Shu Qing, "Is everyone here?" "Yes, everyone is here." "General Su, you should do it yourself. These 3 can be handled by my subordinates. All outside are our people. You can't escape." Zihe was shocked and exclaimed, "What? All your people? What's going on?" Kong Qi was anxious. "General Su, are you really going to kill the Lord of Nan'an County?" Chu Yaoji heard this, looked at Su Mingyun, then at the 3 black-clad men. Though she was confused, she didn't think Su Mingyun would be so foolish as to act blindly. Shu Chen could no longer wait and said, "We are the Black Armor Guard of the War King, sent by the War King to assassinate the Lord of Nan'an County." Then he clawed with 5 fingers, attacking Kong Qi. The latter's face changed as he prepared to fight. But unexpectedly, Shu Chen just jumped up, only to be cut down by Su Mingyun's sword, which severed his right arm as he reached for Kong Qi. "Ah!" A scream sounded painfully sharp. Now it was Shu Qing's turn to be shocked. He couldn't understand why Su Mingyun did this. Just moments ago, he seemed to trust him, but now he had turned against him. "General Su, why? Why did you do this?" "I am part of the Black Armor Guard beside the War King." Su Mingyun coldly replied, "Shu Qing, is it? Do you think holding a token from the Black Armor Guard makes you a member of the Guard?" Shu Chen gritted his teeth. "Isn't that right? The King of War's Black Armor Guard recognizes the token." "That's correct, but you're lying. You weren't hiding in the army. You only sneaked in after we arrived in An City." Hearing this, Shu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief.
"You."
"Why are you so sure? There were about 3,000 soldiers. How could he be certain that he had only just infiltrated the army? With so many people and eyes everywhere, how could Su Mingyun reveal such a secret?" "Ask the underworld if you want to know," he said coldly. At that moment he moved. His sword stabbed at 2 other men in black. Chu Yaoji protected Su Ning behind him. Seeing this, Kong Qi, Zmo, and Gu Qinghe also moved, thinking Su Mingyun had turned against them. Fortunately, he was still clear-headed. with 2 top experts and the 3 of them, the 3 men in black, had no chance to fight back. In just a few moves, they were captured. "Who sent you here?" Kang Chi kicked Shu Chen. The latter clenched his teeth and insisted. "I already said, it was the King of War. I am part of his black armor guard. Still lying? Open your eyes and see who I am," Kang Chi said, grabbing Shu Chen and pressing him down harder. He turned his head and recognized Kang Chi as the King of War's secret guard. His face showed fear.
You are Gong Ji Sena.
"You said you were in the black armor guard right in front of me. Do you think I would believe that?" Shu Chen was furious. He hadn't even heard that the King of War had sent someone. Now he was completely defeated. "Enough nonsense. Kill them all," he ordered. ZMO drew his sword and cut the throat of the man in black. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yaoji screamed in fear. She was very scared but still protected Su Ning tightly, afraid he would see the bloody scene. ZMO then looked at Chu Yaoji and Su Ning with a helpless expression. "Sorry, County Lord, Miss Ning. I was too impatient." Kang Chi dragged Shu Chen outside, questioning him about the mastermind behind the scenes. Shu Chen was stubborn and refused to speak. In the end, he was taken away. The last man in black also refused to reveal the truth and was killed by Gu Qinghe. Su Mingyun seemed to guess who the real mastermind was and didn't ask further. He advised Chu Yaoji and Su Ning to rest well before preparing to leave. Chu Yaoji quickly stepped forward and suddenly called out to him, "Brother Mingyun." If she nervously twisted her handkerchief, gathered her courage, and asked her question. If Uncle Zhan Wang really asks you to kill me, would you do it?" Because she was too nervous, her voice trembled when she spoke. Su Ning tilted his head to look at Chu Yaoji, then glanced at Su Mingyun. He thought her question was a bit unnecessary. The deep affection in her eyes was obvious, even to her little self. Could her big uncle not see it? What she really wanted to confirm was her position in his heart. Su Ning silently prayed, hoping that Su Mingyun would give an answer that would satisfy Chu Yaoji. In just a moment, he heard Su Mingyun reply, "You are the wife I, Su Mingyun, have chosen in this life. No one can change that." After saying this, Su Mingyun blushed and left. Chu Yaoji was so excited her eyes turned red. She felt that Su Mingyun's voice was as beautiful as a heavenly melody. "Ninger, did you hear? He said I am the wife he has chosen in this life. I heard it, County Princess. Oh no, Big Auntie. From now on, I will call you Big Auntie." Su Ning giggled happily. Chu Yaoji was overjoyed, her heart pounding fiercely, unable to calm her excitement for a long time. Su Ning turned sideways, waited a long time for Chu Yaoji to fall asleep, then gently helped her deepen her sleep. Even in sleep, her lips curved into a crescent moon, as if she wanted to carry her happiness into her dreams. Su Ning slipped into the space, sat cross-legged on a mat, and closed his eyes to practice. Until dawn, a faint sound came from his dantian, signaling a level up. Master, congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the 4th level of Qi refining." Su Ning opened his eyes, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "I didn't expect that with dual spiritual roots, cultivation would be so fast." Su Ning slipped out of the space, gently touched Chu Yaoji's forehead, and she slowly woke up. "Ninga, you woke up so early. It's dawn." Big Auntie. The word, Big Auntie, awakened Chu Yaoji's memory of last night, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks and ears. Su Ning chuckled. "Hurry up and get up. We still have to hit the road." Su Ning used his hands and feet to crawl under the bed without any help from Chu Yaoji. When Chu Yaoji finally got up slowly, he was already dressed. After breakfast, they waited for Kang Chi and ZMO to go shopping for supplies. 2 hours later, everyone set out again to return to the capital. Yesterday, Su Mingyun received news that King Zhan Xiexingye had already escorted the emperor back to the city from the summer resort. They would arrive in the imperial city in 5 days. After 2 months of traveling back and forth, they were finally returning home. Once back in the capital, Su Mingyun and Chu Yaoji's marriage plans would be put on the agenda. During this journey, Su Mingyun was very caring towards Chu Yaoji, taking care of everything himself. Their feelings for each other were quietly changing. Meanwhile, in the palace, the third prince Xia Huijing learned that their plan had failed again. His face was full of cold anger. After a long silence, he said, "Yin Zhuang doesn't know the full story, so there's no need to act. Send Wen Jingxing to prepare money to recruit soldiers. The 2,000 men on Su Mingyun's side should stay put for now." "Yes," Zhong Can, his trusted aide, replied and left. Xia Huijing suspected that Su Mingyun might have learned some secrets from Lin Gang, but he had no solid proof, so he couldn't act on it. However, Su Mingyun must die. Marrying Chu Yaoji? That's just a dream. The day before the army reached the imperial city, Xia Xingye suddenly appeared in Su Mingyun's tent dressed in night clothes. Su Mingyun was very surprised. He told Xia Xingye everything that had happened recently and said, "Prince, I want these 3,000 soldiers." His words were very straightforward. Xia Xingye thought for a moment and agreed. "I'll help you find a way." Then he shared some news. There are internal conflicts in the Yu family. Their business might be taken over by their uncle and nephew. Wen Jingxing wants to get involved and take over the Yu family's business. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Mingyun immediately thought of the cat demon. It was a creature that devoured gold. Instead of letting Wen Jingxing take it, he decided to let the cat demon swallow it. Once he had this idea, he couldn't stop thinking about it. "This matter needs careful consideration," Su Mingyun said after a moment of thought. "All right, be careful on the way." "I'll go ahead first," Xia Xingye said, and left. Xia Xingye stood outside Su Ning's tent for a moment before walking away. While Ning in the camp was not asleep, she knew Xia Xingye had arrived and heard his conversation with Su Mingyun. She felt that the Yu family was doomed. In this life, with her rebirth, many things that were supposed to happen had changed. Because of this, she could no longer wait for the official family to act. Thinking of something, Su Ning's lips curled into a cold smile. The blue cat next to her shivered in fear. Its instincts told it that its young mistress was about to cause trouble again. In the afternoon of the next day, during the Shun hour, the large group finally reached the imperial city. The Su family and the Duke of Zhenguo's people had been waiting early at the city gate. When they saw Su Mingyun, dressed in black armor and riding a tall horse slowly entering the city, everyone in the Su family burst into tears of joy. "We're back, safe and sound. Sister, don't worry. I believe Ninger and the county princess are in the carriage," Yun Jiao said just after speaking. Immediately, Su Ning and the blue cat peeked out from the carriage. Mother, maternal grandmother, second aunt. Su Ning immediately recognized the people standing at the front of the Su family. She waved her small hand happily, smiling so broadly her teeth showed. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Su Wan choked with emotion. After greeting everyone, Su Mingyun headed to the Dali Temple with the Qin family's wanted criminals. Later, he would take the seized silver to the palace. Meanwhile, Xia Xingye, the Duke of Zhenguo, and several other generals were already waiting for him in the imperial study. When Su Mingyun arrived, the Emperor of North Xia first praised him. "Su Aiqing, you have truly lived up to my expectations. In just 2 months, you cleared out the bandits and uncovered the case of the Huzhou prefect colluding with mountain bandits and embezzling funds. I am very pleased to hear this good news. You are truly my right hand, brave and capable. It is a blessing for North Xia and its people. Such a brave and talented person should be promoted. Gong Gong Gao, issue the imperial decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, reward Su Mingyun with 1,000 households of land, 1,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, and 10 jars of royal wine. Additionally, I intend to train a 5,000-strong iron cavalry army. Considering General Su's bravery and extraordinary martial skills, he is promoted to the 5th commander. Starting today, he shall oversee the training of the iron cavalry." So decreed. Gong Gong Gao finished reading the imperial decree, and the North Xia Emperor smiled happily and replied, "The 5,000-strong iron cavalry I established is the nation's sharp claw. I hope General Su will do his best." Su Mingyan thought it was 3,000, so this increase to 5,000 made him very excited. He immediately knelt down to thank the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty, for your trust. I will not let you down." He knew that he couldn't do this without the support of Xie Xingye. Finally, Su Mingyan talked about Lin Gang and Yin Zhuang. He did not mention the 2,000 soldiers of the third prince, as they no longer belonged to him. There was no need to say more. The third prince already had his own secrets and dared not speak much. If he found out later, he could only swallow his words and keep quiet. Also, Su Mingyan did not tell Lin Gang was loyal to the third prince. This was a matter of royal succession, and many people knew the truth. If he broke this silent understanding, it might anger the emperor. Some things are better left for him to investigate himself, rather than be told. Since Lin Gang was personally sent by him, he didn't know if there was a deeper reason behind it. Is Lin Gang just greedy for quick success, or does he have other plans? Let the War King find out. "I will not tolerate treachery," the Northern Summer Emperor said with a serious look, showing no signs of emotion. "Yes, your majesty." Xie Xingye bowed and accepted the order. After leaving the imperial study, Xie Xingye and Su Mingyan walked side by side. When they reached the palace gate, Xie Xingye told Su Mingyan a shocking secret. "Yin Zhuang is actually one of your majesty's secret guards." "What?" Su Mingyan was stunned. Does this mean the emperor already knew Lin Gang was loyal to the third prince?
He was so shocked that his face changed.
Then Xie Xingye said, "I am not as trusted by the emperor as you think. All of this is just for show." Su Mingyan was so surprised he was speechless for a long time. Yin Zhuang was one of the emperor's secret guards, and the woman they killed was probably also one of his guards. So, what about his marriage to Chu Yaoji? Was there any real sincerity? If so, then killing her would only anger the emperor more. Su Mingyan returned home in a panic. Everyone was waiting for him at the door. Seeing this, he couldn't bear to worry his family. He kept his feelings inside and forced a smile. "Father, mother, second brother, sister-in-law, little sister, I am sorry to worry you." He greeted each of them. All right, you must be exhausted from the journey. Come inside quickly," Mrs. Wu said as she walked, and ordered the servants to prepare water so Su Mingyan could take a good bath. Outside the main hall, Suning was playing with two little kids, teasing ants. When Su Mingyan returned, the three children happily ran over, jumping and bouncing around him. "Big Uncle," Su Bufan heard Su Xinian and Suning call him Big Uncle again and felt very helpless. "Silly sister, how many times have I told you? You should call him Big Brother." Hee, I know," Su Xinian said with a smile, but her face showed she didn't really care. She just thought Big Brother sounded more natural to say. Seeing everyone so happy and friendly made Su Mingyan feel very complicated. He really couldn't understand why that person was targeting the Su family. The three kids followed the adults as they jumped and walked toward the house. Su Jingyan asked about Huzhou. After thinking carefully, Su Mingyan explained everything, making everyone feel shocked and excited. "How did Ning arrive in Huzhou just in time to save you?" Su Jingyan asked. Since it involved the cat demon, Su Mingyan and Su Ning had already discussed it on the way back. They decided not to tell others about it, but they couldn't hide it from family. Otherwise, they would only worry more. Though the story about the demon was unbelievable, it really happened in front of him. He would never forget how the blue cat changed shape in front of him that day. Since the cat recognized Su Ning as its master, it became the family's biggest secret weapon. With enemies surrounding them, they had to use it to have a chance to survive. This story is strange. To avoid eavesdroppers, please move to the study, Su Mingyan said. Everyone felt it was very important and heavy-hearted. They left the three children playing in the main hall and moved to the study. "Ninger, what are they going to say? Why do they have to hide it from us?" Su Bufan asked, confused. Before Su Ning could answer, Su Xinian, innocent and straightforward, said, "It must be something grown-ups are talking about. We're just kids. We don't understand, and we can't learn. Why bother?" Su Ning smiled. "You're right. Grown-up things are not for us to worry about, but I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 7 years old," Su Bufan said unhappily. He thought he was a little adult now, and had the right to know about grown-up matters. Meanwhile, in the study, when Su Mingyun revealed that the cat Su Ning adopted was not an ordinary cat but a winged cat demon, everyone was shocked and speechless. Su Won was very worried, trembling both physically and mentally, with a cold feeling spreading to her forehead. What if Ninger isn't safe? Don't worry, sister. That's what I want to tell you. The cat demon may look like a cat, but it is a very kind creature that came to repay us. It has been protecting Ninger all along. That's why Ninger arrived safely in Huzhou. It was also the cat demon that helped save the county lord of Nannan and her maid. Without it, I think we wouldn't have been able to return safely to the capital. After hearing Su Mingyun, everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak, their faces turning pale. It was hard to believe such a strange thing had happened to their Su family. Su Mingyun continued, the cat demon has already accepted Ninger as its master, and Ninger has a special talent for understanding animal speech. This means we can avoid many dangers in advance. When they heard that the cat demon recognized Ninger as its master, everyone was again stunned. Su Won asked in surprise, Big brother, is it true that the cat demon really recognizes Ninger as its master? Of course, it is true. The cat demon helped us a lot. It is also a treasure-eating beast that knows some medical skills. Hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered Ninger's talent for medicine. They thought that with the help of the cat demon, she was truly extraordinary. Once they understood, everyone felt very excited. Not only did the cat demon recognize Ninger as its master, but it also helped her learn medicine and martial arts, and secretly protected her. Such a creature that had done great kindness for their Su family was naturally loved even more. Wen Jingxing, oh Wen Jingxing, you drove away such a talented daughter from the Wen family. Will you regret it someday? Thinking of Wen Jingxing's regretful look, Su Jingnian couldn't help but smile. Ninger's good fortune must be fate, Su Jingnian said happily. Su Wen also noticed the cat, seeing how it liked Ninger very much. She guessed that it was indeed fate that brought them together. Perhaps it was a past life's kindness that made the cat demon recognize her as its precious daughter. Thinking of past lives, Su Won chuckled softly. Do such things as past lives and reincarnation really exist? This matter was so unbelievable that everyone fell silent for a long time. After the women left, Su Mingyun told Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian about the emperor's deliberate targeting of their family, so they could prepare mentally. This matter seems even more shocking than the cat demon incident. Su Jingnian finds it hard to understand why the Su family, who are very loyal to Beixia, would be treated this way. The three of them cannot figure out the reason. Now that the Su family is weak, they can only wait and see what happens next. Later, they talk about the Wen and Yu families. At this moment, Wu Shi, who is in the garden, speaks up to remind them, Wan, Ninger's matters must be kept secret. No one from the Wen family should know. If Wen Jingxing finds out that Su Ningtian is very talented, he might try to steal him away. Su Wan nods seriously. Mother, don't worry. Ninger's situation will stay secret. Ninger is only a child of the Su family now. Mother and sister, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about Ninger. This is Ninger's chance, and it's also our Su family's chance. As Su's daughter-in-law, I should share both the good and the bad. Hearing Yun Jiao's words, Wu Shi looks pleased. From now on, no one should mention this again, as if it never happened. That way, Ninger can be better protected. Su Wan and Yun Jiao both nod in agreement. They arrive at the main hall and see three children playing happily, which makes everyone feel more relaxed. At dinner, the blue cat, who had been fed by Su Ning all along, finally has its own place. It looks very proud. Haha, master, I now have my own special spot. My status just went up instantly. The blue cat was very against being a shield before, but now it supports it fully. It feels good to be valued. Don't get too proud. Eat quickly. Tonight, we're going to visit the Yu family's treasury. Really? Are you really going to empty the Yu family's treasury? Of course. Because Yu Qingsong is infertile, the uncles and nephews want to take over the big family's business. Uncle, relying on Wen Ruier's bloodline, also wants to seize the Yu family's assets. The more complicated the situation, the better it is for us. Great. Your eldest uncle even encouraged me to take over the Yu family's vault. If something happens to the Yu family, he'll definitely think I did it. He would never suspect it was your doing. It won't be long before your Su family becomes as rich as a country. Hearing this, Su Ning smiles happily. While they chat, the small mountain of chicken legs, duck legs, and braised pork in the blue cat's bowl grows taller. Eat more, eat more. Even this cat is too thin. I see that I have also become thinner. The braised pork tastes good. Let's give some to the cat. Little cat, I can't chew this bone, so you can have it too. Mrs. Wu and Yun Jiao keep putting meat into the blue cat's bowl. Seeing this, Su Shinian places the bone. She can't chew on the top of her own bowl. Looking at the shaky chicken bone, she laughs happily.
Kuning.
Blue cat. Master, will I become a chubby cat if I eat too much? Su Ning doesn't want to reply. At midnight, after everyone is asleep, Su Ning opens her eyes. The blue cat seems to sense something and also opens its eyes, but it doesn't want to move. It speaks with a bit of sadness. Master, I think I ate too much and feel uncomfortable. Maybe I should go again tomorrow, Su Ning replies. It's because you're too full that you need to get up and work. Reluctantly, the blue cat has to accept its fate and climbs up. It transforms into a medicinal beast form and carries Su Ning as they slowly fly toward the Yu family. When they reach above the Yu house, the sharp-eyed blue cat sees 3 groups of black-clad people rushing toward the house from 3 directions at high speed. Master, look! Without needing a reminder, Su Ning also sees the 3 groups of black-clad people. She raises her eyebrows and smiles, taking advantage of the chaos to rob. Clever. Meow, clever. Soon, the 3 groups of black-clad people meet. After a brief moment of surprise, 2 groups start fighting, while the third heads straight for the second branch of the Yu family. Clearly, these assassins are targeting the second branch of the Yu family. They are either sent by the main family or by Wen Jingxing. As for the other 2 groups fighting fiercely, their identities are unknown. There's an assassin. An assassin? What's going on? Did you guys come the wrong way? Someone exclaims in surprise and confusion. The black-clad person doesn't say a word, raising their sword to attack Yu Lauer. However, Yu Lauer is skilled in martial arts. He sidesteps slightly and avoids the attack. The black-clad person's expression changes, and they unleash a powerful move, but are quickly stabbed from behind by the head of the guards, who kills them with a sword. Kill them all, Yu Lauer reacts instantly. He knows this person was sent by his older brother. He doesn't want to hand over his family business, so he plans to eliminate him quickly. He also doesn't think about the fact that his son has given up on martial arts, so where would the next generation come from? The Yu family's 100-year legacy is about to change its name. The front yard was bustling with activity, while Su Ning and Blue Cat worked separately in the backyard, searching for the Yu family's 2-room vault. In just a moment, Su Ning found the location of the main house's vault. At the same time, Blue Cat's excited voice rang out. Master, I found it. Good, I found it too. Wait for me. There were nearly 10 guards at the vault door. The Yu family was really afraid of theft. Each guard looked strong and fierce. It seemed they had hired fighters from martial clans. But no matter how skilled they weren't a match for her. Su Ning flicked his wrist, channeling his spiritual power, and made vines move toward one guard who was turned away from him. The vines moved like snakes along the ground, quickly wrapping around the guard's ankles. Before he could react, the vines dragged him back swiftly. Help! The other 9 guards heard the noise and turned around suddenly. They only saw the guard disappear around the corner. Something's wrong, be alert. The 9 of them prepared for battle, tense and ready. In just a moment, someone else shouted from behind. They turned around again, only catching a glimpse of the guard vanishing. In just 2 breaths, 2 people disappeared. They didn't even see the enemy's clothes or figure. How could they call themselves martial experts? Who's hiding in the dark? Come out and fight if you dare. As the man finished speaking, 8 vines suddenly fell from the roof, quickly wrapping around several people's necks. Someone tried to shout for help, but the vines tightened suddenly. They could only make hoarse ha-ha sounds, unable to speak. In the front yard, swords and knives clashed fiercely. The noise was so loud that no one could come to help from the other side. Just as they felt suffocated and close to death, a small shadow suddenly darted in. In their terrified eyes, it forcibly shoved a pill into their mouths. The speed was so fast they couldn't tell if it was a person or a ghost. In a moment, their eyelids fluttered, and they fainted to the ground. Su Ning clapped his hands, then kicked the door with a full burst of spiritual power. The door collapsed with a bang. What he saw wasn't gold or silver, but paintings, vases, fine silk, and other valuable items. Determined not to leave anything behind, Su Ning carefully collected everything. While clearing out the items in the house, she did not rush to leave but carefully searched around. In a wealthy family like the Yu family, money and valuables are not stored in obvious places. She guessed there must be a hidden mechanism inside. After searching around carefully, she didn't find any trap or secret. Suddenly, she looked up and saw an iron hammer hanging above the beam. Su Ning quickly jumped up and grabbed the large iron hammer with both hands, pulling it down. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and the floor beneath her feet moved apart like a door. A large square opening was revealed. It was completely dark inside. Afraid the door might close again, Su Ning used a vine to tie up the hammer. She loosened her grip and jumped down. At the same time, she summoned a red moon mysterious fire from her fingertips. This fire is her main source of fire as a medicine maker, and like her space, it has been refined into her mind's sea. She also discovered this fire by accident during a medicine-making session at Huzhou. With the red moon fire lighting the way, Su Ning could see everything inside clearly. She couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Oh my goodness, this is truly a treasure trove." The underground secret passage was surprisingly large, with stone slabs dividing the valuables into sections. There were piles of copper coins, stacks of silver ingots, heaps of silver notes, and even bundles of gold leaves and gold bars. On another side, there were boxes of jewelry and ornaments, all made of gold and silver. There was even a throne carved from gold. Seeing the throne, Su Ning smiled. The real person the Yu family wanted to please was actually the third prince. Even before he became emperor, they had already prepared a gift for him. Now, she wanted to get ahead of everyone. Haha. She was overjoyed, thinking about her fortune. But she didn't have much leisure. She carefully sorted and stored everything into her space, piling it together with the gold and silver she had previously taken from bandits. The boxes took up too much space, so she simply threw them aside to make room. After finishing, Su Ning continued into the secret passage and found a silver-made bed with 3 golden coffins beside it. Why 3 coffins? She didn't know. Anyway, she decided to take them all. This trip was really worth it. Su Ning, filled with excitement, came out of the secret passage. She restored the entrance, took back the vines, and closed the door. Well, the door was broken and couldn't be closed. So she simply left without looking back. When she reached the treasury of the second branch of the Yu family, Blue Cat had already used its thunderous to knock everyone out. 2 men in black were foaming at the mouth and looked very distressed. They couldn't even open their eyes. What's wrong with these 2 men in black? They farted the wrong way and got poisoned.
Kuning.
She guessed that these 2 men in black, like her, wanted to steal during the chaos but encountered Blue Cat. There was no time to delay. Su Ning quickly kicked the door open. Yu Lao Heir's treasury was simpler than Yu Lao Da's. All the items were piled inside. She waved her hand, and everything inside was swept away. She looked around the room for a while, but didn't find any hidden mechanisms. Then she and Blue Cat headed back home. Su Ning jumped onto Blue Cat's back, sitting cross-legged. Not far out, she spotted a sneaky man sneaking toward the back door of the Yu house. She looked carefully and recognized him as Yu Qing-song. Killing him would deepen the conflict between the 2 branches of the Yu family and give Wen Jingxing more confidence to get involved in this mess. With such a big problem in the Yu family, relying on this kid to cause trouble was no longer possible. Her thoughts flashed in an instant. Su Ning patted Blue Cat's blue feathers, signaling it to go down. The 2 of them boldly appeared right in front of Yu Qing-song.
Ah, ghost.
He screamed. At that moment, Blue Cat let out a loud, hitting his face with a puff. Hee, master, this time I got it right. It's a big silent, Blue Cat said. Suning. She tilted her head and asked Yu Qingxong with a smile, "Where are you running to?" Yu Qingxong was holding a bundle, which was full of golden leaves, all exposed. Perhaps recognizing Su Ning, his face showed even more fear. He turned and ran, but Su Ning quickly blocked his way. Yu Qingxong fell to his knees with a loud thud, kowtowing repeatedly to Su Ning. He wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't say a word, tears streaming down his face. His body trembled like a leaf in the wind. He looked so pitiful. This was a sharp contrast to his previous arrogant attitude at the Yun family. Su Ning smiled warmly. Now you're afraid, huh? Where did that arrogance go earlier? Yu Qingxong was so scared by the blue cat's presence that he curled up into a ball. He couldn't understand how a cat could have wings. What shocked him even more was that this strange cat seemed to obey the abandoned daughter of the Yun family. Oh my, what exactly is this little creature? It can command a winged cat monster. Does Wen Jingxing know about this? His daughter is so strange. Does her father know? To save his life, Yu Qingxong kept kowtowing, even bleeding from the effort. He didn't stop. He even handed over his bag, hoping to gain Su Ning's forgiveness. He was wrong. He shouldn't have offended this little girl. He shouldn't have bullied her mother. He was terribly wrong. Yu Qingxong's face was covered in blood as he kowtowed, despair filling his heart. He looked up pitifully at Su Ning, who was smiling happily, and said, "I'll tell you. The reason you can't stand up is because you're poisoned. Also, the Yun family's treasury, including your Yu family's treasury, are now in my hands."
So, what do you think?
Surprised? Faced with Su Ning's innocent and cheerful smile, Yu Qingxong was so angry he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Su Ning didn't waste any more time. With a wave, she ended his life. Yu Qingxong, unable to close his eyes, slowly fell to the ground. Su Ning happily skipped away. The cold moonlight stretched her small figure longer and longer, as if she had grown up in an instant. With each step she took forward, her shadow grew loudly behind her, like a new sprout breaking through the ground, quietly completing its transformation. 3 men in black stormed into the Yu family, killing many people. The head of the family and his second son, protected by guards, only suffered minor injuries. It wasn't until someone shouted, "Young master is dead, young master is dead," that the chaos ended. Yu Laoda only wanted Yu Qingxong to hide at the Yun family for a few days, but he didn't expect it would cost him his life. Without a son, Yu Laer even wanted to take over the Yu family business. Yu Laoda knelt on the ground, crying loudly. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong. He had worked hard all his life, planned carefully, only to be betrayed in the end. While one side was still immersed in grief, another person discovered that the treasury had mysteriously disappeared. Hearing the shocking news, Lord Yu hurriedly ran to the treasury. When he moved the large iron hammer from the roof, he saw that the contents inside were also gone. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which even contained fragments of internal organs. What a terrible scene! The 2 branches of the Yu family both claimed that the treasury was stolen by the other, accusing each other of taking advantage of their distraction to steal the valuables. Eventually, they took the matter to court. Lord Yu sued his second brother for hiring someone to commit murder, while his second brother accused Lord Yu of stealing the treasury. After 2 days of investigation, they couldn't find the missing items. They thought of Detective Su Ning. "Your Highness, please be kind and help me bring that young detective here to investigate. You don't know how tragic Yu Qingxong's death was. He had 2 blood holes in his neck. He looked terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. I suspect it was the work of Wen Jing's people. Think about it. Yu's wife, being favored because of her son, married Wen Jingxing as a secondary wife. The eldest Yu family only has Yu Qingxong as a son. If he dies, the family's foundation will shake. Wen Jingxing might want to use that child's bloodline to divide the Yu family. If it's truly Wen Jingxing's doing, we can also weaken the influence of the third prince. If you suspect Wen Jingxing, then go find out the truth.
VHY Bota involving Ninger?
Xie Xingye said calmly. Mu Rong Lin Yuan felt helpless. Isn't this just a guess? I just want solid evidence to take down Wen Jingxing. The missing items from the Yu family's 2 branches were also very suspicious. Both sides accused each other of stealing, but the valuables weren't small in amount. In less than an hour, both families' treasures were gone, which was hard to believe. Thinking of something, Mu Rong Lin Yuan chuckled. Your Highness, I think the young detective is very willing to help. After all, her mother was abandoned by Wen Jingxing. She's also become a rejected daughter of the Wen family. She's got some resentment, you know. This is the best chance to get revenge on Wen Jingxing. Xie Xingye also suspected that one of the 3 groups of black-clad men who sneaked into the Yu family last night was sent by Wen Jingxing. Whether Yu Qingzong was murdered by him still needs investigation. You are the chief of the Dali Temple. If you rely on others for everything, you might as well give up your position, Xie Xingye said before leaving the tea house. Mu Rong Lin Yuan looked sad and resigned. He didn't really want to rely on Su Ning. He mainly saw her as a detective, which made things easier. Moreover, overthrowing Wen Jingxing would also benefit the Su family. Yu Er was devastated to learn that the Yu family's treasury had been stolen and her brother had tragically died, as if struck by lightning. No, this can't be true. This is impossible. Tell me, Lord Marquis, this can't be true, Yu Er cried, grabbing Wen Jingxing's sleeve and shaking him like she had lost her mind. Wen Jingxing was also furious upon hearing this news, his blood boiling with anger. He impatiently pushed Yu Er away and shouted, It's true. It's all true. Your father and second uncle reported it. Your brother is dead. He had intended to use this opportunity to get rid of Yu Lauer, but Yu Lauer had been prepared. Instead of stopping there, he went all out and had someone kill Yu Qingzong. Although Yu Qingzong's death was beneficial to him, it was not the right time. The Yu family would start to suspect him. And then, the Yu family's treasury suddenly disappeared without a trace, much like the one that had vanished from the Wen family before. Both disappeared quietly and within a short time, emptied completely. How did the thief behind it manage to move all that wealth so silently and quickly, without any sign? At first, he suspected Yu Er was stealing from within, but now he realized she was just a woman and simply didn't have the ability. If the 2 branches of the Yu family were stealing from each other, that was impossible. Could it be some kind of ghost? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wen Jingxing slammed his fist hard against the pillar of the pavilion. With a cracking sound, his knuckles broke. The pain twisted his face in agony. Just then, another piece of bad news arrived. Marquis, it's bad. The old madam has vomited blood, a maidservant rushing in to report. Wen Jingxing felt like dying. Since the day the old madam woke up, she had become confused and disoriented. During this time, he had been busy and exhausted. Yu Er, unlike Su Wan, was not particularly filial or respectful. She only used caring for Ruer as an excuse to avoid visiting the old madam's study. She neglected her duties as a daughter-in-law, such as checking on her and offering condolences. He regretted divorcing Su Wan. Wen Jingxing clenched his teeth against the sharp pain in his knuckles and trudged heavily toward the study. Despite the heart-wrenching screams from Yu Er coming from the pavilion behind him, he did not stop for a moment. She acted as if she had gone mad, crying loudly and covering her face with tears, her hair messy and disheveled. She looked very much like a common woman, not at all like a gentle and noble young lady. Compared to Su Wan, she was like heaven and earth. Wen Jingxing, full of anger, rushed to Wenjuan's studio and saw his mother lying lifeless on the bed. His anger was replaced by sadness. With red eyes, he knelt by the bed, holding his mother's hand and choking on his words, "Mother, I am unfilial. I have caused you suffering." Even the palace doctors couldn't cure her illness, and he felt helpless. Song Bai, who arrived quickly, saw Wen Jingxing lose control. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "Marquis, Su Mingyun's leg disease was very serious, but it was cured. It shows that the doctor from the Su family has some skills. Why not, Marquis? Go and ask Lady Su for help. Seeing Wen Jingxing hesitate, Songbai added, the incident where the Dr. Wu was attacked was not known to the Su family. We didn't leak the news. Lady Su is kind-hearted. I believe she will be soft-hearted. If not, we can start with Miss Ninger. At this moment, Wen Jingxing didn't know that the third prince had sent people to Huzhou to deal with Su Mingyun. Thinking of past friendships and his sick mother at home, he finally nodded. He believed that if he sincerely apologized, Su Wan would agree. Meanwhile, Su Mingyun, returning from the military camp, also heard about the theft from the Yu family's treasury last night. His first thought was about the blue cat, the greedy beast. He had intended to discuss this matter with Su Ning, but unexpectedly, the greedy beast acted on its own. It seemed to have overheard what he said in Huzhou. Previously, they found out that Wen Jingxing was secretly borrowing funds from the Yu family to help the third prince recruit soldiers. Now that the money was stolen, it was actually a good thing. The quarrel between the two branches of the Yu family was growing more intense, which was beneficial to them. Back at the residence, seeing the three little ones happily reading with their teacher, Su Mingyun felt very pleased and didn't mention the matter. Everyone in the Su family who knew the truth kept silent about it, as if nothing had happened. In the afternoon, Steward Su hurried to report, "Young master, Marquis Wen sent a gift and wants to see Mississippi." Su Mingyun was surprised. "You say, Wen Jingxing sent a gift?" "Yes, young master. Please take a look." Steward Su respectfully handed over the gift. Seeing the note in Mr. Su's hand, Su Mingyun did not take it but sneered. "What face does he have to see my sister now? Tell him to get lost." "Yes, mister." Su hurried to reply, then returned shortly after. "Young master, Lord Wen insists on seeing the young lady, or he won't leave, threatening me." "Then let him wait," said Su Mingyun. He then stepped towards the moon-gathering study, where Su Wan was. When he arrived, he learned that Su Wan and Yun Jiao had lunch, and then went out shopping with the three children, so they were not at home. Su Mingyun sent people to look for her, not wanting Su Wan to meet Wen Jingxing and upset her. But it turned out that the people he sent didn't see Su Wan at all. They simply took the carriage back on their own. As soon as Su Wan got off the carriage, Wen Jingxing hurried over. "Wan, you're back," he said happily, holding a delicate gift box. Su Wan was very surprised to see Wen Jingxing. With such a big incident at the Yu family, he still had time to come to the Su family. She gave a very sarcastic smile. "Please, Lord Wen, show some respect and call me Mrs. Su." Her gaze swept over the gift box in Wen Jingxing's hand, and coldness appeared in her eyes. Wen Jingxing's expression froze. Wan, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have divorced you, and I shouldn't have abandoned you and your mother. I realize my mistake. Now that my mother is seriously ill, she wants to see you and Ninger. Wan, for the sake of us being husband and wife, please go back and see your mother. I'm begging you." Su Wan laughed. "That's your mother. What does that have to do with me?" "Wen Jingxing, you haven't forgotten that letter you wrote to your wife, have you? Don't you remember half a year ago when you brought Yu Ear into the house and scolded me, your wife? Didn't you say you truly loved Yu Ear? Now, who are you regretting?" Yun Jiao, standing nearby, covered her mouth and laughed. Lord Wen's way of begging is quite unique. Wen Jingxing was very angry inside, but dared not show it. He then looked at Su Ning, who was bouncing down from the carriage. He stepped forward, looking at Su Ning with affection. "Ninger, Dad is here to see you. Come here, Dad will hug you." Seeing that Su Ning didn't move, he handed the gift box to Songbai, then took another delicate small box from him. "This is a golden egg roll, made personally by your father. Come and try it." Jingxing Wen happily offered the box in his hand, expecting Su Ning to happily accept it. But unexpectedly, Su Ning suddenly knocked the box to the ground. "I hate you, and I hate the snacks you make." "Humph." Su Ning pouted, showing her dislike. Jingxing Wen's face suddenly changed. He was about to scold Su Ning for being rude, but then remembered his purpose for coming today. He forced down his anger and put on a pitiful look. He explained to Su Ning, "Ninger, the way I treated you and your mother before was because I had no choice. Actually, your grandmother and I have always loved you. Today, I came to tell you that your grandmother is sick. The one who loves you most is unwell. She misses you so much and keeps hoping you'll visit her. By this point, Jingxingwen's eyes reddened, and he looked very helpless and pitiful. He was trying to make Su Ning feel sorry for him. Su Ning, in a childish voice, said, "But you already abandoned me and my mother. Now you're saying these things? You're so shameless." After speaking, she stretched out her small arms in a big arc and said sweetly, "At least that's true." Jingxingwen looked up and met Su Ning's slightly mocking eyes. His daughter was mocking him. Realizing this, Jingxingwen was furious. She was his daughter from the Wen family, carrying his blood. Why was she mocking him? Why was she laughing at him? He hadn't seen her for a few days, and now the Su family had raised their child to be so rude and disrespectful. Ning'er was Su Wan's precious child. If she was forcibly taken back as a bargaining chip against Su Wan, she would have to give in. In just a moment, Jingxingwen threw the remaining snacks in his hand and reached out to grab Su Ning. "Ning'er, you carry the blood of the Wen family. You can only return to the Wen household. Come here now." Su Ning had already been on guard. She quickly dodged and made a face at Jingxingwen, saying, "Na, you can't catch me." This made Jingxingwen even more angry and trembling. Seeing this, Su Yun hurried forward to block him. "Jingxingwen, what are you trying to do?" Jingxingwen's desire to take Su Ning away was like a wildfire, burning away his remaining reason. "What am I trying to do? She's my bloodline from the Wen family. Of course, she should return to the Wen household." After saying this, Jingxingwen reached out again to grab Su Ning, who was hiding behind the carriage. "Warm Jingxing, you are truly shameless. I won't let you succeed." Su Wan, somehow finding the courage, snatched the spear from the guard and fiercely stabbed at Warm Jingxing. Next to her, Songbai thought that Su Wan, a wealthy young lady who only knew how to needlework, wouldn't dare really stab Warm Jingxing, so he didn't act. To everyone's surprise, Su Wan actually pierced Warm Jingxing. Su Ning was scared and cried, "Not really, just pretending, hee." Suddenly, there was a muffled puff sound as the spear in Su Wan's hand forcefully pierced into Warm Jingxing's backside. "Ah!" Warm Jingxing's scream nearly burst Su Ning's eardrum. Frightened, Su Ning covered her ears and saw more and more villagers gathering around. She wailed loudly, not forgetting to twist the story. "Sniff, someone come help. My father is trying to kill me. He wants to kill me. He even wants to hurt my mother. Help!" Yun Jiao quickly reacted, ordered the guards to go call people, and didn't forget to harshly criticize Warm Jingxing. Lord Warm is truly ungrateful and heartless. When Su family was in trouble, he was afraid of being implicated and cruelly abandoned his wife and daughter. Now that Su family is doing well, he regrets it and wants to come and the children. Among the crowd, there was a gasp. A woman holding a child said, "I've heard that Lord Warm is ungrateful and heartless, abusing his position as a noble to indulge his concubine and abandon his wife. I heard that the concubine is from the Yun embroidery workshop's owner. Most likely, she was after the family's wealth." A few young men who looked like thugs pushed to the front, crossing their arms, and said, "What Yun embroidery workshop owner? You guys don't know? That owner almost had her family wiped out last night. It's said that the young master of the Yu family was killed by enemies. No one knows what the Yu family did to offend someone. Maybe this whole thing was done by the Warm family." At this moment, someone with sharp eyes saw Morong Lin Yuan, the Minister of Justice, approaching with people. The villagers quickly made way. Hearing the news, Su Mingyun, who had come out of the government office, was about to attack Warm Jingxing when he saw Morong Lin Yuan dismounting from his horse. Songbai, seeing this, stepped forward first to report. "Master Morong, you're just in time. My family's lord was hurt by the Su family. Please, Master Morong, do justice for us and give us an explanation." When Jingxing's injury on his buttocks was bleeding heavily and causing intense pain. When he saw Morong Lin Yuan approaching, he forced himself to endure the sharp pain and said, "Lord Morong, you're just in time. I am injured. Please ask the Su family to send that doctor to treat me." Wen Jingxing's idea was that as long as the doctor came out to treat him, he could offer some benefits and invite the person into the Wen residence, making things easier. Hearing the words, Dr. Wu, Su-won guessed that Wen Jingxing's real purpose for coming today was to get the divine doctor. More than a month ago, she learned that old lady Wen was seriously ill and confused. The imperial doctors couldn't help, so they turned to Dr. Wu. They kept saying they were sorry and regretted their actions, but it was all just acting. Thinking of this, she felt worried. She was afraid that Lord Morong would really let them summon the divine doctor to treat Wen old lady. Yun Jiao was also worried that Morong Linyuan might side with Wen Jingxing. If that happened, they might end up in court. Lord Morong, may I speak with you privately? Su Mingyun was also worried about this matter and wanted to take Morong Linyuan aside to say some good words. If that didn't work, she planned to use the name of the war prince. Unexpectedly, Morong Linyuan waved his hand to refuse. Just when everyone from the Su family was worried that Morong Linyuan would not give them face and would favor Wen Jingxing, he suddenly ordered someone to arrest Wen Jingxing. Take Lord Wen into custody. Lord Wen, I have found out that the Yu family's murder case and theft last night are related to you. Please come with me. After saying that, Morong Linyuan turned his head and winked at Su Ning, who was peeking around, in a very flattering way. The onlookers heard this and gasped in shock. Someone shouted, "Oh my! Is it really him who did the Yu family's case? That's so shocking!" When Jingxing angrily scolded Morong Linyuan. Morong Linyuan, stop spreading lies. As the Chief Justice, you're treating investigations like a game. Do you deserve your official robes? Do you deserve the trust the Emperor has in you? As Wen Jingxing finished speaking, Morong Linyuan took out a letter from his sleeve and unfolded it. Lord Wen, you'd better see clearly what this is. Wen Jingxing was stunned. It was a secret letter about his dealings with the Dark Chamber, but why was it in Morong Linyuan's hands? This letter is... Someone, take the person away. If you have any questions, go to the Grand Justice office, Morong Linyuan said, not wanting Wen Jingxing to continue arguing. Song Bai stepped forward, trying to block him. Lord Morong, you have no right to take the Marquis. I'm not saying I will take him away. I just found some clues related to Marquis Wen and want to talk to him about the details. If you're unhappy, go report it to the Emperor. Morong Linyuan spoke calmly, confident that Song Bai wouldn't dare report this matter to the court. The note in the letter was indeed from Wen Jingxing, but it contained a secret about killing Yu's second son. That wasn't the most important part. The key was that Morong Linyuan hadn't found evidence against the other two groups of black-clad men. He had good reason to suspect Wen Jingxing had a motive for murder. Even if he reported it to the Emperor, he would have a solid case. Passing by Su Ning, Morong Linyuan winked at her and said, "Little detective, the evidence I have isn't enough to fully prove Wen Jingxing's guilt. If you're interested, you can come find me." Morong Linyuan didn't treat Su Ning like a 5-year-old child at all. Su Ning raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Su Wan came over, hugged her, and comforted her. "Ninger, are you scared?" Su Ning tilted her head, smiling brightly. "No, mother. You're very brave. That bad man wants to take me away from you and make you sad. Don't worry, I won't go." "I hate him," she said confidently. Hearing this, Su-won felt comforted and tears welled up in her eyes. "My good girl." Wen Jingxing was indeed taken away. Song Bai looked very serious and quickly turned to report to the third prince. Inside the room, Su-won analyzed. Today, Wen Jingxing's real goal was to see the witch doctor and ask her to treat old lady Wen. Exactly. "I just received news that old lady Wen is seriously ill and bleeding." Wen Jingxing was panicked, Su Jingnian added. Su-won felt a wave of relief. Evil people will be punished, that's for sure. But was it really Wen Jingxing who caused the Yu family's trouble last night? Yun Jiao thought it was unlikely. The Yu family was secretly supporting the third prince, so Wen Jingxing's actions seemed unnecessary. Beside him, Su Mingxian analyzed, there are too many doubts about this matter, but it's a fact that Wen Jingxing took action last night. Just that alone is enough to put him in serious trouble. We can use this chance to make sure the Wen family never recovers. The only way is to find solid proof that Wen Jingxing secretly keeps private soldiers. But that was easier said than done. When Jingxing had already been exposed once, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make the same mistake again. This matter was indeed difficult. Su Mingyan looked at the three little ones playing with the blue cat outside the yard, lost in thought. That evening, Su Mingyun went to see Su Ning alone. Ninger, do you still have that medicine that makes people obedient?
No, uncle, Chuning replied honestly.
She really had none left. Both the obedience pills and the contract pills had been used on the soldiers. Even the spare magic herbs in her space, demon emperor grass, blue flame grass, and yuanyang hide, were all gone. 3,000 was a huge number. What herbs do you need? Uncle can find them. Can the cat make more? Su Mingyun clearly wanted to use the medicine on Wen Jingxing. Su Ning shook her head. Uncle, last time little Qing said that making those pills used up too much of its energy. It can't do it anymore. What did you want to use it for, Uncle?
Can you tell me?
Hearing that the cat spirit couldn't help, Su Mingyun gave up the idea. It's nothing, I was just curious. You should rest now. Okay, Uncle, you should rest early too. After saying that, Su Ning lay down and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. When Su Mingyun left, she opened her eyes again. Master, what did your uncle want to do? The blue cat asked, resting its head beside her pillow. Su Ning frowned slightly. Maybe he wanted to deal with my father. But there's no rush. I already have another plan for him. Seeing her sly and proud expression, the blue cat knew the little girl was up to something again. Tonight, Su Ning just wanted a good night's sleep. As her cultivation improved, she needed more spiritual energy. But the energy in her space was slowly running out, making her progress slower. If only she knew how to set up a spirit gathering array. Although the spiritual energy in this world was very thin, it wasn't completely gone. With the right array, she could slowly gather and collect what little energy remained. At this moment, Su Ning finally realized the value of the array formation. At first, she mocked that young man's skills as very useless. Now she understands how important the array formation really is. Ziwu. Oh Ziwu, can you suddenly appear in front of me? I swear I will never mock you again. It turned out she was overthinking. That young man had been dead for many years. How could he suddenly appear? Unless he was reborn and reincarnated, just like her. When Jingxing was taken away by the officials from the Dali Temple and did not return for the night, Yu Er was left alone in Tingyu's study, anxiously pacing. When Wen Jingxing was in trouble, she, a woman, didn't know who to turn to. She hurried to Wen Xuan's study and saw the servants helping an elderly lady who couldn't take care of herself, with a look of disgust. Without saying a word, she returned to Tingyu's study. Lying on the bed, tossing and turning, she couldn't sleep. Thinking about her brother's tragic death and the theft from the Yu family, she felt very sad. She covered herself with a quilt and wept quietly. Suddenly, a creaking sound of a door opening broke the silence. Immediately, a pair of black boots stepped inside. "Who's there?" Yu Er, hearing the noise, exclaimed in fear. As the footsteps approached, Yu Er slowly lifted the quilt and, mustering her courage, peeked out. When she saw a person in black entering the room, she blurted out immediately. The person in black stiffened but did not answer. For some reason, Yu Er was very sure that this person was Song Bai. She quickly pulled back the thin quilt, hurriedly got out of bed, and tightly hugged the person's waist. The strong, firm waist made Yu Er instantly certain that this was Song Bai. "Song Bai, wasn't I told not to come? It's not good if the servants see." Yu Er seemed scared, trembling badly. Of course, her hands holding the person's waist were also more forceful. "Song Bai, you should leave quickly. Our matter must not be discovered by others." Afraid the servants might notice, she didn't light the oil lamp, so she couldn't see the disgust in the visitor's eyes. After a while, the visitor grabbed her hand and forcefully separated it. "Woman, look clearly. I am the third prince, Xia Huaiheng." "What?" Yu Er was shocked. She wanted to run, but Xia Huaiheng pushed her onto the bed. His movements were very rough. Outside, all his men were present, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Yu Er, pushed onto the bed, looked panicked. Her fear is not just about Xia Huaihing appearing at the Wen residence in this way, but also because he knew her secret with Song Bai. What should she do now? Xia Huaihing suddenly tore off the cloth, revealing a fierce and cold face. You betrayed Lord Wen Jingxing. You deserve to die. His words sounded like a deadly curse from the depths of, each word filled with icy coldness. Yu was frightened. She knelt at his feet with a loud thud, trembling with fear as she begged, "Please, third prince, spare my life. I didn't betray Lord Ho. I was just too scared and said those things." Her deliberate excuse couldn't fool Xia Huaiheng. He kicked her hard, his voice icy and harsh. "Do you think you can fool me with these little tricks? If you want to live and keep this a secret forever, you only have one way to go. Please, third prince, show me the way." Yu was terrified, trembling all over. She climbed up and clung to Xia Huaiheng's shoe, begging humbly. Xia Huaiheng's face was full of a triumphant sneer. He spoke softly. "Right now, you have a chance to make amends. Just follow my orders. I will keep this secret forever, and your lover, Song Bai, will not die. Whether Song Bai lives or dies has nothing to do with Yu. She just wanted to stay alive. What should I do? Please, third prince, tell me." Because she was so scared, her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, and her voice broke like she was being choked. Xia Huaiheng didn't bother to beat around the bush. He said directly, "You should know very well about my cousin Wen Jingxing being taken by the Dali court.
Now he has a handle on them.
I don't want this matter to cause me any trouble. So, someone has to take the blame. Do you understand what I mean?" Yu trembled and asked, "Third prince, do you mean I should take the blame?" "Exactly. Your family has been fighting over the ownership of Yunxiao Fong shop. Now, because of your brother, the conflict has worsened. For the sake of the family, you have every reason to send assassins after your second uncle. So, that letter ordering the murder was written by you. You forged my cousin's handwriting and sent that letter." Yu suddenly looked up. "But I will die." Xia Huaiheng didn't even glance at her and said, "You won't die. Wen Jingxing feels guilty that you took the blame for him, so he'll do everything he can to save you. Understand? And your father already knows that Wen Jingxing sent someone to attack your second uncle. He'll also try to save you. This is the only chance for you and your family to survive. At the same time, it can also save Wen Jingxing and earn you more of his trust and affection. You gain several things at once." Hearing this, Yu felt she truly had something to gain. "Your Highness, can you really guarantee my safety?" Xia Huaiheng didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, "You have no choice now. This is a gamble." Yu admitted he was right. She no longer had a choice.
"Fine, I agree," she said.
She wanted to take the risk and bet that Wen Jingxing would save her. Xia Huaiheng gave her an approving look, then turned to leave. At the door, he reminded her, "To make the handwriting look real, you'd better practice carefully tonight. Try to make it look at least 80% similar by tomorrow."
"Yes."
After he left, Yu stayed kneeling on the floor for a long time, not knowing what to do. After a while, she made up her mind and went to Wen Jingxing's study. The next morning, she brought the letter she had practiced writing and went to the Court of Justice to turn herself in. Murong Linyuan didn't believe her story at all. He sneered, "Lady Yu, do you really think I'll believe your lies just because you brought a letter that looks somewhat similar?" Yu, ready to face death, said firmly, "Every word I said is true. Also, I request to see the Marquis." Murong Linyuan gave a cold laugh. "The Marquis's wife? As far as I know, you're only a concubine in the Wen household. How dare you call yourself the Marquis's wife in front of me?" His words were like a slap to her face. Her delicate features turned red, then pale. Wen Jingxing had married her as a secondary wife. Although he had divorced Su Wan, he never officially registered Yu status with the Ministry of Household Affairs. That had always bothered her. To raise her status, she often called herself the Marquis's wife in front of others, and no one had ever dared to correct her. Yu argued, "Even if I'm not the main wife, I am still a recognized secondary wife of the Marquis's household. Lord Morong, please correct your mistake."
"Ha ha ha.
What a funny way to correct my mistake. Just a simple merchant girl, huh? If you want to see someone, just go ahead. As for this letter, Lady Yu, please don't use it to deceive me. Today, I won't hold you responsible for disturbing the court in front of the third prince. Please, Lady Yu. Morong Linyuan repeatedly called her Lady Yu, making Yu Er very angry. But right now, she was weak and couldn't argue with him. She could only follow the soldiers to the jail. Since she wasn't convicted, Morong Linyuan didn't dare ignore Wen Jingxing's life and arranged for a doctor to treat his injury. When he found out it was Su Wan who hurt him, Yu Er felt very sad. Young master, this is the person you always talk about. She has become so cruel that she even tried to kill you. She couldn't remember how many times Wen Jingxing called out Wan Wan in bed. Though she was angry, she felt helpless. She also knew that he still cared about Su Wan. If the Su family hadn't had problems, he wouldn't have truly broken up with Su Wan. Don't mention her again. I will be fine. You should go back quickly and take care of your mother. She needs someone by her side. When Jingxing lay on the wooden bed, weakly speaking, Yu Er looked around and lowered her voice. I'm here to save you. Just say that the letter was written by me. When Jingxing heard this, he suddenly looked up at her, full of disbelief.
What did you say?
Yu Er pretended to be very sincere and nodded seriously. That's what you think. The content of the letter was written by me, imitating your handwriting. I didn't want the Yunxiu shop to fall into my second uncle's hands, so I did this. Young master, the Wen family can't be without you. Mother can't be without you. Yu Er cried, her tears touching and pitiful. When Jingxing was stunned, after a long moment, he finally looked at her with red eyes, choking on his words. Er, you've suffered so much. Meeting someone like you, who cares so much in this life, what more could I ask for? Before, I didn't recognize your true feelings, but now I am willing to risk my life to protect you. Rest assured, when I get out, I will find a way to save you. Roar is still young. He can't be without his mother. When Jingxing endured the pain from behind, trying to get off the bed, the two of them, separated by iron bars, held each other's heads and cried. They cried with deep emotion, touching heaven and earth. One Jingxing called Morong Linyuan to explain the matter. Morong Linyuan knew someone was secretly plotting behind the scenes, so he delayed the case, claiming there was no solid evidence. Unexpectedly, at noon, Old Yu struck the court drum outside the Dali temple to accuse Yu Er of hiring someone to kill. He also provided related evidence. Now, Morong Linyuan had to release Wen Jingxing and imprison Yu Er. However, he was mainly trying to use this to bring down Wen Jingxing. He didn't believe Yu Er was truly responsible. To find stronger proof, Morong Linyuan had to ask Xie Xingye for help. But as he stepped out of the Dali temple, he met Xie Xingye dressed in a purple embroidered robe, holding the person he dreamed of seeing, Su Ning. In Su Ning's arms, as always, was her blue cat. Oh, my little detective, you finally arrived.
Boo-hoo.
I'm so miserable. If you don't come soon, I really won't know what to do. He believed the person most eager to take down the Wen family was the Su family. Morong Linyuan was very excited to see Su Ning and eagerly led the two toward the government office, saying hurriedly, "Little detective, Yu Er is really clever." She even imitated Wen Jingxing's handwriting to try to take the blame. Old Yu also doesn't know what's going on. He insists it was Yu Er. Without solid proof, this case can't be solved. He was disappointed about missing the chance to bring down Wen Jingxing. Did they find the stolen items? Xie Xingye asked calmly. Morong Linyuan looked defeated. No clues at all. So, why are you still investigating?
But
what? Are you afraid of retiring? Morong Linyuan was speechless. Su Ning knew Xie Xingye understood that the stolen items weren't Yu Er's fault, but he didn't want to release her so soon. He wanted some people to become confused and make mistakes. Xie Xingye took Su Ning to the prison, had someone bring Yu Er out, and pretended to interrogate her a few times. Yu Er answered calmly, without showing any fear. Throughout, her eyes were viciously fixed on Su Ning. She couldn't understand how such a clumsy girl had gained Xie Xingye's favor. Even major cases like this involved her. In her view, it must be that the Su family secretly made some kind of shady deal with Xie Xingye. Handsome uncle, She looks at me so scary. What should I do if I want to hit her? Suning said in a childish voice. She spoke honestly and straightforwardly. Kids tend to say whatever comes to mind. That's natural. Even if she hits, how hard could she hit? So, Xie Xingye put her on the ground, accepting her behavior. Even the spy placed by the third prince in prison thought Su Ning, being just a child, lacked strength. But unexpectedly, Yu Er was very good at pretending. Just as Su Ning raised her hand, before she could strike, she screamed and fell to the ground, rolling around. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. What did you do to me? Su Ning quickly jumped behind Xie Xingye, timidly saying, "Oh, handsome uncle, I didn't even touch her." She probably just wants to blame me on purpose, right? Xie Xingye, with a loving expression, picked her up and pointed at her, saying, "Some people like to act tough. Ninger, don't pay attention to her. We saw you didn't touch her, yet she fell. If something happened, it was her deliberate doing." Su Ning loved talking to clever people. She had been waiting for this kind of reassurance. She buried her face in Xie Xingye's neck and softly said, "Then, handsome uncle, you have to testify for Ninger." "I really didn't touch her." Su Ning smiled happily. Her cunning nature made the blue cat in her arms shrink back and raise a paw to show loyalty, saying, "Master, I love you the most, and am the most loyal. So, don't use this trick on me, Su Ning." Just now, the blue cat sensed clearly that although she didn't touch Yu Er, she used her spiritual power to strike her chest. Maybe Yu Er would be fine today, maybe tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, who knows? TSK, so tragic. She wouldn't even know how she died. Oh, wait, she would die at the hands of the person she thought was least likely to kill her. Haha, just thinking about what's about to happen makes it hard for the blue cat to contain its excitement. Watching a dog bite a dog, that's the best show. Xie Xingye didn't want to continue the interrogation. He waved his hand, and someone took Yu Er back to her cell. She kept screaming in pain, and many people looked at her with disgust.
Secret passage, trulli dramatique.
Even young children haven't touched her, yet they scream loudly and seem unashamed. Even the hidden clues think Yu Er is acting too fake. Murong Lin Yuan follows behind the two, walking and saying, "Prince, you saw it too." Yu Er's handwriting looks similar, but the strokes are light and weak. Wang Jingxing's handwriting is strong and firm. They are definitely written by two different people. Now, Yu Er has taken the blame after being guided by someone, and her second brother insists she is guilty, even providing strong evidence. He keeps accusing Wang Jingxing, making the emperor suspect that we are targeting him on purpose. After waiting a while without Xie Xingye speaking, Murong Lin Yuan looks at Su Ning and smiles kindly. "Little detective, do you see anything unusual?" Xie Xingye also suspects that Yu Er suddenly taking the blame was influenced by someone, but knowing that is one thing. They need solid proof. This whole matter is a trap, and the Yu family is just bait. The truth and right or wrong are not their concern. He just wants to know how the missing valuables from the Yu family disappeared so quickly and who was behind it. Murong Lin Yuan is very sure that the letter found from the man in black was written by Wang Jingxing, and he is confident that Yu Er is just trying to take the blame. He waits confidently for Su Ning's answer. But unexpectedly, Su Ning gives him a shock. She says, "That letter was written by Yu Er, and the mastermind behind it is also her." Murong Lin Yuan stares in disbelief. Seeing no one around, he lowers his voice. "Little detective, are you foolish? That letter clearly shows Wang Jingxing's handwriting. How can you say Yu Er wrote it?" He even doubts that he overestimated Su Ning earlier. The letter is obviously Wang Jingxing's handwriting. So, why does she say Yu Er wrote it? Does she also want to save Wang Jingxing? Wang Jingxing has been unfaithful to her and her mother. Does she still hold hope for that unfaithful man? Xie Xingye looks at the blue cat, which purrs proudly at him twice. "What are you looking at? Jealous of my beauty? I admit you're not ugly, but compared to me, you're far behind." Su Ning ignores the boastful blue cat and turns to Xie Xingye, asking, "Uncle, do you believe me?" "Yes," Xie Xingye answers without hesitation. Believing that Xie Xingye wouldn't cause trouble along with Murong Lin Yuan thought, "So far, He started to think that the Yu family's case was just a joke. I told you, Prince, this matter clearly. Want to know the reason? Follow me. Su Ning interrupted Morong Linyuan before he could speak. Xie Xingye stepped forward, and the slightly slower Morong Linyuan also caught up with them. As they walked, he muttered, I want to see what secrets are hidden here. The two men followed Su Ning through winding paths to an alley filled with small, low houses. Isn't this Wufu Alley? It's a poor area in the imperial city. Xie Xingye was a bit confused, but didn't say anything. Morong Linyuan, standing nearby, asked his own question. Little detective, why did you bring us here? You'll find out soon, Su Ning replied, stopping in front of a door and knocking. Soon someone came to open it. It was an old woman holding a small baby, only a few months old. The old woman didn't recognize Su Ning but saw Xie Xingye and Morong Linyuan dressed well and looking worried. She instinctively wanted to close the door. But Morong Linyuan wouldn't let her do that, knowing she was hiding something.
Why?
Do you want to turn us away? He asked. Hearing us, the old woman panicked even more and knelt down, trembling. I don't know what you two officials want, she stammered. She was so nervous that she shook badly, causing the baby in her arms to cry. Wow, the baby sobbed. Morong Linyuan didn't rush to ask questions. He and Xie Xingye looked around the small yard, one on each side. Then they moved toward the inner room. They thought the missing money from the Yu family might be hidden here, but after searching inside and out, they found nothing suspicious. If anything, the suspicious things were the old woman's clothes and the baby in the yard. The yard was small and didn't seem to have anyone else living there. So what was Su Ning trying to show them? Is this your child? Morong Linyuan asked the old woman, stopping in front of her.
No, not.
I mean, yes, this is my child, she replied awkwardly, which made her seem suspicious. Morong Linyuan looked at Su Ning with a questioning gaze. Su Ning tilted his head and smiled. Why are you looking at me? Are you questioning me? Morong Linyuan couldn't understand. The old woman looked weak and fragile, so how could she possibly commit murder or steal treasures? There was nothing unusual in the room. Why would he question her? Could it be that he was supposed to investigate missing people? The old woman looked to be around 50 years old. If she claimed the child in her arms was her own, he wouldn't believe it. Although investigating missing persons wasn't his duty, since he encountered this, he thought he should look into it. You say this child is yours, but you're 50 years old. How could you? Tell the truth. Whose child is this? Be honest. If you lie, I will hold you accountable. The old woman, already trying to stay calm, was frightened by Morong Linyuan's words and dared not hide anything. It's the child of Marquis Yongchang. Please, Your Excellency, spare me. This is Marquis Yongchang's child. Upon hearing this, Morong Linyuan and Xie Xingye's usually calm faces suddenly changed. Morong Linyuan was shocked. What did you say? This is Lord Wen's child. Then Morong Linyuan said something shocking. My goodness, you are the concubine raised by Lord Wen, such an old concubine? Su Ning. Xie Xingye. Ha ha ha. Master. Morong Darren's way of thinking is truly extraordinary. It's hilarious. At this moment, Morong Linyuan realized he had overthought and awkwardly rubbed his nose. So? You are the old maidservant that Lord Wen sent to take care of that concubine's child, right? The old woman, holding the crying child, honestly replied. No, I was sent by Lady Yu from the Yu family to take care of the child. This child is the son of Lady Yu and Marquis Yongchang. Oh? So, the Lady Yu from the Yu family and Lord Wen's son are actually twins. Su Ning. Xiaoqing, how do you think someone like this managed to become the Chief Justice of the Dali Court? His thoughts were quite different from normal. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh in anger. Lan Mao. Relying on connections, I guess. Xie Xingye is his biggest support. Hearing this, the old woman hesitated, seeming to find a better excuse to distance herself. Just as she was about to answer, Xie Xingye spoke up. Master Morong, perhaps this child was switched. Xie spoke with some bitterness in his voice. He even wondered if he had been foolish before to think he could handle this position. He also didn't consider that if they were truly twins, both carrying the Wen family bloodline. Why was one in the east and the other in the west? Murong Linyuan only realized this problem later and shouted in shock at the old woman, "Are you saying these children were switched? Please, Your Honor, it's not the woman's idea. I was just following orders." The old woman trembled with fear. At this moment, Murong Linyuan suddenly understood. "Oh, I see now. Yu Ir actually gave birth to a young lady. To marry into the Wen family as a proper wife, she secretly switched the children without anyone noticing. So, what does this have to do with the murder case from the night before last?" Suning replied, "Of course it's related. Yu Ir's younger brother accidentally found out about it. Fearing she might lose her chance to become a noble lady, Yu Ir secretly sent assassins to cause chaos at the Yu family. That's how she managed to kill Yu Qingsong and keep the secret hidden." Seeing Murong Linyuan's shocked expression, Suning added, "Actually, the letter was indeed written by Wen Jingxing, but it was done under Yu Ir's influence. It's all fake or false. Just to confuse you." The little girl spoke clearly, with organized thoughts, her big, shiny eyes blinking brightly. It was as if the one analyzing the conspiracy wasn't her, but a wise person hidden inside her innocent appearance. Seeing Murong Linyuan look doubtful, Suning chuckled. "In the face of absolute benefit, even close relatives can be selfish. Just like my terrible father. Ninger is right. Yu Ir had a strong motive to do this. She dared to secretly switch the child of the Marquis of Yongchang, which shows she's a selfish, malicious woman. It's not surprising she would even kill her own brother," Xie Xingye said. But Murong Linyuan still felt there was something strange about this case. But Xie Xingye continued, "There's no but. Follow Yu Ir's trail and investigate. She managed to switch the children successfully, but she probably had help from others behind the scenes. This matter can only be her doing. Do you understand?" Xie Xingye's last words were the key. Even if this was the work of the third prince, the moment he let Yu Ir in, he had already abandoned her. Murong Linyuan understood. Truth and falsehood are just tricks to confuse other senses. Everything is a trap. Only the last person laughing wins. But how does Suning know all this? It seems like she has everything under control, but she is only 5 years old. That day, Murong Linyuan locked the old woman in a cell and kept her with Yu Ir. Yu Ir fainted from fear. At the same time, Murong Linyuan found out that the matter involved Sun Bai, Wang Jingxing's personal guard, and Chunya, Yu Ir's maid. That night, Murong Linyuan called Wang Jingxing to the Dali Temple and questioned him overnight. Wang Jingxing was trying to find a way to save Yu Ir when he arrived at the temple. Suddenly, he heard, "Marquis Wang, I just found out that the child in this old woman's arms is actually your real child. The child in your house was swapped by the lady of the Yu family and your guard." "What? What did you say?" Wang Jingxing's eyes widened with anger, and his neck veins bulged. This is simply nonsense. He thought Murong Linyuan was deliberately setting him up. Yu Ir, nearby, was curled up on the ground in pain, not understanding what was happening. He believed Murong Linyuan had used torture on her. His anger flared like fire, and his eyes turned red as he stared at Murong Linyuan. "Murong Linyuan, how dare you use private punishment on Ir before the case is clear? You are ignoring the Emperor's trust. I will report you." Murong Linyuan seemed to have expected Wang Jingxing's rage. Anyone hearing this would be upset. But it was the truth. "Marquis Wang, why not listen to what this old woman has to say?" Wang Jingxing was furious and kept saying, "Impossible, impossible. This can't be true. Yu Ir, tell me, is this not true?" Wang Jingxing forced himself to ignore the pain from his buttocks and angrily pulled Yu Ir up from the ground. She looked pale as paper, either scared or in pain. But, to Wang Jingxing, she looked scared. He tightly grabbed her arm, nails digging into her flesh. He shouted at her, "Tell me why? Why did you do this to me?" "Did I, Wang Jingxing, do anything wrong to you?" he asked. "Besides this, who else knows? Your father? Your mother?" Yu Ir was in so much pain she couldn't speak. Murong Linyuan spoke first to give him the answer. "I don't know if her parents know about this, but your trusted servant Song Bai and her maid Chunya were involved. Also, Yu Qingsong was killed by her. When Yu Qingsong found out, She was afraid he would keep the secret, so she found someone to kill him in the chaos, trying to blame it on you. Blood and a foul smell filled Wen Jingxing's throat. Blood beads seeped from his fingertips and dripped to the ground. Furious, he grabbed Yu Er's neck tightly and shouted, "Tell me, I want to hear you say it. Say you swapped our child. Say you betrayed me. Was that child yours and Songbai's or not?" Yu Er seemed to regain some sense. Her scarlet eyes stared at Wen Jingxing as she shook her head. "No, it's not." "What do you mean?" "What do you mean? You didn't betray me, but Songbai forced you, right? He was once loyal to me. If it wasn't for your deliberate temptation, how could he betray me?" Go to. Wen Jingxing shouted loudly, trying to strangle her to death. Murong Lin Yuan shouted anxiously, Stop him, and signaled to his men. In the end, Wen Jingxing strangled Yu Er to death on the spot. He wouldn't have killed her today if he hadn't. At that moment, all her internal organs seemed to tear apart. Blood poured out from her mouth, nose, ears, and throat. Her death was very tragic. Seeing this, Wen Jingxing laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, this is the result of betraying me." Wen Jingxing ran out of control, acting crazy, and didn't even take the child. Murong Lin Yuan did not stop him. Back at the Wen residence, Wen Jingxing ordered his men to find Songbai. The men caught the two at the back door, as they were about to run away together. "Please spare me, sir. I was forced by Mississippi. I didn't dare lie to you," Spring Girl begged, trembling. At this moment, Wen Jingxing was on the verge of anger, his face dark and frightening. He ignored the two and ordered someone to bring over Ru'er. Soon, an unaware servant brought the child. Wen Jingxing snatched the child and held him high. He angrily asked Songbai, "Tell me, is this your child?" Realizing what Wen Jingxing was about to do, Songbai looked terrified. "No, it's not my child. I bought him from outside. I saw everything and wanted to tell you. But Yu Er, sorry, sir. I was blinded and betrayed you. Please consider my years of loyalty and spare my life," Songbai pleaded. "Not your child? Ha! Songbai, do you think I will believe you? Do you think this will save your own flesh and blood? That's impossible." After saying this, Wen Jingxing's face turned fierce. He raised the child high and forcefully threw him to the ground. Without hesitation, the child, who had just been crying desperately, suddenly stopped making a sound. Blood seeped from the swaddle. "Ah!" Spring Girl screamed. Songbai wanted to catch the child, but his men held him back. He watched helplessly as an innocent life was lost. This was too cruel. Wen Jingxing was too cruel. Songbai knew that if he didn't fight for his life, he would surely die today. "Run!" Songbai shouted to Spring Girl. Then he drew his sword and attacked his former comrade. Spring Girl hurried to stand up. As she lifted her foot, Wen Jingxing stabbed her from behind, killing her instantly. Betrayers of this lord, no mercy. So, Songbai fought 1 against 3, engaging his former allies. Even with his strong skills, he couldn't win against 3. In the end, he was cut to pieces and died. Wen Jingxing laughed wildly, like a madman. He ordered his men to send the news to the Yu family, causing the 2 elders to die of anger. He planned to use ruthless methods to seize all the Yu family's assets. Just an hour ago, I was told that all of the Yu family's assets had been taken by a mysterious person. Second Master Yu and his family disappeared without a trace. Wen Jingxing and Xie Huaihing both received this news at the same time. Their instincts told them they had been tricked. It had only been 1 night since they discovered Yu Er had swapped the babies and that the Yu family's assets had been bought out. In such a short time, everything was out of their control. It was as if, from the very beginning, someone had been guiding their plans. All their schemes were expected by the person behind the scenes. This included Xie Huaihing secretly making Yu Er take the blame. From that moment, the Yu family's assets were no longer under their control. "Investigate. We must find out who is behind this," Xie Huaihing said with a very cold expression. His trusted aide, Zhuang Can, hurried to reply, "Master, could this mysterious person be the King of War? If it's truly the 9th Prince, then this will be very difficult," Xia Huaiheng said, clenching his fists, veins bulging on his hands. His cold, icy look seemed to freeze the air around him. The Wen family had suffered a big. The whole imperial city was talking about it. Some said it was punishment for a treacherous man. Others said it was retribution for the Wen family's many wrongdoings. It was very ironic how grandly Yu had entered the palace before, and now how badly things had turned out. When Jingxing was willing to offend a third-rank censor just to marry a merchant's daughter as his concubine, he thought he could rely on the Yu family's wealth. Now all that was gone, and he had even helped raise someone else's child for months. Betrayed by his wife and trusted aide, when Jingxing became somewhat mad, he spent his days drinking heavily at the Red Pavilion. 3 days after this incident, someone left a baby girl at the gate of Wen's residence. That was Yu Er's and Wen Jingxing's child. After this, Wen Jingxing hated Yu Er intensely, insisting the child was not his. He didn't kill her, but sent her away. No one knew where she was sent. Many officials accused Wen Jingxing of misconduct and moral corruption. After investigating, the Emperor of North Xia ordered the Wen family to be stripped of their noble titles for 3 generations. After Wen Jingxing, the Wen family lost all their titles. They also had to pay a fine of 20,000 taels of silver. Wen Jingxing couldn't pay, so he sold the 3 jewelry shops that Yu Qingsong had previously compensated him for. The noble consort and the third prince were both affected by the Wen family's downfall. When the news reached the Su family, everyone was very happy. They thought this was heaven punishing Wen Jingxing. Yu Er was really bold, even daring to switch things secretly. In recent months, Yu Er, proud of her status as the wife of the Marquis of Wen, attended many banquets hosted by officials' daughters, showing off her wealth and confidence. Now that the truth is out, everyone in the imperial city is laughing at the Wen family. Soon after, the people under the third prince discovered that Yu family's assets were not taken by the War King, but by a mysterious person with the surname Gu. This person is very secretive and loves wearing red clothes, making him hard to catch. Gu Qinghe was chased 3 times in 3 days, but this time he chose to fight the black-clad men behind him. "I've played with you for 3 days, I'm tired now," he said. After returning from Huzhou, Su Ning's first task for Gu Qinghe was to secretly buy the Yu family's assets. At first, the Yu family refused, but after many incidents and threats from the third prince, they had to agree. The moon hung in the night sky, casting silver light like icy blades. Gu Qinghe hid under a red cloak, and behind him, several poison darts shot through the air. Just as the darts were about to hit him, he moved. The red cloak suddenly fluttered, and with a spin, he caught all the darts in his cloak. Then, with a graceful turn, he shot the darts back along the same path. This all happened in the blink of an eye. The black-clad men who were chasing him didn't expect Gu Qinghe to be so skilled. He had just jumped down from the roof and was only a few steps away when he was hit by the darts he had thrown. The poison on the darts spread quickly. The 5 men hit by them immediately fell to the ground and died. The night wind blew the red cloak on Gu Qinghe, making a rustling sound. Not far away, the night watchman called out, "It's the 3rd watch of the night. Thieves should be alert. Guard the house and don't relax." As he finished speaking, a group of people surrounded a man in red. The night watchman was startled and quickly ran away with his belongings. The black-clad men thought they were attacking together, so Gu Qinghe had no way to respond. But they didn't know he was very skilled in fighting. No matter what tactics they used, he showed no signs of fatigue and fought even more fiercely. His moves became sharper and more aggressive. His sword drew a half-moon shape in the night, and wherever it passed, people lost their lives. In the end, all were killed by him. Gu Qinghe's fair face was stained with blood at some point. His scarlet tongue curled around his mouth, and he let out a light sneer. Overestimating yourself, Gu Qinghe cut off the heads of the 2 black-clad men leading the group, then lifted them and headed straight for Xia Huaiheng's villa in the West City. When he arrived, he saw Xia Huaiheng standing on the roof with his hands behind his back. He was waiting for news. Seeing this, Gu Qinghe threw the bloody heads directly at Xia Huaiheng. While Xia Huaiheng dodged, Gu Qinghe's sharp palm strike aimed straight at him. Xia Huaiheng was too slow to react. Gu Qinghe slapped him off the roof. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qinghe moved like a ghost, quickly approaching and kicking him hard in the stomach. In that instant, a cracking sound of dislocated bones rang out. Xia Huaiheng, like a broken kite, was flung backward and crashed onto a stone table in the courtyard. "Keep provoking me and you'll die." Gu Qinghe's voice was cold as ice. When Xia Huaiheng looked up, he only saw a flash of red. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, tilted his head, and fainted. He never imagined that there could be someone in this world with such powerful and fast martial arts. His own skills were already rare in the Imperial City, yet he didn't expect someone even better. Once, there was Xia Xingye. Now, there was a mysterious person in red. The plan to recruit soldiers and buy equipment had cost a lot of money. Without Yu's family's support, it was hard to carry out. Just as their assets were about to be seized, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. That Wen Jingxing was a useless fool who only caused trouble. Xia Huaiheng fainted, and Gu Qinghe disappeared into the night like a ghost. No one noticed a small boy standing on the nearby roof. The boy was about 7 years old, with a delicate face and black hair tied loosely with a red silk ribbon. He had the innocent and lively expression typical of children. But upon closer look, one could see a calm and cold glint in his eyes, different from others his age. His dark pupils held cold stars, cunning, and pride. At this moment, he curled his lips and muttered to himself, "Third brother Xia Huaiheng? Ha, he's just SOSO." He was very glad that after being reborn into this world, he carried the memories of his past life and also his innate talent for formations. Unfortunately, his talent for cultivation was still average. Even with the help of a spirit-gathering array, it took him 2 years to reach the 3rd level of qi refining. So, when will he have the chance to sneak into the royal treasury and steal his father's treasure vault? That unfaithful scoundrel dared to imprison his mother in the cold palace. If he hadn't come, his mother would have starved to death there. He swore to not only steal from the treasury, but also to remove that man from his position. Now, let his brothers fight each other fiercely, and he would just wait to profit from their conflict. That position rightfully belonged to him. Thinking this, he slowly raised his right hand, channeling spiritual energy from his dantian to form a small fireball. He whispered, "Go." The tiny fireball seemed to gain awareness and shot toward the prince's residence. In an instant, it exploded into flames.
Fire. Fire.
"Help! Someone fire!" Inside the residence, only 2 maids were sweeping. When they saw the fire, they were so frightened that they lost control. Soon after, the boy disappeared, and a blue cat, which had been out gathering information, appeared at the same spot. Now, it sniffed the air like a small dog, its fluffy tail flicking left and right. "Huh. Just now, I clearly smelled something familiar, but now it's gone."
Why?
It searched a bit further, but the scent disappeared before it could find the source. It didn't remember where that strange, familiar smell had come from. The blue cat stood there, feeling very annoyed. It didn't pay much attention to the fire at a nearby mansion. Instead, it looked toward the palace, thinking greedily, "The treasury there must be full of treasures. When will my owner take me to visit the palace's treasury?" When it returned to the moon-gathering pavilion and told Su Ning what it had discovered, Su Ning, who had just finished practicing, said, "Don't worry about it. That's probably just the smell of chicken legs. He loved eating more than anything else. Maybe it's possible," the blue cat thought, unable to figure it out, and decided someone was secretly eating chicken legs on the roof. His little white cat was gone, probably stolen away by a wild cat. Now, besides eating, he had no other thoughts. When the Wen family's trouble happened, the happiest person was none other than the Su family. Su-won is very glad that she and Wen Jingxing have separated. She plans to go to Fo Li Temple tomorrow to burn incense. The Su family's connection with the Wen family began at the foot of Fo Li Temple. Now, thinking about it, she finds it extremely ironic. Soon the next day arrived. Several women from the Su family wanted to go to Fo Li Temple to burn a peace incense. If Su Mingyun and Su Ning could return safely, it must be because of Buddha's protection. She hopes Buddha will continue to protect the entire Su family. Thinking about the person who secretly targeted the Su family, Su Mingyun felt uneasy, so she decided to take a day off early to accompany them. Two very simple carriages left the Su family's home. At the city gate, the people coming and going were packed tightly, with no space between them. When it was the Su family's turn, a convoy of foreign merchants happened to be entering the city. People and carriages were crowded together, very busy. No one paid attention to these foreign merchants or the goods loaded on their carts. The carriages gradually moved away, leaving the majestic imperial city far behind. What the Su family didn't expect was that when they reached the foot of Fo Li Temple, they encountered Wen's carriage again. This scene was very similar to 6 years ago. The difference was, this time, there were no dark-clad people chasing after Wen Jingxing. Su Wan also no longer felt the same pity for Wen Jingxing as she did back then. When they met again at the same place, Wen Jingxing's eyes turned red. Wen Jingxing looked at Su Wan with deep affection, his eyes red as he called out Wan Wan. Seeing the Su family's carriage trying to leave, Wen Jingxing quickly dismounted from his horse and stopped in front of it. He choked with emotion. Wan Wan, the heavens have brought us together again in the same place, which means our fate is not yet finished. Wan Wan, can you give your husband one more chance? I know I was wrong. After speaking, Wen Jingxing knelt in front of the Su family's carriage in front of others. This scene stunned many passers-by, and the carriage from the Marquis of Zhengguo's estate passing by. At this moment, everyone from that time, except Xie Xingye, was present. Everyone felt as if they had returned to 6 years ago. Su Mingyun drove the carriage forward, looking down at him from above. Lord Wen, this situation is truly disgusting. Have you lost your mind, forgetting about the divorce with my sister? How can you still have the face to call yourself a husband? I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten. The biggest mistake I made in this life was divorcing Wan Wan. Big brother, I'm sorry. I was too reckless before. I'm sorry to all of you. At this moment, Wen Jingxing seemed truly remorseful for his past mistakes, but wasn't it already too late? Su Ning lifted the curtain and looked at Wen Jingxing. Seeing his haggard appearance, she felt no guilt at all. Wen Jingxing no longer had his former glory. His black hair was messy, and his clothes were wrinkled, as if he had worn them for days. The carriage behind him probably carried the seriously ill old lady Wen. I wonder if that confused old lady is feeling better. Seeing Su Ning, Wen Jingxing looked like he saw a lifeline and exclaimed happily, Ninger, I am your father. I know I was wrong. Do you want to come back to the Wen family with your mother? Our family can live happily together, without any interruptions. Father will also treat you well and value you. He will personally teach you martial arts every day. Father is a general in Beiping, and his martial skills are top-notch. In the future, you could become a famous female general. Do you believe in your father? Su Ning tilted her head, her smile a bit sarcastic. If father's martial skills were so good, he wouldn't have been poked in the backside by mother that day. Wen Jingxing didn't understand why his daughter's words always made him so angry. But when facing the Su family members, she was so sensible and knew her boundaries. Thinking this, he asked himself aloud, somewhat self-deprecatingly, Ninger, you're actually very clever, right? Every time you talk to me, you seem to want to make me angry. But when you're with your eldest uncle, you understand everything in your heart. Father wants to know why. As soon as Wen Jingxing spoke, Su Wan angrily scolded him. Because Ninger isn't stupid. She saw early on that you favored Yu Er and that you didn't truly care for her. Wen Jingxing, now that the Wen family's title has been revoked and you've been deceived by Yu Er and Songbai, it's all your own fault. Someone as selfish and narrow-minded as you is not worth pity. You're even worse than a 5-year-old child. Before Su Wan finished speaking, Wen Jingxing's face changed. But Su Ning interrupted him, saying, Mother, there's actually one more thing I haven't told you. That night I caught a cold. I had a very scary dream. Everyone in the carriage looked at Su Ning. Mrs. Wu asked, What was the scary thing? Tell us, Ninger. Su Ning pursed her lips and slowly said, I dreamed that my stepmother was a troublemaker. She not only caused the vault to be robbed, but also led to everyone in the Wen family being taken away and exiled, including my mother and me. It was so scary. Everyone heard this and gasped. If Su Ning's dream was false, then the vault being robbed was real. When Jingxing, who was kneeling outside, also heard Su Ning's exaggerated words and was shocked beyond words. Ninger, so you knew from the beginning that Yu was a troublemaker? That she would harm our whole family? And you didn't tell Dad? Su Ning pouted and said, it was just a dream, when Jingxing shouted at her. But later, the vault was really robbed. At that time, you should have told me. Su Ning looked determined not to let Wen Jingxing get angry and spoke softly again. But you were angry with my mother then, so I didn't want to say anything. Wen Jingxing, even if Ninger told you, would you believe her? You would just think she was making trouble for no reason, Su Wan scolded angrily. Wen Jingxing was so angry at Su Ning's words that a vein bulged on his forehead. Then he thought, now that Yu was dead and the Wen family was exiled, such terrible things wouldn't happen. He heard the maid Xiao Hua's surprised voice. Oh, I understand now. At that time, the young lady was afraid we wouldn't believe her, so she suggested we go back to the Su family for help. Actually, the young lady knew all along that Yu would bring disaster to the Wen family. Xiao Hua's reminder made Su Wan remember that Su Ning had strongly urged them to return to the Su family. Later, she kept persuading them to leave the Wen residence. Ninger, my good child, you are my lucky star, Su Wan said, holding Su Ning tightly in the carriage. She believed her Ninger was afraid she wouldn't believe her, so she used this way to protect her. Her Ninger was so clever that it made people feel heartache. This made Wen Jingxing feel even more pain. He used to think Su Ning was a clumsy, foolish girl who was trouble, slow to learn, and not liked by him or his mother. He even hoped she would grow up to marry into the royal family and pave the way for Royer. He used to dislike her so much, but now he deeply regrets it. He realized he was wrong.
It was his fault.
Ninger, it's all Dad's fault. Now Dad understands his mistake. Please give Dad another chance, okay? You carry the blood of the Wen family. Do you really not want Dad anymore? Su Mingyun coldly said, it's too late now, Wen Jingxing. Whether Ninger is smart or foolish, she is still a child of the Su family. She is only a child of the Su family. We will risk our lives to protect her. Unlike you, who build love on interests, you, Wen Jingxing, are a sham husband and a false father. Let's go. If Lord Wen doesn't allow it, we will push through him, Su Mingyun ordered the coachman in a deep voice. The coachman responded, yes, drive, and was willing to ignore Wen Jingxing's safety, intending to run him over. Wen Jingxing rolled on the ground just in time to avoid being hit, looking very embarrassed. After days of drunkenness and reckless living, his body was no longer as strong as before. This morning, old lady Wen vomited blood again. He truly had no choice but to bring her to the Buddha ceremony temple to pray for peace. Behind them, the carriage from the Marquis of Zhengua's residence slowly passed by the Wen family's carriage. Inside, Zhu Yaoji lifted the curtain to look at Wen Jingxing but said nothing, allowing the coachman to continue. Wen Jingxing, somehow, had a strange and bold, even wicked, idea at this moment. Follow them, he commanded. His previously exhausted face was suddenly replaced with a sinister expression. A group of people, riding in a carriage, slowly headed toward the Buddha ceremony temple. General, it seems the carriage behind is from the Marquis of Zhengua's residence. The confident Yu Duo stepped forward to remind Su Mingyun. Hearing this, Su Mingyun's expression flickered slightly. Pay attention to the carriage from the Marquis of Zhengua. Yes, General, Yu Duo responded and retreated. The group reached the halfway point on the mountain steps, where they would transfer to a sedan chair to go up the mountain. Su Mingyun noticed that only Zhu Yaoji from the Marquis of Zhengua's residence was with them, but many guards followed behind. After reaching the mountain, distinguished officials and noblemen would be arranged to rest in special meditation rooms. Zhu Yaoji was no exception. However, as a county princess and the largest donor to the Buddha ceremony temple, her resting place was a separate courtyard in the back. The Wen family was also the largest donor to the temple and had its own independent courtyard. Soon after Zhu Yaoji sat down, 2 young monks brought food and tea. The mountain was high and the road was long, and it was summer, so she inevitably sweat. Zhu Yaoji ordered Xiao Lu to prepare water for bathing. Yes, miss. The servant hasn't returned yet. Miss, please don't go out, Xiao Lu warned as she left. Zhu Yaoji felt warm inside. I understand. Go quickly. Be careful on the way. Little Lu smiled as she left the house. She searched for a long time but couldn't find a monk, so she had no choice but to walk outside. Just as she turned a corner in the corridor, she unexpectedly saw the back of a man in white walking alongside a woman. The man's back in white looked very much like the eldest son of the Su family, but the woman's back didn't resemble Su Wan, nor did it look like the second young lady of the Su family. Curious, little Lu decided to follow them quietly, but she kept her distance to avoid being noticed. She watched as they entered a small grove, but she still couldn't see the man's face clearly. When she came here earlier, she saw clearly that the eldest son of the Su family was indeed dressed in fine, white clothes. The man in white she saw now was also dressed in white. Could they be the same person? And who was the woman? As little Lu turned back, she was preoccupied with her thoughts and didn't realize she was walking the wrong way. Just as she was about to turn back, she suddenly heard 2 women talking. Mrs. Wu, did you see that? The young master of the Su family is meeting a common woman here. I saw it too, and it scared me to death. I heard that the young master of the Su family is engaged to Miss Chu. They haven't set a date yet, but it's almost certain. Why is he meeting that woman here? If this gets out, it would shame Miss Chu. Exactly. Miss Chu also came to the Buddhist temple today. If she saw this, what should we do? The 2 women thought they were speaking quietly, but little Lu heard everything clearly. She was very nervous and hurriedly left. Soon, she found 2 monks and asked them to prepare water. She then hurried back. When little Lu pushed open the door, she saw her young lady covered in sweat from the heat. She quickly took the fan from her and fanned her. Drink some water. You look so hot. Chu Yaoji kindly poured tea for little Lu, lowering herself to do so. Little Lu was deeply touched. On the way back, she thought a lot. She believed that the woman was actually the beloved of the young master of the Su family, but their different social statuses kept them apart. She also thought that the woman's background was not ordinary, just that her family had fallen on hard times. But no matter what, it couldn't change the fact that she was the young master's favorite. If her young lady found out about this, she would be very sad. But if she didn't tell her, she would be kept in the dark, and the future might not be easy. After thinking it over, little Lu decided that it was better to face the truth quickly rather than delay, so she told her young lady everything. Miss, just now, I saw. What did you see? Just tell me. No need to hesitate. Chu Yaoji was listening carefully when Xiao Lu stopped. This made her curious about what she had just seen. I told you. Don't be angry, miss, Xiao Lu said nervously, stopping her fan moving. Chu Yaoji chuckled. Go ahead, I won't be angry. I'm in a good mood now. She was originally here to ask about the wedding date, but unexpectedly met Su Mingyun. To her, this was fate. The Su family hadn't set a date yet, and she couldn't wait any longer. Seeing her miss so happy, Xiao Lu felt speechless and struggled internally. After a long hesitation, she finally said hesitantly, Miss, I saw Master Su just now. Chu Yaoji's face lit up with joy. Oh, he must be playing with Ning around. I haven't seen Ninger in days. I miss her so much. She longed to squeeze her chubby little face. She also wanted to hug her blue cat. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoji's happiness couldn't be hidden. But then Xiao Lu said sadly, Miss, it's not that. I saw Master Su walking side by side with a common woman. Chu Yaoji turned her head and looked at Xiao Lu. I don't believe it. You must have seen it wrong. No, I didn't. That is Master Su. He's wearing white today, and he looks very familiar with that woman. That must be a relative of the Su family. I believe Brother Mingyun wouldn't betray me, Chu Yaoji said confidently. Just as Xiao Lu was about to speak again, she added, Xiao Lu, some things, seeing with your own eyes, doesn't always mean it's true. Do you forget how Brother Mingyun treated me on the way back from Huzhou? I believe he's an honest and responsible person. Xiaolu thought about how she hadn't seen that man's face clearly. Could she have been mistaken? And how to explain the words of those two women? She didn't mean to go the wrong way or eavesdrop. If someone was deliberately waiting for her there, that seemed unlikely. So was that man really Su Mingyun? Chu Yaoji firmly believed that man was not Su Mingyun, so she stopped worrying about it. After she finished her bath, Xiaolu brought over a bowl of chilled plum soup. Miss, the kitchen prepared chilled plum soup for each family. Come try it. I heard that everyone received some, so Chu Yaoji didn't think much and said, you also go get a bowl and have some. Hurry up, refusing is disrespectful to me, Chu Yaoji said with a serious face. Xiao Lu knew that Chu Yaoji cared about her. Thank you, miss. After thanking, she quickly went to get a bowl. The servant and the young lady finished drinking the plum soup, each having about half a bowl. After drinking, they felt relieved from the heat, but they also started to feel sleepy. Soon after, Su Ning came over holding a blue cat. Big sister-in-law, Ninger is here to play with you. Su Ning knocked on the door for a while, but no one answered. When she pushed harder, it wouldn't open. She muttered to herself, I clearly sense two auras inside. Why won't they open the door? She looked around and saw the side window slightly open. Su Ning pushed it open and saw the two people lying on the bed, their faces suddenly changing color. Su Ning climbed through the window to check on them and realized they had been drugged. How bold. They dared to do this at the Buddhist temple. I want to see who they are, Su Ning thought. She was about to wake them up when she heard faint footsteps outside the door. She quickly had an idea. She hugged the blue cat and jumped onto the beam, hiding herself. Soon, an old woman's voice came from outside. Miss Chu, have you finished your bath? The old servant is here to bring water. Miss Chu. Seeing no response inside, the two women exchanged glances. They took the key from their waist and opened the door. Inside, the two women did not carry away the sleeping people as Su Ning expected. Instead, they opened their bags and each found a set of clothes. They quickly put on the clothes and covered themselves with their own clothes. Then they went into the inner room, carrying a bath bucket and leaving. The blue cat was confused. Master, what are they trying to do? If I'm not mistaken, they want to find two women with similar figures to pretend to be them, Su Ning thought. Since many soldiers were outside, carrying them out directly wouldn't be easy. Pretending to be them was a better plan. The blue cat was surprised. The person behind this is really clever. Even if someone comes to check, they'll think the two are just exhausted and fell asleep. After pouring out the water from the bath, the two hurried to the next room. As Su Ning expected, they found two women who looked alike to pretend to be Zhu Yaoji and her servant. Here is 100 taels of silver. After the task is done, you two will leave from the back mountain. Do not stay even for a moment. Do you understand? One old woman ordered. The two women, dressed in rough cloth, nodded heavily. They quickly changed their clothes and left together. To make sure others knew they went to the back mountain, they deliberately passed by a few young ladies from noble families. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Zhengguo's residence? Yes, and the one beside her looks like her maid. Why are the two of them in such a hurry? As soon as the young lady in pink spoke, a man in black brocade also hurried past towards the back mountain. The three young ladies looked at each other in confusion. Just then, the man in brocade quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhu Yaoji. She seemed angry and quickly shook off his hand. Then, they chased each other, like a quarrelsome couple having a small argument. In the distance, they could faintly hear the man's resentful voice. We've known each other longer than Su Mingyun. Is this how you treat me? Yaoji, stop messing around. This is impossible between us. The three young ladies thought they overheard some secret, and they froze in place. Miss, wait for the servant, Zhu Yaoji's maid called out, holding up her skirt and running after them. Soon, the three figures disappeared into the small woods. Blue Cat, unable to ignore the stunned young ladies, quickly chased after the three ahead. When they reached the edge of a cliff, they saw a very familiar figure, Wen Jingxing. Blue Cat swaggered over to Wen Jingxing openly, eavesdropping. One Jingxing wouldn't expect that it could understand human speech.
What?
You got someone to steal the clothes of Zhu Yaoji and her servant? He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to trick Zhu Yaoji out, but the current situation was no longer suitable for action. Unexpectedly, this young man took the initiative and stole Zhu Yaoji's clothes. Since Song Bai's death, many wanted to become his confidant, and Feng, who was one of them. Marquis, I believe today is the best time. I really don't want to see you so troubled, Feng Hu said earnestly. Seeing Wen Jingxing lower his eyes in deep thought, Feng Hu quickly spoke again. Lord Marquis, although we haven't revealed Zhu Yaoji, our men secretly stole her clothes. These two have very similar builds. No one would suspect they are imposters. Once everything is done, Miss Chu will have no way to defend herself. Don't hesitate, Lord Marquis. I will send the two away now. I will leave with them and come back after the danger has passed. No one will suspect you. I have to admit, Feng Hu's plan is very good. After thinking it over, Wen Jingxing took out some silver and said, Hurry and leave now. Don't let anyone see you. Thank you, Feng Hu. Wen Jingxing didn't think there was anything wrong with this plan. Instead, he felt Feng Hu had helped him share the worry. He believed Song Bai was very loyal. Now he was completely deceived by Yu Ear. Yes, Lord Marquis. Take care, Feng Hu said, bowing to Wen Jingxing. After a quick bow, he hurried away with the two women. Once they left, the shame of Zhu Yaoji secretly meeting with a man was confirmed. Blue Cat slowly walked toward Wen Jingxing. Because his steps were light, he didn't notice. Wen Jingxing was secretly thinking, Feng Hu, I won't treat you badly. If Miss Chen revealed this, Zhu Yaoji would surely be ruined. Even if Su Mingyun married her, he would have doubts and wouldn't truly love her. Once there was a rift, it would be easy to handle. At first, he wanted someone to lure Zhu Yaoji out, but she didn't fall for it. So, he had to give up the plan. Blue Cat whispered to Su Ning, asking for her opinion. Master, the mastermind is Wen Jingxing. What should we do? Kill him, Su Ning replied quickly. Blue Cat knew her master was decisive. Without hesitation, it leapt up, ready to strike Wen Jingxing with a powerful attack. But just as it jumped, Wen Jingxing noticed. Shocked, he slipped and fell backward toward the cliff behind him. Help! In panic, he reached out to Blue Cat, hoping it would save him. But when he saw it was just a cat, he felt hopeless. Blue Cat watched silently as Wen Jingxing, full of despair and unwillingness, fell off the cliff. The cliff was very tall, so high that it seemed to have no end. At this height, unless someone like Su Ning with cultivation skills was there, ordinary people would be shattered upon falling. Master, Wen Jingxing has fallen off the cliff. Yes, go and bring those two women here. Su Mingyun was worried because Su Ning hadn't returned after looking for Zhu Yaoji for a while. On the way, he met three noble ladies talking. Oh my, I never thought the county princess of Nan'an already has someone she likes. Do you think that man is a young master from some family? I'm not sure. Only saw his back. Who can tell who he is? The woman in pink was just about to speak when she saw Su Mingyun in white walking toward them. He looked serious and said, You ladies are gossiping behind her back. Is that proper? The three women looked embarrassed. Miss Chun from the Ministry of Personnel, not wanting Su Mingyun to be kept in the dark, kindly said, Young Master Su, we're not gossiping. We saw it with our own eyes. Just now, we saw Miss Chu arguing with a man in fine clothes and then heading into the woods. If you don't believe us, you can follow and see for yourself. Su Mingyun frowned and asked, As far as I know, Miss Chu has not left her meditation room. Are you sure you saw her? He had been secretly watching, and Zhu Yaoji hadn't left at all. Only two old women carrying water had come and gone. Miss Chen was surprised and said, But that person clearly called her Yaoji just now. At this moment, Su Ning ran over hurriedly, looking worried. Uncle, something's wrong. Aunt and Sister Xiao Lu fainted in the room. The three ladies looked at each other and thought, Isn't Aunt the county princess of Nan'an? And who are the two servants who went to the back mountain? To find out what was happening, the three women followed Su Mingyun quickly to Zhu Yaoji's room. When they arrived, they saw the two servants truly fainted on the bed. In the yard, Many guards from the Duke of Zhengguo's estate gathered. The leader, Zhang Cheng, suspected that the two water carriers had tampered with something, because no one else had entered the yard besides them. "Quick, go and get them," he ordered. Something happening under his watch was his fault. Soon, the two women were found dead in the room, poisoned. Su Mingyun's people also found 3 suspicious bodies on the back mountain: a woman, a girl, and a man. Yes, these were the 3 people the women saw. That's right, we saw these 3.
They look so much alike.
The 3 people were very shocked and confused, unsure of what was really happening. Zhang Cheng immediately recognized Chu Yaoji's clothes. She actually stole the young lady's outfit. Once he said that, others understood what was going on. These 2 had stolen the county lord's clothes and deliberately staged this scene to ruin her reputation. However, they were silenced by someone. So, who was behind this? Why would they silence the witnesses and still let Su Mingyun find the body? Wouldn't that make it easier for others to discover the truth? Lan Mao returned quietly and jumped into Su Ning's arms, sending her a message. "Master, I'm really sorry. I accidentally let out a that was so bad it caused them to faint. But I didn't kill those 2 women. When I arrived, the man had already silenced them. Now that there were no witnesses, it was her fault. Don't blame yourself. Those 2 women were already poisoned before this. Maybe Feng, who was also poisoned, and the poison was just waiting to take effect." Lan Mao was surprised. Was it Wen Jingxing who did this? No, someone else. Wen Jingxing was used by others. Who could that be? Not clear yet. Just then, Lan Mao relayed Wen Jingxing's conversation with Feng Hu word for word. She guessed that Feng Hu was being manipulated by someone. After his plan failed, he quickly came up with a second plan, making Wen Jingxing the scapegoat. Su Ning always felt that this wasn't the end. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Everyone was dead. To Wen Mingyun and Zhang Cheng, it was clearly the work of someone behind the scenes to silence them. But they still sent people to investigate everywhere. In the end, they found Wen Jingxing was not in his room. They suspected he was involved in this. They decided to wait in the room, hoping he would come back. But by nightfall, he still hadn't appeared. Has Wen Jingxing even abandoned his own mother? Zhang Cheng was furious. He thought Wen Jingxing was incredibly foolish to openly oppose the Duke of Zhengguo's house. Wasn't that just stupid? Xing Lu, who had woken up, explained everything. Wen Jingxing had first arranged for someone to pretend to be Su Mingyun, trying to lure Chu Yaoji out. But Chu Yaoji didn't fall for it. Then, they poisoned the plum soup, causing the 2 to faint. Afterward, 2 old women sneaked into the room to steal clothes. After gaining control, he had 2 women pretend to be Zhu Yaoji and Xiao Lu, trying to ruin her reputation and cause the marriage between Su Chu and her family to fail. Finally, he murdered someone to silence them, hoping to clear his own suspicion. Thinking carefully, Wen Jingxing's plan was not very thorough. But if he had killed everyone, it would be hard to find him for a while. His escape would make people suspicious. Normally, since the plan was successful, why would he run away? Also, killing someone and not hiding the body is confusing to them. A group of people waited until dawn on the second day, but they saw no sign of Wen Jingxing. They suspected he had really escaped, leaving his elderly mother behind. Zhang Cheng thought Wen Jingxing was extremely foolish, fleeing out of fear of punishment, but that was a serious crime. They took Wen Jingxing's mother and prepared to return home. Wen Jingxing escaped, and the Wen family was finished. Brother Mingyun, Zhu Yaoji called out shyly before the carriage left. Su Mingyun stepped forward, took the stool from the servant, bent down to place it on the ground, and extended his arm to help her. Zhu Yaoji then hung a peace talisman she had obtained again on his wrist. "It will protect you throughout your life." After saying that, she got into the carriage with Su Mingyun's help. Then Xiao Lu, who also got into the carriage, cheerfully added, "Young Master Su, the lady is here to ask for your marriage." "Xiao Lu, stop talking," Zhu Yaoji scolded playfully from inside. Su Mingyun's ears turned slightly red. After helping to draw the curtain, he turned and left. Xiao Lu thought that Su Mingyun understood her meaning. Inside the carriage, Xiao Lu talked about what happened yesterday. "Miss, you know Su Mingyun best. Otherwise, We would have been truly deceived by Wen Jingxing, because Zhu Yaoji didn't believe Xiao Lu's words. The later incident with the plum soup poisoning happened. It was clear that the later plan was made in a hurry compared to the first one. After the Su family members packed up and got into the sedan chair, the procession started moving. Not far along, when Lao Fu, on the sedan chair, began to cause trouble. Jingxing, Jingxing, why are you tying me up? Why are you tying me up? When Lao Fu was already not in her right mind. To prevent her from waking and disturbing the journey, Su Mingyun ordered people to tie her up. Now that Wen Jingxing had fled out of fear of punishment, no one considered Wen Laofu as the Lady of Ho. The servants of the Wen residence dared not make a sound. Unable to get a response, Lady Wen became angry and kept struggling. Her close maid whispered to her, "Madam, the road is rough. It's safer to tie you up." "Don't move," Lady Wen scolded loudly. "What are you?" "I want to see Jingxing." "Where is he?" Zhang Cheng, already upset, sneered from his nose. "He's dead. You will never see him again." The Marquis of Zhenguo won't forgive the Wen family for plotting against his house. Dead? Jingxing is dead. Lady Wen stared with her old eyes, muttering this sentence. When she realized it, she struggled even more, pulling her hair and shouting, "Impossible. He can't be dead. My Jingxing can't be dead. If he's gone, who'll take care of Brother Rui?" Lady Wen was still worried about Yu Yi's child. Zhang Cheng wished he could make Lady Wen die of anger right then. He said, "What, Brother Rui? That child isn't even yours." "He is." "Ah." "Madam, madam," the maid screamed. Lady Wen's struggles were too fierce. The four people holding her couldn't keep their balance. During the violent shaking, they all fell down. The Lady Wen hit her forehead on a stone and fainted on the spot. The servants hurriedly helped her up. The maid cried and begged Su Mingyun to call a doctor. Su Mingyun only said, "In the wilderness, where can we find a doctor?" After a simple bandage, Su Mingyun urged everyone to continue their journey. Soon, they reached the middle of the mountain. The group changed to a different carriage. Near noon, they arrived at the city gate. No one knew what had happened inside the city, but the line of people entering was unusually long and moving slowly. "You duo, go ahead and find out what's going on," Su Mingyun ordered. "Yes, General," Yu Duo replied and rode ahead. After about half an incense stick of time, he returned. General Luo said there are foreign spies inside the city. Everyone entering or leaving must be checked carefully. No exceptions. This was very important. Even the Marquis of Zhenguo's carriage had to be checked, and no one was allowed to skip the inspection. At noon, the sun was very hot. The line moved slowly again, and many people complained. Fortunately, after about half an hour, it was finally the turn of the Su family's convoy. Su Mingyun dismounted and prepared to negotiate with General Luo at the gate. He casually glanced at the foreign man being escorted on the ground. He didn't think much of it, but the man's expression grew tense. This scene was noticed by General Luo, who stepped forward and stopped Su Mingyun. "General Ding Yuan, if I remember correctly, you haven't had a day off these past few days," Luo said with a dark smile. "That's right. I had some family matters yesterday, so I took an early day off." "Is there a problem with that?" Su Mingyun looked past Luo to the city guards behind him, who numbered about 100. Then he looked back at Luo. Luo smiled slightly and asked, "General Ding Yuan, may I ask what important matter requires you to leave the city these days, especially when foreign merchants are entering?" "What do you mean?" Su Mingyun understood Luo's hidden message. Luo remained calm and said, "It's nothing special. I just want to know what the Su family has been up to these days, especially since you chose to leave the city when foreign merchants arrived. Isn't that just a coincidence?" The carriage from the state protector's residence passed by without issue. The Wang family's carriage and the Qin family's carriage also went smoothly. But when it came to the Su family's carriage, it was stopped. Su Mingyun sensed something was wrong. He kept a serious face and explained, "It's because our ladies are going to the Buddhist temple to offer incense. To ensure safety along the way, I changed my day off to protect them. The King of War also knows about this. Just for offering incense." Luo's tone was full of suspicion and curiosity, showing no respect for the King of War. The women of the Su family understood what was happening. Master, this man is clearly targeting the Su family. Could it be that there's a spy among us? Su Ning also realized the problem. The man dared to openly stop the Su family's carriage and say these things. He might be holding evidence that could trap the Su family with no way out. Hurry, go and find some evidence nearby, Su Ning said, opening the curtain to let Blue Cat go and look for suspicious clues. But as soon as he lifted the curtain, Luo shouted loudly, "Everyone stay back. Come here, surround the Su family's carriage. I strongly suspect they are colluding with foreigners." As soon as Luo finished speaking, the 100-strong city guards swarmed around the Su family's carriage, sealing it off completely. Su Ning and Su Mingyun were in a carriage. On the left was their mother, and on the right was their second aunt. The frightened villagers ran in all directions, causing chaos at the scene. Brother Mingyun, Chu Yaoji, who had entered the city, lifted the curtain of the carriage. Seeing that the Su family's carriage was surrounded, she looked very worried. The other members of the Su family on the carriage were panicked. What is going on? Why does that Luo person suspect the Su family? Mrs. Wu was so anxious, she gripped the edge of the carriage tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. Su Wan and Yun Jiao also didn't understand what was happening and felt very anxious. At this moment, Su Mingyun realized that the Luo person might be deliberately targeting the Su family. He held his sword at his waist, his face dark and fierce. What is General Luo doing? Our Su family has 2 generations of soldiers. Do you think we are colluding with outsiders? Everyone knows that General Ding Yuan was a main force fighting against the Southern D people 8 years ago. I heard that you defeated 2,000 enemies with only 5,000 men. Such an easy victory, unless it was intentional, is impossible for ordinary people. Su Mingyun was angry and said, "That's because you can't do it, not because others can't." Luo Yongchang, stop framing my family. Su Mingyun stepped forward, full of authority. Luo Yongchang hesitated for a moment, but didn't show fear. Instead, he said firmly, "Is General Ding Yuan angry and ashamed? If it wasn't you, why would you be so angry and ashamed? Bring someone here to interrogate this spy on the spot, so that General Ding Yuan will be convinced." As he spoke, soldiers immediately stepped forward and whipped the foreign man hard.
Speak.
Who did you contact and what was the secret code? The foreign man screamed and fell to the ground, biting his lip and refusing to speak. Su Mingyun wanted to step forward, but was stopped by General Luo, who drew his sword. He scolded, "Luo Yongchang, you're forcing confessions. Our Su family has 2 generations of soldiers and is loyal to North Xia. I believe you, Luo Yongchang, are the one colluding with outsiders." Luo Yongchang ignored Su Mingyun's roar and confidently said, "What is General Ding Yuan so anxious about? Once this person confesses, everything will be clear. You'll be convinced." Under the soldiers' whips, the already badly injured foreign man finally couldn't hold on and spoke. "It was General Ding Yuan who contacted me. The secret code is on the carriage." This statement caused a stir. Many villagers looked shocked and couldn't believe what they heard. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I never thought the hero who fought bandits would collude with foreigners. Is this an inside job with outside help? Must not let him go, must not let the traitor escape." Many villagers, stirred up, started to attack. Some of them intentionally caused trouble. The women of the Su family were all kept inside and could not move. Seeing the villagers so excited, they were very anxious. Clearly, someone was secretly targeting them. "Come here, search this general." General Luo waved his hand, and soldiers stepped forward forcefully, poking with red-tasseled spears and knocking on things, almost hurting the women inside the carriage. "Master, think of a way quickly." Blue Cat was a bit worried. There were too many people present. Su Ning had to save the Su family secretly and turn the situation around. This seemed very difficult to Blue Cat. Su Ning kept a calm face, lost in thought. The soldiers soon found clues near the Su family's carriage, words carved with a small knife. It was faintly recognizable as colluding with outsiders. Now, the Su family was clearly suspected of treason. General Luo showed a victorious smile. "General Ding Yuan, do you still want to deny it?" The evidence is clear. Let's see how you explain this. Just a small matter like burning incense. General Dingyuan has to leave the city for 2 days. It's hard not to arouse suspicion. Besides, under the emperor's rule, who dares to act recklessly? Your excuse seems a bit weak. Su Mingyun was very angry. At this moment, he suddenly realized they had been tricked by someone in secret. The conspiracy over the past 2 days was tightly woven. That person also knew he didn't want his family to go to the Buddhist temple and was very aware of the Su family's recent movements. As for the evidence from the foreigner, it was probably carved during the chaos when they left the city yesterday. Now, they had no way to defend themselves. Su Mingyun clenched his sword tightly, veins bulging. If the mastermind behind this was the high-ranking official, the Su family would have no chance to turn things around. He hated it and couldn't understand why that person was targeting the Su family so much. Over the years, the Su family had been loyal to North Xia, with no second thoughts. Take the Su family members to the palace to see the emperor. General Luo saw Su Mingyun about to draw his sword in anger, suddenly stepped forward and lowered his voice. General Dingyuan, colluding with enemies is a crime punishable by death for the entire family. His tone was quite proud. He then said, General Su isn't waiting for the War King, right? Honestly, the War King isn't in the Imperial City. Suddenly, Su Mingyun's mind exploded with a loud bang, and he felt as if their Su family had fallen into a huge conspiracy. Now, they had reached a point where the ruler demanded the death of his ministers, and the ministers had no choice but to die. Just as Su Mingyun was thinking about whether to risk everything, a small voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Ninger Suwan was extremely worried and wanted to pull Su Ning into the carriage, but then she remembered the cat in her arms was not ordinary. She trembled and withdrew her hand. Inside the carriage, Mrs. Wu and Yun Jiao exchanged worried looks, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. The scene outside was noisy and chaotic, with sounds rising one after another. However, after Su Ning's small voice sounded, everyone instinctively quieted down and looked over. Luo Yongchang saw that it was a 5-year-old child and sneered, "Haha, little one, disturbing my case, you will be punished more severely. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and take the person away." Luo Yongchang didn't pay any attention to Su Ning. Su Ning looked at Luo Yongchang as if she were looking at a dead person. Her delicate voice rang out clearly, "General Luo, are you in such a hurry to convict us? Are you hiding something? Ridiculous. The evidence is clear, and the emperor will decide. I have no guilt. As for you, a little kid with no experience, you have no right to stop me. Take her away. I knew I was right." Luo Yongchang set a trap for our Su family, just waiting for us to return to the city. Before Luo Yongchang could react, Su Ning continued, "General Luo, you probably don't know that my father is Marquis Yongchang when Jingxing, do you? My father went to the Buddhist temple yesterday. He knew someone was setting an ambush at the city gate for our Su family, so he came up the mountain to warn us. My father gave me a true word pill, which is meant to deal with treacherous officials like you. Now, just feed this pill to the foreign merchant, and the truth will come out." Luo Yongchang was a bit flustered upon hearing this, but he didn't believe such a thing as a true word pill existed, so he pretended to be calm and said, "What conspiracy? The evidence is clear. This is a fact. As for the true word pill, haha, just a child's trick. This true word pill was obtained by my father from Master Chongjin. Master Chongjin is very powerful, unlike treacherous officials like you. No one has ever seen Master Chongjin, so they could only let Su Ning make up stories." Luo Yongchang sneered. "What, Master Chongjin? Kid, stop talking nonsense. Wen Jingxing couldn't possibly know his plans, so how could he tell others in advance? This kid was clearly trying to trick him." Everyone in the Su family remembered the blue cat Su Ning was holding. Whether they could turn the situation around today depended on it. Su Mingyun looked worriedly at Su Ning's back, and she gave him a reassuring look. It seemed to say, "Uncle, don't worry. Little Qing is very capable. She can understand animal speech, and the blue cat is a beast that gets stronger by swallowing gold. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way." Seeing Luo Yongchang acting so confident, Su Mingyun's worries grew worse. He snorted coldly, not believing in the true word pill at all. Take everyone involved away. This is a serious matter and must be personally investigated by the emperor. Luo Yongchang immediately tried to arrest the Su family members. But at this moment, someone rode up quickly and shouted loudly, "I have had the honor of meeting Master Chongjin once. I can testify that the true word pill in Miss Su's hands is real." The person riding up was Morong Linyuan, the chief of the Ministry of Justice. When he heard about the Su family's trouble, he rushed here at all costs. Luckily, he made it in time. Morong Linyuan quickly exchanged a serious look with Su Mingyun, and they both saw the same concern in each other's eyes. Luo Yongchang's anger flared, and he waved his sleeve. This is all nonsense. If such a thing really exists, then the Ministry of Justice's difficult cases wouldn't need to be investigated. Morong Linyuan remained calm and said, "General Luo, do you think such a divine medicine can be obtained by just anyone? Master Chongjin is a highly skilled expert. Even I have not obtained a single one. Lord Wen naturally doesn't want his own daughter to be falsely accused, so he gave her this precious item. If it's fake, what is General Luo afraid of?" He had asked Xie why he trusted a 5-year-old child to handle such matters. He only said, "Trust it. Everything is predestined." Many questions remained unanswered, but he believed in Xie. Many common people, curious if true word pills really exist, started to suggest Luo Yongchang give it a try. Master Morong makes a good point. If this thing is fake, then the words of foreign merchants don't matter much. To make the Su family believe, what's wrong with trying it?
A commoner loudly said.
Yes, I also don't believe there is a true medicine called true word pill, but since these two speak so convincingly, trying it won't hurt. General Dingyuan was a brave warrior in past battles and a hero in fighting bandits. We shouldn't wrongly accuse good people. Lord Wen has spoken, so there must be a problem with this case. Since this matter is very important, it's better to investigate clearly. We shouldn't wrongly accuse innocent people or let the real traitors go free. More and more commoners want to see the effect of the true word pill. If Luo Yongchang doesn't give it to that person, it only shows he has something to hide. Luo Yongchang is very angry inside. Then he remembers that Wen Jingxing and the Su family have a grudge. How could Wen Jingxing help the Su family? Thinking of this, he loudly calls out to Wen's carriage. Is Lord Wen inside? He wants to see if this is true. There is no Wen Jingxing in the Wen family's carriage, which makes Luo Yongchang more certain that Su Ning is deliberately doing this. If you say this medicine was given by Lord Wen, then where is he? My father is busy and hasn't returned to the imperial city, but my grandmother is in the carriage. Someone lifts the curtain of the Wen carriage, and from Luo Yongchang's view, he sees old lady Wen lying inside. Since he doesn't see Wen Jingxing, Luo Yongchang won't let a little child cause trouble. He says, "Since Lord Wen isn't here, let's take this matter to the emperor. Come here." Su Mingyin sees Luo Yongchang insist on this and angrily shouts, "Luo Yongchang, you are hiding something. The foreign merchant is you and the real traitor is you." Su Ning also says, "Yes, uncle, it's him. Yesterday, my father called me aside and secretly told me that the real traitor working with the foreigners is a general named Luo. Help us. Please, everyone, help us. This General Luo is a big bad guy. My father would never lie to me." Su Ning fake cries to stir up the crowd. The little child cries so pitifully to save her family. Many commoners feel sympathy and gather courage to approach. Luo Yongchang is almost furious. He never expected that a 5-year-old child could speak so well and be so stubborn. Some commoners start whispering among themselves, and their words lean towards supporting the Su family. It seems that General Luo really suspects something, or he wouldn't be so against using the true speech pill. Yes, the Su family has contributed greatly to northern Xia in the past, and recently they fought off bandits. They wouldn't be working with foreign enemies. Hearing these words, Luo Yongchang felt stuck. He angrily said, "Fine, true speech pill then. Let's see how powerful Master Chongjin really is." He didn't believe such a miraculous thing existed in the world. The little kid was clearly stalling for time. When soldiers stepped forward to take him, Su Ning quickly pulled back and said softly, "I'm afraid you'll switch the medicine, so I will feed him myself." Luo Yongchang wanted to refuse, but the little boy added, "My dad said only family can be trusted." He also said there are many bad people trying to harm the Su family. Even the third prince can't be trusted. My dad said you're the most tricky. Luo Yongchang. Murong Linyuan's mouth twitched slightly. The little kid was surprisingly clever, always thinking about how to get Wang Jingxing and the third prince together. Luo Yongchang was furious. Whether Wang Jingxing spoke or not, only the little boy knew. Su Ning, small and holding a blue cat, jumped down from the carriage, swinging his short legs, and quickly reached the foreign man. The man was already beaten bloody, with wounds deep enough to see bone. As Su Ning approached, the man tilted his head and died. Yes, he died. He simply died from his injuries without taking the true speech pill. This scene made Murong Linyuan and the Su family feel uneasy. The witness was dead. What should they do now? The common people looked at each other, sighing. The only witness was gone, so how could the Su family turn the situation around? Luo Yongchang saw this and thought it was the perfect time. If the timing had been right, he would have laughed loudly to celebrate. Little kid, you're really unlucky. The witness is dead. But I believe everything he said is true. Now let's go to the Golden Dragon Hall to speak, he mocked as he bent towards Su Ning. His proud smile almost reached his eyebrows, making people feel angry. He didn't think that with the witness dead, they would have no way out.
Ah, Son Ivy.
Su Ning smiled softly and looked at him. Oh, it's really a pity that the witness has died. But you don't think his death can hide the truth, do you? At the moment Luo Yongchang changed his expression, Su Ning quickly used his fingers to summon a bit of spiritual power and aimed it at his throat, forcing him to open his mouth. At the same time, he forcefully pressed the true word pill into his mouth.
You.
Cough. Cough. Luo Yongchang stared in disbelief, clutching his throat tightly, trying to spit out the pill. The true word pill had already been swallowed into his stomach by Su Ning, and no matter how much he coughed, it was useless. Soon the medicine from the pill took effect. Luo Yongchang's eyes became fixed and dull, his hands loosened, and he knelt weakly on the ground. This scene surprised everyone watching. Someone exclaimed, "Look, the medicine is working. Oh my, will he tell the truth now?" A soldier nearby looked worried and tried to step forward to stop him, but Murong Linyuan shouted, "How bold! What are you trying to do?" I just want to help General Luo," the soldier stammered, avoiding eye contact with Murong Linyuan. But Murong Linyuan didn't believe him. "Huh, I thought you wanted to kill him to silence him." He dismounted and approached the soldier to prevent him from causing trouble. Su Ning signaled to Su Mingyun with a glance, indicating he should ask questions. Su Mingyun nodded slightly and asked loudly, "General Luo, was it you who deliberately arranged for this foreign merchant to trap my Su family here?" Everyone held their breath and stared intently at Luo Yongchang, waiting for his answer. Whether the true word pill is real or not depends on Luo Yongchang's reaction. Many villagers looked hopeful. It didn't take long before Luo Yongchang honestly told everything he knew. "Yes, it was the fifth prince who ordered me to do this, to frame the Su family." The foreign merchant was also arranged by the fifth prince. The crowd erupted in shock. All the secret agents from different factions were stunned. Oh my, the Su family has really been framed. That Luo guy is utterly shameless. Wow, the true word pill is real. I never thought such a miraculous spiritual medicine existed. Have you heard of Master Chongjin? I've never heard of him. He's so incredible. Such a high-level monk, yet unknown to the world. He's so low-key. Exactly, isn't he? If such a miraculous medicine can be made, it truly shows that the person is remarkable. If it weren't for Master Chongjin's true words pill today, a loyal official would have become a prisoner. Not just a prisoner. If this case is proven, the Su family could be executed entirely, or even wiped out along with their entire clan. Oh dear, that fifth prince is so cruel. He's even a prince, yet so wicked. His boldness and disregard for human life are truly infuriating. The common people all feel sorry for the Su family, and the family members are trembling with anger. The women of the Su family come out of the carriage, kneel on the ground, and pray to heaven, saying, "Thank you. Master Chongjin, for saving us. Once the act is over, the show must be fully played out. The Su family isn't fools. To protect Su Ning from being caught in the middle, they have to act convincingly. Su-won holds Su Ning and sobs. Ning are such a big thing. Why didn't you tell your mother and uncle earlier? Su Ning hugs Su-won back, crying sadly. Woo-woo. Mother, when father told me, I thought he was lying. I didn't believe him. I never thought someone would really try to harm us. Mother, does he want to kill us all? That's so terrible. Blue Cat also waves its paw. Meow. So terrible. Everyone in the Su family covers their heads and cries, playing out the scene of surviving a disaster to the fullest. Su Mingyun thought the mastermind was the person on the throne, but it turned out to be the fifth prince, Xie Xianlin, who was imprisoned in the Zhongren mansion. Then Su Mingyun realized the key point. Xie Xuanlin's actions might be revenge for Zhao Anren's family. Since he can't deal with Xie Xingye, he turns his anger toward the Su family. Luo Yongchang, I ask you again. When was the small writing on the carriage written? Yesterday, when you left the city, I deliberately let that foreign merchant tamper with the carriage during the chaos. This morning, we caught you. He originally planned to capture the Su family yesterday, but since they didn't return overnight, he had to wait until today. Now, the truth is clear. Everything was planned by the fifth prince. Without that true words pill, the Su family would be finished. A deliberate trap. A prince breaking the law should be punished the same as common people. General Dingyuan, take them into the palace immediately. I will stay here. Murong Linyuan, unable to enter the palace, can stay behind to handle the aftermath. With so many eyes watching, no one dares to shelter them. Su Mingyun was so angry, he was trembling all over. He personally went ahead to Luo Yongchang to the palace. The soldier who had tried to kill and silence others was also taken away. Everyone from the Su family followed in a carriage. Such a big event, they would face it together with Su Mingyun. Mrs. Wu whispered to a servant nearby, telling him to hurry back and inform Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian. Today, the fifth prince must be punished. Half an hour later, everyone from the Su family, except Su Bufan and Su Xinian, knelt in front of the palace gate. The guard commander of the palace, Bian Jing, had already sent someone inside to deliver a message. While waiting, Su Mingyun quietly told everyone, when we present ourselves before the emperor, don't mention what happened yesterday with Wen Jingxing plotting against the county lord of Nan'an. First, because there's no solid proof. Second, because Ning'e used Wen Jingxing as an excuse, which contradicts each other. Wen Jingxing's disappearance gave them a chance to breathe. Everyone from the Su family nodded in agreement. Soon, Bian Jing hurried over. General Dingyuan, please come inside, he said, then quickly walked outside the palace to investigate. Everyone from the Su family had come, showing how serious this matter was. Su Mingyun had helped suppress the bandits, so the Northern Summer Emperor did not stop the Su family from entering the palace to present their case. Soon, they were led to a side hall of the Golden Throne Hall to kneel. Luo Yongchang and his two subordinates were forced to kneel on the ground by the palace guards. The body of the foreign merchant was also there. Seeing this, the Emperor of Northern Summer, sitting at the top, looked deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Su Aiqing, what do you have to report? Su Mingyun knelt on the ground, bowing his head to the floor, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, General Luo deliberately framed me and colluded with foreigners. I humbly ask Your Majesty to judge this matter. Xie Xianlin, being a prince, directly accusing someone was a sign of disrespect to the emperor's authority, which was a serious offense. Bian Jing had already gone to find out the situation and would return soon. Oh, General Luo, do you have anything to say? The Northern Summer Emperor asked with a serious face. Luo Yongchang looked dazed and seemed to ignore the emperor. To the emperor, it looked like Luo Yongchang, knowing he was about to die, was planning to stay silent. What did you say? Was it the fifth prince's doing? The emperor was surprised whether the fifth prince planned this conspiracy, or simply revealed himself easily. Su Mingyun didn't understand, but he also didn't want to figure it out. After the shock, he was filled with anger. Luo Yongchang, tell the truth. Who ordered you to do this? He thought Luo Yongchang was just making random accusations. Luo Yongchang repeated what he said earlier. Yes, it was the fifth prince who ordered me to frame the Su family. The foreign merchant was also arranged by the fifth prince. Yesterday, when the Su family left the city, I deliberately let that foreign merchant take advantage of the chaos to tamper with the carriage. This morning we caught him. At this point, the emperor of North Xia saw the clues. He turned his angry gaze to Su Mingyun. Su Aiqing, tell us, why do you look so dazed? Repeating the sentence, the women of the Su family were terrified but forced themselves to kneel bravely. Su Mingyun calmly said, Your Majesty, General Luo took a truth-telling pill. A truth-telling pill? The emperor looked confused. Does such a magical medicine really exist? Yes, it was given personally by Lord Wen. This brought up Lord Wen Jingxing again. Send someone to invite Marquis Yongchang, the emperor ordered, instructing Gao Gonggong to handle it. But Su Mingyun said, Your Majesty, Lord Wen has been missing since he gave me this truth-telling pill yesterday. This was interesting. After giving the pill, he disappeared. Su Aiqing, do you know the consequences of deceiving the emperor? The emperor's expression was hard to read. I dare not. Su Mingyun bowed respectfully. Dare not? Do you believe there is really such a thing as a truth-telling pill? The emperor's smile was sarcastic. Su Mingyun replied cleverly, I believe that as a father, I wouldn't just watch my daughter be falsely accused by treacherous officials. This answer made the emperor laugh with anger. So, Marquis Yongchang knew someone wanted to frame your Su family, and that's why he gave you this truth-telling pill? Yes, my younger sister had some conflicts with Lord Wen before, but the children are innocent. A few days ago, something happened to the Wen family, and it was revealed that the child born to the Yu family lady is not a blood relative of the Wen family. Now, the only true descendant of the Wen family is Su Ning. Lord Wen naturally cares deeply about his bloodline. This explanation sounds reasonable. As for why Wen Jing did not come forward as a witness and instead played the game of disappearing, only he knows the reason. Send someone immediately to find Marquis Yongchang, he said. I want to ask how Wen Jing knew about this in advance. Then, who made this true speech pill? The Northern Xia Emperor was very curious. Su Mingyun looked back at Su Ning, who knelt and stepped forward. With a loud slap, she bowed deeply to the emperor. Then, in a soft, gentle voice, she said, Your Majesty, my father said it was made by a master called Chongzhen. That master is very powerful. He gave us 2 special medicines. She then stretched out her chubby hand, gesturing for a while, and finally showed 3 fingers. The Northern Xia Emperor's mouth twitched slightly, but he kept a calm face and asked, What kind of medicines are these 2? Su Ning tilted her head and thought carefully, showing the innocence of a child to the fullest. One is called True Speech Pill, and it has already been eaten by bad people. The other seems to be called Longevity Increase Pill. Hearing about the Longevity Increase Pill, the emperor's eyes widened. Oh? Where is this Longevity Increase Pill now? Su Mingyun's heart trembled. She didn't know if Su Ning really had such a pill. If not, it would be deceiving the emperor. Did she really have such a miraculous medicine? The others in the Su family also looked shocked. Why didn't Ninger discuss this with them earlier? When did she get another longevity increase pill? If such a good thing really existed, they definitely wouldn't let this foolish emperor get it cheaply. Everyone in the Su family had different thoughts, unsure of Su Ning's true intentions. Meanwhile, Su Ning, right in front of everyone, reached into her small sleeve and fished around. Finally, she pulled out a small black pill. It was only the size of a little fingernail. A round pill with a fragrant aroma that filled the entire hall. Just smelling it made people feel refreshed and happy. The Northern Xia Emperor took a deep breath, feeling the pleasant scent. He quietly asked Su Ning, Did your father mention how much this longevity increase pill can extend life? Su Ning tilted her head again, thinking. Her chubby little face was adorable. The deep-minded emperor of North Xia finally relaxed his expression, worried about frightening her and forgetting everything. Fortunately, the little girl did not disappoint him and remembered. She reached out her chubby hand, slowly counting each finger. In the end, she gestured a number 9. Just as Emperor North Xia thought she was indicating 9 years, Su Ning cheerfully said, "It's 5 years, an extra 5 years of life." Emperor North Xia. What a way to turn 9 into 5. She is 5 years old now, yet she can't even count properly. He wondered how Wen Jingxing had taught her. But 5 years is still a good amount. 1 5-year extension, 2 would be 10, 3 would be 15. Right now, his only concern was that Master Chongjin. If this master was truly capable of making longevity pills, there should be more than one. Why was this not known to the world? How did Wen Jingxing meet this person? Just as Emperor North Xia doubted the effectiveness of the medicine, Bian Jing, who had gone out to investigate, returned. He hurried into the main hall and whispered to the emperor. He was talking about what had happened at the city gate earlier. It was exactly the same as what the Su family had said. If even the true word pill could have such good effects, then this longevity pill must be just as effective. The emperor's eyes flashed with strong desire, and his hand under the table clenched slightly. Right now, the only way to get that longevity pill was send someone to the Zhongren mansion to bring the 5th prince here, Emperor North Xia ordered with a wave of his hand, his face full of anger. The former emperor had said that if a prince committed a crime, he should be punished the same as commoners. As a ruler, if he publicly protected him, it would truly break the hearts of his ministers. Bian Jing, waiting nearby, looked shocked. Just one true word pill had turned a hopeless situation around for the Su family, which was truly impressive. What amazed him even more was that someone in this world could produce such a miraculous spiritual medicine. After receiving the order, Grand Gao hurried to the Zhongren mansion. Soon he arrived there. The person who opened the door was Xie Xianlin himself. Seeing Gao come in person, he had a bad premonition. Gao bowed respectfully. 5th Prince, His Majesty urgently summoned you. Hearing this, Xie Xianlin trembled. Let's go, he said, leading the way out. His wide dark blue robe fluttered as he moved. The robe's hem was also covered in dirt, and after being held in the official residence for 2 months, Xie Xianlin had lost his former elegance. On the way, Xie Xianlin thought about many things. His final image was of Zhao Anren, who had died tragically in the Red Pavilion. He didn't blame her for betraying him. He only blamed himself for not protecting her and for not killing Xie Yanji. He couldn't understand why Xie Yanji, whose body was clearly weakened, was still safe in the Eastern Palace. That night, the secret agent saw Xie Xingye go to the Su family. The next day, the Zhao family was in trouble. It was probably because the witch doctor saw something suspicious. But the result he found was that the witch doctor's medical skills were average and that he wasn't at the Su residence. Yet, how could he have easily cured Su Mingyun's 6-year leg injury? There must be some secret he didn't know. The plan to collude with foreign powers was thought up a month ago. It was so detailed that it was still exposed.
Haha, this is truly ironic.
He simply couldn't understand how the Su family uncovered the plot. Soon, Grand Tutor Gao brought Xie Xianlin to the palace. Before entering the hall, he knelt at the door, bowing his head to the ground and loudly saying, "Father Emperor, I am guilty." The members of the Su family inside the hall were all stunned, thinking that the 5th prince wanted to take the initiative and try to defend himself. Sure enough, he continued, "Father Emperor, I am eager to avenge Anren, so I set up this plan, hoping to give Su Mingyun a small lesson, nothing more, a small lesson, yet he wanted to turn a big matter into a minor one." He didn't defend his crimes inside the hall, nor did he accuse Luo Yongchang of framing him. He simply admitted everything. Just this alone would make the Northern Summer Emperor look at him a little more favorably. This 5th prince was very clever. Without Su Ning's truth pill, it was uncertain who would have the throne. Su Mingyun sneered inwardly. What a small lesson. If this plan succeeded, the Su family would likely be wiped out, but to the 5th prince, it was just a minor lesson. His scheming was truly deep. Su Ning showed the innocence of a child perfectly. When Xie Xianlin spoke, she turned her head to look at him. Her face was smiling, but the smile was full of sarcasm. Xie Xianlin bowed his head to the ground and didn't notice Su Ning's expression. The Northern Summer Emperor, of course, secretly praised his son's cleverness. However, today he seemed to have made a mistake. Do you know what crime it is for officials to collude with foreign tribes? His words were calm, neither angry nor happy, but they made Xie Xianlin feel deeply shocked. He thought his good father would agree with him, downplaying the matter and making it seem minor. He believed his father would just give the Su family some compensation. After all, he was his son. But now, his words didn't seem to have that effect.
Son.
I understand, Xie Xianlin quickly argued. But the foreign merchant is fake. A quick investigation will show the truth. If so, the Su family cannot be accused of colluding with foreign tribes. Please trust me, father. I just want to give the Su family a small lesson, nothing more. Su Jingnian clenched his hands on the ground, his knuckles turning white from the force. He thought that a few words could erase the crime of family destruction. This fifth prince was truly clever. If the Northern Summer Emperor wanted to favor him, even with Xie Xingye present, he might not be able to change the outcome. At this moment, he felt like the Su family was just fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of these two. The women of the Su family were all frightened and anxious, realizing this too. They felt their years of loyalty had been wasted. Suddenly, the Northern Summer Emperor shouted loudly, "Rude! That foreign merchant, you say he's fake? If this matter is settled, who will defend the Su family?
You?
Do you think you can? Son, you have disappointed me too much." Hearing this, Xie Xianlin's face changed drastically. He hurried forward, panicked, and begged, "Father, please believe me. I only wanted to give the Su family a small lesson. Please see clearly. If you don't believe me, ask General Luo." The Northern Summer Emperor slammed his hand on the table and roared angrily, "Even if I interrogate General Luo, I will find out you intended to frame the Su family. Fifth son, I order you to reflect on your actions in the ancestral hall. But you not only refuse to repent, you are making things worse. It truly breaks my heart. Take him away. Punish the fifth prince with 50 strokes and demote him to commoner. Also, arrest Luo Yongchang and his family for treason and sellout. Execute the entire family. I will not tolerate treachery." When these words were spoken, everyone in the Su family looked shocked and unable to believe it. They had prepared for the possibility that the Northern Summer Emperor might favor the fifth prince, but they never expected him to actually punish him. The 50 strikes are not the most important thing. What matters is that he was demoted to commoner status. Once outside the palace, his life and death were no longer in his control. This decision made everyone in the Su family very happy. Suddenly, Su Mingyan thought that the reason the Northern Summer Emperor seemed fair and just today was probably because he wanted the longevity pill. Before he finished his thought, the Northern Summer Emperor asked in a deep voice, "Does Minister Su agree?" His meaning was clear. This was his bottom line. He hoped the Su family would understand and stop pushing further. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." The Su family members, led by Su Jingnian, all bowed respectfully. Outside, soldiers came in to take someone away. Xie Xianlin begged for mercy, shouting, "Father, father, please spare me this time. I won't dare again." The Northern Summer Emperor waved his hand firmly, signaling the guards to take Xie Xianlin away. He didn't order the Su family to leave immediately, so Su Mingyan knew he was watching their attitude. That longevity pill was something even he wanted, not to mention the emperor. "Ninger, since you have such a rare and precious medicine, if you can offer it to the emperor, it will bring happiness to all the people." Hearing this, the Northern Summer Emperor secretly praised Su Mingyun for being reasonable. However, Su Ning said, "No, big uncle. Father said this pill is very rare and shouldn't be given to others. I want to keep it for my grandfather." Su Jingnian was startled and quickly said, "Ninger, be good. Grandfather is healthy and doesn't need it. Just give it to the emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor's face darkened. He thought to himself, "This old man Su is so bad at speaking. Is he implying that my health is poor? What made him angrier was that when Jingxing, that scoundrel, didn't even want to give the pill to him. Su Mingyun patiently persuaded Su Ning a few more times. Seeing that Su Ning seemed to understand, she said clearly, "All right, then I will give it to the emperor." The emperor handles many affairs daily, works hard for the country, and worries for the people. He is a wise ruler. Such a good thing should be given to him. If the emperor can have more of these spiritual pills made by imperial doctors, all the people in the world will be saved. He, big uncle, Ninger is willing to give it to the emperor. This flattery made the Northern Summer Emperor very pleased. Su Mingyun secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just now, she really thought Su Ning didn't want to give it. Su Ning opened her small hand and raised the longevity pill above her head, presenting it. The Northern Summer Emperor was very excited inside, thinking that this little girl from the Su family was very adorable. Upon receiving the longevity pill, Emperor Beixia looked up and saw the others from the Su family looking pained. Combining this with what Fong Jing just said, it's clear that when Jingxing's giving of the pill was not known to the rest of the Su family. Most likely, they are blaming Su Ning for acting on his own. But this has nothing to do with him. A child's sincerity is well taught by the Su family. Such a miraculous pill should be carefully refined, as it benefits the people, he said casually, but with a firm authority that could not be questioned. In the tense silence of the Su family, he suddenly added, "Today's events have frightened Madame Su. Bring the imperial carriage that the Empress Dowager usually sits in, and send 8 female officials to Madame Su back to the estate." He paused, then continued, "Madame Su, please do not refuse. The Empress Dowager prefers quiet, and the carriage can be left empty if needed. It's better to give Madame Su a proper send-off." This move clearly shows the sincerity of Emperor Beixia in comforting the Su family and demonstrates his royal dignity. It also highlights the favor he shows to the Su family. All of this is thanks to Su Ning's gift of the longevity pill. The Su family members nervously agreed, "Thank you, Your Majesty." On the way out of the palace, the Su family members couldn't stop trembling. Yun Jiao was especially worried. "Mother, are we still alive?" As soon as she spoke, the 3 women's noses reddened, and their eyes teared up. "We are alive. All thanks to Ninger," they said. If it weren't for that longevity pill, how could Emperor Beixia truly be fair and just? How could he really stand up for the Su family? Madame Su rode in the Empress Dowager's carriage back to the estate, grand and impressive. Many hidden forces saw this scene. They marveled at the Su family's power. No one could compare to them now. The Su family was different from before. News of this quickly reached the imperial city. Xie Xingye and Chu Yaoji, worried and anxious, waited at the palace gate. Mingyunji, they were so happy everyone was alive. Chu Yaoji looked at Su Mingyun with tears in her eyes. She had been kneeling at the palace gate, praying to Buddha and her ancestors for protection. "It's okay now, don't worry." Su Mingyun stepped forward to help Chu Yaoji up. Seeing her trembling, he felt warmth in his heart. In this life, to have a wife like her, what more could he ask for? She is not just his wife. She is his everything. Su Wan lifted the gauze curtain and looked in this direction, her gaze meeting Shinranji and Xie Xingye's deep, distant starry eyes. It was like a gentle breeze brushing over a lake, creating ripples. It also resembled warm spring sunlight shining into her heart. Thinking about the other person's identity, Su Wan suddenly felt out of place and quickly looked away. This moment caused her to miss the fleeting, dull expression in Xie Xingye's eyes. Xie Xianlin, covered in blood, was carried away by the imperial guards and passed through the side door. Everyone's eyes followed him. The people of the Su family did not look happy or smug. Instead, they looked relieved, happy that they had escaped danger this time. They also felt grateful that when Jingxing had gone missing, giving them a chance to turn the tide. Su Ning happily got into the carriage, taking the blue cat from Chiu Hua and holding it in her arms. She gently stroked its thick, shiny fur again and again. The blue cat could no longer hold back its doubts and quickly transmitted a message. "Master, did you really give the dog emperor a longevity pill?" Su Ning's lips curved into a beautiful smile, and after a moment, she replied with 2 words, secret. The blue cat thought for a moment and asked, will he eat it? It depends on when Master Chongjin appears, Su Ning said with a mischievous smile that she couldn't hide. Before entering the palace, she had already thought that the Northern Summer Emperor might let Xie Xianlin go for various reasons. But with this longevity pill, things would be different. First, there was the true word pill, which had already convinced him 80%. The remaining 2% was for safety, so he would send someone to find Master Chongjin. This was a great opportunity his eldest son had given her, and she happily accepted it. Master, when will we go to the palace to move the treasury? The blue cat was very interested in this matter. Having almost died at the hands of the royal family, they couldn't let them go easily.
Su Ning said, not yet.
There's plenty of time. Does the 5th prince need me to do something? Su Ning shook her head. No need. There are people who want to kill him. We don't need to get involved. The blue cat thought carefully and understood. All the princes wanted him dead, so if they acted, it would be unnecessary. Back at the Su family, Su Bufan and Su Xinian hurried over with worried looks. Little sister Ning, why didn't you go home just now? Where did you go? Su Ning gently tapped her small nose, while handing the blue cat in her arms to play with. She smiled affectionately and said, we went to a place that wasn't fun. Oh? If it's not fun, then next time you shouldn't go, okay? Okay, I won't go next time. If it's not fun, there's no point and it might even be dangerous. Ming Yun, Ming Xian, Ninger, come with me to the study, Su Jingnian called the 2 brothers and Su Ning. Just now, at the door, after getting out of the carriage, the team headed back home. Mrs. Wu and others were still trembling with fear and hadn't calmed down yet. Su Jingnian gently picked up Su Ning, his eyes slightly red. Child, our Su family was able to escape because of your sincere advice. Su Ning raised her chubby little hand to wipe away the tears at Su Jingnian's eye corner and softly said, Grandpa, don't be sad. Xiao Qing is here, so everything will be fine. Xiao Qing said it will protect us. These 2 pills were still in Huzhou City. Xiao Qing taught me how to make them. Just now at the city gate, I suddenly remembered that Dad wasn't here, so I came up with this idea. Hee, it feels pretty good. This was Su Ning's pre-planned excuse. Ming Yun had already guessed earlier that Su Ning was deliberately revealing Wen Jingxing's involvement, just acting out of urgency. Now hearing her say it herself, he thought the little girl was even sharper and smarter than he imagined. There's more. Su Ning looked around at the 3 of them, making a secretive gesture to silence, then whispered, that longevity pill can indeed extend life, but it has a hidden flaw. That is, her words were very quiet, so soft that only Su Jingnian could hear clearly. Su Jingnian's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock, surprise, and determination. At this moment, he was very grateful to Su Ning. He felt that the little girl was like a reincarnation of the ancestors of the Su family. Ming Yun and Ming Xian didn't ask for details. As long as it benefited the Su family, they supported unconditionally. Ming Xian looked at Su Ning with a very loving gaze, more indulgent than when looking at his own daughter. Even he, in such a dangerous situation, wouldn't have thought of using Wen Jingxing as a shield. And later, he definitely wouldn't have thought of using the longevity pill to find a way out for the Su family. Our Ninger is truly so sensible that it makes people feel heartache. At this moment, Su Mingxian thought of something and asked Su Ning seriously, Ninger, is it true that your big uncle's leg problem was cured by you? Su Jingnian and Su Mingyan suddenly remembered this and looked at Su Ning together. Su Ning chuckled. Yes, I was worried you might be afraid of Xiao Qing and not like it. That's why I asked Dr. Wu to help save Big Uncle. I had known Xiao Qing before that. The poison of the Crown Prince was also detoxified by Xiao Qing teaching me how to make a special antidote. I told Dr. Wu I was a disciple of a divine healer, and he believed me. Su Ning pouted and pressed her together, looking a little sad. Sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. Su Mingyan gently rubbed her forehead with concern and smiled softly. It's okay, you're still young and don't understand everything. I know all this was Blue Cat's idea. Su Ning's eyes lit up, thinking, Big Uncle is right. All of this was Blue Cat's bad idea. Blue Cat, who was eavesdropping outside the door. From today on, Su Ning could do anything she wanted, because Blue Cat would take the blame for her. Oh, by the way, second uncle and grandpa, have you felt like you have endless strength lately? Su Ning suddenly remembered that both of them had taken the body-refining pill. But she hadn't seen them practicing martial arts. Both nodded in surprise. Yes, we do. Is there a reason for that? Su Ning smiled slightly. Yes, now you both can learn martial arts too. It will be twice as effective, and your internal strength will be stronger than ordinary people. Hearing this, both of them were very happy. Su Jingyan laughed loudly. Great.
Great.
I've been feeling so energetic and strong lately. It's all thanks to little Ninger. Haha, hee, when we have free time, we'll practice martial arts. We want to become martial arts masters, Su Ning said, waving her little fists. This made the three grown men in the house burst into laughter. Finally, she added, if possible, Grandma, second aunt, and mother can learn too. Su Mingxian asked in surprise. Did they also take it? Not only them, but also Brother Bufan, Sister Xinian. We can't leave anyone out. The phrase, not leaving anyone out, was like a sharp knife carving into the hearts of the three men. Suddenly, they felt that Su Ning in front of them had grown up, thinking everything through carefully, leaving no detail overlooked. The Su family's enemies are too powerful. Only by becoming stronger and more resilient can they hope to win. What the family doesn't know is that Su Ning plans to slowly change their bodies with medicinal pills, aiming to become true experts in the future. How strong will they become? They will become so strong that their hidden enemies can only look up to them. Later, the three of them discuss Wen Jingxing, unsure of where he has gone. Cute Ning Ning is online, asking for likes and bookshelf space. The Duke of Zhenghua is also sending people to find Wen Jingxing. He won't let anyone who tries to harm his daughter go unpunished. The Northern Xia Emperor is also looking for Wen Jingxing, hoping to learn the whereabouts of Master Chongjin. Besides these two forces, the severely injured third prince, who is bedridden, is secretly searching for Wen Jingxing as well. He believes Wen Jingxing helped the Su family mainly to use them to get rid of Xie Xianlin. Compared to the Su family, Xie Xianlin is his biggest rival. The second biggest rival is the second prince, Xie Qinzhou. To the surprise of the Su family, old lady Wen fell on the mountain and recovered from her illness. However, when she learned that Wen Roar was not her grandson and that Wen Jingxing was missing, she fainted in anger. Feeling that her days are numbered, she keeps asking to see Su Ning one last time. Su Wan took Su Ning to see her. Grandmother, I'm sorry for you and your daughter. Since you are nearing the end of your life and father isn't here, please return to the Wen residence to take charge. Yu Er has died. Before she married, the household must have a head. Su Ning smiled sweetly and whispered her purpose to her. Grandmother, you're too naive. Let me tell you the truth. Father won't come back because I pushed him into a deep, deep abyss. Hearing this, old lady Wen's cloudy eyes suddenly widened. Her mouth slightly opened, trembling visibly. She reached out with her withered hands to hit Su Ning but was too weak and dropped her arms midair. Su Ning's words made her so angry she couldn't close her eyes in peace. At noon, after Su Ning emptied old lady Wen's private treasury, a great mourning broke out in the Wen family. Old lady Wen has passed away. To make Wen Jingxing appear and to show the emperor's grace, the Northern Xia Emperor specially allowed the noble consort to return to the Wen family and held a grand funeral for old lady Wen. On the day lady Wen passed away, Wen Jingzhou, the long-missing illegitimate son of the Wen family, returned with his wife and children. Wen Jingzhou had been hiding for many years. When he learned that Wen Jingxing had gone missing, he immediately returned to the Wen family. Clearly, he hadn't gone far during all this time. He had been secretly gathering information about the Wen family. Years ago, when he hired assassins to attack Wen Jingxing, he failed because of interference from the Su family. Naturally, he held a grudge against the Su family. But now, his main goal was to gain the Wen family's wealth. However, he was surprised to find the Wen family's treasury empty. Even their shops had been transferred to Su Ning's name, supposedly as Lady Wen's last words before she died. The Wen family had already wronged Su Ning's wife. When Lady Wen was dying, she had a change of heart and made amends with Su Ning and Su Wan. It seemed reasonable. When Wen Jingzhou returned, he only found an empty house. Concubine Xian, upon hearing this, was furious. She had been busy searching for the person who seriously injured Xia Huaiheng and had no time to worry about anything else. Now, by the time she realized what had happened, everything was gone. Xia Huaiheng's healing wound, which had just scabbed over, burst open from anger, bleeding heavily. His face was dark and fierce. It's the Su family. They did this on purpose. Since Lady Wen passed away and when Jingxing didn't return, the old lady wouldn't have handed over the shops to Su Ning. It must have been the Su family, taking advantage of our distraction, using Wen's seal to transfer the shops. It was true that the Wen family had wronged Su Ning's wife. Whether Lady Wen's last words included her son's disappearance and her death was unknown. Their tactics were really clever. Mother, Wen Jingzhou still bears a grudge against the Su family for blocking him back then. We might be able to use this to our advantage, Xia Huaiheng said confidently after his anger subsided. Son, now that your cousin has caused us trouble, your father no longer favors your mother as he once did. We should be more careful in the future, concubine Xian warned with concern. Regarding the matter of dismissing Su Wan, she felt guilty about Wen Jingxing. But Xia Huaiheng was full of confidence. Mother, I will definitely help you regain your former glory. I know that the Emperor is secretly searching for Master Chongjin. As long as we find Master Chongjin and gain the Emperor's favor, that position will be ours soon. But no one knows where Master Chongjin is, and we've never even seen his face. How can we find him? Mother, have you forgotten? Cousin has met this person before. As long as we find him, we can find Master Chongjin, Xia Huaiheng thought simply. He was confident that he could find Wen Jingxing before anyone else. The imperial consort's face still showed worry. After thinking for a moment, she said, but what if Master Chongjin doesn't exist at all? Xia Huaiheng immediately replied, impossible. How could a 5-year-old girl have such fine medicine? It must have come from a wise monk. Cousin is too selfish. He actually lied to us. If he had offered it to father earlier, we wouldn't have fallen out of favor. The more Xia Huaiheng thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed the medicine bowl by his bed and threw it, startling the maid at the door, who quickly knelt in fear. My son, don't act like this. Be careful, or your father will hear of it, the imperial consort warned. But before she finished speaking, heavy, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Soon a tall figure strode into the hall. So this is how the imperial consort teaches? A prince who cannot even control his temper. What a disgrace. The imperial consort fell to her knees in panic and said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It is my fault for not teaching Hunger properly. Please punish me. She trembled all over, terrified that what she feared most had come true. Humph. Do you truly know your mistake? You allowed this unfilial son to attempt to harm Su Mingyun. Tell me, do you admit your fault? Hearing this, Xia Huaiheng's face changed suddenly. Father, silence. You thought your plan was flawless, but Su Mingyun already knew. He didn't expose you when he returned to the city because he wanted to see my reaction. And you even tried to use your 5th brother to plot against Chu Yaoji. Don't think I'm unaware of what you did at the Temple of Blessings. Now, if you wish to make up for your mistakes, you must find Wen Jingxing. Do you understand? The Emperor of Beixia, in his fury, was terrifying. Xia Huaiheng sat frozen on the bed, completely at a loss. He was shocked that his father knew everything in such detail. Anyone with sense could connect what happened at the temple with the incident involving the foreign merchants at the city gate. But how had his father traced it back to him? How many spies had his father placed around him? It was as if his father could see and hear everything. Xia Huaiheng trembled in fear. He had truly underestimated him. Child Minister, I will definitely find Wen Jingxing. Humph. The Northern Summer Emperor snorted angrily, flicked his sleeve, and left. Everyone wanted to find Wen Jingxing, and as someone who knew the truth, Su Ning was now playing a game of tag with Su Xinian, Su Bufan, and that mentally cured child Yunxian. Brother, this time you be the eagle and little Uncle Xian will be the hen, Su Xinian happily said. Su Ning was behind Yunxian, Su Xinian was behind Su Ning, and the last was the blue cat biting Su Xinian's skirt. Not bad playing this game. It learned quite well. Hee hee, hurry up, come catch us. Su Xinian giggled happily, flapping her short legs. She dodged left, and the blue cat ran left too. She dodged right, and the blue cat followed right. After a few rounds, it was so tired it fluffed up its fur. Forget it, I'll be the eagle. Here I come. Brother is coming. Brother will catch the two little chicks, said Su Bufan, aiming at Su Ning and Su Xinian. Cluck cluck. Can't catch us. Brother is a big, Su Xinian laughed as she ran, not forgetting to tease. Su Ning just wanted to say, if she hadn't helped, she would have been caught long ago. It was exhausting. Finally, the blue cat gave up and deliberately got caught, making Su Xinian laugh so hard she couldn't straighten up. Ha ha ha, now Xiao Qing will be the eagle, the four little ones plus a cute blue cat. This cat is really clever, learning so well like a person, Yunxian said curiously.
Su Xinian proudly said, Yeah, I taught it.
We've been playing the eagle game whenever we have free time. It really likes it. The blue cat, forced to join in, looked helpless. But it's blue. Why do you call it Xiao Qing? I know, Sister Ninger said it sounds noble. Su Ning.
When did she say that?
After 3 days of practice, not only did their punching power improve, but their muscles and bones also became stronger. They felt more energetic and their fighting skills kept getting better. They knew this was because they had taken that special medicine. The 9-star Overlord Fist moves were unpredictable, combining softness and strength. With long practice, it became as fierce as a tiger charging out of the mountain. Even Su Mingxian, who previously didn't know martial arts, could smash a stone table in the yard with one punch. Without spiritual energy, they relied only on their own strength. This made them slightly better than others. During these 3 days, the women of the Su family also set the wedding date for Su Mingyun and Xu Yaoji. It would be next year, on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, when the dragon rises. They also prepared the betrothal gifts and wedding documents. Mother, choosing a good day for the wedding is important. As the bride, I think the day after tomorrow would be good, Yun Jiao said happily, holding her teacup and taking a sip. Suwon checked the calendar and brightened up. That's a good day. The day after tomorrow is September 19th, which means family happiness. Mrs. Wu was very happy and kept saying, yes, just as my daughter-in-law wishes. Autumn moon, go tell manager Su to prepare some good gifts. Tomorrow, I will go to the official residence. After 6 years of worry, they could finally marry the eldest daughter-in-law. Everyone in the Su family was full of joy. Before this, many people secretly mocked Su Mingyun, saying he was unlucky in life and would never find a good match. Even if he married, it would be a small family, not suitable for the big stage. But unexpectedly, a twist of fate happened. Not only did he marry the county princess, but he also became the commander of the 5th Imperial City Army, with 5,000 elite soldiers. No one could have predicted this. Soon, the next day, Mrs. Wu brought good gifts and went to the official residence to deliver the invitation. The official wife personally came out to greet her. Madam Wu, please come in. Have you chosen a good day? The official wife's name was Li Yuan. She was very warm to Mrs. Wu and took her arm to lead her inside. The servants of the residence hurried to take the gift boxes from Autumn Moon. A group of maids and women surrounded the two ladies and headed to the main hall. After sitting down, Mrs. Wu said, I don't mean to bother you, but we only came to ask about the wedding date after choosing it. The official wife smiled kindly and said warmly, Madam Wu, you're too polite. I am the matchmaker, so I wouldn't call it bothering. Just tell me, what day have you chosen? Mrs. Wu took out a wedding invitation wrapped in red silk from her sleeve and opened it for the matchmaker to see. It's a good day in February next year, the dragon head raising day. Mrs. Wu's tone revealed her happiness. The matchmaker smiled and covered her mouth. That is truly a lucky day. She took the invitation, looked at it, and asked curiously, have the wedding date and the betrothal day been chosen? Yes, it's settled. It will be tomorrow, Mrs. Wu replied quickly after taking a sip of tea. Tomorrow is September 19th, a day known as family happiness in the folk tradition. It's the most auspicious day, the matchmaker agreed happily, a bright smile on her face. Then she praised, Mingyun is a bit older than the county princess, but he is the heir of a great general. Marrying the county princess of Nannan makes us all quite proud. Mrs. Wu's eyes crinkled with a gentle smile. If the county princess hadn't shown interest, our Wu family wouldn't have such good fortune. She added, but this marriage still needs your help, matchmaker. Not at all. It's my duty as the matchmaker, the matchmaker said warmly. The two women continued chatting happily in the main hall. They even discussed Su Mingxuan's plan to take a concubine. Mrs. Wu chuckled and said, my second son is very loyal, just like his father. He's never thought about taking a concubine. That's not right to say. Every family has a few wives and concubines. As elders, we should enjoy family happiness, the matchmaker replied. Hearing this, Mrs. Wu felt something was a bit off. Just then, the second young lady of the residence, Jiang Tingsan, and the third young lady, Jiang Tingting, enter hand in hand into the main hall. Mother, Madam Yusher. The two girls bowed to Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu nodded in response, then picked up her teacup and took a sip. Looking closely, her hand holding the cup tightened slightly. It seemed she anticipated the matchmaker's next move. Sure enough, the matchmaker began introducing her daughters. Honestly, Mrs. Wu, each of my daughters has her own good qualities. The second daughter plays the zither very well, which is nice for leisure. The third daughter is skilled at embroidery. If she can marry the second young master of your family, it would be her good fortune. Mrs. Wu's face showed a slight awkwardness. She had thought the matchmaker was reasonable and understanding, a sensible person. But she didn't expect her to be so shrewd and worldly. No wonder she was so willing to accept this matchmaking request. She had probably planned this long ago, using it as a way to bring the two illegitimate daughters into the Su family. However, she had already made it clear that the Su family's young men were loyal and would not take concubines. Yet she still insisted. This put her in a difficult position. Seeing Wu Shi want to refuse, the madam pretended to smile and said, by the way, young master Su has been working at the Hanlin Academy for some time now, and he is at a good age to succeed. Our old master often praises him for being talented at a young age, but he just lacks the right opportunity. If the two families could form a good match, it would give him more influence at court, wouldn't it? Her words sounded a bit like pressure and temptation. Wu Shi felt a little angry inside, but she kept a smile and said, my son is simple-minded. He always says that working at the Hanlin Academy is his dream, and he has no other big ambitions. Besides, he has had a close bond with Miss Nian since childhood. That child is stubborn. He might end up disappointing the girl. This made the madam and the two young ladies feel awkward, especially Jiang Yingying. She had been lucky enough to meet Su Mingxian once, and just one glance was enough to be captivated by his outstanding demeanor. Today, to show off in front of Madame Wu, she even begged her mother to send all her pocket money to the main lady. Now, being rejected by Wu Shi, she felt very sad. Really? Then your son must be truly loyal, the madam said, slowly sipping her tea to hide her embarrassment. Her two daughters felt even more uncomfortable. Wu Shi also saw their unease and decided to leave. Both young ladies are talented and outstanding, but I cannot ask my son to match with them. I will trouble Madam to handle the engagement arrangements tomorrow. It's getting late, and I should return to my house. Madam, please stay a moment. The madam also stood up, exchanging polite words. What I said earlier, if I offended you in any way, I hope Wu Shi won't take it to heart. Our families may not become close through marriage, but it won't stop us from visiting each other often. Yingying, go bring the Anzhou grapes so the Madam Empress can taste them. Yes, mother. Zhang Yingying immediately ran off. Soon, she returned with a gift box, respectfully handing it to Wu Shi. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to say more, but Wu Shi didn't give her the chance.
Thank you, madam.
Please stay a moment, Wu Shi said, handing the grapes to Chu Yue and turning to leave without even glancing at Jiang Yingying. Yingying's eyes welled with tears, feeling very sad. Her status as an illegitimate daughter meant her life was destined to be that of a concubine. Although she was a concubine's daughter, she was still a daughter of the Xiong family. Why would the Su family look down on her? Why are you crying? Hurry up and get down, Li scolded Jiang Yingying. Yes, mother. Jiang Yingying replied sadly and turned to leave. Jiang the Chancellor stepped out from the side room with his hands behind his back, his face dark and frightening. Does Su Mingxian really think he can stay a compiler at the Hanlin Academy forever? Li didn't expect Wu to refuse either. She thought every family has many wives and concubines. Even if they are faithful, having 1 or 2 small concubines is not a big deal. After all, everyone hopes for a full family with many children. Now, things didn't go as planned, and they also offended the Su family. Jiang the Chancellor kept talking. The Su family thinks they've climbed up to the Duke of Zhen's mansion and are feeling proud, looking down on our Jiang family. Let's see how long they can keep this attitude. Sir, say a few words. If they really looked down on Jiang family, they wouldn't have come to ask for matchmaking, Li advised. Jiang the Chancellor wanted to scold Li, but then he thought of something and finally held back his anger. Mother, you're back so soon. Why do you look upset? Are you feeling unwell? Su Wan hurried to support Wu when she saw her return. Yun Jiao also noticed Wu's bad expression and stepped forward. Mother, was the matchmaker causing you trouble? After Wu sat down, Su Wan dismissed the servants waiting in the main hall. Wu sighed and said, I thought the matchmaker was a reasonable person, but it turns out she wanted to use the matchmaking to pressure Mingxian into marriage. What? Yun Jiao exclaimed. But Mingxian, Su Wan was also surprised. Mother, does the matchmaker want to force you to let second brother take a concubine? Yes, that's exactly her intention. She called the second and third young ladies over and hinted that I should choose one. I refused. From now on, the relationship between the two families might become difficult to maintain. Su Wan looked serious. Mother, don't overthink. We don't have much contact with the Xiong family. It was only because of Big Brother's marriage that we interacted. After this, it's better not to have any contact. Yes, mother. In Beijing, everyone knows that Su family men are faithful and only marry one wife, without taking concubines. The matchmaker knew this, but still wanted to bring it up. She clearly doesn't see you as important, Yun Jiao said, her chest rising and falling with anger. She has known Su Mingxian since childhood and cannot tolerate others interfering. If there was not enough time, she would have replaced the matchmaker. The future wife didn't say much on the surface, but as for what will happen later, forget it, it's better not to get involved. She doesn't seem easy to get along with. We'll listen to our mother, Su Wan and Yun Jiao said in unison. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Outside the door, Blue Cat was pacing and overheard their conversation clearly. Turning around, Blue Cat told Su Ning about it. Do you think that the future wife is trying to force the second uncle to take her family's daughter as a concubine through the matchmaker? Yes, that's right. She's trying to take a concubine. Blue Cat found the situation quite funny. Su Ning also smiled, lying in a rocking chair while Blue Cat rocked her comfortably. Since the Su family wants to die, let's give them a chance. These days, go to the Su residence and find out about their scandals, all the family's secrets, especially the head of the family. Won't you go to their house and steal the treasure vault? Blue Cat asked curiously. Of course I will. When their vault is full, I can go then. That's good. I'll go see tonight. Expect good news from me. At dinner, the whole family sat around a long table. The most favored was Blue Cat. Although it sat in the corner at the lower end, its bowl was filled with delicacies. Yes, recently it had been eating a lot, so it switched to a big basin. It kept saying it was full but still ate everything in the basin, and even licked it clean. Little Green, eat quickly. Only after finishing can you have the strength to play the eagle-catching chicken game. Su Shinian often fed it some food, but he also remembered there was a dog in the backyard. Chiu Hua, don't forget to feed Ahe. He's gotten so thin. I remember Miss Nian, Chiu Hua replied with a smile. At this moment, Su Mingyun asked Gu Qinghe, Ninger, why haven't we seen Gu Qinghe for a few days? Since returning from Huzhou, he hadn't seen Gu Qinghe. Su Ning's mouth was full of braised pork, cheeks puffed out like two small buns, and she mumbled cutely. He said he wanted to find someone to open a martial arts school, and he moved out. Open a martial arts school? Su Mingyun was surprised. Yes, he's opening a martial arts school. He's good at martial arts and wants to do this. He said he will protect me in the future. Actually, opening a martial arts school was Su Ning's idea. Being strong alone isn't enough. True strength comes from having powerful soldiers and horses. Also, he has so much money that he can't spend it all. If he doesn't do something, what's the point? Su Jingyan thought for a moment and then said, that young man's martial skills are pretty good. Opening a martial arts school is a good idea. It's best to find some kids who have good bones and are without families. First, it gives them a place to stay. Second, these kids have suffered hardships, so they are tougher than ordinary children. Moreover, since they have no relatives, they can only see the martial arts school as their home and be loyal to it. Father's words are right. This is better than recruiting people with unclear backgrounds or potential traitors, Su Mingxian added. Su Mingyun nodded in agreement. He looked at Su Ning and asked, where is he opening the school? We should go see it later. It's right across from Yunxiu workshop. Everyone was surprised to hear this. They didn't understand why he chose that location. Then Su Mingxian remembered something. Father, I heard that the second branch of the Yu family fled the capital overnight with all their family members. All their assets were taken by a mysterious person in one night. Could that mysterious person be the War King? Both Su Jingyan and Su Mingyun guessed it was Xie Xingye. They answered with silence. In the evening, Blue Cat and Su Ning worked together. Su Ning focused on practicing in her space, while Blue Cat sneaked out of the courtyard wall and headed toward the Xiang residence. Once inside, it randomly chose a courtyard as its first target and ended up encountering Jiang Yingying, who was crying while holding Li Shi. Mother, please. I don't want to be taken to the Qin family. That young master of the Qin family is cruel and has already killed 5 concubines. Outside the door, a simple dress lady was kneeling, likely Jiang Yingying's biological mother. Li Shi looked stern and signaled to a maid nearby. The maid stepped forward to pull Jiang Yingying, but she held on even tighter. Mother, please. I beg you, Li Shi said angrily. Those concubines came from small families, but you are the daughter of the Xiang residents. Even the Qin family wouldn't dare act recklessly. You should know, this marriage was arranged by your father. This implied she had no power to change things. Even though she was her mother's former maid, she felt helpless. She knew that the daughters in the residence were all driven by interests. Even her own daughter lived for profit. I don't know what happened, but my daughter, who usually doesn't like going out, has been going outside a lot lately. When Jiang Yingying heard this, she cried even harder. She knew that once her father made a decision, it could never be changed. She hated herself for not being the legitimate daughter. She hated being born into the Jiang family. She also hated how unfair the world was. After Madame Li left, Jiang Yingying took out her anger on her own mother. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so lowly and slept around, I wouldn't exist. You're a wicked woman, and I want to beat you to death. Jiang Yingying sat on her stepmother, constantly hitting and scolding her. It's because you can't have a son that I have no support. I hate you. Her stepmother silently endured it. She knew that not having a son was her fault. She had raised her daughter badly, and her whole life had been about trying to survive. In the end, she pushed herself and her daughter into despair. All of this was her own fault. But now, she still wanted to fight for her daughter. She gritted her teeth and came up with a desperate plan. Yingying, I have a way. I can help you marry into the Su family. Jiang Yingying was too tired to stand and collapsed to the side, weakly asking, what way? She didn't believe her stepmother had any good ideas. But her mother said, I heard Madame say that Yun Jiao from the second household of the Yun family has a simple-minded younger brother. She often brings him into the Su family as a playmate for the young lady. We can use this as a starting point. Finding a good family for her daughter was her last wish. Jiang Yingying suddenly sat up, surprised. Mother, what do you mean? When Jiang Yingying left her courtyard, the blue cat saw two sneaky figures. After a moment of thought, it followed them. Young lady, are we really not going to get caught stealing the lady's silver? If you don't tell, I won't tell. Who would notice? Besides, all that silver was given by the third sister to honor her mother. Mother doesn't know about it. Thinking about what happened earlier, Zhang Yuzhu suddenly stopped and turned around, warning her maid, I warn you, if you tell anyone about helping the fifth prince, we will all be in danger. Do you understand? The maid shrank back in fear. I dare not. I dare not tell anyone. I am loyal to the young lady. Good. You are my servant, Zhang Yuzhu. If I get into trouble, you cannot escape either. The fifth prince is badly injured. If I don't help him, he will die. I have liked him for many years and cannot just stand by and watch him die. Jiang Yuzhu finds it hard to understand how the emperor of North Xia could be so cruel as to ignore his own son's life. Before this, he loved the fifth prince very much. As a prince, he should have had dignity and respect. But now, he is so fallen that he is worse than a beggar on the street. Thinking about what she saw today, she can't help but cry. It's hard to believe that the once noble and kind prince has ended up unable to find medical help. To her, the fifth prince is a clever person. His downfall was because of that true words pill. If it weren't for Wen Jingxing, he wouldn't have lost to the Su family. From her clothes and the way she called the servant Miss, Lan Mao guesses this woman is Jiang Yujia's legitimate daughter. Did she steal silver to save the fifth prince? She wouldn't know that he was already near death. Leaving the main courtyard, Lan Mao sneaks into the study. The light is on inside, and Jiang Xianye is writing a memorial. The content of the memorial is an accusation against the War King for killing innocent people. A few days ago, on the day of the Buddha ceremony at the Su family, the War King was sent by the North Xia Emperor to inspect the royal hunting grounds. He killed 5 woodcutters without reason. These men, fearing Prince Xiexiang's authority, dared not speak out. But he couldn't let this happen. Even if a prince commits a crime, he must be held accountable like common people. As a prince, he must set an example. Lan Mao quietly slips through a slightly open door, waits until Jiang Xiangye leaves, then jumps onto the desk to look at the memorial. After reading it, she puffs up her tail and lets out on the document. Then she closes it and leaves. Getting 3 pieces of information in one trip, she feels it was worth it. Like a ghost, Lan Mao leaps onto the roof of Zhang's house, preparing to leave. Suddenly, she senses a familiar spiritual energy fluctuation from the direction of the palace. This energy isn't as strong as on the mystic bright continent, but it is slightly stronger than the spiritual energy in Su Ning's space. Her first thought is that there is a treasure in the palace that can release spiritual energy. Worried about misjudging, Lan Mao decides to investigate first and then inform Su Ning. She changes direction and sneaks toward the palace. Following the spiritual energy, she tracks it until she arrives at the cold palace. But as soon as it entered the cold palace, the strange energy fluctuation disappeared. There was no sign of anything unusual in the air. It was as if the creature was hallucinating. No way, just now there was clearly spiritual energy in that direction. Why is it gone now? Blue Cat searched around but found nothing unusual. Instead, it revealed its location. Where did that blue raccoon come from? So cute. Quickly, someone catch it. The princess will definitely like it. A palace maid spotted the blue cat. In the blink of an eye, the blue cat vanished. Having failed to find the treasure, the blue cat decided to return. But in its panic, it ran into a different palace. Patrolling soldiers came one after another, and maids carrying lanterns also appeared in groups. When one maid shouted, everyone turned toward her. The princess likes raccoons. Quickly, catch that raccoon. The blue cat leapt onto a fake rock, then used it to jump onto a tree, and from there onto the roof. Its movements were so light, it seemed like it was flying. It could land precisely on the roof from a distance, which amazed the palace attendants. Could that cat have light skills? It jumped so far. Why are you just standing there? Go chase it, a maid shouted. Two martial maidservants immediately gathered their strength and leapt onto the roof, chasing after the blue cat. Seeing this, the blue cat looked very confident. But suddenly, it turned its head and saw a woman standing on the roof, holding a long black whip. Indeed, it's a blue raccoon. No matter who owns this cat, I, the princess, will decide, said Princess Xia Yuanrong. She flicked her whip, preparing to strike at the blue cat. But the blue cat dodged with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Xia Yuanrong. Just as she reached out to catch it, the blue cat suddenly leapt up and kicked her face with its hind legs. Amid the gasps of the crowd calling her Your Highness, the blue cat let out a loud at Xia Yuanrong, who then fell straight down from the roof.
Princess.
Quick, catch the princess. About 10 maids hurried over, trying to block her fall with cushions. They caught her, but for some reason, they couldn't stop laughing and even had bloody scratches on their faces. Meanwhile, the strange blue cat was nowhere to be seen. The blue cat also felt very upset. It thought that the spiritual energy of the treasure must have been exhausted just now, which caused its previous glow to fade quickly and become dull, eventually disappearing completely. It had hoped for a pleasant surprise, but it was just a false hope. Since the treasure had lost its value, the blue cat didn't pay much attention to it after returning home. Seeing Su Ning still practicing, it curled up in its own cat bed, comfortably closing its eyes to sleep. The space inside was warm in winter and cool in summer, much more comfortable than outside. It slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Su Ning and the blue cat were awakened by the noise outside. They both remembered that today was the day of the big uncle's wedding. Madame Li, the matchmaker, arrived early in the morning dressed neatly at the Su family. The family was busy moving large red lacquered boxes outside, each tied with bright red silk. The silk shimmered happily in the morning light. Grandmother Wu held a red handkerchief, watching the boxes being carried out with a big smile on her face. She said to Su Wan, "Your older brother put a lot of effort into this. Look at these big boxes. He said I didn't prepare enough, so he wants to review everything himself and added a few more large boxes of good things." Su Wan smiled and said, "Mother, since the eldest sister-in-law is a county princess, we must show respect." Exactly. Mother also thought so. She prepared 120 sets of gifts, but your older brother said it was too little and added up to 160 sets to match the noble status of the county princess. At this moment, Yun Jiao came over to join the conversation. "Mother, your son is right. This marriage was approved by the emperor, so we can't let anyone look down on it." All right, we'll listen to your older brother," Madame Wu said happily. The wedding procession stretched for miles, showing both the sincerity of the groom's family and the noble status of the bride's family. This grand scene was once spoken of as a beautiful story. Of course, the Chu family also prepared many gifts in return. This not only showed their approval of the marriage, but also reflected the family's dignity. Madame Wu, as the head of the Su family, took the token of Su Mingyun and went to the Chu family to deliver the wedding gifts. She exchanged tokens with Chu Yaoji. Until she received Su Mingyun's token, Chu Yaoji's heart finally felt a little relief. "Miss, now you can rest assured," little Lu said happily for Chu Yaoji. In the past few days, seeing her distracted and absent-minded, she felt a bit sad for her. Chu Yaoji pressed Su Mingyun's jade pendant to her chest, her face showing a shy smile. "Next February 2nd, I will be able to get married. At that time, I will let you be a dowry maid." "Yes, I would be happy to serve," little Lu said with a shy smile. The master and servant played and laughed in the yard, their joyful sounds filling the entire Chu residence. Chu Yaoji and her maid little Lu today, Yun Jiao did not plan to go to the Yun family to pick up Yun Xian. Seeing that the weather was cool, she decided to take the 3 children on a boat trip on West Lake. "Mother, didn't we agree to pick up little Uncle Xian today?" Su Xinian held Yun Jiao's hand and asked as they walked, tilting her head. Su Wan was holding Su Ning's small hand as they headed outside, with Su Bufan following closely behind. "Today, we won't go to pick up little Uncle Xian. Let's go on a boat ride on Westlake. The weather is perfect. When she heard about the boat, Su Xinian immediately forgot about Yunxian. Yay, we're going on a boat. Blue Cat, are you happy? Meow. Not happy. Blue Cat meowed after Su Xinian, and his voice echoed in Su Ning's mind. Master, your second aunt has changed her mind. That plan with Jiang Yingying is now ruined. No, her goal was always the second aunt. She will look for other opportunities. When you go out later, pay attention to what's happening around you. As they were talking, Su Mingxian, who had just finished his morning duties, returned with good news. Prime Minister Jiang disrespected the court and was punished with 30 official reprimands by the emperor. When he was taken out of the palace, he was covered in blood. Blue Cat snuggled his head into Su Ning's arms, laughing softly. Su Ning guessed that Blue Cat had done something last night. Did you poison him? Ha ha ha. I just farted on the official document. Who told him to impeach the War King? What did he accuse him of? Su Ning was curious. He said he killed innocents indiscriminately. I think those 5 woodcutters were sent by him. Otherwise, why would he care so much? Not necessarily. But giving him a lesson is good. Yun Jiao smiled and said, It seems Prime Minister Jiang thinks his high position and power make him invincible. He doesn't even respect the emperor. Let's go. Don't worry about other people's affairs. Yesterday, Yun Jiao mentioned this in front of Su Mingxian, so today when he saw Prime Minister Jiang being beaten, Su Mingxian went to find out what happened. It turned out to be because he disrespected the imperial authority. I really can't understand why the usually clever Prime Minister Jiang would laugh so loudly on the main hall, ignoring the emperor's authority. Outside the mansion, Su Ning sat in a carriage holding a blue cat. The blue cat, with sharp eyes, saw a sneaky old woman quickly pull her head back into a small alley nearby. Be careful, the old woman in the alley looks suspicious. Su Ning replied calmly. The sound of hooves grew louder as the carriage slowly headed toward Westlake. The sky was dark today, and a cool breeze blew gently. Many young ladies from the mansion went out to enjoy the nice weather. Laughter and chatter filled the air inside the carriages along the way. After passing 2 streets smoothly, Su Ning lifted a corner of the curtain, and the blue cat also peeked out to look outside. At that moment, they saw Lady Fong, dressed in the same way as the people outside. Lady Fong wouldn't normally pay attention to a cat. Her eyes looked anxious as she searched for an opportunity to act. The Su family's carriage moved slowly past her because it was on the main street with many people, making progress slow. Lady Fong thought this was a good chance for her daughter to do something. When the Su family's carriage had gone past, Lady Fong tightly held a sewing needle in her hand. As another carriage followed behind, she suddenly lunged forward, pretending to fall onto the moving horse. At the same time, she quickly stabbed the sewing needle into the horse's leg. The horse was startled and reared up, neighing loudly. It panicked and charged straight toward the Su family's carriage.
Ah, run.
The horse is scared, someone shouted, and vendors on both sides of the street scrambled to escape. Objects flew everywhere as the scene became chaotic. The women inside the Su family's carriage were terrified, their faces pale. Oh no, the carriage is coming. Hurry, Su Wan shouted and instinctively protected Su Ning. Su Xinian was so frightened she screamed, and both Su Bufan and her mother shielded her at the same time. Lady Fong's plan was simple. If the carriage collided with the Su families, the people inside would panic. The carriage would overturn, and everyone inside might get hurt and fall out. Then her daughter would appear to rescue Yun Jiao and the children. She didn't care about anyone else's safety. Meanwhile, her daughter was hiding in the crowd, waiting for the right moment to act. Master, the woman with the red string and wearing coarse linen clothes is the 3rd young lady of the Jiang family. The 3rd young lady of the Jiang family, known as Blue Cat, had already stepped one leg out. She was waiting for the 2 carriages to collide, expecting chaos to erupt. Everyone was running away to escape, but she looked anxious and wanted to face the danger head-on. Little Green, go now. Seeing the approaching carriages, she hurriedly whispered to Blue Cat. Blue Cat quickly jumped out of the carriage and leapt toward the frightened horse's head. This Beast King is here. Stop immediately. With her swift and powerful moves, the horse that was rushing to crash into the Yu family's carriage miraculously turned its head and charged straight into Jiang Tingting among the crowd. She seemed stunned, standing still in place. Everyone else had fled, leaving her standing alone. As expected, she was knocked down by the two rushing horses and then was run over by the carriage, causing her to cough up blood. Oh no! So tragic. Why didn't she run away? Maybe she's just foolish. She clearly had time to escape earlier. Many villagers couldn't understand why Jiang Tingting didn't run. My daughter, my child. Aunt Fong screamed in shock and ran toward Jiang Tingting. Meanwhile, after the frightened carriage ran over Jiang Tingting, it was suddenly stopped by Xie Xingye, who held it tightly. Stop, stop. Applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Xie Xingye dropped the reins and leapt down. He quickly approached the Yu family's carriage. Just as he was about to speak, a plain hand lifted the curtain. In that instant, their eyes met, and the noisy surroundings seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving only their heartbeat. Yuan was startled by the horse's neighing, her heart pounding wildly. When she saw Xie Xingye's face, a gentle, warm feeling washed over her, melting her fear little by little. The prince, with his noble aura, looked at her with a mixture of unclear emotions flickering in his eyes. Yuan felt it was very sudden to be stared at like that, especially by a prince. She hurriedly looked away. Once again, she missed the fleeting, strange emotion in Xie Xingye's eyes. Are you all right? Xie Xingye, dressed in a noble purple robe embroidered with gold, looked so regal and distant. Yet he ignored others' gazes and looked at Yuan with concern, asking if she was hurt. Suwon is very beautiful, like a delicate magnolia covered with a thin layer of frost, or a proud winter plum blossom. He didn't know when he was gradually drawn to her. However, she seemed very afraid of the wife-killing reputation attached to him. She was abandoned by her husband's family and at most would be criticized for being immoral. But he, who had caused the death of 2 wives, carried the shame of being a wife-killer. It was as if a curse was wrapped around him, making it impossible to escape. Just a small step closer could lead to disaster. She, like others, was afraid of him and wanted to stay away from him like a snake or a scorpion. Only Su Ning, who was young and naive, was willing to get close to him. After thinking for a moment, Xie Xingye looked a little lonely. Nothing. Suwon opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, and she lowered the car curtain. Thank you, King of War, for saving me, Suwon said gratefully after a long while. Xie Xingye chuckled at himself, feeling that even she didn't dare to face him directly, probably because she was afraid of catching his curse. He, Xie Xingye, was destined to live a lonely life. Handsome uncle, you arrived just in time. Su Ning lifted the curtain and smiled sweetly at Xie Xingye. At this moment, the owner of the frightened carriage got out and knelt down in front of Xingye, trembling with fear, to thank him. Thank you, King of War, for saving my life. I am truly grateful. Su Ning recognized this woman as Chen Daiyun, one of the 3 women from the Buddhist temple that day. Her father was the Minister of Personnel. Chen Daiyun was genuinely afraid of Xie Xingye, kneeling far away and lowering her head, not daring to look at him directly. But inside, she truly wanted to thank him. If he hadn't appeared in time today, the frightened horse might have caused harm to many people. Even if no one was hurt, causing a public accident would be a serious crime. Su Ning tilted her head and looked at the red horse, still kicking its legs in pain. She asked softly, Handsome uncle, that horse is still kicking. Could it be that its hoof is hurt, and that's why it got scared? Xie Xingye knew that Su Ning understood animal speech. Hearing her words, he immediately realized that someone had deliberately caused this. He turned around to check the horse's hoof. As expected, he saw a small embroidered needle almost embedded in the horse's leg. He pulled it out and held it up. He glared at Chen Daiyun and asked, Miss Chen, how do you explain this? Chen Daiyun was frightened and completely confused.
I
don't know anything about this. I truly don't know. Uncle Chen, what is going on? Didn't I tell you to check everything carefully before going out? The coachman knelt on the ground, trembling. "Miss, I checked carefully and confirmed everything was fine before leaving." But then, oh yes, he suddenly remembered that a woman had fallen suddenly, which caused the horse to get scared. It was her. She was the one who moved her hands and feet. At this moment, many villagers stepped forward to accuse Lady Fong. We saw clearly. She suddenly fell out of the crowd. Maybe she took the chance to hurt the horse. Yes, it was her. When she fell, the horse got frightened. Such a cruel heart. There are so many important people on this street, and it's crowded. She probably wanted to cause trouble right here. More and more villagers accused Lady Fong, believing she intended to cause trouble in public. With so many people and vehicles, if something happened, no one could escape. It was truly heartless. Lady Fong cried pitifully because Jiang Yingying's mouth was bleeding constantly. She didn't care what the villagers were saying. "Girl, hold on. Mother will take you to see a doctor. Don't move." If the war prince hadn't arrived in time, do you know what big trouble you could have caused? Many villagers surrounded Lady Fong. At this moment, Chen Daiyan frowned and stepped forward. Carefully, he recognized Jiang Yingying. "Isn't this Jiang Yingying, the third young lady of the Jiang family?"
You
wouldn't be trying to hurt me on purpose, would you?" Jiang Yingying, on the ground, was exhausted and had little strength to breathe. Lady Fong only knew how to hold her daughter and cry loudly. Chen Daiyan firmly believed Jiang Yingying was trying to frame her. He turned around and knelt again before Lord Xie, begging, "Your Highness, this person is the third young lady of the Jiang family. I suspect she deliberately wants to harm me. Please, Your Highness, help me seek justice." When they heard she was the Jiang family's third young lady, and recalling yesterday's incident where Jiang's family tried to persuade Su Mingxian to take a concubine, Su Wan and Yun Jiao immediately understood. It was clear that Jiang Yingying wasn't trying to frame Miss Chen. She was acting on her own, trying to create chaos, rescue someone, and then repay kindness with evil. But her plan was truly cruel. She caused the horse to panic in the street, risking the lives of the villagers to achieve her goal. Such a heart is unforgivable. Su Ning pretended to be frightened and cried softly, "Our carriage is ahead. If Miss Chen's horse gets wild, it will first crash into our carriage. Plus, with so many villagers around, it's hard to imagine how many people might get hurt." Sniff, sniff. "Handsome uncle, you must punish the culprit severely." Xie did not forget that earlier today, Prime Minister Jiang had accused him. Just as he spoke, the person suddenly burst into wild laughter, as if he had lost his mind. Although the situation was strange, it was true that Jiang was accusing him of killing innocent people. So he calmly said, "Jiang family members riding horses in the street and trying to harm the people, killing innocents without mercy. Arrest them." Xie waved his hand and called some city patrol soldiers. "Take these two people to the Dali court and let Lord Morong carefully investigate who is behind the scenes and what their purpose is." Yes, 3 patrol soldiers stepped forward to arrest Lady Fong and Jiang Yingying. But Lady Fong stopped them. "Please, Your Highness, I am a servant of the Prime Minister's household. I beg you to save my young daughter first." "Please, Your Highness, you caused this by fighting in the street, which led to your daughter being seriously injured." No wonder others are angry. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yingying spat blood and collapsed. She couldn't breathe and died. She died in Lady Fong's arms. Lady Fong cried heartbreakingly, but no one showed her sympathy. If Xie hadn't arrived in time to stop the horses, many people might have been hurt. Many innocent civilians could have been trampled to death. It is said that one reaps what one sows. Jiang Yingying was like that. The 3 patrol soldiers dragged the mother and daughter away. Chen Daiyan thanked Xie repeatedly. She was afraid of being involved in this matter, but she couldn't understand why the Jiang family targeted her. Still, this wasn't the end. She was determined to prove that Prime Minister Jiang was guilty of killing innocents. Knowing that others avoided him, Xie wisely turned to leave. His back looked so lonely, and he seemed very dejected. "Handsome uncle," Su Ning suddenly called out to him. Xie turned around and saw Su Ning jumping down from the carriage, holding a food box, running toward him. The little steps were cheerful. Handsome uncle here. This is a golden silk egg roll made by my mother herself. I think it's very delicious and want to share it with you, Su Ning said, tilting his head and smiling sweetly. Xie Xingye clenched his right fist tightly and politely declined. Uncle doesn't like sweet food. Su Ning immediately replied, it's salty. Seeing that Xie Xingye still wanted to refuse, Su Ning forcefully put the egg roll into his hand. Eat it, don't be shy. Once you try it, you'll love it. Hee hee. Su Ning happily skipped back home. Others only saw his bravery and skill in battle, but no one saw the loneliness and solitude he felt late at night, sitting alone in his study all night. No one saw his helplessness and despair when fighting alone. It was as if someone deliberately separated him from the crowd, throwing him into endless darkness, trying to make him get used to the blackness inside. At this moment, the golden thread egg roll Su Ning handed him was not just a snack, but a symbol of hope in the darkness. Xie Xingye stood still for a long time until the Su family's carriage disappeared. The war prince is actually a person with a hard life, Yun Jiao suddenly said on the carriage. Su Wan instinctively looked at her, then listened as she continued. The war prince's mother was actually a close maid to the former empress. That maid was like a sister to the former empress. So, after she died, the war prince was raised by the former empress. The war prince is talented and promising from a young age, showing extraordinary abilities that made other princes jealous. He was often betrayed and attacked. If the eldest princess and his majesty hadn't protected him, he might have lost his life long ago. Hearing this, Su Ning lowered his eyes silently, gently stroking the blue cat's fur. She was actually thinking, were the people who repeatedly betrayed Xie Xingye really the jealous princes from other kingdoms? Soon, they arrived at Westlake and rented a lotus boat with blue cloth curtains. Most of the lotus seeds in the lake were already ripe and full. They aimed to pick the lotus pods hidden among the green lotus leaves. However, before they could pick them, it started to rain lightly. They had to slow down the oars, letting the boat drift gently in the rain and mist. The blue curtains fluttered in the breeze, and through the window, they could see a young lady in a moon-white dress playing the zither on a painted boat across the water. There was also a girl in pink clothes and long dress dancing gracefully, and a beautiful girl singing loudly. Su family's 3 children and a blue cat sat quietly along the boat's edge, listening to the autumn rain and the sound of the lotus leaves. The 4 children followed the rhythm of the music, their little heads bobbing cutely and charmingly. The blue cat's fluffy tail swayed gently with the music, matching the rhythm, adorable and funny. Everyone was feeling very relaxed and happy. Meanwhile, the Jiang residence was a different scene. The entire estate was shrouded in dark clouds. Prime Minister Jiang was beaten 30 times and carried back from the palace, which alarmed all the women in the household. This was the first time Prime Minister Jiang had suffered such harsh punishment since he became a minister. The women were terrified, crying and panicking, causing chaos. What should we do? The master is usually careful with his words and actions. Could he have offended the heavens and committed a big mistake? Why are you just standing there? Hurry and call the madam. Second madam was frantic. The other women were also crying and shouting. Everyone thought the Jiang household was about to fall apart. Just then, a man in dark official robes, Murong Lin Yuan, appeared at the Jiang residence. Behind him, soldiers with hands on their swords looked stern and intimidating, frightening everyone. Murong Lin Yuan looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Miss Jiang has died, and Mrs. Fong has been detained for involvement. I am here to investigate if there are any other participants." "What?" Second Miss Jiang Ting Nan screamed. "Ing's sister's dead." "Why? Why did this happen?" Jiang Ting Nan, a younger sister of humble birth, was close to Jiang Ting Ting and cared deeply for her. Hearing this terrible news, she couldn't bear it and fainted on the spot. Ting Nan, second madam, was frantic. She hurriedly ordered servants to fetch a doctor. Then she tremblingly asked Murong Lin Yuan for details. Murong Lin Yuan explained everything, and second madam's eyes widened in shock.
What?
Mrs. Fong. She actually attacked someone in the street? Nearly harmed innocent people? Was all this just to marry into the Su family? Learning that Jiang Tingting was dead and that Mrs. Fang's attack had brought trouble to the Jiang family, the women felt as if the sky was falling. They cursed loudly. Our family is cursed. We've taken in such a harmful woman. Murong Linyuan ignored their shouting and went straight to Lord Jiang's bedroom to report the matter. As he finished speaking, he saw Lord Jiang suddenly clutch his chest and spit out a large amount of blood. Murong Linyuan found Lord Jiang's condition quite amusing. Not only did he dismiss the court this morning, but his concubines also dared to attack people in broad daylight. Isn't he supposed to be shrewd and cunning? Yet he can't even manage his own household and still has the energy to accuse the War King. Tomorrow, he would be the first to impeach him for killing innocents. In tomorrow's court, Lord Jiang probably won't take leave just because of this minor injury. After all, the emperor, considering Lord Jiang's age, only gave him 30 strokes. Murong Linyuan spoke coldly, then turned and left the Jiang residence without looking back. Just then, she ran into Lady Li on her way back to the residence. Lady Li had already heard some news and, upon seeing Murong Linyuan, she was eager to personally confront Aunt Fang. She never expected that Aunt Fang would boldly attack on the street just to get her daughter into the Su family as a concubine. She was at a loss for what to do, but kept thinking of such a harmful plan. This also offended the Minister of Personnel. After Murong Linyuan resigned from his official position, he changed into casual clothes and appeared in the War Prince's study. Sir, this matter, Minister Jiang is unaware. It was Aunt Fang who tried to force her daughter into the Su family as a concubine, which led to this incident. Before this, the censor madam refused the idea of Jiang's third young lady becoming a concubine, but she was unwilling to give up and came up with this plan. However, we can use this to report to Minister Jiang. All right, go handle it. Xie Xingye looked distracted. On the table was a box of golden thread egg rolls. Murong Linyuan was curious. He had never seen Xie Xingye's study have food before. This was the first time. He stretched his neck to look and saw a neatly arranged plate of golden thread egg rolls, which made his eyes brighten. I love to eat these. Sir, you usually don't eat sweets like these, so please give me some. This box is not for you, Xie Xingye replied calmly.
Why?
Did some girl send it? Murong Linyuan was surprised by this idea and hurriedly leaned forward, asking mysteriously, Sir, could it really be from some girl? Xie Xingye closed the book in his hand and suddenly felt playful. Actually, it's from a young girl. Who? What's her name? Tell me, so I can consider it. Murong Linyuan looked curious. Then he thought that Xie Xingye had already accepted the girl's gift, which probably meant he was interested. Now he was even more curious. He was known for his dislike of women, yet a young girl had come to show her feelings. It showed she was brave. He wanted to see which brave girl it was. Xie Xingye propped his head with his left hand, his expression half smiling as he looked at Murong Linyuan, who was full of anticipation. Do you really want to know? Murong Linyuan nodded seriously. Of course I do. Tell me, which brave girl dares to marry into the War Prince's residence? Both knew that someone was secretly trying to make him famous for being cursed with no heirs, so he would remain childless in this life. At this critical moment, some people still want to enter the War King Palace. Truly, I must admire them. While Murong Linyuan was guessing which young lady it might be, Xie Xingye said, the young lady from the Su family, Su Ning. Murong Linyuan. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Come on, she's just a little girl, still fresh and innocent. However, with her mysterious skills, it makes sense. But if she had any romantic intentions, that would be ridiculous. Murong Linyuan sighed deeply for Xie Xingye and said, Sir, I think you should secretly find a concubine. Passing on the family line is more important. I am known for being faithful to my wife. Who would dare approach me? After thinking for a moment, Murong Linyuan suddenly remembered someone and blurted out, Madame Su Wan. Sir, think about it. Although Madame Su is a widow, she is beautiful and has a lovely, clever daughter. Most importantly, you like that daughter very much, don't you? The more he thought about it, the more Murong Linyuan felt it was a good idea. He eagerly looked at Xie Xingye. But the latter's mind kept flashing images of Su Wan deliberately avoiding him when they met. She was probably really afraid of him. After this thought, Xie Xingye's previously calm expression suddenly turned stormy, with dark clouds gathering. He scolded, "Careless talk. Even if it was Su Wan, he would never let her become a concubine." "All right," Morong Linyuan said regretfully. "Such a good opportunity. If it succeeded, he could visit Su Ning every day and eventually uncover her secrets." Then Morong Linyuan mentioned the autumn hunt. "Sir, will there be any surprises this year? How is the investigation into those 5 woodcutters going?" Xie Xingye asked Morong Linyuan. The latter looked defeated. "Apart from finding out they are from Shama village, we haven't learned anything else. Then investigate the village. Judging by their skills, they don't seem like ordinary villagers. I also need to go to the hunting grounds. I suspect those 5 might have tampered there. The hunting grounds are vast. Last time, no suspicious activity was found, but that doesn't mean there isn't any. Every autumn hunt is led by me, and there have been no major mistakes so far. This year, it won't be different. If someone wants me to fail, I won't let them succeed." At this moment, the voice of Kong Qi was heard outside the door. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived." Morong Linyuan immediately stepped aside. Soon after, the Crown Prince pushed open the door. He appeared deliberately pale, as if he was sick. Once inside the study, the feeling of weakness he was pretending to have disappeared. "Your Highness," Morong Linyuan bowed to Xie Yanji. After nodding in acknowledgement, the Crown Prince quickly stepped forward and said urgently to Xie Xingye, "Uncle Ninth, I found Antwan's daughter. Antwan was a close maid who once cared for Empress Su. Before giving birth, the Empress disappeared, and some said Antwan poisoned her and fled in fear of punishment. Regardless, finding her is very important. Until the truth is clear, everyone in the palace is a suspect. Of course, Queen Zhou is the main suspect." "Where is she?" Xie Xingye asked with a frown. "Liuhe village, Huzhou," replied Xie Yanji. His anxious expression made Xie Xingye's brow tighten even more. Antwan was originally from Anqing. Since the incident, she moved away. Now, it's said she's in Liuhe village, Huzhou? "Are you going there?" "Yes, I want to go to Huzhou under the pretense of seeking medical help." His illness had not been publicly known, so he could use this as an excuse to go to Liuhe village and find Antwan's daughter. "How did you get this information?" Xie Xingye was worried it was a trap and wanted to know the truth. Xie Yanji said, "ZMO secretly found out that Antwan's family fled to Liuhe village 5 years ago, due to a famine. I believe if she is still alive, she would go to find her family first. Now that his illness was cured, it was hope." Xie Xingye, however, said, "The autumn hunt is about to begin. Leaving now might not be wise." "Yes, Your Highness. I know you are eager to find the truth, but leaving the palace at this time could give others a chance to take advantage," Morong Linyuan also advised. Xie Yanji clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to know the truth anymore. He didn't want to wait any longer. Xie Xingye looked at his tightly clenched fist and said somewhat displeased, "Yanji, it seems you have forgotten my teachings over the years." Xie Yanji lowered the sharpness in his eyes, suppressing the anger rising inside, and softly replied, "Uncle Wang, I dare not." Without waiting for Xie Yanji to reply, Xie Xingye warned again, "Now, the court is in chaos. The 5th is lost, and the 3rd and 2nd are still there. You must not slack off. Although the emperor has not shown favoritism toward any prince, if something happens, the one who benefits most will be the 2nd prince, Xie Qinzhou. Also, you need to find a way to rescue the 6th from the cold palace. That child is simple-minded and young. Guide him well. He could be a good helper in the future." Morong Linyuan responded, "Sir, the evidence that noble consort and poisoned the prince 2 years ago is clear. It won't be easy to rescue her. Even if it's difficult, she must be rescued," Xie Xingye said firmly. "Uncle Xie, the nephew knows what to do now. Good, go now. Once this matter is settled, there will always be a chance to uncover the truth from back then. Remember, patience is key. Rushing can ruin big plans. The nephew will remember Uncle Wang's teachings. I will take my leave now." Although Xie Xingye is only a few years younger than Xie Yanji, He already regards him as a father figure in his heart. When he reached the door, Xia Yanji suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, "Uncle Wang, last night, the imperial sister was injured while trying to catch a blue kitten." Murong Linyuan was surprised. A blue kitten? Could it be the one Nu Ning has? Exactly. Today, she ordered all the palace servants to find that blue kitten. If it's Nu Ning's, remind her not to let it out again. With her arrogant personality, things might not end well. Xia Xingye supported his head with his left hand and tapped the desk lightly with his right hand. After speaking, Xia Yanji left. Murong Linyuan also excused himself, leaving Xia Xingye alone in the study, lost in thought. Half an hour later, he asked Kangqi to return the food box and took the opportunity to inform Nu Ning about the matter. Soon, Kangqi arrived at Nu Ning's residence. "Thank the handsome uncle for me," Nu Ning called out to Kangqi. After nodding, he hurried away. Nu Ning carried the blue cat toward Langhua Pavilion. They had just returned from Westlake not long ago. Her outer robe was soaked by the rain, so she hurried back to her courtyard to change clothes. On the way, a person and a cat exchanged secret words. "Shao Qing, did you go bother the Grand Princess last night?" The blue cat just remembered that last night it had chased a strange spiritual energy wave to the cold palace. "Master, last night, when I left the heirloom house, I sensed a strange spiritual energy. On my way to check it out, I was noticed and tried to be caught. If I hadn't run so fast, you would have lost me." Meow. The blue cat said this while shaking its head, looking very cute. Suning patted its head and said, "It's late at night, and you ran so far. You deserve to be found. Tell me, what is that strange spiritual energy wave about?" "Exactly. I suspect there's a treasure that releases spiritual energy, but when I get close, it disappears. I think the treasure just finished releasing its spiritual aura. Otherwise, why would it suddenly vanish without a trace?" The blue cat is also a spiritual beast and is naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. It probably isn't wrong. When one treasure releases spiritual energy, there will be another. Keep an eye on the cold palace. If it appears again, don't act on your own. You must notify me first, understand? Okay. This time, it was my mistake. But don't worry, the Grand Princess won't catch me. She might not catch you, but she will take her anger out on others in the Su family. You mustn't act recklessly, got it? Grand Princess Xia Yuanrong and the second Prince Xie Chenzhou are siblings, both born to Queen Zhou. 3 years ago, the Grand Princess already had her own princess mansion. Her husband, Su Mingxian, was a former classmate of hers and now holds a minor official position at court. For 3 years, Xia Yuanrong has not been pregnant. As for her husband, Nie Xiaowei, he has gone from an ambitious young man to a spoiled, living a life of drunkenness and idleness. Initially, Xia Yuanrong married Nie Xiaowei through force and greed. Now, she has lost her passion, and the two of them look at each other with disgust. Everyone in the imperial city knows about the scandalous forced marriage between the Grand Princess and Nie Xiaowei. It was from that time that people realized this noble princess was not gentle and innocent, but rather arrogant and domineering. Relying on the emperor's favoritism, she looked down on everyone. The Su family learned that the Grand Princess was searching for a blue cat and were terrified. They hurried to ask Su Ning about it. Such a blue cat is very rare in all of northern Xia. When they came to inquire, they already had a faint suspicion. After getting accurate information from Su Ning, they felt as if the sky was falling. Make sure to hide it well. Don't let it be found by the Grand Princess again, Su Wan warned anxiously. Mother, don't worry. I'll let it go out and hide for a few days. It won't cause trouble for the Su family. Little Green, I've kept you in the space for a few days. Stay there and don't go anywhere, Su Ning said through telepathy. She wasn't afraid of Xia Yuanrong. She just didn't want the Su family to worry. Blue Cat had helped the Su family before, and they were worried that Xia Yuanrong might really take Blue Cat away. So, Su Mingyan suggested, maybe we can send it to the farm to be raised. Once the situation calms down, we can bring it back. I'll send some people to take care of it, so it won't go hungry. Su Ning smiled and said, Big Uncle is overthinking. Blue Cat isn't an ordinary kitten. It can take care of itself. Don't worry, it will be fine and won't cause us trouble. That's not really what I'm worried about. It's just that the eldest princess is very vengeful. She probably won't let this go easily, Su Mingxian said. Then just get rid of her. It's not a big deal, Blue Cat whispered to Su Ning. Su Ning disagreed. For now, let's avoid making more trouble. You should hide in the space for a few days. Today's engagement went very smoothly. Because the Su family had connected with the Duke of Zhenggua's estate, many people were secretly watching to see which side the family would support. At this moment, the Su family couldn't afford any mistakes. They thought that the weak and sickly crown prince might suddenly fall ill, and the throne could change hands at any time. They didn't know the stance of the Duke of Zhenggua's estate. Now that the Su family had allied with them, it showed the estate's position. After the others left, Blue Cat quickly slipped into the space, feeling down and curling up in its cat bed. It was annoyed that last night it hadn't managed to catch the eldest princess. That night, Su Ning entered the space and started searching through the medicine shelf. Master, what are you looking for? Blue Cat asked curiously, coming out of its nest and tugging at her skirt. Su Ning replied while searching, I'm looking for a pill, one of the ones Ziwu mixed up earlier. Is it the kind that causes temporary amnesia? Blue Cat asked. Yes, that's the one. Isn't that pill a failure? Eating it might cause forgetfulness, but also make someone dull-witted. It's okay if it's a failure. It might come in handy. Are you planning to give this pill to the eldest princess? Yes. I was thinking, since I attended the Princess Chang's birthday banquet with you, many people saw us. Sooner or later, she'll hear about it. Instead of waiting for her to cause trouble, I might as well take the initiative. Not killing her now, but making her forget what happened before. That's enough. As for making her dull, that's not my concern. The Blue Cat strongly agreed with Su Ning's plan, happily spinning in place. You finally understand. That's great. While you're at it, also empty out the princess's mansion. I heard she used to bully the crown prince a lot. Found it, Su Ning said happily just after the Blue Cat finished speaking. She had found the pill she wanted on the innermost shelf. The bottle was red, but the pills inside were black. When she opened the lid, a terrible smell wafted out, disgusting beyond words. Hurry up and close it. It's so stinky. What did Ziwu put inside back then? The Blue Cat covered its mouth with its paws, looking disgusted. I don't know, but the medicine still works. I tested it earlier. Let's go, you need to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the Grand Princess's mansion. Inside the main hall, the lights were bright.
Princess Xi Yuanrong was whipping Mixu repeatedly.
Nyeshowu, after all these years, you still can't forget your little childhood sweetheart? TSK, today I got hurt and you won't have it easy either. The whip struck Nyeshowu's back again and again. He seemed used to it, standing straight and silent. The more he endured, the angrier Xia Yuanrong got. You've been protecting her like a delicate jade these past 3 years, but she's already climbed high. Why are you still protecting her? You idiot! Do you know she doesn't love you? She only cares about your power. These words hurt Nyeshowu deeply. He suddenly raised his hand, grabbing the whip that Xia Yuanrong threw at him. His eyes turned red as he said, I won't allow you to say that about her. You can hit me, you can scold me, but I won't let you insult Lanner. His eyes were full of hatred for Xia Yuanrong. Su Ning wasn't interested in their love and hate drama. She grabbed the Blue Cat and disappeared onto the roof. Master, aren't we supposed to fight? Why are we leaving? The Blue Cat asked confused. First, we're going to empty her treasury. Soon, Su Ning found the location of the Grand Princess's treasury. There were only 2 guards. Both a person and a cat moved at the same time, pouring the medicine out. Su Ning didn't plan to break in. Instead, she made a small hole in the nearby window and peeked inside. She collected everything inside into her space. The Grand Princess's treasury wasn't even half as big as the warm mansion. It was quite poor. When she and Blue Cat sneaked back into the main hall, Nyeshowu had already been beaten unconscious, and Xia Yuanrong was weakly collapsed on the man. She also stripped the man's clothes, revealing her bruised chest and fresh and old whip marks. Nie Xiaowei must have hated Xia Yuanrong very much, while Xia Yuanrong was very domineering. She didn't care if others had loved ones or if they were willing. She forcibly took what she wanted. In the end, both sides suffered. "Who are you?" Su Ning boldly entered through the front door, holding Blue Cat, which frightened Xia Yuanrong so much she turned pale. Every time she scolded Nie Xiaowei, she would send people away. Now, naturally, no one was there to protect her. Seeing Blue Cat, Xia Yuanrong's face showed surprise, but also fear. Fear that a small baby appeared in her house in the middle of the night, without her people noticing. Such strange things made her feel very scared instantly. In just a moment, she wanted to shout for help, but the small baby suddenly moved like a ghost, pinning her acupoint and making her unable to move. Su Ning quickly put a pill into Xia Yuanrong's open mouth and helped her close it, then smiled sweetly. She said nothing and left. She was left alone with Xia Yuanrong, who was half collapsed on Nie Xiaowei, full of fear. Who exactly was she? Xia Yuanrong wanted to shout but couldn't make a sound, and her body wouldn't move. Su Ning came and went quickly, frightening Xia Yuanrong so badly she felt her liver and gallbladder were about to burst. When the palace attendants found them, both had fainted inside the room. They thought it was just last night's fun that made them faint. "Princess, princess, wake up." Xia Yuanrong woke up, but her expression was dull. She let the palace attendant help her sit up. Soon after, Nie Xiaowei also woke up. After a brief daze, he remembered everything from last night. Seeing Xia Yuanrong sitting by the bed, he knelt before her, showing an unprecedented coldness on his face. "Are you satisfied, princess?" As long as she was unhappy, she would torment him. He was used to it. Later, she would softly coax him again. But this time, when she didn't respond for a long time, Nie Xiaowei felt confused. He looked up and saw her face, and his heart suddenly sank. The eyes that used to sparkle with water now looked empty, like dusty glass. There was no spirit in them, and her face was stiff, as if her soul had been taken away. She looked almost numb, completely lacking the lively energy she once had. "Princess? Princess," she asked. "What is wrong with her?" Xia Xiaowei called her for a long time. Only then did Xia Yuanrong turn her gaze to him. Her words surprised Xia Xiaowei, leaving him stunned in place. "Brother," her soft, gentle call made Xia Xiaowei feel like he was seeing a ghost. Early the next morning, Wu Shi hurriedly found Su Wan and Yun Jiao. "Something bad has happened." During the crown princess's birthday banquet, Ninger appeared holding a blue cat. Many people saw her. The eldest princess will find out about the Su family soon. Last night she kept dreaming. She dreamed of Crown Princess Xia Yuanrong dressed in dark blue armor, holding a long whip with spikes. She came with a fierce attitude. She looked angrily at the people of the Su family and said, "If you don't hand over that blue cat, your entire family will be in danger." Her arrogant look made it seem like the entire northern Xia kingdom had to obey her, ignoring the law. In the past, when she forcibly married her husband on the street, even the emperor only said lightly, "Yuanrong is young and doesn't understand. If she likes him, let her marry him." People didn't understand why the emperor didn't punish her for embarrassing the royal family so badly. This open favoritism made many suspicious. Now, if the Su family offends the eldest princess, what will happen? "Mother, don't worry. The blue cat was released by Ninger, right? Even if the eldest princess comes, she won't find it and will leave." Yun Jiao comforted her. Su Wan also said, "Yes, mother. If she can't find the blue cat, she will leave. Don't worry and make yourself sick." Wu Shi looked serious. "I'm worried that the eldest princess will hold a grudge against the Su family and cause trouble for Yuner and Xianer in the court." Su Wan and Yun Jiao looked at each other, both showing worry in their eyes. They were distracted and worried for 2 hours until Su Mingyun's brothers returned home. "Mother, good news." The eldest princess suddenly developed hysteria. Su Mingxian told the family this good news. Today, Xia Xiaowei suddenly took leave. When he asked around, he found out that the eldest princess had a fit of hysteria last night. The exact reason for this was unclear to him, but the fact that the eldest princess had become mentally incapacitated was a huge piece of good news for the Su family. Really? She truly has a mental illness? Mrs. Wu was both surprised and happy. Su Mingyan showed a faint smile. It's confirmed. Hearing this accurate news, Mrs. Wu patted her chest in relief. That's wonderful. Even heaven seems to be helping the Su family. The eldest princess was so arrogant and domineering. Now she has been punished. Su Mingyun's smile remained as he continued, Mother, this isn't just heaven helping us, but, let me tell you, last night, someone stole from the princess's residence. The treasury is missing. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell into a strange silence. This move was very much like Blue Cat style. They even said it was a sudden attack, but it was clearly Blue Cat's doing. First, Ning'er let it out, and then it sneaked into the princess's residence to settle scores. Along the way, it also stole from the treasury.
This.
It truly lives up to being a treasure-eating beast. It never forgets to steal from treasuries wherever it goes. The group exchanged knowing looks and kept quiet, no longer mentioning the matter. They had been worried that the eldest princess might cause trouble for the Su family, but now she was in trouble herself. They had forgotten that Blue Cat's skills had become so great that no one could defeat it. Now, if it was sent out, who knew how many family treasuries would become its prey? At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside, followed by Chiuhua's slightly breathless voice, Mrs. Slow down, don't fall. Soon, two small figures, Su Ning and Su Shinian, appeared at the door. Seeing everyone inside, the two giggled and ran to their mother. The children didn't seem to be playing anything specific, but their hands were covered in mud, some even on their clothes. What are you playing? Your hands are all muddy. Chiuhua, take them to wash up, Mrs. Wu ordered the maids.
Su Shinian Zitge.
We're playing with mud figures. It's so fun, but Blue Cat isn't here. If it were, we'd make a big mud blue cat, cover it all over with mud, and turn it into a giant mud cat, haha. Just thinking about turning Blue Cat into a mud figure made Su Shinian laugh, so hard she trembled. In the space, the bored Blue Cat. The other members of the Su family. Only Su Shinian, being young and unaware, dared to act like this toward Blue Cat. They wouldn't dare. Hey, Nian Nian, next time be nicer to Blue Cat. Mrs. Wu's words moved Blue Cat greatly, making it purr happily. Master, your grandmother is really kind. As soon as Blue Cat finished speaking, they heard Mrs. Wu's follow-up words, be careful, it might scratch you. Its claws are sharp. Watch out or it might make you cry. Blue Cat. Mrs. Wu was deliberately trying to scare Su Shinian. However, he tilted his head and replied, Grandmother, don't worry. Blue Cat is very cute. It won't scratch me. It only scratches bad guys and uncle. When mentioning Wen Jingxing, everyone's face turned serious. For days now, Wen Jingxing hadn't returned to the imperial city. The entire Wen household was occupied by Wen Jing and his family of 4. More and more forces were searching for Wen Jingxing. Their real reason for searching was to find Master Chongzhen. They all wanted to show off in front of the Northern Xia Emperor. Whoever found Master Chongzhen first would gain the Emperor's favor. After all, the temptation of the longevity pill was too great. No one knew that the so-called Master Chongzhen was just a fictional character. They would never find the real person. Su Ning's next plan was to create a fake Master Chongzhen to speed up the Emperor's medication plan. But unexpectedly, news spread that the third prince, Xia Huaiheng, had found the fake Master Chongzhen. He secretly brought the person into the palace. Even more shocking was that this fake Master Chongzhen was a skilled alchemist, a true master. On the day he entered the palace, he cured the emperor's stubborn illness, which had persisted for 5 years. The Northern Xia Emperor was so pleased that he granted him the title of Master Chongzhen and appointed him to oversee all government affairs, making him equivalent to a regent with a highly respected position. When this news reached the Su family, Su Ning was stunned for a long time. Xia Huaiheng was truly daring. He had found a fake Master Chongzhen first to confuse everyone. Was he afraid that when Jingxing would suddenly appear and expose him? Was he worried that the pills this person made might harm the emperor? As for whether this person really cured the emperor's illness, she didn't know the details for now. The blue cat worriedly said, "Master, is this person really a wise master? Could he also be like you, a reborn person, or someone who has come back to life?" These words reminded Su Ning that she herself had returned from the cultivation world. Another cultivator was not impossible. If this person truly is a reborn individual and also a master of alchemy, would he recognize the longevity pill she carries? Thinking of this, Su Ning felt very worried. She must not reveal herself. The appearance of this person suddenly disturbed the peaceful city. The most proud people were the third prince Xia Huaizheng and the noble consort. It is said that the noble consort, who had been neglected for many days, gained the emperor's favor again, even surpassing Queen Zhou. Xia Huaizheng also gained the emperor's trust. Xia Huaizheng wanted to win over General Wei, so he requested to marry Wei Banshu, the eldest daughter of the Wei family. The Northern Summer Emperor agreed immediately. General Wei had guarded the border for many years and was highly respected by the people. He also commanded a force of 200,000 soldiers. For Xia Huaizheng, this was a great help. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince both felt threatened. The Crown Prince was calmer than the Second Prince, mostly pretending to be sick and doing nothing else. When the Second Prince sensed danger, his first thought was to find someone to eliminate Xia Huaizheng. The best time to act was during the autumn hunt. Since Master Chongjin appeared, the Su family was filled with fear. No one knew better than them that Master Chongjin was not real. That day, it was revealed that Master Chongjin was just a temporary measure, but now it had become a sharp arrow aimed at the Su family. "Master, should I sneak into the palace to find out more about that person?" Blue Cat suggested, seeing Su Ning restless all day. As soon as it finished speaking, Su Ning refused. "No. If he really is a master of alchemy and a reborn person with cultivation, he will see through your disguise immediately. The only way now is to fight fire with fire. That pill is indeed a longevity pill, but only a half-finished product. If he recognizes it, I can easily blame Wen Jingxing. The premise is that she must not reveal herself. But sitting and waiting is not her style." Recently, many officials watching the situation have started to support the third prince. Some are secretly trying to win over the Su family. I need to find the War King. She needed to find out the true situation of that person through the War King, both openly and secretly. After understanding, Su Ning put down her book and ran outside. Before she got far, she saw Dr. Wu carrying a medicine box coming over. "Disciple, I received a letter at home saying there is an urgent matter, so I need to return." "An urgent matter? Then you must go quickly." "Master, you should go back. I will ask Master Tu to accompany you, as the imperial city has been quite unstable lately." Hearing this, Dr. Wu was very touched. He then walked with Su Ning to the front yard. When they arrived, they saw no head of the Su family, only 3 women chatting in the hall. Dr. Wu stepped forward to bid farewell to Mrs. Wu. "Madam, I received a letter at home, and there is an urgent matter that requires my return. I came to say goodbye." "Oh, if it's urgent, you can't delay. Housekeeper Su, go and bring 1,000 taels of silver notes," Mrs. Wu called out loudly to Housekeeper Su. The latter took the key to the treasury and went down immediately. Soon after, he returned with the silver notes and some loose silver coins for travel. Mrs. Wu took the tray from Housekeeper Su and handed it to Dr. Wu with both hands. She was very respectful, and Dr. Wu was surprised and hurriedly said, "Madam, this is not necessary, truly not necessary." He hadn't healed young Master Su's leg, nor had he alleviated the family's worries, so he felt guilty. Mrs. Wu said, "How can it be unnecessary? You saved my son and the crown prince. How can it be unnecessary?" "But that is—" Dr. Wu still wanted to refuse, but Mrs. Wu smiled and interrupted. "If you refuse again, it would look down on our Su family. Master, please accept it. You are my master after all." Su Ning blinked at Dr. Wu, looking playful and adorable. He sighed, "Then I shall accept it humbly. He still needed to keep the secret for his young disciple. Then Su Ning said to Mrs. Wu, "Grandmother, the journey is long, and bandits are rampant in the mountains. Would it be all right for Master Tu to Dr. Wu home?" "Yes, yes, that would be wonderful. Housekeeper Su, go and invite Master Tu here." Mrs. Wu praised Su Ning's thoughtfulness, which she hadn't expected. "Ninger, your thoughtfulness truly amazes me." Dr. Wu, known as a famous healer, was worried that someone might spy on him. Having someone to protect him was a good idea. Soon after, Tu Mo arrived. When he heard he was to Dr. Wu home, he readily agreed. "Leave this matter to me." These days, the two often drank tea together and had become good friends who could talk about anything. Before leaving, Su Ning secretly handed Dr. Wu some urgently needed medicines, such as hemostatic pills, energy pills, and healing pills, in case of emergencies on the way. Dr. Wu gratefully thanked her with tears in his eyes. "Goodbye, both of you, masters. Once I finish my task, I will come back to see Ninger," Su Ning said at the gate, waving farewell to her two masters. Both of them loved Su Ning very much and waved back. "Go back now. Once you finish your work, come back. Don't skip your morning exercises," Tu Mo reminded her. "Got it, master," Su Ning replied. She watched them leave and, just to be safe, released Blue Cat when no one was looking. "Shao Qing, go see them off," she said. "Okay," Blue Cat replied and slipped away quickly. After about an hour, Su Mingyun finally returned. Su Ning happily ran forward, opening her arms for a hug. "Big uncle, hug." Who could refuse such a cute little Ning? Su Mingyun handed his sword to the butler beside him, then bent down and picked up Su Ning, smiling affectionately. "You've gained weight," he said with a loving smile. Su Ning tilted her head and asked playfully, "Is Big Uncle tired of Ninger being greedy?" "Haha, no way. Big Uncle hopes Ninger will get a bit chubbier. Whether you're fat or thin, you're always my precious," he said warmly. "I love hearing that," Su Ning giggled happily. Then, recalling her purpose, she leaned close to Su Mingyun's ear and whispered, "Big Uncle, Ninger wants to see the handsome uncle. You want to see that Master Chongjin, right?" Su Mingyun guessed her goal as soon as she mentioned it. Su Ning knew he wouldn't be fooled easily and wasn't very surprised. She continued, "Yes, that Master Chongjin is fake. I want to know how good his alchemy skills really are." Thinking of something, Su Mingyun's face suddenly changed. "You mean, that Master Chongjin might also be a demon like Blue Cat?" The last word was spoken very subtly. His previously calm face instantly turned pale, and his breathing became rapid. Blue Cat was a demon, and it was possible there was another one. Seeing Su Mingyun tremble, Su Ning knew he was overthinking. But since she didn't know much about that person, she couldn't explain. "Big Uncle, don't scare yourself. We should first ask War King about this before jumping to conclusions," she said. "Did Blue Cat teach you to say that?" "Yes, the Blue Cat wants to know if that person's alchemy skills are better than its own. It also said, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy is the key to winning every battle. The Blue Cat is right. This matter must be clarified." A big and a small person are talking as they walk into the hall. "Mingyun is back?" Was today smooth? Su Mingyun pretends to be relaxed and nods. "It went okay, mother." "Don't worry." Oh, suddenly a Master Chongjin appeared. "How can I not worry?" Mrs. Wu sighs, puzzled about where Wen Jingxing has gone. Thinking about Wen Jingxing's relationship with the concubine, even if that person is fake, he would probably say he is real. This matter is really difficult. They don't know where Xia Huaiheng found such a person. He was immediately trusted by the emperor, which suggests he has some real skill. Su Mingyun puts down Su Ning and thinks about how to take Su Ning to see Xie. Just then, Yu Duo rushes in with a secret letter. "General, a letter from the war prince." Su Mingyun's face suddenly changes. He quickly takes the letter and reads it carefully. Su Ning also stretches his neck to look. When he sees the words, "Murong Linyuan was seriously injured and unconscious," his heart races. Suddenly, he remembers that when foreign spies appeared that day, he stepped forward and said he was lucky to have met Master Chongjin. Master Chongjin is fake. Naturally, Xia Huaiheng wouldn't allow this to be known. As someone who knew the truth, Murong Linyuan couldn't escape harm. If Murong Linyuan gets into trouble, she will be next. She didn't say she also saw Master Chongjin, but to be safe, Xia Huaiheng wouldn't let her go. What a clever plan. This was her oversight. She guessed that Xia Huaiheng would keep searching for Wen Jingxing secretly, so she took the chance to find a fake Master Chongjin. But she didn't expect Xia Huaiheng to be bold enough to bring back a real Master Chongjin himself. Suddenly, Su Mingyun also realizes this. At that time, Murong Linyuan lied to save them, claiming she had met Master Chongjin. That one sentence brought her disaster. He did all this to save the Su family. How could they just watch and not help? Seeing Su Mingyun lost in thought, Yuduo quickly says, "General, the War Prince wants to see Dr. Wu." Mrs. Wu hurriedly replies, "Dr. Wu just left. He's not at the residence." Su Mingyun knows that Dr. Wu can't heal Murong Linyuan's injuries. Only Blue Cat can save her. "Ninger, do you have a way?" Su Ning learned many skills from Blue Cat, so she believed there must be a solution. Su Ning nodded. "Go and take a look." Yuduo wasn't sure about all the details, but he knew Su Ning was the disciple of Dr. Wu. The three of them prepared to leave. Su Wan followed behind, worried and advised, "Ninger, don't be too stubborn. Your safety is the most important. Mother is waiting at home." After speaking, Su Wan's eyes turned red, and she felt very uneasy. Yun Jiao stepped forward to comfort Su Wan. "Sister, don't worry. Ninger is smart. Smart as she is still just a child. Sometimes, she wishes her Ninger was just an ordinary person." Su Ning turned back and ran to Su Wan, hugging her and whispering in her ear, "Mom, don't worry. Xiao Qing is nearby. If anything happens, it will sense it." She said this to ease Su Wan's worries. On the carriage, Su Mingyun asked Su Ning, "Why did Dr. Wu leave suddenly?" She said it was because of family matters. A strange light flickered in Su Ning's eyes. Her intuition told her Dr. Wu was lured away by a trap. Sure enough, when the carriage reached the main street, Blue Cat transmitted a message. "Master, there are black-clad people following Dr. Wu. Should we kill them or not?" "Kill. Leave no one alive." Fearing Dr. Wu might go to rescue Murong Linyuan, the third prince had prepared two plans. Then Su Ning sent a message to Blue Cat, them for a while, until the danger is completely gone. It was better to let Dr. Wu leave temporarily and avoid trouble. Blue Cat quickly responded, "Understood." Seeing Su Mingyun's serious expression, Su Ning advised, "Big uncle, don't worry. Master Tu is with us, so it will be fine. Let's hope so." The carriage jolted along the road toward the address given by the King of War. When passing through a quiet alley, Su Ning's sharp ears twitched. In just 2 breaths, Su Mingyun's face changed drastically. Now both his senses and hearing were many times sharper than before. As he heard a breaking sound, he shouted, "Ninger, be careful. There are assassins." No sooner had he spoken than several poison darts shot swiftly toward them. "Protect the general and the young lady." Yuduo drew his sword from his waist, the blade reflecting a cold, sharp light. Clang, clang. Su Mingyun quickly turned his wrist, creating a beautiful sword flower to block the incoming poison dart. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black-clad men appeared from the rooftops around them. Each was agile and fierce-looking. They were clearly trained assassins. Su Ning remained still in the carriage. Su Mingyun jumped out, and with Yuduo and 2 other followers, 1 on each side and 1 in front, he protected the carriage. 4 against 20, such a large difference in numbers was frightening. But none of them showed fear. Besides Yuduo, the other 2 had taken the contract pill and practiced the Bright Moon demon-slaying sword technique. Today was the moment to demonstrate their sword skills. Su Mingyun held a sword, but it didn't affect his moves. "Ninger, your big uncle won't let anything happen to you," he said, tightening his grip on the Silver Moon sword, his eyes full of determination. "Ninger trusts big uncle," she replied confidently.
Charge.
The leader of the black-clad men ordered. The 20 attackers rushed towards Su Mingyun. The battle was about to begin. Su Mingyun knew the importance of striking first. He realized he couldn't protect Ninger if he waited. He shouted loudly, leapt into the air, spun around, and disappeared into the crowd of black-clad men. Turning his body, drawing his sword, his figure was swift and graceful, like a rainbow. Where his sword pointed, the air seemed to tear apart, leaving afterimages behind. "Kill him first," someone shouted, and the others attacked Su Mingyun together. He was fearless. Like a ghost, he moved through the crowd, leaving a trail of blood wherever he went. As his white clothes fluttered, someone fell dead. "So strong!" Yu Duo exclaimed in amazement. The sword in Su Mingyun's hand seemed alive, moving around him and spinning at his fingertips. With each breeze, more enemies fell. Ninger peeked through a curtain, watching Su Mingyun handle the fight with ease, a sweet smile on her face. She thought, "Big Uncle is truly powerful. He can turn his sword skills into a beautiful sword dance that is so deadly. That seemingly wonderful sword technique could take lives in an instant." Now she felt at ease. The leader of the black-clad men was stunned by Su Mingyun's incredible sword skills, unable to find words to describe his shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder. He remembered that in the past, Su Mingyun did not have such powerful sword skills. Why, after just a few months without fighting, had he become so strong? It's truly strange, very strange. The remaining black-clad men, unable to hurt Su Mingyun, turned and flew toward the people in the carriage. Yu Duo and the others, unwilling to show weakness, clenched their long swords. When the enemies got close, they stepped on the carriage, used the leverage to leap into the air, and with their swords, struck down directly, hitting the black-clad man's forehead. The black-clad man fell to the ground. Clang, clang. Swords clashed, producing harsh sounds. Even injured, the black-clad men charged forward bravely. To them, Su Mingyun was the strongest of the group, but surprisingly, the other two were equally skilled. However, they could not retreat. Killing Su Mingyun was their mission. "You're so strong. I didn't expect your sword skills to be this good," Yu Duo exclaimed in amazement. Just then, the weather turned bad. Light rain began to fall, mixing with the lingering blood mist, dripping onto the ground. Soon, the ground was covered with the bodies of the black-clad men. The rain washed over their cold faces, but could not wash away the hatred and unwillingness in their eyes. They couldn't understand, even in death, why these 4 people were so powerful. Not a single one of the 20 had gained the upper hand. It was a huge disgrace. Su Mingyun sheathed his silver sword with a graceful flourish. Among them, only Yu Duo was lightly injured. Just then, at a critical moment, Su Mingyun leapt up and punched, hitting the black-clad man who had attacked Yu Duo and was holding a knife. If he hadn't done that, he might have been caught. "General, your skills seem to have improved again," Yu Duo said happily. Su Mingyun patted his shoulder to encourage him. "Keep practicing. Getting stronger is only a matter of time." "Yes, General." Yu Duo was full of joy, then his expression turned serious. "Do you know who these people are?" "That's not important." Yu Duo thought Su Mingyun would be angry, but he was surprised when he heard him say casually, "Not important. Do you know who is behind this?" "It's probably just those 2, Su Mingyun replied plainly. It was clear he meant either the 3rd prince or the 2nd prince. Yu Duo then said, "General, although the 5th prince has been demoted to commoner, his influence remains. Don't let anyone take advantage of the situation." Su Mingyun raised an eyebrow. He wanted to say that the 5th prince's power had long been broken by the 3rd prince, and he could no longer cause trouble. Recently, he learned that Xie Xuanlin's supporters had already joined the 3rd prince, Xie Huaiheng. As for his own forces, they had been dismantled by the 2 princes during his time in the clan office. He had no chance to turn things around. Perhaps in the next couple of days, those 2 would take action. Indeed, Su Mingyun guessed correctly. The day after the incident at the official residence, Miss Jiang secretly treated Xie Xianlin and was discovered by Xie Huaiheng. She had already been secretly taken away, and only Xie Huaiheng knew where she was. Most likely, she would be tortured to death. To gain the support of Lord Jiang, Xie Huaiheng did not attack him but instead helped him clean up the mess, saving Lord Jiang from being implicated by Madame Fong. Madame Fong, meanwhile, died by her own hand in prison. The carriage arrived at a remote village. Su Mingyun got out, turned around, and carried out Su Ning, leaving 3 people to guard. He held Su Ning with one hand and pushed open the wooden door with the other. A strong smell of blood immediately hit him. In the yard, about 10 bodies lay scattered. Just moments ago, a fierce battle had taken place here. At the door, a man with an injured arm leaning on a broken water basin was bleeding heavily. Seeing the two, he let out a breath of relief and joked. "General Su, if you had come any later, you wouldn't have seen me." Su Mingyun was not in the mood for jokes. He handed him a healing pill, which Su Ning had just given him. Su Ning followed behind Su Mingyun, directly passing the water basin and heading into the house. The injured man, after taking the pill, did not get up but continued to sit weakly by the large pillar at the door. He was alert to his surroundings while bandaging his wounds. He was unlucky, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was a subordinate of the War King. Inside, Murong Linyuan lay on the bed, pale and bloodless, with lips that looked frighteningly purple. A half-arrow still pierced his chest. Next to him, Xie Xingye was also tending to his own wounds. They weren't serious, but bleeding had been ongoing. His implied meaning was that the best time for treatment had already passed. If he could be saved, she would do her best. If not, it was simply his fate. "Uncle, first give him the detox pill." Su Ning saw Murong Linyuan's condition and knew the poison had reached his heart. If she arrived any later, he might really pass away. There was no time to delay. She had to use her spiritual energy to protect his heart and push out the toxins from his body. Su Ning sat on a small stool by the bed, reaching out her tiny hand to feel Murong Linyuan's pulse. To outsiders, she seemed to be checking his pulse, but in fact, she was channeling her spiritual power, moving through his internal organs and heart meridians. She also used her spiritual energy to accelerate the effect of the detox pill. Feeling that the arrow was just a thin line away from his heart, Su Ning's heart trembled unconsciously. Since returning from Huzhou, she had been practicing this spiritual vine heart technique. Just the night before, she saw some initial results from using this technique to aid in treatment. She was also faintly on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining. Today, she decided to test the healing technique of the spiritual vine heart technique on Murong Linyuan. She silently recited the incantation in her mind, guiding her spiritual energy to gather around the arrow. In no time, a faint green aura appeared around his heart. Mingyun Su, with sharp eyes, saw this phenomenon and was shocked. He turned to block Xie Xingye's view. Seeing that Su Ning was sweating on her forehead, Mingyun was deeply alarmed, but he kept a calm face and turned aside completely to block Xie Xingye's line of sight. This was Su Ning's secret. He would do everything to protect her and keep her secret safe from outsiders, including Xie Xingye. He thought that this must be the power granted to her by the blue cat, which could help her defend herself and also save others. Thinking of this, he silently thanked the blue cat for its selfless dedication. He decided that when it returned, he would give it a few more chicken legs. Under Su Ning's spiritual energy, the arrow slowly moved out and finally fell onto the bed. At this moment, Xie Xingye noticed something unusual. Mingyun hurriedly reached out to pick it up. Xie Xingye mistakenly thought he had pulled out the arrow. He was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Murong Linyuan's lips move. The next moment, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Had he miraculously survived? Meanwhile, a faint ringing came from Su Ning's dantian, signaling her level up. She had successfully advanced to the 5th level of qi refining. Su Ning clapped her small hands happily and said, "Great. The medicine is working." His life shouldn't have ended. Indeed, his life shouldn't have ended, as he survived even such serious injuries. Of course, Su Ning's detox potion also worked wonders. She truly is a special little doctor. Xie Xingye thought this to himself. After a short while, Murong Linyuan slowly woke up. The first person he saw was Su Ning. He grinned and said, "Little detective, I had a dream. I dreamed of you. You looked like a little fairy with white wings, holding a magic staff." He continued, "From above, you told me my life shouldn't have ended, and that I would still have many wives and children. Isn't that a strange dream?" "Indeed, Ninger saved you," Xie Xingye added. Murong Linyuan's eyes brightened, and he half-jokingly said, "So, that dream is real. You are actually a fairy in disguise, right?" Su Ning smiled and replied, "Yes, I am a little fairy. You must keep this a secret, or I might get angry and fly away." She exaggeratedly made a flying motion. This made Murong Linyuan want to laugh, but his body was too weak to even smile. Xie Xingye and Su Mingyun both knew each other's secrets about Su Ning. Seeing something unusual, they kept silent and silently helped hide the truth. Having gone through a near-death experience, Murong Linyuan changed completely. After regaining a little strength, he kept talking non-stop. "I, Murong Linyuan, have lived alone all my life, never thought of marrying or having children. Now, I want to get married. I don't want to die alone, without anyone to mourn me or carry my coffin." Su Ning, Su Mingyun, Xie Xingye. For a moment, the three of them had nothing to say. They just listened quietly as Murong Linyuan kept talking, as if giving a final confession. In the end, he was moved to tears. While crying, he fell into a deep sleep. Su Mingyun helped treat Murong Linyuan's external injuries and finished applying medicine before asking about Master Chongjin. Xie Xingye guessed, "I think Murong Linyuan was injured today because of Master Chongjin." "Ninger, tell me honestly, is there really a Master Chongjin in this world?" Su Ning didn't want to hide it and softly said, "No, I made up that character." Xie Xingye was not surprised. He had already guessed it would be like this. However, Murong Linyuan claimed he had seen the person, which was the reason for today's trouble. Xie Xingye's thoughts matched Su Mingyun's exactly. Su Mingyun responded, "It was fake before, but now Lord Murong must have seen this person. Otherwise, we would be deceiving the emperor." Xie Xingye knew how serious the matter was. What surprised him was that the master called Chongjin, brought by Xie Huaiheng, was truly capable. The pill he produced really cured the emperor of his headache. Xie Xingye explained this, and Su Ning frowned tightly. "Uncle, is there any way to get the pill from that person?" Xie Xingye shook his head. "No, his medicine is worth a fortune, and it's only for the emperor. Even Xie Huaiheng cannot get it. That person has been secretly protected by the emperor, and even I cannot see him. I only heard that he is a Taoist with deep skills, probably around 50 years old." Su Mingyun looked very serious. What should they do now? Looking at Su Ning, his eyebrows were tightly knit, as if trying to kill a mosquito. Could he be an old ghost from the cultivation world? Not seeing the person and just guessing is not a good idea. We need to find a way to make him show himself. It would be best to get a pill from him, Su Ning muttered to himself. Xie Xingye listened carefully and thought it was very difficult. It might even cause trouble if they made a move. Next, they could only respond to the situation and wait. Xie Huaiheng did not wait for Zhuang Ken to send news and knew that the plan had failed again. He vented all his anger on Xie Xianlin. In the small courtyard's dungeon, Xie Huaiheng pressed a red-hot branding iron hard against Xie Xianlin's chest, listening to his screams of pain, feeling extremely excited. "Fifth brother, didn't you say that the witch doctor was just an ordinary doctor? Why did he save Murong Linyuan? Tell me, why?" In his anger, Xie Huaiheng turned the branding iron forcefully, causing Xie Xianlin to scream in pain.
Imperial.
"Imperial brother, I told the truth, please. Please let me go." Xie Xianlin's chest hurt terribly, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He lost. He truly lost. His mother was sent to a cold palace, and his family abandoned him. He was completely defeated. "Let you go? Who will let me go? Being born into the emperor's family, this is our fate," Xie Huaiheng said with a fierce and frightening face. Xie Xianlin was tortured until he was barely alive. He was whipped again and again, but he remained indifferent. He couldn't bear to hear Xie Xianlin's screams, so he found it boring. He threw the branding iron on the ground and turned to leave. Without looking back, he waved his hand to the people behind him. Lock him in the water prison. After leaving the dungeon, Xia Huaiheng reached into his pocket and took out a white porcelain bottle. He poured out a high-quality, round, full pill. Even though he didn't understand pills, he could feel a pure, natural, and clear energy from it. According to the master Mu Dao, just taking this one pill could improve understanding of martial arts. Thinking of the red-clad young man from last time, his anger almost overwhelmed him. He pinched the pill between his fingers, raised it above his head, and held it under the sun. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he seemed to see a faint golden glow from the pill. His mind moved slightly, and in the next moment, he threw the pill into his mouth and ate it happily. A proud smile appeared on his face that he couldn't hide. What if he didn't find Master Chongjin? As long as that person didn't appear, Mu Dao was Master Chongjin. Anyone who had seen Master Chongjin would. Haha. Xia Huaiheng laughed loudly to the sky, then started practicing boxing. His body suddenly twisted like a spinning top, turning half a circle. His fist wind was sharp like a blade, with a force that seemed to split rocks, striking the empty air. He bent his right knee, gathering strength, combining defense with attack, and his fists whistled through the air. He practiced like this over and over. Gradually, the steadiness and sharpness in his fist wind became clearer. He vowed that the next time he saw the red-clad young man, he would smash him with one punch. Master Chongjin didn't lie to him. After taking the body-refining pill, his bones had undergone a complete transformation, and he gained new insights into boxing. He believed his martial skills had surpassed Xie Xingye. This autumn hunt would be his stage. That evening, Xia Huaiheng received news that Murong Linyuan was still alive. The people he sent out hadn't returned. Then he thought of a way to make an excuse. To his surprise, Murong Linyuan claimed to be ill and took leave from home for 3 days in a row, showing no intention of exposing him. He thought that Murong Linyuan must be trying to find the real Master Chongjin to reveal him all at once. As for the story told by the young girl from the Su family, it was not worth worrying about. He couldn't afford to waste his people on the Su family now. After understanding this, Xia Huaijun stayed at home and practiced martial arts diligently, preparing to show his strength at the autumn hunt. For 3 days, there was no news in the palace about fake pills, which confused her. It was either that the person had already figured out the ingredients of the pills and was planning to use this to their advantage, or that their alchemy skills were below hers and they didn't recognize the ingredients. So, did the Emperor of Beixia really take the longevity pills? Only the person involved probably knows the truth. The matter of Master Chongjin made Queen Zhou and Xie Chenzhou very anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Your Majesty, Murong Linyuan is not dead, which is good for you. Now you should go find the War King and Murong Linyuan to join forces. Listen to your mother's advice. Your biggest opponent is not the Crown Prince, but the Third Prince. Don't keep your eyes on the Crown Prince. He has already suffered enough from illness. Hearing his mother say this, Xie Chenzhou, sitting at the lower end, was very surprised. Mother, if you truly think the elder brother is suffering, why did you do that back then? Queen Zhou's face changed when she heard this. She quickly stood up and walked to the door of the hall. Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, she lowered her voice and said, "What happened back then was not what you think." Xie Chenzhou listened carefully, but Queen Zhou suddenly stopped speaking. In any case, you don't need to know about this. I'm afraid Yanji's illness won't get better. He's destined to be unable to take that position in this life. So, you don't need to keep a close watch on him. Right now, your task is to join forces with Uncle Ninth. Mother suspects that Master Chongjin is a fake. Only 3 people have seen him. Wen Jingxing, Murong Linyuan, and the young girl from the Su family. The girl is too young and probably has forgotten. Wen Jingxing has been missing until now. Right now, only Murong Linyuan can expose Master Chongjin. Do you understand? Queen Zhou said urgently. Xie Chenzhou replied calmly, I know what to do. But mother, don't forget, the rebellious fate bug only has 10 years to live, and yet Yanji has lived safely until now. Mother, don't you think there's something strange about this? Empress Zhou was deep in thought, unable to understand the key point. Suddenly, Xie Chenzhou said, "Mother, stop fooling yourself. In Father Emperor's heart, only the Crown Prince matters. His top choice is Crown Prince Xie Yanji. You've been deceived. No, my son, don't jump to conclusions. I know what's going on." Empress Zhou replied calmly. Xie Chenzhou saw this but didn't argue. In his view, only when everyone else is gone can the position be secure. Right now, he knew that teaming up with King Zhan was the best plan. That evening, Xie Chenzhou dressed in night clothes and appeared at King Zhan's residence. King Zhan, Xie Xingye, seemed to have expected him and sat quietly in a pavilion, waiting for his arrival. Uncle Ninth, long time no see. They saw each other every morning at court, but they hadn't met alone for a long time. When they were young and unaware of many things, he and Xie Yanji were the best friends and brothers. They also often helped teach Xie Yuanrong, who bullied him. When they were young, the three grew up and studied together, even attending the Imperial Academy. He no longer remembered when he and Xie Yanji started drifting apart. Maybe it was when Xie Xingye openly walked away from Xie Yanji, or perhaps it was the time they both fell into a lake, and Xie Xingye jumped in to save only Xie Yanji. He had often wanted to ask Xie Xingye why he only saved him. Wasn't he also his nephew? Didn't he also call him Uncle Ninth? As a young boy, he lacked the courage. Now that he's older, they are almost strangers. This isn't what he wanted. He is actually not inferior to Xie Yanji, but his Uncle Ninth can't see him. He has never seen his efforts. He probably forgot who brought him medicine in the middle of the night or took care of him. Thinking of this, Xie Chenzhou could only laugh at himself. His Uncle Ninth only has eyes for Xie Yanji. "Chenzhou, long time no see." Xie Xingye's words carried no clear emotion. He turned around and signaled the empty pond nearby to bring some wine and food. Xie Chenzhou didn't refuse. After 3 rounds of wine, he finally brought up Master Chongjin. Uncle Wang probably guessed the purpose of his nephew's visit. The incident involving Lord Morong's attack shows that Master Chongjin is fake. The third son is too guilty and secretly attacked Lord Morong. So, my nephew wants Lord Morong to testify and expose the third son's plot to deceive the emperor. In Xie Chenzhou's view, deceiving the emperor is a fact. As long as Morong Linyuan firmly states that he is not Master Chongjin, the crime of deceiving the emperor will be confirmed. Morong Linyuan almost lost his life because of him. He would definitely stand up and clear his name. But unexpectedly, Xie Xingye on the other side showed no reaction after hearing this. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Xie Chenzhou's mood gradually turned sour. Xie Xingye poured a glass for himself, took a small sip, and then said slowly, "Your idea is too simple. Even if Master Chongjin is fake, he really cured your father's headache. So, do you think your good father trusts you or trusts the third son?" Ignoring Xie Chenzhou's shocked expression, he continued, "Whether Master Chongjin is real or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether the medicine is genuine. Do you understand?" Xie Chenzhou understood. It was as if a block of ice had been stuffed into his throat, and his sharp eyes, which had been shining just moments before, suddenly clouded over with gloom.
"So,
what does Uncle Wang think we should do?" His voice was a bit long, with a hint of difficulty.
right now."
"I am also powerless," Xie Xingye said, unable to think of a perfect solution. The pills made by Master Chongjin were very helpful to the emperor. Even if Xie Huaiheng deceived the emperor, it would be overlooked easily. Now, that person was secretly protected, and no one could see him. It was impossible to attack him directly. Hearing this, Xie Chenzhou was angry. He slammed his glass onto the stone table. "Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants? Uncle Wang, don't forget, you are also part of his plan." Xie Xingye was calmer than Xie Chenzhou. He raised his glass and drank the strong wine in one gulp, only saying, "It's late. Let's go back." Before Xie Chenzhou could leave, he stood up himself, staggering slightly, and walked toward his own palace. If he hadn't deliberately let Xie Chenzhou in, how could he have entered? Xie Chenzhou didn't leave. Instead, he forcibly pulled over Kong Qi and asked him to drink with him. After finishing a bottle, He let Kong Chi get another, and when he was drunk, he started talking nonsense. Uncle Wang, do you dislike me or not?
Kong Chi.
Tell me, where did I go wrong? Compared to Xie Yanji, where did I fail? Xie Chenzhou shouted. Kong Chi just wanted to say that the prince cares for the crown prince because they share the same pain. Why get involved? But Xie Chenzhou was getting more and more intense, asking Kong Chi repeatedly where he went wrong. I used to like him too, treating him like a big brother, but later, he distanced himself from me. I don't know why. Kong Chi didn't want to hear him get emotional here. Seeing him finish the wine in his cup, he refilled it. He kept drinking and refilling until Xie Chenzhou collapsed to the ground, motionless. Xie Yanji is only a year older than Xie Chenzhou. In the past, they were truly like brothers. When they started to drift apart, he couldn't say. The moon was high in the courtyard, and it was getting late. 3 days later, Xie Xingye brought good news to the Su family. The autumn hunt was scheduled for 10 days later, and that day, the northern Xia emperor decided to bring Master Chongjin. This was Su Ning's only chance to find out more. In the following days, she prepared everything carefully, determined to uncover that person's background. To be safe, she trained desperately every day. That day, when she saved Morong Linyuan, she successfully broke through her bottleneck and reached the 5th level of qi refining. During these days, she never dared to slack off, constantly understanding the spiritual vine heart technique. She had already grasped 2 stages, attack and healing. The next stage was defense. The core of the spiritual vine heart technique is vitality. Its basic defense focuses on resilience and self-healing, unlike the earth element, which emphasizes hardness. The common point is that both borrow strength. Earth element uses earth or stone as a shield, while wood element uses vine shields and leaf curtains. Those who reach the Great Ascension can also form symbiotic defenses, including mutated defenses. Currently, this wood element technique is a low-level yellow rank, and she can only master the vine shield and leaf curtain. She hopes that person's cultivation is suppressed by space laws and isn't too high. It's a pity that the spiritual energy in the space is almost gone. Some spiritual energy on magic tools has been exhausted by Su Ning, turning them into ordinary weapons. But even ordinary, they are 10 times sharper than the weapons of Northern Xia. Su Ning selected a few good swords from them, planning to find a suitable opportunity to give them to Su Mingyun. Additionally, suitable weapons were chosen for Su Jingnian, Su Mingxian, Gu Qinghe, Su Bufan, Su Xinian, and Su Wan. If the spiritual energy in these magic tools is not used up, ordinary people simply cannot lift them. Even touching them might cause a backlash. All these preparations are for the autumn hunt 10 days later. Since Master Chongjin appeared, the entire Su family has been anxious. To better prepare for the autumn hunt, everyone in the family is practicing martial arts, including the 3 women. When they learned they had also taken the body refining pill, they happily joined the martial arts training. They didn't need to become expert fighters, just strengthening their bodies was good enough. Of course, everyone hopes to become martial arts masters, at least to not hold back their family. Su Xingnian was especially pleased, leading the whole family to practice martial arts at the training ground every day. Gu Qinghe's martial arts school had already opened a few days ago. To avoid being recognized, he took off his red clothes and changed into a pink and white robe. Although he still looked like a woman, this outfit made him appear softer and less sharp. He followed the advice of the Su family members and recruited some homeless children. Besides secretly acquiring the Yu family business, he also took in 3 jewelry shops that Wen Jingxing was eager to sell. The small martial arts school quickly enrolled over 200 students, mostly around 8 or 9 years old, at an age where they rely on food like a mother. At this age, they are like blank sheets of paper, pure and obedient. 2 nights later, Su Ning brought the refined body refining pills and went to see Gu Qinghe, also bringing him a red cloak. What's this? Gu Qinghe didn't understand why Su Ning gave him a red cloak. Su Ning spread the cloak on the table and said, "This cloak is special. During a fight, if you press this mechanism here, hidden blades at the hem will pop out, catching enemies off guard. Su Ning pointed to the mechanism at the collar and explained carefully. Gu Qinghe became more excited the more he listened. Wow, such a magical weapon exists in this world. It must be a masterpiece. Su Ning smiled and said, "Of course, it's a masterpiece. The creator is very mysterious. Don't ask too many questions, just keep it. Practice well these days. On the day of the autumn hunt, I will arrange for you to disguise as a Su family guard to secretly protect my mother and them. I have a faint feeling that something will happen that day." Hearing this, Gu Qinghe's expression became serious. "I understand." "Also," Su Ning said as he took out some pills. "These are body-strengthening pills. You can give them to the children at the martial arts school to help build their strength. It will also be a big help for the Su family in the future. Do you understand?" Gu Qinghe unscrewed a bottle and saw it was full. He was amazed.
So many?
"Can I take another one?" Feeling the benefit, he wanted to take one every day. But Su Ning said, "You can't take more." Just as Gu Qinghe's hopeful expression faded, Su Ning took out another porcelain bottle and pushed it in front of him. "This is a strength pill. During a fight, if you can't win, you can take one. Of course, don't take it unless absolutely necessary because it has a side effect." "What is the side effect?" Gu Qinghe asked quickly, thinking it must be good for saving his life. Su Ning honestly explained, "It will make you sleep for an hour after half an hour. The reason I give this to you is to prepare for emergencies. Do you understand?" Seeing how serious Su Ning was, Gu Qinghe vaguely felt that there would be a tough battle during the autumn hunt. "All right, I understand." Gu Qinghe carefully stored the pills. Although the pills have the side effect of making people sleepy, just imagine if he encounters a strong opponent, he can take the pill to boost his strength and turn the tide. That would be very exciting. This item is a great life-saving treasure. After making arrangements, Su Ning prepared to return to the Su family. But just after leaving the martial arts school, he encountered a group of black-clad people rushing quickly. They were heading toward the Murong residence. Su Ning thought for a moment and decided to go ahead of them to the Murong residence. When he arrived, he found another black-clad person inside. The person was sizing up Murong Linyuan, who looked weak on the bed. "Murong, are you really willing to swallow this anger? If you cooperate with the prince, we can surely overthrow Xia Huang." Without a doubt, this was the second prince, Xia Qinzhou. He was dressed in a large black cloak, completely covering himself. Murong Linyuan's body had mostly recovered, but he still had to pretend to be weak. When he heard Xia Qinzhou's words, he forced a bitter smile. "The second prince has already seen it. I almost died at his hands. That's exactly why you must work with me." Xia Qinzhou suddenly raised his voice. It was clear from his tone that he harbored deadly intent towards Xia Huaiheng. Murong Linyuan's unspoken meaning was that he was no match for Xia Huaiheng. Now that there was a Master Chongjin, he definitely wasn't his opponent. Seeing Murong Linyuan silent, Xia Qinzhou asked harshly, "Tell me honestly, do you really have seen the Master Chongjin?" "Not at all," Murong Linyuan answered without hesitation. This surprised Xia Qinzhou. He quickly understood the key point. "I see. You only said that to save the Su family. Now, because of this, you've brought danger to your own life. Do you regret it, Lord Murong?" "No regret. If I could do it all over again, I would still act the same," Murong Linyuan said seriously and firmly. This made Xia Qinzhou pause in confusion. Then he said, "You really are hard to understand. You're afraid of Xia Huaiheng, but you stand firmly with the Su family and oppose the fifth prince. Lord Murong, you truly are hard to guess. However, I do admire your spirit of risking everything for friends." Murong Linyuan twitched his lips. Actually, he wasn't as great as he seemed. If it weren't for the trouble of reporting to Xie Xingye, he was actually afraid of dying. At that moment, faint sounds came from outside. Both of their faces changed at once. Murong Linyuan, it's your fault that the prince is in danger." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly raised his hand to block the arrows shooting in from outside. Clang, clang. Countless arrows shot toward the house. Xia Qinzhou, dressed in black, did not abandon Murong Linyuan but protected him behind his back. This made Murong Linyuan feel very surprised. because he was not his trusted confidant. The arrows kept coming, and Siechenjo fought them off with great irritation. He sensed many assassins outside, and he knew he couldn't hold them off. Just as he was thinking about abandoning Morong Linyuan and escaping, the situation outside quieted down. After waiting for a moment, he gathered his courage and stepped forward. Standing at the door, he listened carefully for a while. After confirming there was no movement outside, he slowly and carefully opened the door. As the door opened, Siechenjo was immediately stunned by the terrible scene before him. He saw a ground full of bodies lying in disarray, some with their heads or limbs missing. The wounds on their necks were not clean, as if torn apart by ropes. Whose work is this? It's so terrifying, like a massacre. In just a short time, dozens of people had been killed, and they didn't even have time to scream. This is too frightening. Siechenjo was so scared he didn't want to stay even a moment longer, and hurriedly ran away. The door was still open, and Morong Linyuan saw the shocking scene outside at a glance. Sir, are you all right? Morong Fu's guards arrived late. Morong Linyuan didn't answer. The 3 guards just stared blankly at him. He scolded them. Are you waiting for these people to turn into angry spirits and come back to fight me? The 3 guards. Sun Ning, who was just about to leave the roof, also froze. Back at Lanyo Pavilion, Sun Ning didn't rest. Instead, she sat cross-legged in a space to practice. The spiritual energy from the magic tools was absorbed by her at a visible speed, until her dantian was full. After 2 days and a breakfast, the 3 little ones sat in Wenshuan Pavilion, listening to their teacher read with great enthusiasm. The 3 little ones reading Sun Ning opened the book in her hands to block her face, feeling sleepy and swaying from side to side. It looked like she was nodding off while reading. Until the ruler landed on her head, she was startled awake. Miss Biao, please pay attention. Okay, Teacher 1. As soon as she finished speaking, she sent a burst of spiritual energy to his forehead. He yawned widely and then fell asleep at his desk. Sun Ning smiled mischievously, thinking, if you want to stop me from sleeping, no way. She ignored the other 2 little ones who looked like they were nodding off and openly dozed off herself. After a while, Sun Ning, who had been sleeping deeply, was suddenly awakened by a loud scream. Big Uncle is here. Brother, you must not tell Big Uncle that Sister Ning slept for a whole half-hour. Su Ning opened her confused eyes, just about to thank Su Shinian for his reminder when she saw her uncle Su Mingyan standing outside the window with a look of affection and helplessness. From the side, Su Bofin's angry voice came through. Sister, you're so silly. Big Uncle heard everything. And I've told you many times, he's your eldest uncle, not your maternal uncle. Your maternal uncle is Yunja.
Koning.
Su Shinian hung her head, looking unhappy. Oh, but brother, I just wanted to remind Sister Ninger. Su Ning only wondered if it was really okay to remind her in front of Su Mingyun. When Fuzi woke up 2 hours later, no explanation was needed. Su Mingyun immediately knew that Su Ning had been causing trouble secretly. Such mischief, if not punished, what would she become when she grows up? So, Su Mingyun punished Su Ning by making her write her name 100 times. Su Shinian knew she had done a bad deed and quietly sat aside, ink in hand. The little girl was loyal. After Su Mingyun left, she took the paper and pen, saying she wanted to help Su Ning write 50 times. But she only managed 2 words before falling asleep from exhaustion. Next to her, Su Bofin, who was reading, couldn't help but shake his head. In her sleep, Su Shinian was still muttering, "Let's play eagle catching the chick with Uncle Zian. Writing is no fun at all." Su Bofin felt sorry for his sister. He thought that letting her play sometimes wouldn't do any harm. Thinking this, he stood up and headed outside to find his mother and discuss bringing Yun Zian to their home. Before he took 2 steps, he saw the housekeeper Su rushing over. "Housekeeper Su, what's the matter?" Su Bofin asked. The housekeeper didn't hide anything and hurriedly said, "Someone from the Yun family came. It's said that young Master Yun is missing."
What?
Su Bofin's face changed in shock. Suning also heard the housekeeper's words. She quickly put down her brush and told Chihua, "Take Sister Xinian inside. I'll go see the front yard." Chihua hesitated and reminded her, "But young lady, the eldest young master punished you to copy. Why bother copying now? It's a matter of life and death." "I need to see what's going on," Suning interrupted. She quickly caught up with the running Su Bofin. From afar, she could hear the crying of the third aunt from the Yun family. "He's gone. What should we do now?" Su Wan advised her, "Don't worry. The child's illness is completely cured, and he should be able to find his way back easily." Third auntie was very anxious and panicked. She never expected that the child would dare to leave the house without her permission. When she ran outside, he was already gone. She thought the child liked to play at the Su family, so she assumed he was there. But in fact, he never came. Wu, standing nearby, asked her, "Did he have a servant with him when he went out?" "Yes, he had a servant, but the servant doesn't know martial arts. If someone tried to forcefully take him, the servant wouldn't be able to stop them. Why would he leave the house just to buy sugar figurines?" Wu murmured, looking confused. The Su family and Yun family both sent people to look for him. No matter how worried they were, they had to wait at home for news. Soon, Yun Jiao arrived in a hurry. As soon as she entered, she asked anxiously, "Auntie, Yena usually doesn't dare to leave the house alone. Why did he go out this time?" Third Annie wiped her tears and choked. "He said he wanted to buy sugar figurines." When the butler came to ask, he ran out of the house. The guards chased after him but couldn't catch up. "I thought maybe he bought sugar figurines to find Nian Nian, so I came here," she said, her eyes red from worry. She had a child late in life, and Yun Xian was her everything. Suning thought for a moment and asked softly, "Is that servant reliable?" This question made everyone in the room pause. Suning suspected that the servant might have influenced Yun Xian. Otherwise, how could a usually obedient and timid boy run out of the house without permission? What kind of conspiracy was behind this? No wonder she was so worried. Since Master Chongjin appeared, she felt that the imperial city wouldn't be peaceful. While everyone was lost in thought, the Yun family butler hurried over. "Third auntie, we found him. The young master is safe." "Found him? Where is he?" "Come on, take me there." Third auntie cried with joy and hurriedly went outside. Su Ning, however, felt that things weren't so simple. Just because they found him didn't mean everything was okay, especially since the butler's face didn't look happy. Everyone could see that Yun Butler's expression was unusual. Yun Jiao quickly asked, "You found him, so why not bring him back immediately?" Third auntie, who had run a few steps ahead, looked back. Seeing the butler hesitating, her heart suddenly clenched. She trembled as she asked, "Did Yena have an accident? Did something happen to him? Just tell me." At this moment, the third aunt's mind was a jumble of terrible thoughts about Yun Xian getting into trouble. She felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her chest tightly, making it hard to breathe. "Quick, tell me," the third aunt shouted, her voice rising and trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the housekeeper Yun knelt down with a loud thud at her feet. The force of this kneeling made her feel dizzy, and her vision blurred. Next to her, Yun Jiao looked terrified. His action clearly indicated that something had happened to the child. Su Wan and Wu Shi exchanged worried glances, both seeing sadness in each other's eyes.
Could it be that
The child is dead? Su Ning thought that as long as the child was still alive, she could find a way to save him. In her anxiety, she jumped down from the steps and was about to ask what had happened when the anxious third aunt shouted and grabbed the housekeeper. "What do you mean? What are you saying? Is my son gone?" "Boo-hoo. My son is gone." The third aunt, overwhelmed with guilt, slapped herself repeatedly. Seeing this, the housekeeper quickly said, "Third aunt, don't be upset. The child is fine, but what? Just say it quickly." Su Ning was almost furious with the housekeeper. He then explained, "It's just that the young master accidentally caused someone to be harmed." Hearing this, the crying third aunt stopped crying. Instead, she slapped the housekeeper hard across the face. "Why didn't you say this clearly? Why are you hesitating? Lead the way." The housekeeper stammered, clearly annoyed and making her angry. The third aunt was both furious and secretly relieved. If the child was safe, that was enough. But she couldn't understand how a 4-year-old could cause harm. Everyone from the Su family hurried to follow after them, eager to find out how a 4-year-old could commit such an act. The housekeeper also looked confused, unable to explain clearly. At the gate of the estate, the third aunt was helped onto a carriage by a maid. Suddenly, the housekeeper knelt again and tearfully said, "Third aunt, this was the fault of my unfilial son. He got separated from the young master, which led to the young master accidentally harming the 6th miss of the Ministry of War." Hearing this, Su Ning finally understood why the housekeeper was hesitating. It turned out that the servant who looked after Yunxian was his son, and he had hurt someone from the Ministry of War. He was afraid that the third aunt, in her anger, might harm his son, so he was trying to plead for mercy in advance. The third aunt frowned and angrily said, "Hurry up and get in the carriage. Who will lead the way ahead?" Su Ning glanced at Steward Yun, then also got into the carriage. Everyone was worried about Yunxian, so no one spoke during the journey. Soon, 2 carriages arrived at the scene of the incident. Surprisingly, Su Mingyun and Yunjia, the eldest son of the Yun family, were there, along with Wang Ping, the second son of the Minister of War's residence. Wang Ping was very angry at this moment, drawing his long sword as if he wanted to kill Yunxian to avenge his younger sister. Su Mingyun and Yunjia protected the trembling Yunxian behind them. Yunjia said, "Wang Ping, the 2 children were running too fast and accidentally bumped into each other. It was just an accident. We are very sorry about the child's death," but Wang Ping refused to back down. "What accident? I saw him deliberately run out from the crowd and knock my 6th sister to the ground, causing her to hit her head and die." Yunjia, killing someone means paying with your life. He must die today. Wang Ping, believing himself to be a martial artist, thought Yunjia was no match for him. He immediately drew his sword and tried to attack Yunxian. Yunjia naturally wouldn't just watch his family member be killed. The 2 of them fought fiercely in the street. "Ninger, go and see if that child can still be saved." Su Wan, who had just gotten off the carriage, turned around and hugged Su Ning. Seeing her come, Yunxian felt like he had found his main support and quickly ran over to Su Ning, calling affectionately, "Ninger sister." He didn't know why, but every time he saw Su Ning, he felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Su Ning glared at him and corrected him as she walked. "You shouldn't call me sister." "No, I want to call you sister," Yunxian stubbornly insisted. "Suit yourself. Tell me, how did she die?" Su Ning asked, pointing at the little girl lying on the ground. When Yunxian mentioned this, he shrank back behind Su Ning and then said, "When I bumped into her, I heard her say she was going to die. She was in a lot of pain." "Tuning fronet depli, konsuset." She said she was going to die herself. Could this person have some kind of premonition? Yunxian nodded vigorously. "I didn't hit her. When I was very close, she just fell down by herself." "Ninger's sister, I wouldn't lie and I wouldn't deceive you because I like you very much." After saying this, he gently shook Su Ning's small hand, with a bright smile on his face, clearly showing his happiness. He also wanted to nuzzle his little head against Su Ning's face. "Puning, stop messing around. I want to see if she is sick," Su Ning said as she pulled her hand away and walked toward the small girl lying still on the ground. The third aunt, who had just gotten off the carriage, hurried forward to protect Yunxian in her arms, checking her carefully from head to toe. "Yener, are you all right?" Yunxian shook her head. "Mother, I'm fine. It was Yunair who said she wanted to take me out to buy sugar figurines. We got separated while walking. Yunair took you out?" The third aunt looked suspicious. Yunxian nodded heavily. "Yes, he said he wanted to buy sugar figurines for me. He also said he wanted to buy many so that Nian Nian and Sister Ning could share them. Mother, if it weren't for Nian Nian's big brother arriving just in time, that person would have hurt me," Yunxian said fearfully, pointing at Wang Ping.
Yunair is Yunxian's attendant.
Since he is a servant born into the Yun family, he carries the Yun surname. Su Ning listened to the conversation between the mother and child and felt that Yunair's behavior was a bit strange. The area was filled with curious villagers, all shaking their heads and sighing, lamenting the brief life of the little girl. Su Ning stepped forward, reaching out her small hand, ready to check the girl's pulse. Just as she was about to do so, Wang Ping, who was fighting with Yunjia, suddenly leapt forward.
Stop.
What are you going to do to sick sister? Su Mingyun, worried that Su Ning might be hurt, quickly stepped in and pulled her back. He glared at Wang Ping angrily. Young Master Wang, you misunderstand. Our Ninger knows some medical skills. She just wants to help her sister. Wang Ping refused to believe and shouted angrily. She's only 5 years old. What medical skills can she have? My sick sister is already dead. Can she bring her back to life? Su Ning spoke calmly. Whether she can bring her back to life depends on the diagnosis. She is your sister, but if there is even a little hope, you shouldn't give up. Wang Ping then pulled over a doctor carrying a medicine box, glaring at Su Ning and sneering. Little girl, do you think your medical skills are better than those of a doctor with 20 years of experience? A 5-year-old child who can't even recognize herbs and yet claims to know medicine. This is just nonsense. Su Mingyun told Su Ning. Ninger, this doctor's surname is Qian. He is the chief doctor at Jingshan, and his medical skills are good. He just diagnosed that the girl is already dead. Su Ning quietly told Su Mingyun, elder uncle, I don't know if she is dead or alive until I examine her. Besides, I suspect she didn't die from that bump by little Uncle Zian, but from a hidden illness of her own. How can you tell? Su Ning replied, earlier, little Uncle Zian said he didn't touch anyone, and she died suddenly. So, I suspect she had a hidden illness that caused her death. Su Mingyun was surprised because Zian hadn't told him this before. When he arrived, the little one kept hiding behind him, looking very scared. After Ning arrived, he seemed much braver. If she really had a hidden illness, then Zian's accident might not be considered murder. Thinking for a moment, Su Mingyun said to Wang Ping, Young Master Wang, I suspect your sick sister has a congenital hidden illness. It would be best to have a doctor check her. If you don't trust my medical skills, you can have another doctor examine her. Then, Su Mingyun was about to instruct his deputy to invite another doctor. But Wang Ping stopped him. Su Mingyun, what do you mean? Do you doubt Dr. Qian? Dr. Qian already examined her and confirmed that Zian's fall caused her death. Can't you see the bloodstains? Su Ning slowly raised his eyes and looked directly at Wang Ping. The latter was caught off guard and hurriedly avoided Su Ning's gaze, as if burned. Then, realizing he shouldn't be frightened by a child, he forced himself to stay calm and glared back. That glare caught Su Ning's attention and made him notice something unusual. Su Ning found it very interesting. He spoke in a soft, childish voice. Even the most skilled doctors can make mistakes. If my sister had an accident, she would try everything to be saved.
But you?
You're trying to stop her. Your behavior is suspicious. Someone who doesn't know better might think you're trying to harm your sister on purpose. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping's panic became even more obvious. You're talking nonsense. Wang Ping was furious. He had heard that when Jingxing's daughter was very eloquent, but he didn't expect her to be so clever and perceptive. Nearby, Dr. Qian was already feeling guilty. Afraid that this matter might be exposed, he tried to defend his reputation. When he heard Su Ning doubting his medical skills, he stiffened his neck and said, I have been practicing medicine for many years and have never made a mistake. How can a child like you criticize me? Some informed villagers also spoke up for Dr. Qian. Dr. Qian has been practicing medicine for many years and has never made a mistake. Not only that, he is kind-hearted. If a patient cannot pay, he doesn't charge a fee. He's a good doctor. Yes, that's right. The child was definitely dead. Look, there's bleeding at the back of his head. It must have been that collision just now when he hit his head and fell, causing a serious injury. The villagers all agreed that the child had been hit and died. Su Wan saw that Su Ning wanted to save the child. The only way was to wake him up, so Yunzian could clear her name. But if Su Ning forcibly used spiritual medicine to save the child, she would be exposed in front of everyone. In a split second, Su Wan pulled Qiu Hua forward. Qiu Hua, you've also learned some medical skills. Go and see if the child is still alive. Qiu Hua was stunned. Madam, I I don't. Su Ning immediately understood her mother's intention. She quickly tapped Su Mingyun and then forced Qiu Hua to examine the child. Wang Ping wanted to stop her, but was blocked by Su Mingyun. Young Master Wang, don't you want to save your sister? Faced with Su Mingyun's probing gaze, Wang Ping was startled, but quickly reacted. He pushed Su Mingyun away. Sister Lu is already dead. I won't allow you to touch her. Get out of the way. Wang Ping tried to push Su Mingyun again, but found she didn't move. After several struggles, the crowd gasped. Oh my god, she's alive? How is that possible? Just as Wang Ping and Su Mingyun were pushing each other, Su Ning pressed her hand on the little girl's chest. She felt there was still a breath. No, more accurately, it was a false death. The girl was poisoned and on the verge of death. She delivered a healing palm to her chest, and the energy burst inside her, clearing the toxins blocking her meridians. As the girl suddenly spat out black blood, she came back to life. In an instant, applause erupted. Wow, Qiu Hua is amazing. She just tapped her, and the little girl is alive. Su Ning happily clapped her hands. Many nearby people saw clearly. Someone argued, I saw it too. She just lightly tapped, and the girl came back to life. It's obvious the girl wasn't dead. It wasn't her medical skill. I saw it too. I just touched her and she came back to life, said another man watching the scene. Su Ning was surprised and said, Wow. Does that mean Dr. Qian's medical skills are not very good? Su Ning's words woke everyone up. All eyes turned to Dr. Qian. Just moments ago, he had confidently said the girl was dead. If they couldn't tell whether she was alive or not, how could his medical skills be considered excellent? Dr. Qian's face turned red and his neck thickened as he stammered. People sometimes slip up. Even horses stumble. Suan stepped forward and coldly asked, Dr. Qian, is it really a mistake, or are you doing this on purpose? This question caused a big stir. It was more shocking than Su Ning's comment. If Dr. Qian did this on purpose, then he was the one who caused her harm. Dr. Qian's face turned pale with fear, and he dared not look at anyone. He had been so confident before, but now he looked very embarrassed. He wouldn't admit to intentionally harming her. He could only say that his skills were not good enough. Suan then said, Please, Dr. Qian, examine her again. Maybe you can find a hidden illness. If she fainted just from a light touch, she must have an underlying problem. This was a reminder to Wang Ping. If they only found a hidden illness, his plan wouldn't be exposed. Thinking of this, Wang Ping eagerly said, That's great. Sister Lu is alive. Dr. Qian, please examine her again and see if she really has a hidden illness. Su Ning felt that her mother understood her very well. She knew what she was thinking and asked accordingly. It was like mother and daughter sharing one mind. If they found a hidden illness, it meant Yunxian was not the one who caused her death. Of course, this also concealed Wang Ping's poisoning. She turned to look at Wang Ping, who was pretending to be anxious. Su Ning tilted her head and smiled at him. He felt like he was being watched by a poisonous snake, but he still tried to stay calm. Dr. Qian no longer dared to hesitate. He stepped forward to examine her. After a while, he was surprised and said, There is indeed a hidden illness. I was too careless earlier. Let me give her some acupuncture. Su Ning pulled Qiu Hua back, but he was thinking about why Wang Ping deliberately poisoned his sister and intentionally made Yunxian run into her. He kept saying he wanted Yunxian to pay for his actions. But what did a 4-year-old child do to deserve this? He was even willing to use his own sister as bait. What kind of secret plot was hidden behind all this? No one saw Wang Ping's evasive eyes just now. They only thought he truly had some hidden illness. Su Ning looked up and scanned everyone present, his gaze settling on the young man standing with housekeeper Yun. Most likely, this was Yun Er. At this moment, housekeeper Yun was scolding him, and the young man lowered his head, looking like he was admitting fault. Su Ning always felt that Yun Er was suspicious. Just then, other members of the Wang family arrived, the Minister of War and his wife, but not the girl's biological mother. Looking at the little girl's clothes, they weren't very fancy. Su Ning turned to ask Su Mingyun, elder uncle, is this little girl really the Minister of War's daughter? Yes, She was born to the minister's concubine. It's said that after she was born, the concubine left. Her biological mother had died early, and her simple clothes made her look like a servant. It was clear she was an unloved, illegitimate daughter. Because of this, Wang Ping wouldn't truly care for her. Wang Ping's actions seemed too suspicious. There must be a bigger scheme behind it. Thinking of this, Su Ning decided not to expose Wang Ping now. Tonight, she planned to sneak into the Wang residence. Meanwhile, Third Aunt was furious and questioning Yun Er. Speak clearly. Why did you take the young master out of the house without permission? Yun Zian had always been obedient, so he wouldn't leave without her approval. Yun Er's behavior seemed suspicious. Yun Er knelt before Third Aunt, kowtowed, and admitted fault. Third Aunt, it was the young master's idea to go out to buy sugar figurines. I had no choice. I took him out early. His explanation was completely different from Yun Zian's. Yun Zian wanted to argue, but when he saw Yun Er's face, he shrank back. Yun Er was sure Yun Zian was timid and easily frightened, so he lied. Su Ning stepped forward, holding his hand and asking, "Is that really the case?" The moment Su Ning held Yun Zian's hand, it seemed to give him endless strength. Looking into Su Ning's bright, star-like eyes, he shook his head firmly. "No, that's not true. He wanted to take me out of the house, saying he would buy lots of sugar figurines to give to you and Nian Nian. She also said that my mother wouldn't agree for me to eat sugar figurines. I just thought you and Nian Nian liked to eat them, so I followed him out. If there's anything unclear, it's because Yun Er is trying to understand Yun Ziyan's concern for Su Ning and Su Shinian, which is why he was let out of the house. But what is his real goal? Did you hear that, you little servant? You better tell the truth. Third Auntie is very angry and kicks Yun Er. Housekeeper Yun feels sorry for his son, but as a servant, he dares not oppose the master. Yun Er stammers, afraid to speak. Su Ning, however, takes out a pill from his sleeve and hands it to Su Mingyun. Big uncle, I suspect there is more to this. I have a truth-telling pill here. Give it to that servant to take, and he will tell the truth himself. When Yun Er hears this, his face turns pale with fear. He has heard of this pill before. Once taken, it forces the person to tell the truth. But last time, wasn't there only one? Yun Er is terrified and quickly glances at Wang Ping nearby. Wang Ping is also startled by the truth-telling pill Su Ning took out, fearing Yun Er might eat it and say something he shouldn't. He's very nervous and tries to think of a way to handle the situation. Su Ning's words disturb all his thoughts, making him panic and unable to come up with a good plan. He had already planned everything carefully, but this little girl came and disrupted all his plans. She is small but surprisingly clever, not like an ordinary person. Su Mingyun steps forward, takes the pill from Su Ning's hand, and walks toward Yun Er. You, take this pill. You secretly took the master out of the house and didn't respect him, putting him in danger. This whole matter is very suspicious. Yun Er is terrified. No, I didn't mean to. Yun Er, isn't that you? When will you repay the 1,000 taels of silver you owe us? At this moment, two young men who look like thugs come over, one on each side, pushing Yun Er to the ground. The housekeeper Yun exclaims, Yun Er, when did you owe so much money? The young man snorts coldly. Isn't it because he goes to our gambling house every day and is so unlucky that he never wins? Over time, he accumulated a huge debt. The third and quickly connected the series of events and suddenly realized, Yun Er, could it be that you owe this money and deliberately took Yenu out, then let someone kidnap her, hoping our Yun family would pay your debt? Just didn't expect, after they got separated, Yenu accidentally ran into Miss Wang. Wang Ping was also clever. Hearing the third aunt's words, he suddenly had an idea. He quickly signaled to Yun Er and threatened him. Fearing that offending Wang Ping would bring trouble to his family, Yun Er hurriedly kowtowed and admitted his guilt. Sorry. I was truly at my wit's end and had no choice but to do this. Housekeeper Yun thought it was just a small mistake of not protecting his master well, but he didn't expect everything was planned by Yun Er. Angrily, he kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. Feeling heartbroken, he said, Yun Er, you have disappointed father so much. I don't have a son like you. Third aunt, this child is full of malicious intent, deceives everyone, and is utterly unforgivable. Let the master decide his punishment. I have no complaints. After speaking, the housekeeper turned his head away cruelly, tears flickering at the corner of his eyes.
Yuna was terrified.
He knelt and crawled forward. Father, father, please save your son. I know I was wrong. Wang Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't been exposed. As long as Yun Er took responsibility for this, he would be safe. Since one plan failed, he had to find another way. Everyone believed Yun Er's story, or rather, believed the analysis of the third aunt. As for Miss Wang, she was just an accident. At this moment, Wang Ping didn't want to argue anymore. He was afraid that Su Ning might accidentally discover something he shouldn't. After Dr. Su finished giving the acupuncture, he signaled to his own mother. She immediately understood, holding the weak Wang Xier, and said, "Since this was unintentional, to avoid upsetting both families, let's just leave it at that. Pinger, let's go." Wang Ping looked unconvinced but pretended to agree with his mother. The group got into the carriage and left. Su Mingyan thought about how precious the true speech pill was. Seeing Yun Er tell the truth, he returned the pill to Su Ning. "Ninger, since he has confessed, keep this medicine well." Su Ning, preoccupied with other matters, took the pill absent-mindedly and put it away. It was just a blood and energy pill. The true speech pill was gone. All of this was just a deliberate trick to deceive Yun Er. Auntie San was very angry, so she abandoned Yun Er and handed him over to two rough-looking men. The two men were rude and started hitting Yun Er with fists and kicks. "Because you didn't pay back the money, and you didn't return the thread, beat him to teach him a lesson." Housekeeper Yun watched his son being beaten with great pain. He knew this was Auntie San's attitude. If he stepped in to help, it would cause trouble for his wife and daughter. In the end, Yun Er was beaten until he was barely breathing. He still owed a lot of money, so the men didn't want to kill him. They just wanted him to pay back the debt. Unexpectedly, after they left, young Master Yunja told him to pack his things and leave the Yun family. Not killing Yun Er on the spot was considered kindness from the Yun family. Housekeeper Yun dared not complain. When he returned home, Yunja told his father about what happened and said, "Today, if Su Ning hadn't helped, my brother would have been falsely accused of murder. That child is very smart, a rare talent," Yunja said with praise. From now on, the two families should stay in touch and get to know each other better. "We should also carefully raise Zian, so he can have a good future." Yun Shangshu didn't finish his sentence. Yunja, being clever, understood his father's thoughts. He smiled helplessly, thinking Zian wasn't worthy of such a talented person. But it was also good to keep in touch. On the way back, Su Ning thought carefully. Besides concluding that both children were 4 years old, she couldn't find any other clues. If it was because they were the same age and that was why someone wanted to kill them, it was simply ridiculous. "Ninger, do you think Wang Ping is acting suspicious?" When they returned to the house, Su Wan pulled Su Ning inside, followed by others from the Su family. Su Ning noticed her mother was understanding her more and more. She stopped and looked up at Su Wan. She spoke softly. "Mother, we are truly connected. You know what I think? When you suddenly pushed Qiao Huajia out just now, I took the chance to save that little girl." Su Wan smiled affectionately. "Silly girl, you are my child. How could I not understand you?"
Chunin kiklet.
At this moment, Su Mingyan frowned and asked, "Ninger, do you suspect Wang Ping deliberately made Zian bump into the Wang family's young lady?" Su Ning nodded. "Yes, just now Zian said that the little girl knew she wouldn't survive. I think she might have a hidden illness. Unexpectedly, when I checked, I discovered that it was not a hidden illness but a poison that causes people to appear dead." Su Mingyan's face changed slightly. Why didn't he reveal this earlier? Dr. Wang must know the truth. Why did Wang Ping do this? Just now, I was busy stopping Wang Ping and didn't think deeply. Now, I realized Dr. Wang acted very strangely. Calm down, elder brother. That's why I didn't expose him openly. If we reveal Wang Ping's actions publicly, we won't be able to uncover his hidden plans. We need to investigate secretly. Why not use the true words pill and make Wang Ping tell the truth himself? Mrs. Wu asked, confused. Su Ning's face fell. I don't have any true words pills left. The pill I took earlier was fake. Everyone finally understood. So, Yun Er was secretly colluding with Wang Ping, which is why he was lured out of the house. As far as I know, the Wang family and Yun family have no conflicts or dealings. Why would Wang Ping target Yunxian? Su Mingyun asked suspiciously. That's what we need to find out, Su Ning said with a shrug. After thinking it through, Su Mingyun quickly ordered Yu Duo behind him. Go secretly and catch Yun Er. Yes, General. Yu Duo responded and left. Su Ning guessed that Yun Er probably didn't know much. He probably lured Yunxian out of the house just for money. Ninger, thank you again for saving the Yun family. Yun Jiao gently rubbed Su Ning's head and sincerely thanked her. Su Ning's intelligence and cleverness had long been apparent to her, but she was still amazed. She could accurately analyze key points in any matter, which was the most shocking part. Even at such a young age, she gave the impression of being very shrewd. Gifted children truly cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Half an hour later, Yu Duo returned. General, Yun Er is dead. Su Mingyun's expression moved slightly. Understood. Go down. Su Ning guessed correctly. Wang Ping had sent someone to kill Yun Er to cover up their collusion. But what was his real purpose? This rundown place probably isn't where people live, but she seemed to feel a bit of life there. Thinking about it, that feeling might have come from a servant who was punished and left behind. Just as Su Ning was about to leave, she suddenly heard coughing from inside. The sound was weak and childlike. Could it be the child from earlier? After hesitating for a moment, Su Ning stepped forward and looked inside through the door. The yard was broken down, and the room was very simple and shabby. In the big room, there was only an old wooden bed. The small stool at the foot of the bed was covered in thick dust, and there was no blanket or cover on the bed. Next to the bed, there was a large spider web, with a spider waiting on the silk, ready to catch any prey that came close. The little girl Su Ning saw earlier was curled up on the bed, hugging her thin arms tightly around herself to keep warm. Creak! Su Ning pushed open the door. The cold breeze from the hallway blew into the room, making the bed hug her arms even tighter. She clearly heard the door open but didn't look up. As Su Ning got closer, she softly said, Little Sister Ji, I did what you asked. Can I have a bowl of water? I'm thirsty. After waiting a long time without a reply, she lifted her small head and looked at Su Ning. Su Ning thought she might be scared, but after a brief pause, she showed a happy expression. I remember you. You're the young lady who saved me earlier. So, she recognized her face. Yes, are you thirsty? Su Ning said, reaching into her sleeve to take out food and water from her space. To prevent forgetting food and water again, like last time when she rushed to Huzhou, she had stored some in her space after returning. She took out the water and food and placed them on the bed. Feeling Su Ning's kindness, the girl wasn't scared or suspicious. She took the water pouch and drank eagerly, then bit into a chicken leg and ate some snacks. Take your time, don't choke, Su Ning warned. She giggled and nodded, signaling with her eyes. You eat too. What's your name? Su Ning asked as she picked up a snack and put it in her mouth. Wang Xier. Little Sister Ji said that was the name my mother gave me when she left. I like it very much. But I don't know why my mother left me, but I will wait for her to come back and hold me. I want to tell her I don't like living here and want to go with her. As she spoke, tears welled up in Wang Xier's eyes. They rolled down her cheeks and mixed with the snacks in her mouth before she swallowed them. She looked truly sad. She sniffed and said, I usually don't cry. Sister Ji told me that my mother doesn't like children who cry. I will wait for my mother to come back and take me away. Your mother will come back as long as you stay alive. Su Ning didn't want to tell her that her mother had died when she was born. Hearing Su Ning's words, Wang Xier smiled and said, I believe my mother will come back. I will stay alive and wait for her to take me away. I won't cry anymore. I want to be a good child my mother will like. Can you tell me why you got poisoned? Wang Xier tilted her head and thought for a moment, then stretched her neck to look behind Su Ning. Seeing no one coming, she whispered, It's Sister Ji. She gave me medicine and said that second brother was taking me out to find my mother, but after I took the medicine, I felt stomach pain like bugs were eating my little belly. Second brother said it would be over soon. He didn't lie to me. The pain went away after a while. He told me to wait on the street for my mother to come find me. I waited a long time, but she never came. Instead, a handsome little brother appeared. At that moment, my stomach hurt again. I wanted that little brother to save me, but I was too weak. Wang Xier spoke in a broken voice, but Su Ning understood her. She didn't ask further. Wang Ping had lied to her about finding her mother, pretending it was just an excuse to get her out. She probably didn't know the real reason. Thinking of this, Su Ning checked her pulse and found the poison in her body had been cleared. She gave her a qi and blood pill and a body-refining pill, then said, "If you want to live well, you need to be strong. Practice martial arts every day and become stronger. Do you understand?" Wang Xier stared with confused big eyes and asked, like the big brother who has martial skills. "Yes. Only when you have martial skills can you protect yourself and wait for your mother," Su Ning replied. This little girl's life was very sad, abandoned by her family. It's hard for her to live to adulthood. She could only do so much to help her. "I am leaving. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight," Su Ning warned her like a big sister. She gently patted her little head, thinking that whether she could live to adulthood depended on her own luck. Wang Xier grabbed Su Ning's sleeve and asked sadly, "You haven't told me your name yet, Wanwan." "My name is Su Wanwan," she replied. That was her name in the cultivation world. Wang Xier sweetly called out, "Big Sister Wan." Su Ning nodded softly and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly heard her ask, "Can we still meet again?" Seeing Su Ning silent, she added, "Little Sister Ji said I was born in a Yin year and Yin time, so I didn't get my father's love. Maybe if I live, we can meet again," Su Ning said without looking back and then left. Just a few steps away, she suddenly felt a strong wave of spiritual energy rush toward her. She quickly turned around and saw a swirling silver-white flow of energy deep inside the palace. That silver-white energy was very familiar to Su Ning. It was gathered spiritual energy. When spiritual energy becomes very dense, it forms a silver-white flow. Her heart pounded wildly. Her first thought was that the person inside the palace was Master Chongjin. When she realized Master Chongjin is really a cultivator, a cold shiver ran down her spine, and she panicked. Master Chongjin was a cultivator, stronger than her, holding a treasure that gathered spiritual power, and his cultivation level was at least equal to hers. No matter the situation, he had the advantage. She had no chance. What should she do? What could she do? She thought that traveling back in time could change her and her mother's fate. She believed she was the strongest in Beixia, able to dominate everything. But she didn't expect another cultivator to have traveled here too. What meaning did her existence have then? "Who is there?" Just as Su Ning was panicking, she was discovered. The maid holding a lantern shouted sharply, "An assassin! An assassin!" Su Ning was terrified. She absolutely couldn't use her spiritual energy now, or the old ghost inside the palace would notice her. At this moment, she had no choice but to use light skills, jump over the wall, and escape. Her whereabouts had already been exposed, and she couldn't go to find Wang Ping anymore. She jumped onto the wall, panicked and reckless. Her foot slipped, and she fell down. Believing she would fall and have her little bottom hurt, Su Ning instead landed on a soft, fleshy mass. "Hey, I didn't fall." It was too dark under the wall for Su Ning to see clearly. Suddenly, a voice said, "Oh, Master, you didn't fall, but you pressed me down." The blue cat panted in pain. "Little Qing, you're back. That's great. Quickly, let's get out of here. Master Chongjin really is a cultivator." Su Ning picked up the blue cat, used light skills, and leaped away into the night sky. The blue cat was stunned for a long time. When it recovered, it saw Su Ning running out of breath and weakly said, "Master, actually, I can fly you." "I don't need spiritual power." Su Ning was surprised. After reacting, he threw the blue cat to the ground and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Well, you seem to know better than I do, Su Ning." They were close to the Su family now, so it wasn't needed anymore. Suning took a deep breath and easily flew over the courtyard wall. He looked back toward the palace, where the silvery white mist in the air had disappeared without him noticing. Just as he was about to jump down the wall, he caught a quick glimpse of a black shadow flashing nearby. Suning was startled, slipped again, and fell to the ground. There was a muffled bang as he hit the ground hard, landing flat on his face. The blue cat said, "Master, are you that fast at falling?" I didn't even have time to react.
Meo, Chuning.
Master, what was that black shadow just now? Should I go check? Maybe it's not a thief, right? As Suning got up from the ground, he whispered to the blue cat, "What are you looking at? If it's that old ghost Chongjin, we're doomed. We must not be seen now. Quickly hide your aura so that old ghost doesn't notice." That's right. I don't know what kind of cultivation that old thing has.
Ah.
Meow. While speaking, the blue cat suddenly screamed. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and grabbed Suning. His heart skipped a beat. He thought the old ghost Chongjin had sent something and was coming back. Panicking, he quickly pretended to surrender, covering his head and trembling. "Hero, spare me. Hero, spare me. I'm just a 5-year-old child. I don't know anything." When the blue cat saw who it was, its face was confused. Just as Suning was thinking about sneaking a surprise attack, she caught sight of a familiar corner out of the corner of her eye. She looked up and saw Su Mingyun's handsome face with a half-smile. "Oh, Xiaoqing, you've been caught. Quickly, find a good excuse to explain yourself and make a good excuse." The blue cat quickly thought of one and transmitted to Suning. "Maybe you can say you need to go to the bathroom?"
Kuning, no.
Blue cat. Or say you're sleepy.
Kuning, no.
Blue cat. Or say you're getting up to catch a thief. "No, I mean pretend to be a thief?" "Shut up, you," Suning growled. But her face showed a shy smile. "Well, uncle, the moonlight tonight is nice. I can't sleep, so I just got up to enjoy it. It's really beautiful right now." The blue cat almost laughed out loud and quickly revealed her lie. "Haha. Master, if you just look up, you'll see there's no moon tonight. My excuses are a bit weak, but at least they make sense." Suning ignored the blue cat's teasing, hanging her head in embarrassment, waiting for Su Mingyun's judgment. Surprisingly, Su Mingyun didn't scold her. Instead, he said seriously, "Ninger, you're still young. Don't let this cat demon influence you." The blue cat. His words were meant for the cat demon to hear. In the past, Su Mingyun was a little afraid of it, but now that they were familiar, he knew it wouldn't hurt anyone. So he was unrestrained and would still scold it when needed. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Now, Suning mocked the blue cat. "Haha, Uncle Mingyun is wise. It's Xiaoqing who's leading me astray." The blue cat only wished it could speak human words in front of Su Mingyun. If anyone else saw, they'd be shocked if it spoke out loud. Suning secretly mocked the blue cat in her heart, but she looked obedient and said, "Got it, uncle." Su Mingyun was actually quite angry. But when he heard Suning's soft, sweet voice, his heart melted. He no longer scolded her and gently picked her up, walking back. As he walked, he softly advised, "Going out at night is dangerous. Even with blue cat's protection, you shouldn't be careless. You should focus on studying, learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Don't be too naughty, understand?"
Got it.
Suning happily pressed her small head against Su Mingyun's neck, resting on him. Soon, Su Mingyun arrived at the Lantern Moon Pavilion, carried Suning inside, placed her on the bed, and only left after she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The blue cat was quietly sleeping nearby. On the second day, the Su family woke up early. Today was a rare day off for the 3 heads of the family. Early in the morning, the cook had prepared a big breakfast. Everyone took their seats in turn, with the blue cat sitting last. It eagerly looked at the delicious food on the table, waiting to be fed. After a few days apart, everyone missed the blue cat and came forward to give it some food. The blue cat was so happy that its fluffy tail almost stood up straight. Its treatment was much better than that of the dog. After eating, Su Mingyun wanted to test everyone's schoolwork. Su Shinian looked very bored and Su Ning also seemed tired. Only Su Bufan looked calm and unchanged. Recently, Su Ning had become quite mischievous. Sometimes he would lie on the table sleeping or crawl under the table to practice his skills. He wasn't studying properly. But surprisingly, Su Mingyun found that the little guy answered his questions quickly and correctly. He even learned to answer questions before others. Su Shinian, though hesitant in his answers, still managed to respond. The two little ones were so mischievous that Su Mingyun felt both love and helplessness. To prevent Su Ning from dozing off again and not studying well, he stayed nearby to watch over them. Around noon, Yu Duo hurried into Wen Xuan's studio, looking excited. "General, good news." "What good news?" Su Mingyun remained calm, not even putting down his book. Yu Duo said excitedly, "Last night, the Wang family and the Jiang family were robbed. Their vaults were emptied." Hearing this, Su Ning's eyes widened in shock.
What?
Someone had stolen the vaults she had planned to take. The blue cat was furious and bristled. "Master, look at this. I told you to act earlier, but you said to wait. Now it's too late." The old ghost Chongxin got there first. That old ghost is a cultivator. He must have a space storage device or a bag of holding. It was definitely him behind the black shadow last night. That person is the old ghost Chongxin. Su Ning looked frustrated but agreed that the blue cat's analysis made sense. Most likely, the person last night was Chongxin. After finishing his cultivation, he sneaked into the government residence and stole their vaults. Now, she needed to stay calm and not reveal herself. Once she understood that old ghost's true nature, she would strike back and take his storage bag. Thinking about the treasures Chongxin had stolen, which would soon be hers, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly. Blue cat. Still able to smile? Su Ning's smile confirmed Su Mingyun's guess. He felt that last night, the cat demon led Su Ning into the homes of the Wang and Jiang families and stole their treasure vault. This treasure-stealing beast truly lives up to its name. Well, since these two families offended the Su family, this is the result. In the afternoon, the Yun family arrived, bringing many valuable gifts to thank Su Ning for saving them. Yun Zian was also there. Big Sister Ning, Yun Zian like a sticky candy, immediately clung to Su Ning. Su Shinian. "Sister belongs to me, go away." Fist clenched and swung, hitting Yun Zian's cheek. Seeing this, Su Shinian hurried over to push him away. "Go away, she is my big sister Ning. She is mine." Yun Zian, feeling unfair, tried to take her back. Su Shinian, not willing to lose, pushed him again. "No, she is mine." The two little kids pushed and shoved each other, starting a small fight. In the end, Su Shinian, who knew martial arts, won. Yun Zian still had some pride. Even after losing, he didn't cry. Instead, he looked at Su Shinian longingly, watching Su Ning. "I also want to learn martial arts." Yun Zian puffed up his cheeks and waved his little fists. Yun Zian wanted to learn martial arts. Su Ning generously gave him a body-refining pill, saying, "This is candy. Here, eat it." Yun Zian liked Su Ning very much. Without thinking, he took the pill, tilted his head, and put it in his mouth. It was bitter, and only then did he realize he had been tricked. But it's okay. After all, he liked her. "Is it sweet?" Su Ning asked with a smile. The little guy nodded his head like a chick pecking rice, smiling so much that his eyes crinkled. "Yes, very sweet. Just like the candy she gave him last time, sweet enough to touch his heart." Su Ning smiled at him. "After eating this candy, you must work hard to learn martial arts. Otherwise, when you grow up, you won't even be able to beat Sister Nian." Hearing that a man couldn't beat Su Shinian, Yun Zian's face filled with determination. "I will work hard. Trust me, Sister Ning." Su Bufan suddenly slapped his forehead. Just now, he felt something was off. Now, hearing Yun Zian call Su Ning sister, he finally understood what was wrong. He slapped Yun Zian on the head. He corrected him. "You called me the wrong name. Next time, call me sister, or I will scold you." Yun Zian shrank back and admitted defeat. Su Shinian scoffed dismissively and didn't want to pay attention to Yun Zian anymore. She only felt that Yun Zian, besides bullying her, was nothing special. The little ones were in the yard, playing with ants and having fun. The adults inside were chatting about family matters. They didn't know what exactly they were talking about, but eventually, the conversation turned to Yunxian's birth date and zodiac sign. The third aunt said, "This child went to get her fortune told yesterday. The fortune teller said she was born in a dark year and time, and her life will be full of hardships." "Really? Is there a way to change that?" Mrs. Wu asked worriedly. The idea of being born in a dark year and time sounded very ominous. Su Ning's ears twitched, and she suddenly remembered that Wang Xier also said last night that she was disliked by her father because of her dark year and time. Could there be a connection between the two? Wang Xier and Yunxian both have dark year and time birth signs, and yesterday, both nearly died. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Thinking of this, Su Ning glanced at Su Xinian, who was happily playing. She was also 4 years old this year. What kind of fate did she have? Because the Jin treasury was stolen, the Wang and Jiang families were very angry and reported it to the imperial palace. First, the Yu and Wen families' treasuries were robbed, and the case was still unsolved. Now, the Wang and Jiang families' treasuries were also stolen. Jiang Xiangya was crying bitterly in the palace. He said that if they didn't find out who was responsible now, it would only encourage the thief's arrogance. In the future, they might even steal from the palace. Hearing this, the Northern Summer Emperor was furious and ordered Morong Linyuan and the War Prince to investigate the matter. Su Ning guessed that the Northern Summer Emperor didn't know about the old ghost's theft of the treasury. If he did, he wouldn't have asked others to investigate. He would have simply handed the treasury over to him. This way, it would be easier for her to plan her future actions. As the autumn hunt approached, everyone in the Su family felt uneasy. They all sensed that something big was about to happen. On the day before the hunt, Morong Linyuan, who had no clues about the theft, came to the Su family. Everyone else was practicing martial arts in the training ground. After hearing the butler's words, Su Ning ran to the front yard. "Little detective, please help us. We really have no idea who stole the treasury," Morong Linyuan said, acting very humble and trying to get close to Su Ning. Su Ning glanced at the 5 large boxes carried by the servants in the yard and smiled sweetly, saying, "If you're coming, just come." "Why bring so many things?" Morong Linyuan grinned mischievously. "I'm here to thank the little detective for saving me." No need to be so polite. He realized that this young girl was not an ordinary person. She was talented and quick to learn. Martial arts, medicine, light skills, detective work, nothing seemed difficult for her. The blue cat she held was also unusual. It even rolled its eyes at him. That look clearly meant it looked down on him. "Little detective, can I hold your cat?" he asked, secretly planning to pinch it. Su Ning seemed unaware of Morong Linyuan's evil look and generously handed over the blue cat. The blue cat didn't care about Morong Linyuan at all. When he reached out to grab it, it awkwardly twisted its hips. Suddenly, with a muffled a big escaped from the cat and landed on Morong Linyuan's face. Immediately, Morong Linyuan burst into loud laughter, waving his hand to throw the blue cat away.
Ha ha ha.
"This cat's is deadly. Could it be that it ate too many laughing pills?" he joked.
Kuning.
"What laughing pills?" she asked.
Just.
"The ones sold at Jingshan Tang," Morong Linyuan said through tears of laughter, his shoulders shaking. Su Ning didn't know what laughing pills were. She tilted her head and saw Xie Xingye, dressed in a purple embroidered robe, walking briskly over. "Handsome uncle." She happily ran to Xie Xingye. "Not seen you in a few days. You've gained some weight," Xie Xingye said, lifting her up with a loving look. "Hee, I just ate a little more," she replied. Seeing Morong Linyuan laughing nonstop, Xie Xingye thought he was becoming more careless.
Enough.
"Is this how you take your work seriously?" he scolded Morong Linyuan with a serious face. The latter looked guilty.
I
can't stop laughing." "Can't stop laughing?" Xie Xingye looked puzzled. Su Ning signaled Xie Xingye to carry her forward and patted Morong Linyuan on the shoulder. "Here, have some candy." She quickly shoved a pill into his mouth. Because Morong Linyuan kept laughing, the pill he had just taken got stuck in his throat. Ugh, cough, cough, cough. Su Ning helplessly patted his back. Maybe he pressed too hard, and the pill was forced out. Su Ning was surprised. Oh, that's the antidote. If you spit it out, you'll keep laughing non-stop. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Linyuan quickly stepped forward, picked up the pill from the ground, and put it in his mouth. Hee, luckily I grabbed it before that little ant trying to steal it realized what was happening. Su Ning. Xie. At this moment, Murong Linyuan noticed he was no longer laughing and looked at Su Ning with a grateful face. Thank you, little detective. You're really a great doctor. But from now on, avoid hugging that blue cat. It's poisonous. Don't say I didn't warn you. Master, this kid really makes me laugh. Ha ha ha, the blue cat was laughing so the roof that it couldn't straighten its back. At this time, Su Jingmian and others received news from the butler and hurried over. Seeing Xie Xingye was there, they quickly invited him inside. Prince, please sit inside. However, Xie Xingye raised his hand to refuse. No need, Grand Minister. I have a small matter to trouble Ninger with. May I? Xie Xingye personally spoke, and the Su family had no reason to refuse. Su Jingmian quickly agreed and added, Please also protect my granddaughter, Your Highness. Of course. Xie Xingye nodded and carried Su Ning outside. Behind them, Murong Linyuan hurriedly said to Su Jingmian, Grand Minister, this is a gift for Miss Ninger. Please accept it. 5 large boxes of gold, silver, and wealth. It's not a bad way to repay him for saving his life. Seeing the blue cat also leave with Su Ning, Su Wan quietly relaxed. On the way, Xie Xingye explained his purpose. Ninger, we need to visit the Wang family. Their treasury, like the Yu family's, disappeared overnight. The Yu family's treasury has not been found to this day. Perhaps the theft was committed by one person. Su Ning didn't speak and followed Xie Xingye to the Wang family. The Wang family was gloomy because of the missing treasury. Old Madame Wang was crying so hard her eyes were red and swollen. That thief! Why did he steal our Wang family's treasury? We didn't offend him. Seeing Xie Xingye arrive, everyone in the house stood up and bowed to him. Greetings, Prince. Mrs. Wang, with tears streaming down her face, begged Xie Xingye, Please, Your Highness, help our Wang family. Everyone, get up. I will do my best, Xie Xingye said calmly. When Wang Ping's gaze fell on Su Ning, his expression suddenly changed. Why did this little troublemaker also come here? The last incident was caused by this little troublemaker ruining the plan. Now, he even dares to come to the Wang residence. Wang Ping looked at Su Ning with a look full of hostility. He simply couldn't understand why Xie Xingye treated the abandoned daughter of the Wen family differently. Xie Xingye took in everything and quietly comforted Su Ning. Don't be afraid. Uncle is here. Su Ning wasn't afraid at all. The person who should be afraid was Wang Ping. Xie Xingye asked Wang Ping to lead the way to check the treasury. Wang Ping, in front of Xie Xingye, looked like a mouse facing a cat. He dared not slack off. Also accompanying them were Minister of War Wang Youji and his eldest son, Wang Junren. Soon, they arrived at the storage room. Inside, there were only a few tables and nothing else. The Wang father and son were trembling with anger, fists clenched tightly. Wang Youji's eyes burned with fury. He was so angry he almost burst. Thieves! If I find out who did this, I will smash their bones. Wang Junren's eyes were also red with rage. He was furious. They took everything. What are they trying to do? Push our Wang family to the brink. Lord Wang, last night, did you notice anything unusual? Xie Xingye asked calmly, with no sign of emotion. Wang Youji clenched his fists tighter and spoke with restraint. No, if there had been anything strange, would the thief have escaped? He felt Xie Xingye's question was unnecessary. It seemed like he was just here to mock the Wang family. But Xie Xingye said, with Lord Wang's martial skills, you didn't notice anything? That shows the thief has extraordinary abilities. After speaking, his gaze shifted to Murong Linyuan beside him and asked, Have there been any unusual events in the imperial city recently? Murong Linyuan frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. No. Xie Xingye, holding Su Ning, looked around and swept his gaze over the shadows in the corner, whispering, Did you find anything? Apart from discovering that the treasury had been thoroughly searched, Su Ning found nothing else. It is clear that if the other person does not have a magical tool like a space artifact, it is impossible to cleanly move everything overnight. Such matters, besides her, only the mysterious Master Chongjin could be involved. Right now, she cannot deal with Master Chongjin directly, but she can use this situation to turn someone else's strength against them. After thinking for a moment, Suning smiles mysteriously and whispers to Xiexingye, "Uncle, don't you think Master Chongjin is very suspicious?" Hearing this, Xiexingye's usually calm eyes flickered slightly. Then Suning continued, "Master Chongjin only arrived in the Imperial City recently, or maybe he's been hiding in a corner of the city all along, no one knows." This made Xiexingye suddenly realize a key point, that is, the missing valuables from the Wen and Yu families. If Master Chongjin was already in the Imperial City before, everything makes sense now. Thinking of something, Xiexingye suddenly said, "I just received news that Master Chongjin has very impressive divination skills." Suning's eyes moved slightly, and she suddenly remembered Wang Xier and Yun Xian's fates. So, is Wang Ping working for Master Chongjin? And why does he want to kill people with unlucky birth charts? Since the Wang family is secretly helping Master Chongjin, she isn't really borrowing a knife to kill. With this in mind, Suning knew what to do next. "Uncle, let me down. I need to give the Wang family a big gift." Xiexingye didn't know what she was planning but trusted her unconditionally. No matter what gift she gave to the Wang family, he would help her handle the aftermath. After she landed, Suning pretended to look around and secretly took out a porcelain bottle labeled longevity pill, which contained 2 half-finished pills. She divided them into 2 parts, one for the Wang family and the other to be delivered later to the Jiang family by Blue Cat. After packing everything, she placed the porcelain bottle in a corner where no one would notice, but could still be discovered if looked for carefully. Having finished all this, she ran forward and stretched out her arms to Xiexingye, asking for a hug. "Uncle, hug me." Xiexingye picked her up, and the little girl whispered something in his ear, then said loudly for everyone to hear, "Uncle, I heard Master Chongjin is very powerful. Could it be him who did this?" Xingye Xie's expression suddenly changed. He quickly covered Suning's mouth and said, "Master Chongjin is highly valued by the Emperor and is a wise man. Without proof, do not make wild guesses." Oh, Ninger understands now. Although Suning's words seemed like guesses, they planted a seed of doubt in Wang Youji's mind. Hearing Xiexingye mention a wise man, the doubt quietly began to grow. At this moment, Morong Linyuan, who had been frowning, suddenly spoke. "Prince, is Master Chongjin really new to Kyoto? Is it possible he has been here all along and we just didn't know?" This question made the Wang family father and son's eyes widen in shock. Once doubt is planted, it's hard to stop it from spreading. Xiexingye held Suning and walked outside, saying, "No one can say for sure about this. Master Chongjin, besides the 3rd prince and the emperor, no one else can see him. This matter is very serious, so don't jump to conclusions." Behind them, Wang Ping frowned tightly, lost in thought. Wang Youji, however, did not follow. He was thinking that perhaps this whole thing was caused by Master Chongjin. If the old man was as mysterious as the 3rd prince said, it wouldn't be impossible for him to quietly steal from the treasury. But the people supporting the Wang family were the 3rd prince's allies, and they were also working for Master Chongjin. He shouldn't have stolen from their treasury. Wang Youji couldn't figure out the key point and paced anxiously inside the room. Suddenly, he caught sight of a small porcelain bottle quietly standing by the wall on the corner of the table. If not looked at carefully, it was hard to notice. He reached out and held it in his hand. When his eyes fell on the 3 small characters on the bottle, his pupils suddenly shrank. Could this be the longevity pill that Master Chongjin was making? He had asked them to find someone with the Yin year and Yin time fate, and this was the reason. Suddenly, Wang Youji thought of a possibility, that their treasury had indeed been stolen by Master Chongjin. To prevent them from reporting, he might have used this pill as compensation. The 3rd prince had said that Master Chongjin's pills were priceless, worth 10,000 gold, and only the emperor could obtain them. So, to avoid the emperor discovering this, he planned to sell the pills for profit. Taking so much wealth in one night was impossible for ordinary people. Perhaps the second son of the Yu family had benefited from this, and then fled the family. In this way, everything became clear. Previously, the vaults lost by the Wen and Yu families were all secretly taken by this experienced master. As compensation, they were given medicinal pills. Thinking of the True Words pill and longevity pill that Wen Jingxing gave to Su Ning, Wang Youji felt he was extremely clever. Otherwise, why would the venerable Master Chongjin give Wen Jingxing these pills for no reason? When the Wen family's vault was stolen twice, Master Chongjin just happened to give him 2 pills. One was the True Words pill from the Su family, and the other was the longevity pill for the emperor. Old master, he's a hidden expert. But with this pill, how much wealth can't be obtained? Thinking of this, Wang Youji smiled proudly. As long as he cooperated well with the third prince and helped Master Chongjin, maybe he could get a longevity pill. Living a long life wouldn't be a problem. He naturally wouldn't tell the emperor about this to keep it secret. After Xie Xingye left the Wang family with Su Ning, Wang Ping hurried back to the storeroom. Father, this might very well be the work of Master Chongjin. We've been tricked by that old master. Wang Ping thought his father would be very shocked when he heard this, but he saw him smiling happily and said, I already know. Wang Ping looked suspicious. Father, you already know, and you're so happy? Wang Youji smiled mysteriously. Master Chongjin doesn't steal from others. He only steals from our Wang family. That shows he respects us. There's no need to worry about this anymore. Wang Ping and Wang Junren. Oh, and Sheila's matter might have already been exposed. We should raise her well for now. After the autumn hunt, we'll find another boy born in a dark year and dark month to decide. Don't move Yunxian for now. Wang Ping. Yes, father. Lord. If Master Chongjin had been in the capital earlier, the vaults lost by the Wen and Yu families would make sense. That person's skills are high. Stealing the vault silently isn't a problem. I even suspect he has some incredible treasure on him. He's probably heard that Xie Huaihing is searching for someone, so he pretended to be Master Chongjin to appear. They're all deceiving the emperor. Lord, what should we do next? After coming out, Murong Linyuan shared his analysis with Xie Xingye. Kuning. This Murong Linyuan was finally clever for once. After a long while, Xie Xingye's calm voice sounded. What can we do? Unless a more powerful master is found, it cannot be solved. Su Ning thought carefully. Finding another alchemist master was easy, but defeating the fake Master Chongjin was the hard part. Murong Linyuan and Xie Xingye didn't have a good solution. They sent Su Ning back to the Su family, warned Su Jingnian to be careful during tomorrow's autumn hunt, and then left. Shao Qing, take this pill to the Jiang family, Su Ning ordered Blue Cat as soon as she returned to Lanhua Pavilion. Then she took the ice silkworm armor from Huzhou City to find Su Wan. Mother, I have something good to give you, she said, finding the right moment she had missed before. What is it? Su Wan was sewing a handkerchief in her room. She was happy to hear Su Ning's voice and quickly set the handkerchief down. Su Ning carried the ice silkworm armor into the room and placed it on the table, smiling happily. Mother, this is ice silkworm armor, given by Gu Qinghe. Wear it during the autumn hunt. Ice silkworm armor? Su-won had heard of it before and was very surprised. Such a good thing, and Gu Qinghe gave it to you? Yes, he's very kind to me. Su-won's face lit up with a smile. She hugged Su Ning's leg and sat down. That's my clever and lovely Ninger. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. She said, Mother, Shao Qing found some sharp-looking weapons last night and hid them under my bed. When the uncles come back, you can go to my room and pick some. Oh, Shao Qing's weapons? Su-won was shocked and stared wide-eyed. She guessed that Shao Qing had sensed the danger of the autumn hunt and secretly prepared these weapons for the Su family. Thinking about it, Su-won's eyes filled with tears of excitement. Ninger, thank Blue Cat for me. It's our family's lucky star. Yes, don't worry. Shao Qing and I are very close, she said happily. Their contract had lasted nearly 100 years since she was 7 and showed her talent for alchemy. Later, Su Mingyun and his brother returned. Suwon told them about it, and everyone was stunned, exchanging looks of disbelief. Let's go see. Su Jingnian led the way to Lanhua Pavilion. Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian hurried to follow. They looked so excited they couldn't hide it. The blue cat is a magical cat, and whatever it brings is definitely not ordinary. Soon, everyone from the family arrived at the Moon Gathering Pavilion. They happened to see Su Ning struggling to carry a weapon hidden under the bed. Grandpa, Uncle, please help. It seemed to them, perhaps just their imagination, that the silver sword they pulled out had swirling cloud patterns along its blade. Wherever it passed, it looked like a dragon breaking through the sea, which was quite frightening to see. Su Mingyun, who knew a little about swords, immediately fell in love with this silver sword. He couldn't wait to own it, but as soon as his hand touched the sword, a humming sound made him jump back in fear. Su Mingyun was startled and amazed by the sound coming from the sword. "Oh my, this sword is extraordinary," he said excitedly, with a smile that couldn't be controlled, and his breathing grew a little quick and hot. He felt that Blue Cat knew him well, as it had brought him such a fine sword. "Ninger, ask Blue Cat if this sword is for me." Seeing how excited Su Mingyun was, Su Ning giggled. "Big uncle guessed right. This sword was specially found for you by Little Green. It said you were suited to use a sword." She chose the sword for Su Mingyun, thinking he would like it, and it turned out she was right. Su Mingyun was both excited and surprised. Carefully, he reached out again to touch the sword. This time, he didn't hear the humming of rejection, so perhaps it was just his imagination before. Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian had already taken out all the weapons from under the bed. Su Xinian quickly spotted a short red whip, about the length of an adult's arm. "I like this whip. Sister Ninger, can I have it?" "Of course, it's yours already. You can wear it around your waist as a belt, and when needed, you can take it out to fight." "Hee, I love it so much." Su Xinian didn't understand the benefits of a whip, but he thought it looked good and suited him. He didn't know that this whip was called the Twin Phoenix Whip. When fighting enemies, it could transform into two streams of red light, which looked like phoenixes, hence the name. Even now, without its spiritual aura, it was still impressive. Su Bufan liked a short black sword called the Black Flood Dragon. When he swung it, black energy flowed out. Of course, this black energy didn't mean evil. It was just the color of the Flood Dragon's scales. Similarly, the short sword, having lost its spiritual aura, no longer shone with its former brilliance, but it was just right for Su Bufan. Next, Su Ning selected the long spear belonging to Su Jingnian, the red water sword of Su Mingxian, and the soft swords of Su Wan and others for them. Everyone agreed with Su Ning's choices. They believed that Blue Cat had carefully picked these weapons for them, each with its own special feature. "Now, we still have some time. Let's each go back and get familiar with our weapons so we can handle any sudden situations in the coming days," Su Jingnian ordered. Recently, everyone has been practicing martial arts seriously. Even Su Wan's 3 women learned some basic moves. Dodging and stabbing are not problems. Everyone now has the ability to protect themselves. If everything goes smoothly, that's good. If unexpected events happen, they will make sure the bad guys don't get away. To ease everyone's worries, Su Ning also prepared a weapon for herself, a pair of twin phoenix whips. Unlike Su Shinian's red whip, hers is blue, which is her favorite color. "Wow, Sister Ning's weapon is the same as mine. It's so pretty," Su Xinian cheered happily, jumping up and down. Everyone silently appreciated Blue Cat's care for the Su family. At dinner, 5 large chicken legs were added for everyone. Before dawn the next day, officials of 5th rank and above, along with their wives and families, had to wake early and go to the palace gate to welcome the royal parade. "Hurry up, don't miss the time," Chiu Hua said urgently, directing the servants to load the prepared luggage onto the carriage. In each courtyard, servants ran back and forth several times to organize everything. The hunting ground is 2 days' journey from the imperial city. It will take at least 10 days to return. An hour later, 3 spacious carriages left the Su family and headed majestically toward the palace. All the women sat inside, while the men rode horses alongside. Besides the heads of each courtyard, there were 8 guards and maids, all of whom had been registered with the Ministry of Revenue to prevent any troublemakers from sneaking into the group. Everyone held a torch in their hand, lighting up the entire palace gate as bright as daytime. Su Mingyun's waist hung the Long Yuan sword that Su Ning gave him last night. Su Ning didn't tell him the sword's name was Long Yuan. He named the sword himself, Silver Dragon. At this moment, Su Mingyun and Xie Xingye both had sharp eyes like eagles, carefully watching the surroundings for any movement. As the noble officials of the imperial city arrived one after another, the noise grew louder. Then a voice announced, "The emperor is here. The empress is here." The noise gradually quieted down. Everyone knelt toward the northern Xia emperor, shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live forever! Long live the empress! All officials be seated. It's getting late, and we must hurry," he said, then turned to get into the carriage. Inside the carriage, Queen Zhou did not appear, so Su Ning did not see her face. She stretched her neck to look around. Not seeing the empress or the mysterious Master Chongjin, she frowned tightly. Besides that, she didn't see the third prince or the second prince either. The carriage from the eastern palace followed behind the northern Xia emperor's carriage. Su Ning also saw Prime Minister Jiang and Wang Youji, both with rosy cheeks. He lowered his gaze and let down the curtain of the carriage. All officials' carriages had to follow the royal convoy one after another. On both sides of the carriages were guards from various households and the imperial guards. The convoy, consisting of hundreds of carriages, set out from the north gate and headed 180 miles to the royal hunting ground. There was a royal parade leading the way, so no one with no sense dared cause trouble at this time. The journey took 2 days, and they arrived smoothly. Once at the hunting ground, the northern Xia emperor announced good news. "Everyone, dear best. The one who wins the first place will receive a healing elixir. Uncle, you must win." "I need that healing elixir," Su Ning said excitedly, pulling Su Mingyun's sleeve. She wanted to study this person's strength, so she had to get that pill. "All right, I'll bring back good news," Su Mingyun said. Although he wondered why Su Ning, who already had a pill, still wanted that healing elixir, he would help her get it as long as she wanted. The rules were simple. As before, whoever caught the most and biggest prey would win. If the numbers were the same, then it would be judged by weight. Anyone who could produce the true word pill probably wouldn't lack this healing elixir either. Would this elixir really bring the dead back to life? Even in the worst cases, one can still be pulled back from the brink of death. Everyone who heard the news was very excited, full of ambition, all wanting to get the life-saving elixir. They eagerly rushed toward the hunting ground. The black armor and silver armor shimmered in the morning light, creating a shining river. The birds in the woods were startled and flew chaotically. Some wild animals hiding in the grass or caves were also awakened. The fierce energy was unstoppable, as if about to overturn the entire hunting ground. The servants set up their tents. Except for Xie Xingye, who was guarding the carriage, the warriors all rushed into the hunting ground. Su Ning did not enter the hunting ground. Instead, she wandered outside the tents, trying to secretly gather information about Master Chongjin. What she didn't know was that several evil eyes were secretly watching the Su family's tent. "Big brother, there are some big ants here. Would it be okay to feed them some food?" Not far from the tent, Su Xinian squatted on the ground, picking small snacks and tossing them to the ants. She disrupted the orderly ant line. Not far away, Su Bufan was busy familiarizing himself with a short sword in his hand, ignoring her. Su Xinian looked around and didn't see Su Ning, so she played alone. A few of the largest ants seemed unable to find their way home. Su Xinian chased after them, trying to send them back. She didn't notice that several small ants had died at her feet. Don't run. I'll take you home. Otherwise, your little babies will go hungry," she said. She ran back and forth several times, finally sending all the ants home. Just as she was feeling proud, she caught sight of a small white rabbit in the grass, sticking out its white and wagging its short tail. "Wow, a little rabbit. So cute. I want to catch you." She pounced forward, startling the rabbit so much it darted away like an arrow. "Su Xinian, Little rabbit, don't run. I'm your human friend. Giggles, don't run. I won't hurt you. I want to be your friend, she kept saying as she chased after it, quickly losing sight of it. Meanwhile, 5 people in the shadows exchanged glances, all showing fierce, wolf-like expressions. There are many fierce prey in the mountains. If they run far and get bitten or killed, no one will find out who did it. The 5 figures quickly disappeared from the spot, their excitement and cruelty like venomous snakes watching the small figure run away. The 5 were good at lightness skills and soon caught up with the small figure. In the forest, wild grass grew thick, and the little creature was not taller than the grass, almost causing them to miss her. Over there, chase her. In the blink of an eye, Su Shinian was surrounded by the 5. Move aside, my friend is about to run away. Su Shinian seemed to ignore the 5 and tried to slip past one of them. Su Shinian moved left and the tall leg moved left. She moved right and the tall leg moved right. In the end, she successfully let the little rabbit escape and also angered Su Shinian. The little creature, looking angry, crossed her arms and looked up, scolding the man blocking her way. Even my dog knows not to block its owner's path. You're even worse than my dog, Su Shinian scolded fiercely, pointing at the man. The man wore a dark green fine linen robe, clearly a servant from a noble household. But his fierce look was not typical of an ordinary servant. Su Shinian didn't recognize most of them, only knew they were very mean and scared her little rabbit away. The 5 men didn't realize that was a dog and laughed loudly. Little kid, you're about to die, yet still so proud. Do you think you're still a little master who can command others and eat whenever you want? Hearing the word die, Su Shinian's young face filled with fear. Are you going to kill me? So scared, she said, patting her chubby chest with her small hand. The 5 men laughed even more proudly.
What?
Now you're afraid? Too late. Someone wants your heart's blood, and you can only die now. After speaking, the man reached out his big hand to grab Su Shinian. The other 4 thought it was unnecessary for them to do anything. They could handle a little girl like her alone. They crossed their arms and watched the show. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to catch her, Su Shinian suddenly leapt into the air. At the same time, she pulled out a double phoenix whip from her waist. This is the dog-whipping whip Sister Ninger gave me. Sister Ninger said, when you meet a disobedient dog, use this whip to teach him. As she finished speaking, Su Shinian charged downward, aiming straight at the man trying to catch her. On her cute little face, there was a look of seriousness. The man reacted quickly. When he realized the little girl knew martial arts, he quickly stepped back. But he still mocked her. Ha, little baby, you think you can just do some fancy moves? Before he finished speaking, Su Shinian swung her twin phoenix whips, leaving cross-shaped blood marks on his face. There were 2 sharp cracking sounds, very pleasant to hear. Then, using the force from her whip, she kicked hard at his shoulder with her small foot. Her body moved like a swift swallow, shooting up in a flash. She landed steadily on a branch of a nearby big tree. Her quick movement was so fast it made people's eyes twitch. Seeing this, another man shouted angrily, "This little girl's lightness skill is so good. Everyone, go after her. Don't let her escape." The man who had been whipped, holding his burning face, was furious. "Catch her. I want her dead." On the tree branch, Su Shinian patted her chest and cheerfully encouraged herself. No fear, no fear. I'm not afraid. I just follow Sister Ninger's instructions. Fast, accurate, and fierce. Otherwise, these naughty dogs will bite me. The 4 men quickly climbed the tree, trying to catch Su Shinian. She relied on her small, agile body, jumping and weaving among the thick branches like a playful monkey. Her figure moved left and right, always dodging just before they reached out. "Little rascal, come down here," they shouted, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch her. Because of their heavy bodies, they didn't dare move as freely as Su Shinian, who was reckless and darted back and forth among the branches. They gritted their teeth in frustration. If they kept delaying, more people would arrive. One of them said fiercely, "We can't wait any longer. We must catch her. At this moment, Su Shinian held her whip in one hand and hung from the tree branch with the other. The small branch could actually support her weight. The four men looked at each other and came up with a plan. Take turns climbing up. Let's see how long she can hold out. Su Shinian tilted her head, as if analyzing what they said. In fact, their plan was exactly what she wanted. If they all attacked together, she couldn't win. But if she fought alone, she was confident she could handle it. These were moves she had practiced many times and was very skilled at. Oh no, I'm so tired. I can barely hold on, Su Shinian said slowly, stretching out the last word. She even swayed a little, pretending she couldn't stand anymore. My arms are sore. I think I can't go on, she exaggerated, wiping imaginary sweat from her forehead. Sure enough, one of the men couldn't resist trying to show off. He shouted loudly, "Let's see where you run," and grabbed a tree branch to climb up. He took a deep breath and reached out his big hand towards Su Shinian's small foot. But just as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a green snake, about as thick as an arm, sticking out its tongue, opening its mouth wide, and glaring with red eyes, attacking him directly. Taking advantage of the man's turn, the snake bit his ear. The man cried out in pain, loosened his grip, and fell to the ground. The snake seemed venomous. The man rolled on the ground, suffering from the pain. His wound was bleeding and swelling quickly. Hee, come and catch me. The green snake wanted to attack Su Shinian, but she was faster and jumped onto another branch. Turning her head, she saw another black-spotted snake attacking. Su Shinian wasn't afraid of these small creatures. She raised her hand and flicked her whip, knocking the snake to the ground, right onto the man who was screaming and rolling. The black snake immediately bit the man's upper lip. Ah! The scream echoed through the forest. The three hurriedly killed the snakes and tried to help the man. They saw his neck was swollen and bleeding. One man was shocked and said, "Oh no, it's venomous. We haven't caught the prey, and now 2 of us are hurt. No one expected this." Su Shinian, high up in the tree, looked far and saw a colorful tiger lurking in the grass, waiting for the right moment. "Wow, such a big little tiger," Su Shinian whispered. The others below didn't hear her. The tiger, smelling blood, slowly moved toward them. The 3 of them were busy treating their injured friend, not noticing the danger approaching. As the tiger got closer, one of them suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up sharply and saw a huge tiger pouncing toward them. "Oh no, a tiger! Help! Help me!" The man turned away from the tiger and was knocked to the ground. The tiger's big mouth bit directly into him. Others were too busy escaping to help him. The 2 people who were getting medicine ran away, but the man bitten by the snake was only a few steps ahead before he was knocked down and bitten to death. Su Shinian was so scared that her big, shiny eyes widened. She kept thinking in her mind, "Little tiger, if you eat them, please don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all." The tiger under the tree didn't actually want to eat Su Shinian. It probably thought she was too small to be worth the trouble. It dragged one of the dead men into the bushes and quickly disappeared. Seizing this chance, Su Shinian jumped down from the tree and ran back along the way she came. She had a very good sense of direction and didn't forget the way back, even though she was scared. Her little legs moved very fast, worried that the big tiger might come back. Soon, she saw the camp and also saw Su Ning walking toward her. "Nyener, what are you doing?" Her small, fluffy hair was all over the place, and her face was red and flushed. She was breathing very quickly. Looking at the direction she ran from, Su Ning was very surprised. "Did you go into the forest?" Su Shinian was out of breath and, because she was scared, her words were a little unclear. "Sister,
I saw a big
gorilla. A bigger gorilla than Black." Su Ning's face turned pale. She was shocked. "Yes, over there." Su Shinian pointed behind her. Su Ning's face changed quickly, and she made a firm decision. "That tiger, I must get it. You go back and find Brother Buffon. I will go see." Seeing that Su Shinian was not hurt, Su Ning told her to go back. She then slipped into the forest and disappeared. "Once people are back, there will be no more danger. Su Xinian happily skipped back, looking carefree and adorable. Not far away, she saw her mother and Su Wan walking toward her holding hands. When she saw Su Xinian, Yun Jiao stepped forward and picked her up. Where's brother?
Didn't he say he would watch over you?
Why are you here alone? Su Xinian happily told a funny story earlier. Mother, I was chasing a little bunny just now and I met 5 ugly, bad uncles. They said they wanted to hurt me. What? Su Xinian's words made Yun Jiao and Su Wan both gasp in shock. Yun Jiao quickly put him down and looked around. Aside from a little blood on his clothes, he had no injuries. Are you hurt anywhere? Tell me quickly, she asked nervously. Su Xinian giggled and said, No, I wasn't hurt. The bad guys were hurt. Mother, I drew a big cross on their faces. Little Snake helped me and Big Brain also helped. What? You even met a big tiger. Oh my, what just happened? She had only gone to say hello to her mother, and now her child ran off and faced danger twice. Yun Jiao suddenly hugged Su Xinian tightly, trembling as she spoke. Silly child, that was a big tiger. Do you know how dangerous it is? Don't run off like that again. Mother will worry. Her hands shook as she held him, feeling more scared than ever. Su Xinian playfully stuck out his tongue at Yun Jiao. Don't worry, mother. Sister Ninger went to fight the big brain ape. Hearing this, Su Wan was terrified.
What?
Ninger went to fight a tiger? Oh my, what is this child doing? Yun Jiao's heart, which had just calmed, started to race again. It was so dramatic, she almost fainted. Then she remembered, with Lan Mao here, Ninger probably wouldn't be in danger. Don't worry, sister. With Lan Mao here, Ninger will be fine, but as a mother, Su Wan couldn't help but worry about her child. Right now, only Su Jingyan was with her at court. Su Mingyun and his brother had gone hunting, so they weren't in the tent. Su Wan had to call 2 guards to go find them and also tell Su Mingyun about the tiger. In previous years, there had never been such large predators in this hunting ground. Why was there a tiger this year? Meanwhile, over with Ninger, they quickly found the tree where Su Xinian had been in danger. They saw bloodstains on the ground, a snake's corpse, and a broken adult arm. Ninger guessed that Su Xinian probably encountered hunters earlier. She followed the trail of dragged marks on the ground, heading toward where the tiger disappeared. At the same time, she released Blue Cat. Follow the scent and make sure to catch it. Yes, master. Rest assured, this tiger will be in our hands, Blue Cat replied. It knew that Su Ning wanted the pill and hoped to get some reliable information from it. After walking for about half an incense stick of time, Blue Cat's ears twitched. Be careful, master. There are people nearby. Su Ning also sensed it. She flew up to a large tree nearby and used the thick leaves to observe the surroundings. About 50 meters ahead, there were jagged rocks of various sizes, as if cut by a giant axe, with sharp points. Beyond that, there was a steep mountain, also covered with jagged rocks and sharp stones. In the crevice among the jagged rocks, a colorful leopard was curled up in a small hollow between 2 stones. Its sturdy front paws pressed on a half-bloodied, fleshly body, and its bright red tongue repeatedly licked the blood on its sharp teeth. Next to it, on a protruding rock, there was a shoe. It was clear that the tiger had eaten a person. At this moment, a voice came from nearby. Third Prince, Old Second Xing said that the colorful leopard is nearby. Be careful. Humph, with my current skills, I'm not afraid of a tiger. I tell you, there are 2 starving colorful tigers in this forest. If I can defeat both, the spiritual pill will belong to me. Su Ning crouched lower, hiding her breath. From the tone of the Third Prince, it was clear he was much more skilled than before, and didn't see the tiger as a threat. Also, he needed that pill. She also wondered why Xia Huaiheng knew there were only 2 tigers in the forest. Xiao Qing, enter the space first. If that old ghost is nearby, it will be exposed. Okay, Blue Cat shot into Su Ning's forehead like a streak of light. Ahead, 7 people had just spotted the colorful leopard. They surrounded the tiger. Su Ning didn't leave. She wanted to see how much Xia Huaiheng's martial skills had improved. Xia Huaiheng also wanted to intimidate his subordinates, So he arrogantly said, "Everyone step back. Let me show you how easily I can take down this fierce tiger." The nearby guards all praised him, saying, "Third young master is mighty. Such fierce creatures would be afraid to face you. Today we get to see your strength." Yes, recently third young master has improved his martial skills a lot. This beast is no match for him. As they spoke, the guards stepped back. The spotted tiger, with green eyes and blood on its mouth, slowly turned its head, looking frightening. But the tiger was full and had no desire to fight. Instead, it seemed to want to run away. Seeing the guards approaching, the tiger slowly retreated behind some rocks. Xia Huaiheng drew his sword with a sharp sound, smiling confidently. "Watch carefully. I will show you what real strength is." He took a deep breath, jumped onto a high rock, and looked down at the tiger from above. The tiger was smart and knew Xia Huaiheng was the biggest threat. It roared at him. Roar. Xia Huaiheng looked excited. He held his sword with both hands and leapt down directly onto the tiger's back. He sat firmly on the tiger, stabbing his sword into its neck. The tiger roared in pain and anger, trying to shake him off, but couldn't. Instead, the sword in Xia Huaiheng's hand pierced deeper into its neck. The tiger, hurt and furious, let out a loud roar and lunged at Xia Huaiheng. "Be careful, Your Highness," the guards shouted in alarm.
Xia Huaiheng shouted loudly.
He slapped a hand on the rocks, pretending to fall back. Just as the tiger pounced, he quickly struck with his sword, stabbing it into the tiger's belly. The heavy tiger fell from the rocks, wounded in 3 places, bleeding heavily from each wound. It growled like a trapped beast. "Third young master is mighty." The guards cheered when they saw the tiger could no longer move. Xia Huaiheng was very proud. He waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. "Lift it up. Let's move somewhere else." Just as Xia Huaiheng was feeling proud, Su Ning's ears twitched, and he carefully concealed his breath even more. In just a few moments, several black-clad men swooped in and surrounded Xia Huaiheng and others. The black-clad men didn't say a word and immediately attacked Xia Huaiheng's group. Xia Huaiheng took out a silk handkerchief from his chest and slowly wiped the blood off his sword, a sinister smile on his lips. He gently ran the silk cloth along the blade, revealing a smooth, mirror-like sword that reflected half of his dark face, along with the fierce glare in his eyes. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile growing wider. "I'm not yet satisfied. Your arrival is just in time." As his words faded, the black-clad men who had swooped in appeared before him. Xia Huaiheng only tilted his head slightly and dodged. The attacker seemed surprised that Xia Huaiheng could easily avoid his full-force strike, and his pupils shrank suddenly. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Looking down, he saw blood flowing from his body. In a panic, Xia Huaiheng stabbed him again in the stomach. His movements were so quick that he didn't even realize he couldn't make a sound after being hit twice. Only a muffled, unwilling sound came from his throat.
"Ha ha ha."
"Kill them all." At this moment, Xia Huaiheng was extremely wild and arrogant. He held his sword like a soaring eagle spreading its wings and swooped into the fight. With a twist of his wrist, his sword drew a cold arc through the air.